In a faraway and forgotten land where magic permeates every corner, there once lived Jiang Yuan. His life was turned upside down the day a strange gadget took on a life of its own in his mind. A system that offered him no in response to all his requests and persistently pointed to chance 0. But instead of despair, Jiang saw it as a challenge to fate. Surrounded by his extraordinary wives, able to manipulate the elements with the ease of an ordinary man brewing tea, Jiang begins his journey through a world full of wonder and danger. However, each threat, each adventure only adds pepper to their lives. On the one hand, they face countless adversities, from a village plagued by a strange epidemic of forgetfulness that causes its inhabitants to forget their names, to an encounter with a talking tree that was actually an enchanted poet, hungry for inspiration for a new masterpiece. On the other hand, their home turns into a place where a merchant wanders in one day, selling seeds that grow into trees whose fruits explode when someone tries to pick them. These and many other incredible events make their lives seem like an endless adventure. But the true essence of their journey is revealed through their relationships. In moments of terror, when the shadows of night monsters reached for their home, they found solace in each other's arms. In moments of happiness, as they celebrated another victory over the vagaries of fate, their laughter filled the air, making it as sweet as a spring breeze. Jiang Yuan and his wives learned to see the beauty in the chaos of their world. They realized that their family's strength was not in their magical abilities, or even in the strange system that obsessively offered them a no to every request. Their true strength lay in their ability to love, laugh, and overcome any obstacle by standing together in the face of absurdity and the unknown. In the end, Jiang Yuan and his family realized that every adventure, every oddity of their world, is not just a challenge, but a gift from fate. They have learned to find joy in each new day, discovering the unexplored depths of their world and their souls. They realize that life is the greatest of arts, and they are artists who magically create their own unique masterpiece. With each new dawn, Jiang and his wives grow stronger, wiser, and braver, ready to face whatever fate brings them with a smile and an open heart. Their story becomes a legend, told to the whisper of the wind and the light of the stars, of a family that has turned their lives into the greatest adventure, filled with love, magic, and an unquenchable faith in miracles. And even though the world around them is full of uncertainty and thrashing challenges, their spirit is unshakable and their love is endless. For it is in the storms and challenges that they find the true meaning of their existence, revealing to themselves and to the world that true magic lies not in spells and artifacts, but in the ability to maintain joy and love even when the whole world seems to be against you. So, in a dance of absurdity and wonder, Jiang Yuan and his wives continue their journey, leaving behind a trail of unforgettable stories and lessons for those who one day dare to follow in their footsteps. In their lives, each day is a new page in the book of a great adventure, written with laughter, tears, love, and endless hope for tomorrow.
System, as his mind murmured, a blue, colored panel appeared in front of him. The heart raced, but froze in the next second as neither a ding nor any sound rang out. And the azure-colored panel was empty, just a big nothing, still in this style, no system. Jiang Yuan murmured again. The blue screen disappears and reappears, but remains. No, what's your function? There was no response. No explanation or hint. There was no response. So what's your use? There was no response. Holy shit. Crap system. The blue screen flashed. Chance, 0. Jiang Yuan's gaze moved slightly. Chance, what's a chance? What can it be used for? No, after a long time, Jiang Yuan blinked. It's really a trash system, not a single hint. Neither did the crossing newcomer bundle. Poor with a thatched roof and extremely poor people, this crossing. Convinced, just sighing for a moment, Jiang Yuan gathered his mood. Both come and go, so be it. There is an acre of land. And 2 wives, raise a maybe a great beauty, satisfied, filtering through the original owner's memories once again. He suddenly realized that this Jiang Yuan didn't even have 3 points of land, let alone an acre. After the death of his parents, he split the family with his brother, and all his belongings were squandered by him. And without the occasional succor of his great uncle and his own elder brother, he might have starved to death long ago. When he was unfavorably tested in the latter, he indulged in searching for immortality, and as a result, he made his already homely life even more homely. It's a bit too hard to start like this, with nothing. Not even a decent place to live. Still, oh money, Blanche, this shit opens up, in silence. The two little wretches had finished their bowls of noodles. Holding their bowls, the two women eyed the pot of noodle soup. Jiang Jiubuan waved his hand. Drink if you want. Serve me a bowl too. I'm a bit thirsty. The two women were very obedient, and hurriedly went to sheng a bowl and held it in front of Jiang Jiufen. Husband, drink. Jiang Jiuxuan didn't say anything, and took the bowl to drink the warm noodle soup in one go. The noodles weren't great, but the noodle soup tasted okay, all right. You guys drink the rest. Jiang Jiubuan finished speaking and walked back to the thatched hut in the light rain. The two women looked at their husbands who entered the house and hesitated for a moment not to drink the noodle soup, but instead put the lid on the pot and walked back to the thatched hut together. The noodle soup was so good that I had already finished the noodles, and if I drank the soup again, I would have to drink cold water for the rest of the night in the thatched hut. Jiang Jiufen sat on the only broken wooden bed and fumed. The ragged linen shirt was smelly, and the only bedding was torn and smelly. There wasn't a single cupboard in the room, just a table and a broken jar in front of it. Oh, and that one broken hole in the roof. Husband, my sister and I will pound your back and squeeze your legs. The two girls timidly walked over. Jiang Jiubuan waved his hand. No need. I don't have that many problems. Nai Xiaoan raised her head and spoke timidly. But isn't husband always like this on a regular basis? Jiang Jiufen frowned and said helplessly after a moment, pinch it and pinch it. Aha! The two girls nodded their heads and cheerfully pinched Jiang Jiubuan's shoulders and pounded his legs. Not long after, Jiang Jiubuan suddenly grabbed Nai Xiaora's small hand that was pinching her leg, which was cold and leathery. Nai Xiaoru was startled, but she didn't dare to struggle at all. She could only lower her head and didn't dare to move a muscle. Jiang Jiubuan frowned and touched his own forehead, then touched Nai Xiaora's forehead after a few breaths. Jiang Jiufen looked a bit serious. You're sick. Nai Xiaoru sniffed and kept shaking her head. No, Xiaoru isn't sick. Xiaoru won't get sick in this small mountain village. Being sick meant not being able to work, and not only not being able to work, but also having to spend money. Generally speaking, people who are sick are just toughing it out, and it is only when they really can't get through it that they might go to town to find a bone setter to take a look. But a visit to a bone setter can cost a lot of money. Not even her adoptive parents could have paid for her treatment. If she did get sick and had to spend money, the foster parents would have absolutely no hesitation in abandoning her and leaving her to fend for herself. Jiang Jiufen organized the language of this world. You should have suffered from wind, cold, with symptoms like yours. You will die if not treated. Nai Xiaora's little face, that just had a little bit of blood, instantly went white. Even the dirty gray on her face couldn't hide that white. Jiang Jiuxuan touched Nai Xiaoan's forehead again. Although Nai Xiaoan's face looked bad, she didn't have a fever. Faced with this situation, the two little wretches didn't know what to do. After a few breaths, Nai Xiaoan suddenly opened her mouth timidly. Husband, why don't you sell me, and with the money from the sale you give my sister medical treatment? Nai Xiaoru suddenly stood up with red eyes and said, Don't. It's Xiaoru who's useless. Xiaoru leaving, is it? Saying that, Nai Xiaoru directly ran out of the thatched hut without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Jiufen was just thinking of a way out. And this time, when he came back to his senses, he quickly got up and chased him out. Stop. Come back here. This time, No matter how Jiang Jifan pretends to be fierce, this little girl does not stop, dawdling all the time to run. Jiang Jiyubuan ran a few steps only to feel tired and breathless, and in his heart he cursed this original body as a waste. Nai Zioru ran in front, Jiang Jiaxuan chased in the middle, and Nai Zioan cried and chased behind. A flash of thunder followed by a rumble rolled in. The light rain became heavy again, and the vision began to blur. Perhaps fearing the sound of thunder, Nai Zioru directly squatted on the ground and buried her head into her knees. Jiang Jiubuan seized the opportunity and rushed over, gasping for breath as he took off his outer shirt and covered Nai Zioru. Seeing this, Nai Zioru cried out, "Husband, you let Zioru go. Zioru want cause trouble for husband." "What silly words? Who said your trouble?" Jiang Jiubuan said, trying to pick up this skinny Nai Zioru. But when he pushed, he realized he couldn't even hold it. His own waist, like weak body, made him want to curse. "Zio Wan, pull your sister into the house. Isn't it just a wind chill? What kind of trouble is this? If a small wind chill can make me abandon you, then what kind of man am I? Jiang Jiyufan, get up and come back to the house with me." Nai Zioan stared blankly at the ferociously different husband. For a moment she was in a bit of a trance. Was this feeling one of concern? She didn't know. All she knew was to listen to her husband, pulling up his sister, who was still crying. He stepped deep into the muddy water and headed back to the thatched hut, no matter how strong the storm is. This straw hut is at least a home, broken hayloft. Jiang Jiubuan overturned the bed and pounded the tank, and finally, relying on the original master's memory in a few pieces of broken robes, rummaged to the 20 copper coins. In this world of 1 copper penny for rough bread, 20 pennies, even if you can afford the consultation fee, you can't afford to pay for the tonic. He knew how to cure a fever, but this wasn't his world, and he simply didn't have those drugs. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Jifan looked at the two women. "Since you've married me, then I will definitely be responsible for you. It's just a wind chill. It's not a big disease that can't be cured." He and the two women could only be described as meeting for the first time. But for this first meeting, he couldn't do it again and let the two women go to starve to death. The original owner only had martial arts seeking and questioning gods in his head, and did not know how to cherish the people in front of him and those around him. But he knew, looking at the two women who were dumbfounded. Jiang Jifan picked up the straw raincoat in the corner and clumsily put it on. "I'm going to look for my big brother. Before I come back, you guys aren't allowed to go anywhere. You are my women, and you cannot die without my permission." After saying that, Jiang Jiyufan walked out of the thatched hut with 1 foot deep in the heavy rain. Inside the house, the two women looked blankly at the departing Jiang Jiyufan with the kind of pitiful eyes that looked like a stray milk cat, so that people couldn't help but feel pity when they looked at them. They never expected their husbands to give them anything. They just wanted to be able to eat by their husband's side. But now that warmth that lingered in their hearts made them shed little pearls. No one ever seemed to care about them except for the beggar grandfather. It seemed that their lives were not lives. Just a weed on the side of the road, alive or dead, no one would notice anyway. But now the two weeds seemed to be noticed. "Sister, has husband still not sobered up? Why is husband completely different from before?" Nai Zioan shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe we are dreaming. I hope this dream will last longer." In the heavy rain, Jiang Jifan set off in a direction following the route he remembered. The place where he stayed was the downstream village, and the place where his dear elder brother lived was the upstream village. And the two villages were more than 10 miles apart. The villagers of the downstream village, Jiang Jiyubuan knew after filtering his memories that he couldn't count on them, because the original owner was just too much of a waste. And not only was he a waste, he had a ridiculously high heart. Because of this, he was kicked out of the upstream village after the separation. That's just it. Let's not talk about it. People have their own destinies. Jiang Jiuxuan came back to his senses, also felt anger rising. By what right did the original owner need him to be scolded for what he did? At that moment, Jiang Jiubuan directly scolded. "You're right, village chief. This Jiang Jiubuan is really not a thing. This is a human scum. You are right to scold." Now it was the village chief's turn to be confused. "I say, brother Yuan, are you a bookworm or an immortal seeker? How come you're even cursing yourself? Nothing. Just deserves a scolding. What, at the mayor's house?" The mayor's wife looked shocked. "You're lending him our ox cart. Are you crazy?" said the village chief's wife, going to touch the village chief's head. With a wave of his hand, the village chief pushed his wife away and said in a low voice, "Don't be angry for a moment, wifey. I'll tell you the truth. This Jiang Jiubuan's elder brother, Jiang Jiushan, is a hunter and has money, as much as I spend for Jiang Jiayuan. He, Jiang Jiushan, will pay me, and only more. The town's bone, Setter Fang and I go way back, so we'll make a profit on this trip." The old woman smiled and smiled. "Old man, you don't say earlier. I told you that you are usually so fine. How can you be confused at this time? Go, go, go. Pay attention to safety on the road. Countryside path, light rain sprinkled. Jiang Jiufen wearing a straw raincoat and the old village headman sitting on the ox cart together." As he was walking, a white light flashed above the sky, followed by several rays of different colors, all chasing after the white light. Jiang Jiubuan, who noticed this scene, widened his eyes. Old village chief, could this be an immortal god? The old village chief grunted. "You've been searching for fairies all day, and you're asking me, what is that if not a fairy or a god?" Jiang Jiufen was silent. His heart was difficult to calm for a long time. He had thought that the stream of immortals and gods was a figment of this original owner's imagination. But he did not expect that there were really immortals and gods in this world. What kind of world had he traveled to? "Brother Yuan, it's not that the village chief is talking about you. You're not old enough to have a family now. The immortal god, that's not something we can touch. People's immortal gods seem to need some kind of talent." "How can we mortals have that kind of talent? You wanted to become an immortal god. I also wanted to when I was young. But that was just a dream after all. We simply don't have that kind of talent. The vast majority of people don't. Farming, hunting, working, making money. That's what we mortals should be thinking about. I see you're more sober today. So in the future drink less wine and have less unrealistic dreams." Jiang Jiuxuan nodded slightly. "What the village head said is true. I've been taught." The old village head raised his eyes unexpectedly. He truly found that there was something different about Jiang Jiufen today. When he entered the town, he found Fang Langzhong, who for the old village chief's sake charged only 100 wen. Jiang Jiubuan then used his own 20 wankian to buy 2 pounds of coarse noodles. There was no way. Now there was only so much money in his hand, and there was nothing else in the house to eat. If I don't buy 2 pounds of thick noodles, I don't know what he'll eat tonight and tomorrow. Not to mention that there's a little sick boy at home who needs to be nourished. Back to the village is already evening. The ox cart is not fast, but better than not have to walk yourself. Looking at his broken grass house from afar, Jiang Jiufen shook his head and sighed. Is this considered a home? I'm really afraid to come to a gale to blow away. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the broken courtyard, Jiang Jiufen saw his little wife beside the door of the broken hayloft, looking blearily at this place. That look, like a poor kitten waiting for its master to come home, with a slight movement of his eyes. Jiang Jiufen spoke softly. "Xiao Ru, where is your sister? There's nothing left to eat at home." So sister went to the river behind to catch fish to make fish soup for her husband. Xiao Ru was very well behaved, looking at her husband who approached her with fear, but wanting to get close to show her affection. Xiao Ru is too useless. Xiao Ru has dragged husband down. Jiang Jiufan shook the noodle bag in his hand and laughed. "What is the silly girl saying? Look at what this is, I know. It's a noodle bag." After saying that, Nai Zayoru lowered her head again. "But husband, you don't have any money anymore. There will be money in the future," Jiang Jiuxuan said, and rubbed Nai Zayoru's head. This sudden move scared Nai Zayoru into shrinking her neck. But she seemed to have thought of something else as she took the initiative to rub against Jiang Jiufan's hand. Jiang Jiufan sighed in his heart, and at the same time resolved to raise his two cheap little wives properly. Pulling out the medicine bag, "Here's the grabbed medicine," said Jiang Jiubian with a shaky face. "I forgot that I don't have a pot for decoction." "Can an iron pot decoct medicine?" Nai Zayoru shook her head blankly. "Zayoru doesn't know. He'll go find the village chief to borrow it," Jiang Jiubian said as he put down the medicine and walked out of the broken grass hut. "You're sick. Stay at home and don't run around." "Wait for me to come back." Nai Zayoru nodded in confusion, and when her husband's back completely disappeared. Nai Zayoru touched her head. "Husband's hands are so big. No wonder it hurt so much to hit me before. But now, husband, well, am I dreaming or not?" Keeping his little head down, his mind was filled with a few jumbled things. Not long ago, Jiang Jiubian came back. This village head he could not say good or bad. The medicine pots are not borrowed. You can only buy the ones they have used and sell them for 30 cents, which is really a money grab. In this half day, he directly owed the village chief 140 wen, still owes the town tavern 500 cents. Together, they amounted to 640 cents. With such a heavenly collapse opening, Jiang Jiubian didn't know what to get up to for a while. People traveling through are either emperors or crown princes, and at a lower level. They are also top-tier heavenly prides with countless resources. Once again, a little bit also has a system to make it cool to take off. On the contrary, what about yourself? I own this bullshit crap system and still don't know what the F*CK it's for. Ugh. Pounding for a while to light the fire to simmer the medicine. Looking at the fire, Jiang Jiufan looked at Nai Zayoru next to him. "You watch here. Don't make a big fire or a small one. Just keep it like this. I'm going to see if your sister caught any fish." Nai Zayoru hurriedly got up and said, "Husband, don't go. Our sisters are very capable of working. Husband only needs to wait for our service." This kind of talk was simply sci-fi to Jiang Jiubian's ears. In his world, "You'll be scolded by your wife if you earn a little less. And you're waiting for her to serve you. What a dream," standing up with a slight smile. "All right, I'll go check it out. You stay here and watch the fire. Husband, you shouldn't go. Sister can do it." Nai Zayoru had a worried look on her face. She was worrying that her husband felt that her sister was worthless. According to the memory of the original owner to the broken straw house, after walking about 200 meters, Jiang Jiubian is to see the river. This is the Jinjiang River, which seems to be very big. As to how big, the original owner has no idea. That's how Kamloops County came to be anyway, by the river. A lot of people are catching fish. According to the original owner's memories, Jiang Jiubian felt that the villagers in this world shouldn't be so poor that they ate wild vegetables to fill up their stomachs. And as for the original owner, that was entirely his own doing. In the crowd, Nai Zayoan, who was dressed in a patchy and skinny outfit, was extremely conspicuous. At the moment, Nai Zayoan was standing by the river with a sharpened wooden stick to tie up fish. Jiang Jiubian walked over with large strides, and before he could reach the river, someone noticed him. "Look, everyone, look who's here, our Zhu Kai Yuan brother. Ha 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 ha." The one who spoke was a broad-nosed youth. And at the moment, he was all mockery. Jiang Jiubian directly ignored his taunts. After all, the original owner was indeed very disliked. "Husband, husband." Nai Zayoan hurriedly walked up the bank and lowered her head when she saw Jiang Jiubian coming over. "I'm sorry, husband. Wanwen hasn't caught any fish yet, but Wanwen will definitely try," Jiang Jiufen softly said. "It's fine. Catching fish isn't that simple. Give me the stick. I'll try to see if I can spear the fish. Ni didn't move. Husband, you can just watch. Wan can do it. Ha 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 ha. Everyone see. People without ability is not good. In the future, the mother-in-law and children will have to follow the suffering. The one who laughed was the same guy, but his words drew a lot of agreement, and it was clear that this guy had some status in the village. Jiang Jifan looked over with a raised eyebrow. Zai Sanju right. You're so capable, dare to compete with me who caught more fish. Zai Sanju is the third son of the old Zai family, and he has 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. It is for this reason that the village headman's wife is eyeing his mom's ability to give birth in the villages of this era. The more males represented, the greater the power of the family, the more they could be respected, and the less they could be bullied. Zai Sanju was directly enraged at his words. You're competing with me to spear fish. I've been catching fish since I was 3 years old. Who's afraid? Jiang Jiubuan smiled and took away the stick in Nai Zaiyaowen's hand. 10 cents. Whoever catches more in a quarter of an hour will win. Let's all be witnesses together. Zai Sanju, take it or not. Zai Sanju sneered. Money sent to the door. Don't want it for nothing, but do you have 10 when not, I say? Jiang Jifan shrugged. I have a big brother who is a hunter. Do you think I would be broke? Lousy stuff. Bah, an old woman suddenly cursed. Jiang Jiubuan didn't retort. His sky collapse opening, the only thing he could use now was his big brother's fame. Come on. Zai Sanju set up his stance. Let's all be witnesses. I'll compete with him for a quarter of an hour. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and took off his straw shoes to walk into the river water, which was cool in June. Look around. Are there any fish in this river? It's starting the river sucks. Zai Sanju said and began to look at the river with wide eyes. Jiang Jiuxuan didn't say anything, but also stared wide-eyed to see where there were fish. According to optics, fork the fish a little bit directly below it, silently muttering to himself in his heart. Suddenly the voice of his little wife came. Husband, behind you, behind you. Jiang Jiubuan slowly turned his upper body. Just then, Zai Sanju suddenly kicked the water over to scare the fish away. Zai Sanju. Jiang Jiubuan glared angrily. Playing hard to get, are you? What's the matter? You dare to go against my old Zai family? Zai Sanju had an arrogant face. Jiang Jiubuan hate to tear Zai Sanju arrogant big nose, but considering this weak body, I koki Nima. Dare to play rogue with me, cursing. Jiang Jiubuan swung his pointed stick and charged straight up. It's a sky crash opening anyway, so what if it crashes a little more? This scene stunned the villagers and also scared Wan Silly. Who doesn't know that Jiang Jiubuan is a slime that only relies on his big brother? This is the first time they have seen such a rigid Jiang Jiubuan. You, what do you what you? Nima's playing with rogues. Jiang Jiubuan cursed and swiped a stick on Zai Sanju's face, followed by another swing of the stick and another swipe up. This time, the stick broke right off. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. Zai Sanju, whose face was bleeding, reacted. Jiang Jiubuan threw away the stick he was holding and grabbed Zai Sanju's stabbing stick. Husband, Nai Zaiyaowen moved a large stone with a panicked face. Let me help you. Unlike her sister, who was well behaved but unassertive. She was both well behaved and assertive, and even more so with a ruthless streak in her bones. If it wasn't for this ruthlessness of hers, she and her sister would probably be dead. This could be seen from the fact that she dared to risk being severely beaten by Jiang Jiubuan to go get the nest egg, said Nai Zaiyaowen, as she held up a large stone and rushed up. These are all thin sticks for forking fish, which can be easily broken even by this weak body. With a snap of the wooden stick breaking, Jiang Jiubuan, with a vicious face, embraced Zai Sanju and flung himself into the river water. Nai Zaiyaowen's dirty face was extremely flustered, but the words that came out, husband, hide for a bit. Let me smash him to death if you want to kill me, then die together, Jiang Jiubuan roared. His arms and legs clamped down on Zai Sanju as he rolled deeper into the river, and at the same time, his hands were clasping Zai Sanju's big nose. It's a river, and the banks are shallow. But if you go a little further in, it can be dangerous. Watching the villagers, now also panicked, have come up to pull the fight. The brunt of Nai Zayawan was snatched, the stone pulled out. Let me go. I'm going to help my husband. Let me go, unlike the woman who would only shout, you guys stop fighting. Nai Zayawan's ruthlessness was truly bone-chilling. A quarter of an hour later, the muddy Jiang Jifan stood on the shore with his head held high. Beside him was his little wife, who was organizing his torn linen shirt. On the other side, there was Zai Sanju, who was bleeding profusely from his mouth, nose and face at this moment. Zai Sanju was trembling with anger, but with a faint fear under his eyes. He was angry at being bullied by Jiang Jiubuan. This slime, rotten, wait for me. I'm going to find my brother. Jiang Jiubuan sneered and took a big step towards Hop Zai Sanju. Zai Sanju was shocked and took half a step back. What else do you want to do? Jiang Jiubuan walked to Zai Sanju and bent down to lift his bucket. Zai Sanju, you have a brother, and I have a brother. So go ahead and shout at your brother if you want to. After saying that, Jiang Jifan carried the bucket and walked back, grabbing his little wife's shoulder as he passed by her. Nai Zayawan's body stiffened, but soon followed her husband's strength and took small, broken steps. You can either swallow this breath today or beat me to death. I, Jiang Jiubuan, will accompany you to the end. Also, whoever dares to shout in front of me again, that I'm a waste of rot. I'll tear his mouth apart. I, Jiang Jiubuan, am true to my word. If you don't believe me, well, see on the shore. A group of villagers looked at each other when they heard Jiang Jiubuan's shout, and not long after, a voice rang out, this Jiang Jiubuan is crazy, right? Designated madness. He was seeking immortality before. So I guess he's bewitched. Zai Sanju suddenly blurted out. My old Zai family doesn't care if he's crazy or not. If he dares to mess with my old Zai family, he'll have to pay the price. Before the words left his mouth, a sharp stick flew and stuck into the mud in front of him, immediately followed by Nai Zayawan's voice. I'll fight whoever touches my husband. Shoreline, that's a crazy bitch, too. A crazy person married to a crazy person. No wonder. Come on, stay away from it in the future. Madness is contagious, it seems, if it's a disease. It's definitely contagious. So go, go, go. The road back to the broken hayloft is less than 400 meters. Wan, you're so skinny and so strong. That's at least a dozen meters, and you can throw it over in one go. Nai Zayawan lowered her head and weakly said, how can I work for my husband if I don't have a lot of strength? I'll carry buckets of water for my husband. Saying that, Nai Zayawan was going to take the bucket in Jiang Jifan's hand. Jiang Jiuxuan lifted the bucket. I am at least a man, not without a little strength. But Nai Zayawan raised her head with a serious face. But we're supposed to serve our husband. Hearing this, Jiang Jiubuan didn't know what to say for a moment. A moment later, Jiang Jifan shook his head and smiled. You are not slaves. No one is born to serve others. What's more, you are my wives, and love is mutual, to empathize with each other, to tolerate each other, to respect each other. There is no rule that says a wife must serve her husband. Nai Zayawan listened with a dumbfounded expression. Yes, it is said that wives should serve their husbands well, or else they will be repudiated and thrown out. Jiang Jifan didn't say anything else after hearing this. In fact, he didn't know what to say. Husband, sister, in the ragged courtyard that wasn't even considered a ragged courtyard. Nai Zayoru hurriedly trotted to welcome the two when she saw them return. Wow, is this the fish that husband caught? Husband is so good. Zayoru will kill the fish for husband. Nai Zayoru said that she was going to carry the bucket in Jiang Jiubuan's hand. This time, Jiang Jiufan didn't push back, but said directly, you're sick. Let your sister kill the fish. Let's make fish soup and noodles for dinner tonight." The two girls were shocked. Husband, isn't it too wasteful to eat rough noodles twice a day? My sister and I can just eat wild vegetables. I even picked a lot of wild vegetables this afternoon. Jiang Jiubyun sighed softly in his heart, but on his mouth he said, "Don't ask so many questions. Go kill the fish." It's not that Jiang Jiayuan is cruel to let them work, but if they don't let them work, they'll worry if they are thinking about selling them. Deep-rooted ideas can't be changed in a day or two. So it's better to change them subtly rather than keep preaching, taking a small bench and sitting at the entrance of the broken grass hut. Jiang Jiufan looked at the courtyard wall with a few sparse wooden stakes. The broken gate had been kicked in by the tavern debt collectors during the morning, and instead of trying to fix it, he was thinking about how he could get a new board. His eyes plunged into the rolling mountains to the south, which, according to the original owner's memory, were the 100,000 mountains, carefully filtering through the memories of the 100,000 mountains. Suddenly, Jiang Jiufan smelled a hint of something unusual. The original owner's memory of the 100,000 great mountains was like this. The world knows that the 100,000 great mountains are full of countless opportunities, but at the same time, the 100,000 great mountains are also very dangerous. When he thought of the several points of light that crossed the sky at noon on the way to the town, all of which were heading south, Jiang Jiubyun's breathing suddenly became a bit rapid. There are only 100,000 mountains to the south of this direction. Did all those immortal gods go to the 100,000 mountains to look for opportunities? Chance, what a familiar term. Chance. Suddenly Jiang Jiubyun's spirit shook. Doesn't my garbage system show the word chance? Summon the system. And sure enough, the Azure panel only had the words chance. 0 in addition to the no style. Could it be that there needs to be a chance for the system to change? But what exactly is chance? Isn't chance a vain luck? Thinking of this, Jiang Jiubyun was a bit unable to sit still. He is now in a sky crash opening, not only want what nothing but also owes a buttload of debt. Selling salt was indeed the fastest means of making money that he could think of. But although he knew how to make salt, there were no salt mines or sea around. How can you make salt when you don't have both ways of making it? And selling salt privately is punishable by beheading if you are caught, empty of all the skills. But now there is nothing in hand. Even if you want to be an officer, you cannot do anything. No, I have to find a way to go to the 100,000 mountains to look for a chance. As he was thinking about it, his eyes saw through the broken courtyard that a few people in the village were coming their way with torches. When I gazed at it, I saw that it was the old Zai's family, Wan Wan, Zairu. You guys go inside. Jiang Jiubyun stood up and copied the hoe in his hand. No matter what happens later, don't come out. You coking river slime dared to beat up our old Zai family. Set fire to his broken straw house. Old man Zai was cursing as soon as he came in, commanding his 5 sons to throw torches at Jiang Jiubyun's broken straw hut. Jiang Jiubyun raised his hoe to try to stop it. But how could he stop the torches in the air? The torches all fell on the roof. But as it had rained for 3.5 days, the thatched roof was all wet, and the torches could not burn at all. Seeing that his broken grass hut didn't catch fire, Jiang Jiubyun also cursed angrily. Do you really think him something to be messed with? He'll fight you to the death. With that, Jiang Jiubyun raised his hoe and rushed up. Old Zai's family cursed and dodged at the same time, and in the confusion, they also kicked down the broken fence that was already broken. Jiang Jiubyun gasped for air. Now every breath he took was a fiery pain in his throat and chest. This original owner's body is too weak. Isn't it? How long has it been moving? In spite of this, Jiang Jiubyun still hardened himself and wielded his hoe to go after the old Zai family who demolished his broken straw house. Inside the grass hut, Nai Zioru was scared and shrank in the corner, not daring to move. On the contrary, Although Naizaon was nervous, her eyes were not much afraid. "Don't be afraid, little sister. Sister will go help husband." With that, Naizaon grabbed the axe on the table and was about to rush out. Zio-Ru pulled her sister's arm. "Sister, husband said he won't let us go out. We have to listen to what husband says." Naizaon looked hesitant. "But husband needs help now." After saying that, Naizaon pushed away her sister's hand and rushed out with her axe raised. "Husband, Wan Wan is here to help you. I'll fight them under some confusion." The old Zai family demolished Jiang Jiubuan's broken straw house and left smugly. Before leaving, Old Man Zai also said with extreme arrogance, "Jiang rotten mud. Rotten mud is rotten mud. Still fighting with our old Zai family, if it weren't for the fact that you have to pay for killing. I'd have killed you. Sons, go." Looking at the proudly departing old Zai clan, Jiang Jiubuan's face was filled with anger. His body was too weak to catch up with those of the old Zai clan. This revenge must be avenged. Wait for it. Jiang Jiubuan was fuming in his heart, and at the same time, he was also realizing that there weren't many rules in this world at all, and that it was only when you had a big fist and a lot of power that you wouldn't be bullied, and that you could bully others. Not yet boiled medicine in the chaos is also spilled. Jiang Jiubuan some heartache to pick up the medicine jar. Fortunately, this medicine jar is not broken. Otherwise it would be a big trouble. Husband. Jiang Jiufen looked up at the two pitiful little wives, and the color of anger on his face slowly tightened. "It's okay. It's just a broken hayloft. Wait, we'll live in a big house later." Rummaging through the chaotic thatch, Jiang Jiufen found the bag of coarse noodles. "This is the last food. If this food is gone, then the next few days may really have to live on wild vegetables. The fish are still there." "Right?" Jiang Jiubuan asked in a low voice. "The fish are still there." Naizaoru took out the bucket from the haystack in the kitchen. Jiang Jiufen nodded slightly. "Boil the medicine and cook. It's getting dark." Dum, 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 the drum-like sound appeared in the distance, and Naizaoan and Naizaoru seemed to have sensed something as they hurriedly hid the bucket. At the same time, Naizaoan spoke nervously. "Husband, quickly hide the noodle bag. This is the bandits coming, mountain bandits." Jiang Jiubuan's heart was startled, and memories of mountain bandits immediately surfaced in his mind. These bandits were from the nearby Rocky Mountain fortresses, and basically came out once a month to collect monthly payments at each village. Hurriedly hid the noodle bag into the messy thatch. After doing this, Jiang Jiubuan was looking at the direction where the sound came from. Soon, the vast torches appeared in front of Jiang Jiubuan's eyes. "Huh, Jiang Rotten Mud even has a little bitch. Can he feed himself? Ha 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 ha." The bandits scoffed, not stopping at all, charging straight through the entrance of the broken courtyard towards the village. They don't know how many times they've come to the downstream village, and they've never seen any time that Jiang Jiufen could afford the monthly payment. At first, they didn't believe it, but then no matter how they turned it over, the guy was still not quite as sane as a madman in his home. Over time, the mountain bandits all knew his rotten name, so much so that they didn't bother to approach him later to collect their monthly payments. Because you can't hand this guy over whether you threaten or beat him. It would be quicker to run through a few more villages than to bother with him. Looking at the bandits who were not even looking at him, Jiang Jiufen was relieved in his heart, and at the same time felt a little stifled. Going out and standing at the end of the village, looking at the bandits, collecting monthly payments from door to door. Jiang Jiufen silently clenched his fists. He wasn't cynical. He thought it was real nice to have a big fist and be powerful. Either you get bullied by others or you bully others. Is that a multiple choice question? It doesn't seem to be. The bandits came and went as fast as the flood, and in a short time they were heading from the head of the village to the next village with their torches up. At night, The moon and stars are thin. In the only remaining shabby kitchen, Jiang Jiyufan sat on a small bench eating noodles in fish soup. Beside him were two little wives crouched on the floor eating. He asked his two young wives to put their bowls on the table and sit on stools to eat, which they refused to do, saying that this was the rule and that it was already unimaginable happiness to have rough noodles. After dinner, the two young wives started scrubbing pots and pans and washing dishes and boiling hot water. After the hot water was boiled, Nai-Zayoru walked over to Jiang Jiyubuan with a broken wooden basin. "Husband, Zayoru will wash your feet." Jiang Jiyufan frowned. "The medicine is ready. You still don't drink it." "Zayoru is in no hurry. Zayoru wants to serve her husband and wash his feet first. No, I can wash my own feet." "No." Nai-Zayoru backed up with the basin in her hands. "We're supposed to serve husband to make him comfortable. Zayoru is incapable. If Zayoru doesn't serve husband to wash his feet, then Zayoru will be of no use at all. A woman who can't do her job without her skills is to be discarded. What's more, husband not only gives Zayoru food to eat, but also gives Zayoru medical treatment. Zayoru can't repay husband even if she dies," said Nai-Zayoru as she shed small pearls again. "Husband." Oh, Jiang Jiyubuan opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the evening, he realized that he couldn't change Nai-Zayoru's concepts. They were just too entrenched, and looking at Nai-Zayoru's demeanor, it seemed as if she was afraid that she would kneel down if she didn't let her wash her feet. Sighing in his heart, Jiang Jiyufan spoke softly, "Let you come, many thanks, husband." Nai-Zayoru instantly turned cloudy and happy, and hurriedly placed the basin she was carrying at Jiang Jiyubuan's feet. After putting down the basin, Nai-Zayoru knelt down in front of the basin to take off Jiang Jiyufan's straw shoes. "Husband, try to see if the water is hot or not." Zayoru touched it. It shouldn't be hot. Jiang Jiyuan didn't say anything and leaned down to lift Nai-Zayoru's small face with his fingers. Nai-Zayoru shrunk her neck, then stretched her face forward with her eyes closed. Shrinking her neck was a subconscious fear of being beaten, and reaching forward was her belief that she couldn't go against her husband's wishes. Jiang Jiyufan still didn't say anything, just used his fingertips to gently wipe away the tears on Nai-Zayoru's face, feeling the tenderness from her husband. Nai-Zayoru lowered her head after trembling. "Didn't I ask you to wash my feet? Why are you still crying?" "Don't ever move again." Nai-Zayoru didn't say anything and just gently washed her husband's feet. As he washed, Jiang Jiyubuan suddenly realized that a small pearl kept hitting the water basin. His heart clenched. Jiang Jiyufan spoke softly, "Don't cry. It'll bring you sisters a good life in the future." "No." Nai-Zayoru huffed and timidly said, "Zayoru is thinking that husband is too good right now. So good that it's almost like she's dreaming. Zayoru is afraid that tomorrow when the dream wakes up, husband will change back to what he was before." Jiang Jiyuan touched Nai-Zayoru's head heartily. "Don't worry. It's not a dream. The husband of the past will not be seen again. It's still a bad time now, but it's bound to get better later on. By that time I will have raised your sisters to be white and fat." "And you will certainly not be sick again," Nai-Zayoru hurriedly said. "Sister and I will just eat one meal a day. We want waste food for husband. Husband having enough to eat is most important." Jiang Jiyufan pursed his lips and said in a faint voice, "Don't say such words again in the future. In the future, if there's a mouthful of food for me, there's a mouthful of food for you guys. Also, didn't you guys say you're going to give my husband lots of kids? How are you going to give my husband kids if you don't get fatter? You guys can't have a baby if you're so skinny now." "Ah." Nai-Zayoru raised her head in some panic. "Then aren't we too useless if we can't give birth to a child?" Jiang Jiyuan smiled. "So eat more, ah. Eat fat so you can give your husband a child." Nai-Zayoru blinked her big eyes. A look of determination appeared in her eyes. "Then my sister and I will work our asses off for husband." Our foster mother said that only those who work a lot will be able to have food. Jiang Jifan frowned. Don't listen to your foster mother's crooked reasoning. Her set doesn't work on my husband with that. Jiang Jifan called out, Wanwen, come over here outside. Nai Ziyaoan hurriedly ran in. Husband, you command. Playful as listening, Jiang Jifan had a serious face. From now on, forget everything your foster mother said. What my husband says is what I say, and when I tell you to eat, you eat, and don't say things like what your foster mother said. The two women nodded their heads in a hurry. We all listen to what husband says. Jiang Jifan froze. How did this sound so awkward? What I mean is that you should have your own thoughts. Nai Ziyaoan weakly spoke. What thoughts? We only listen to husband now. Whatever husband says is right. Jiang Jiyubuan sighed helplessly. That's just it. More and more, he felt that he could only submerge them, which simply didn't make sense with them. When we have money left over in the future, we must teach them to read and write after washing my feet. The broken hayloft was gone, but fortunately it was a June day, so it didn't seem much colder at night. And the haystacks in the kitchen were manageable. Husband, here's your bedding. I've gotten you hay. You can barely make do for one night. And first thing in the morning, my sister and I will rebuild your straw hut for you. Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the stinking bedding. Although this was what the original owner had been laying, he had trouble accepting it as a result. The bedding was thrown aside. This all stinks. I'll think of a solution for the straw house tomorrow. You guys should rest early too. Zio-Ru, did you drink the medicine or not? Drink this. Nai Zio-Ru picked up the medicinal soup that was almost cooled and drank it directly. Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the black medicinal soup and the corner of his mouth twitched when Zio-Ru finished drinking. Jiang Jiyubuan licked his lips and asked, Isn't it bitter? Nai Zio-Ru tilted her little head and thought, It's all right. It's not as bad as the grassroots of that whatchamacallit. Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the two, not knowing whether he should be heartbroken or heartbroken. Don't you guys get busy. There's nothing to get busy with here. Get some rest. Nai Ziyaoan picked up the bedding. I'm not sleepy. I'll go wash my husband. It won't smell bad if I wash it. Jiang Jiyubuan frowned. Wanwen, have you forgotten what I said before? Now you don't listen to me again? Nai Ziyaoan's body was shaken, and she hurriedly repositioned the bedding in the corner. I'm sorry, husband. Wanwen didn't do it on purpose. Husband hit Wanwen, said Nai Ziyaoan, picking up a stick and handing it to Jiang Jiyubuan. Looking at the stick, a stream of memories immediately surfaced in Jiang Jiyubuan's mind, which was the image of the original owner using the stick to whip the two men. Jiang Jiuxuan pursed his lips and took the stick and broke it directly. Hurry up and rest. It's getting late. The two little ones looked at each other, and finally the two nestled into the corner of the kitchen and sat down snuggling. On the grass pile, Jiang Jiyuan frowned lightly. He didn't hear the two women coming over, opening his eyes and looking next to him. There was none. Sitting up and blinking, he scanned around and finally saw two silhouettes across the room in the darkness. What are you guys doing sitting over there? There's not even any hay over there. Nai Ziyaoan's weak voice came out. Husband said before that we can only sleep on the corners of the floor. After hearing this, Jiang Jiyubuan really wanted to slap the original owner. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Jiyuan whispered, The old ones don't count anymore. Now come sleep on my husband's side. Ha! The soft ah sounded with a hint of surprise and nervousness. Husband, is it really okay? Looking at the two little ones who were as pitiful as stray kittens. Jiang Jiyuan sighed in his heart and patted the hay next to him. Hurry over. The two little ones sniffed and gingerly climbed to their feet. Then came over tentatively and slowly. In the end, they chose to nestle a full half-meter away from their husbands. Jiang Jiyubuan saw this and softly said, Will husband eat people so far away? Where is Zio-Ru, husband? Husband, I'm here. Recognizing Zio-Ru by her voice, Jiang Jiyuan reached out and pulled her into his arms. You're sick. You can't get cold again. You need to cover up and sweat. Husband, Zayoru. Nai Zayoru became nervous and stuttered into a little stutter, not knowing what she was going to say even after stuttering for half a day. All right, stop it, Wanwen. You also come over here and let husband put his arm around you, in the darkness. Nai Zaon's eyes flashed with the color of a nervous piebald, and she tentatively stuck to her sister's side. Warm big hands covered the small belly, followed by the gentle and magnetic voice of her husband. Don't even talk. Sleep well. In the darkness, the two women's big eyes fluttered. Where could they sleep now? They were only afraid that this was a dream. A dream that would be shattered when they woke up. Now their husbands are so good that they just want to cry. They don't want to sleep. They just want to keep such a good husband, but they were really too tired. Coupled with their husband's warm embrace, just for a while, both women's eyelids were filled with lead and could not lift up. Noticing the two women's gradually even breathing, Jiang Jiufen was also relieved, thinking about what to do in the future. Not long after, Jiang Jiubian also fell asleep. The amount of exercise he was doing today was already over the top for this body. If Jiang Jiubian's will wasn't too strong, he might have been lying down exhausted by the time he finished the fight by the river. The moon moves slowly and time passes, halfway through Cinnabar time, that is, at 4 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Jiubian violently opened his eyes. He just had a dream where he was on a hot pot binge, and as he was eating, he suddenly saw the meat he was chucking turn into coarse bran noodles. Coarse bran noodles had appeared, and the whole thing woke up instantly. His brow furrowed, and he wondered if it was the dream that was causing him to just feel a headache. Carefully retracted his hand and touched his forehead. Fortunately, there was no fever. If he also had a fever, he really didn't know how to go on the next road. Looking at the two little wives who were still sleeping, Jiang Jiufen's heart moved slightly. Anyway, I can't sleep anymore, so why don't I go to the 100,000 great mountains to see if I can come across any chance? Thinking of this, Jiang Jiubian gently retrieved his other arm and climbed up, just as he was about to leave the kitchen. A weak voice sounded quietly, "Husband, are you going to throw me and my sister away and leave by yourself?" The weak voice continued to recall. Wanwen knew that husband must have wanted to throw us sisters away for being so nice all of a sudden. "Husband, our sisters are very capable of working. Can we eat one meal in 2 days from now on, please?" "What are you saying?" Jiang Jiufen directly interrupted his young wife. "My husband's elder brother is a hunter. You all know this. I'm going to borrow some money from my big brother. You stay home honestly, for I will be back in the morning." "Don't say such foolish things in the future. You haven't given your husband a child yet." After saying that, Jiang Jiubian left the broken courtyard with his axe in his waist in big strides. In the kitchen, Nai Ziaoan was still full of worry, and the worry on her face became even more obvious as she looked at her sleeping sister. Normally, Nai Zaioru wouldn't sleep so dead. This time perhaps the medicinal soup had done its job. Outside the broken courtyard, Jiang Jiufen traveled all the way south in the stars and moonlight. He didn't run or walk as fast as he could, but retained his strength in a form of a walk. Misstep should have gotten some water before coming out. After walking for a long time, no one eats such a red wild fruit. It must be poisonous. The outermost foothills of the 100,000 mountains were only about 5 miles from the downstream village. A normal person walking would be able to walk 5 miles in about 10 minutes or less than 20 minutes. But Jiang Jiubian had to walk for close to 30 minutes before he could be considered to have walked to the foot of the 100,000 mountains. Looking at the outermost part of the 100,000 mountains, a wave of memories of the original owner flooded Jiang Jiubian's mind. This guy had run in quite a few times before, but had hovered on the very outskirts, filtering his memory for a moment. The scene in front of him was suddenly familiar and unfamiliar. Chance. I'd like to see what chance is. With a silent thought in his heart, he gripped his axe and stepped into the path into the mountain. After walking about 300 or 400 meters, the scene behind them became completely unfamiliar. Looking at the completely unfamiliar road in front of him, Jiang Jiyubuan cursed in his heart that the original owner is really a big waste. Can't read and study, and wants to search for immortality and ask for help, but also wimpy as an egg. How far has this gone with that kind of courage? What's the point of searching for an immortal or asking for the devil's path? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiyubuan resolutely continued to move forward, but his lower foot was more cautious. Moonlight through the treetops' sparsely scattered mountain trails walked more than 100 meters. Surrounded by basically no movement except for the sound of insects, the tension in Jiang Jiyubuan's heart faded quite a bit. Since there is a road here, it means that many people have walked here before, a road that's been traveled too much. And I'm afraid there's nothing to be gained by going any further. Even if it pays off, my luck can't be that good. In his mind, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from the roadside. Jiang Jiyubuan was shocked in his heart and wanted to dodge. But he didn't expect that the small black shadow's reaction was even bigger, only to see the small black shadow turn sharply to skim over Jiang Jiyubuan. And in front of him was a large tree. Bang! A good sound is a good head. This black shadow actually saved a head to die on a tree root. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it was a big gray hare, a very fat and big kind of hare. Jiang Jiyubuan winked. In the next instant, the azure screen appeared directly in front of his eyes. Chance, 10, looking at the sudden increase of 10 chance points. Jiang Jiyubuan became even more confused. Could it be that good luck is the so-called chance? Uo tilde, a low whine rang out from the side the hare had scurried out of. Jiang Jiyubuan twisted his head to see that under the moonlight, on the grass, a pure black toos, Dory tall giant wolf, was looking down at him with a shrugged upper jaw lip kiss. That low whine was coming from the back of his throat, except on TV. Jiang Jiyufen had never really seen jackals. Wolves, tigers, and leopards, and all these things, even monkeys and pandas, he had never seen them for real. The largest animal he had ever seen was the large horse the bandits had ridden before. Seeing a toos, Dory tall giant wolf, so close at the moment. The impact was nothing less than someone running up to you on the street and pulling a bubble shang. Jiang Jiyubuan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pinpoint out of fear. All of his sweaty hairs shrugged, and his legs couldn't stop wobbling madly. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but that fear briefly caused him to lose control of his body. And a black wolf this size, fleeing, can you really jump off? Yo, didn't realize there was a mortal here. A silver bell-like voice rang out, followed by a young girl with silver hair and blue eyes sticking her head out from the top of the giant wolf's head to look down. When she saw that this beggar was swaying all over, the body cackled and patted the black wolf's head. Black Emperor, just say don't run to the periphery. This scares the mortals. Right, quickly go, back to the clan. The Black Emperor raised his head and let out a whimper, then leapt into the wind and swept the sky to disappear in front of Jiang Jiyubuan's eyes. The huge black wolf disappeared for a long time before Jiang Jiyubuan collapsed on the ground in a paralyzed heap, gasping for air. And then the whole body rustling sweat, just a few breaths between the whole person, as if a bath in general. The feeling of being on the verge of death just now had suffocated him, so much so that he couldn't get the image of the young girl and the giant wolf out of his mind. Panicked, he climbed up and ran wildly toward the way he came, and after a tea time, the pale Jiang Jiyubuan turned back and picked up the big fat hare to run back again. At 1:15 dawning, somewhere in the mountain path of the 100,000 great mountains, a thin figure ran out furiously, and this figure was also holding a large hare. Kai Dazhuang drew out the short knife at his waist and fixed his eyes on the front, only to see a slightly familiar silhouette running towards him in a panic. After taking a closer look, Kai Daqiang bellowed, "Zhang Jiyubuan, ha!" Zhang Jiyubuan raised his head as a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared in the distance. Memories tumbled in his mind, and information about this person was known to him. Kai Dazhuang, the only hunter in the downstream village. "What are you doing in the middle of the night, not sleeping to run to the 100 mountains, you slime?" "This is Rabbit." Kai Dazhuang quickly stepped forward and looked at Zhang Jiyuan with his tiger's eyes rounded and unbelievable. "You can even hunt hares in the 100 mountains." This time he didn't bring the word rotten with him, being able to hunt prey in the 100 mountains. No matter what kind of prey was hunted was not something that ordinary people could do. 100,000 mountains can not only have wild beasts, which is not to cut down the ferocious nature of the beasts, dare to enter the 100,000 mountains. There is no guts really cannot. So when he saw Zhang Jiyuan come out holding a hare, he directly stared in shock. In his eyes, the men of the several nearby villages are all softballs, and only he, Kai Dazhuang, is a real man. No other, because only he dared to go into the 100 mountains to hunt. At this moment, Zhang Jiyuan was also less fearful. Plus, seeing the village people, the fear in his heart was even 90% less. "Brother Big Strong, would you believe me if I said that this rabbit crashed and died right in front of my eyes?" Kai Dazhuang directly shook his head. "I've been hunting for so many years. Why haven't any rabbits crashed and died in front of me?" Said Kai Dazhuang directly patted Zhang Jiyuan's shoulder. "From today onwards, you're not rotten in my Kai Dazhuang's eyes. You're a real man. It's early. Accompany me inside to see if any prey has fallen into the trap." After saying that, Kai Dazhuang, without any explanation, took Zhang Jiyuan's shoulders and walked toward the mountain. The thin Zhang Jiyuan in front of him is like a bamboo pole general. "Brother Big and Strong, speak up. It's okay. This is the periphery. There's no danger at all on the periphery." "Look how loud I am. A real man's voice has to be loud, Brother Big Strong. Do you know why I ran? Didn't you hunt a hare and want to go home?" Zhang Jiyuan shook his head blushing and pointed to the grass more than 10 meters away. "Because I feel something is chasing me. But I don't know what it is." Kai Dazhuang's expression narrowed as he followed where Zhang Jiyuan was pointing. A moment later, Kai Dazhuang grabbed the big bow behind him and shot out with a clang. The arrow was like a shooting star. And along with it was Kai Dazhuang, who dropped his big bow and drew out his mount, an opening axe. The burly Kai Dazhuang leaped into the grass like an angry tiger. And the sound of a whimpering roar rang out, followed by Kai Dazhuang's roar. Vaguely, Zhang Jiyuan felt that Kai Dazhuang's roar was even louder than a whimper. Seeing how brave Kai Dazhuang was, Zhang Jiyuan also came over. This look is a shock at the moment. The ones who were entangled with Kai Dazhuang were 2 gray wolves that were more than half a meter tall. These 2 gray wolves were incredibly flexible and skillfully coordinated, constantly roaming around Kai Dazhuang, issuing bloodthirsty attacks from time to time. And Kai Dazhuang solo against the double wolves is also not the slightest fear. Open the mountain big axe swing is a tiger wind. After a few rounds, Kai Dazhuang shattered one of the wolves' heads with an axe, and the other wolf immediately tried to escape at the sight of the situation. But Kai Dazhuang simply do not give it this opportunity, only to hear Kai Dazhuang sardonic laughter. Holding a mountain axe a leap of 3 meters away, an axe that escaped the gray wolf waist split into 2. After doing so, Kai Dazhuang wiped off the wolf blood splattered on his face and laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha. I'm so lucky today. I've never encountered a gray wolf at the outermost perimeter. Zhang Jiyuan, you're really my lucky star. If you hadn't seduced these 2 wolves over, I wouldn't have such a big harvest today. Wolf meat is fishy, but very tonic. For the sake of you attracting wolves, this half of the wolf body is yours. As Kai Dazhuang said that Jiang Jiyufan was his lucky star. The blue screen in front of Jiang Jiyufan's eyes directly appeared. Chance plus 20. Jiang Jiyubuan froze for a moment after the azure screen disappeared. Jiang Jiyubuan also came back to his senses and shook his head in a hurry. Brother Dazhuang, this wolf was killed by you. I did not make any effort from beginning to end. I can't ask for it without merit. Kai Dazhuang laughed after mumbling the phrase, no merit. No reward worthy of being a scholar. Talking is the way to go. If I say ill send you, ill send you. Go with me. You're really a blessing to me. There might be something in it for me if I take you with me. Said Kai Dazhuang walked over and picked up the big bow on his back, then pulled Jiang Jiyubuan inside. Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the two wolves that were still alive. Brother Dazhuang, don't you want to take care of them first? Kai Dazhuang Da laughed. Who among the men of these villages, besides me, dares to go near these 100,000 mountains? It's fine to put it here. Who dares to touch my Kai Dazhuang's prey? I have a good nose. I can't erase the smell of blood. Even if it's stolen, I can train the smell to find it back, looking at the incredibly confident Kai Dazhuang. Jiang Jiyubuan was really somewhat impressed. Brother Dazhuang, you are really fierce. What kind of ball is this? Kai Dakying waved his hand. I even encountered a wolf pack alone 3 years ago. There were quite a few wolves on the periphery before. And look how few there are now, all scared by me into the third mountain range. The third mountain range. Jiang Jiyubuan captured a key point. Brother Dazhuang. What do you mean by the third mountain range? Kai Dazhuang laughed as he walked. Haven't you heard? The 100,000 great mountains are divided into 99 circles from the inside out. One circle is a mountain range, and a mountain range has more than 1,000 mountains. You can see a fairly obvious gully just beyond this big mountain in front of us. And across the gully is the second mountain range, and across the second mountain to the gully, and over there is the range of the third mountain range. I've heard it said that 1 to 10 are the outermost, and 10 to 20 are still the outermost, but there are ferocious beasts in this outermost. And further in, I haven't heard of them. It's safe to say that the first mountain range we're in now is perfectly safe. At least for me, and you're a little bit of a challenge with this little bamboo pole. Jiang Jiyubuan let out a bitter smile. Brother Dazhuang has lifted me up. It's more than just a little difficult. This is killing me. Kai Dazhuang raised his thick eyebrows and said, But your big brother is a very powerful hunter. I once saw your big brother from afar. Your big brother's aura is not comparable to that of an ordinary hunter. If he enters the 100,000 mountains, the beasts of the 1 to 10 mountain ranges will probably all flee after sensing his scent. Jiang Jiyuxuan froze for a moment. My big brother is so powerful. It's not awesome. It's the best of the best. Kai Dazhuang said as he displayed his mountain opening axe. I still have to use this heavy weapon against beasts. And your big brother only has one sword on him, a 9-ringed greatsword. Jiang Jiyubuan searched his mind for memories of his elder brother Jiang Jiyushan. But no matter how he tried to filter these memories, they were all very vague. The only thing that is clear is the original owner's boredom with her big brother. The original owner really loathed her big brother and eldest uncle's family to the extreme, and throughout her memories, Jiang Jiyufan didn't find any reason that would make the original owner so fed up with her own big brother. No matter what, that was his own big brother, and he took extreme care of him. The original owner's loathing was simply unwarranted, and from this, it was inferred that the original owner was not only a waste of human scum, but also a scum with a sick brain. After following Kai Dakying for 2 hours, when they came out, it was already around the 6th hour. That is, more than 9 in the morning. This trip down was extremely rewarding for Kai Dazhuang. And all the way down the road Kai Dajong was laughing at how Jiang Jiyufan was his lucky star. Because these are all the traps he left yesterday, it is unimaginable to have so many harvests in one night for a normal day. 2 gray wolves more than half a meter tall and about 2 meters long, 3 pheasants twice the size of a basketball, 4 very fat hares, and a wild boar more than a meter long. This harvest can be considered a blood money. And with so many prey, Kai Dachwang just used a big net to tie them together on his back and walked towards the village. Not only that, he was able to walk and joke with Jiang Jiyufan at the same time. Even when the wolf's blood stained his body red, he didn't react much. Walked halfway, Kai Dajwang pursed lips from his arms to touch out 2 fist-sized blood wild fruits, older brother. Do you want to eat a fruit to moisten your mouth? This thing has a lot of water, but also sweet. Jiang Jiuxuan looked at the bright red wild fruit with a glare. Wasn't this the wild fruit he saw when he came? Brother Dijang, this stuff isn't poisonous. Poison, Kai Dajwang laughed. Am a hunter. If it's poisonous, how could I eat it? Here you go. Jiang Jiuxuan took the wild fruit. His throat had long been dry. Looking at the bright red wild fruit, Jiang Jiyubuan licked his scorched dry lips and silently put it away in his arms. Huh, Kai Dajwang frowned thickly. You're not eating. I see you're dying of thirst. Right. Jiang Jiyubuan shook his head and smiled. There are still 2 miles to go before we reach home. Drink water at home. Kai Dajwang still frowned. Taste it. This thing is full of water. Quench your thirst. Jiang Jiyubuan still shook his head. Kai Dajwang saw the situation directly. You do not eat to bring to me to eat. Not for you. See you that wild boar cannot taste the fine chaff like. Brother Dajwang. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled somewhat awkwardly. This wild fruit looks very good. I plan to keep it for my 2 little wives back home. As soon as the words fell, Kai Dajwang stared at Jiang Jiyufan with some surprise. A moment later, Kai Dajwang pulled out 2 more of the same wild fruits from his arms and handed them over. Take it. Jiang Jiyubuan waved his hand. No, no, no. Turn around and I'll come out again to see if I can find some other wild fruits. Kai Dajwang grunted. Don't look for it. There's nothing to look for. This isn't a wild fruit. It's something I planted when I was a kid. This fruit tree is ripe at the end of May. These days by me to eat still left so few. This is the last. And then want to eat wait for next year. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Jiyubuan saw his family's broken grass kitchen. At the doorway, the 2 little ones looked over with bated breath, a look that resembled a kitten waiting for its owner to come home. Is that the husband? Seems like a husband. The cries of the 2 women caused Jiang Jiyufan's heart to throb, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Meet today. I caught a big hare for my husband. Huh, both little ones were incredibly wide-eyed, and then both little ones were scrambling to say that husband was so powerful. Jiang Jiuxuan smiled and touched Nai Zaira's head. Did you feel better this morning? Did you boil medicine to drink? Nai Zaoru slightly scrunched her head. Her voice was less fearful and more attached. Zaoru is much better. But we can't eat without husband being at home. Jiang Jiyufan smiled helplessly. In the future, you guys will have to eat even if my husband is at home or not. Don't worry about running out of food. There will definitely be more food and better days ahead, off to the side. The lanky bulb Dahuang raised an eyebrow at the cloying scene. Elder brother Jiang, why do I find that you seem to have changed into a different person? You weren't like this before. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and sighed as he looked at Kai Dajwang. Brother Dajwang, I admit that I was really an asshole in the past, but for now, I choose to be a good husband. Kai Dajwang grinned and gave Jiang Jiyubuan a thumbs up. Man, inside Jiang Jiyubuan's broken courtyard, Kai Dajwang glanced at the half-built broken straw hut, followed by the kitchen that didn't look like a kitchen. The half-built, shabby thatched roof was the work of the 2 little ones for half the morning, and they were quite capable of working, older brother. If you want to live a good life, You'd better build a wooden house as early as possible. It's now the middle of June. Well start to get cold in the middle of November here, and it'll snow heavily at the end of December. This heavy snowfall is one that will last until the middle of February next year. It's a hard winter if you don't have a cabin. Now you start chopping down trees to build a house, and with your little body, you'll probably be able to build almost as much in 2 months. As he spoke, Kai Dachwang took out half of a wolf's body and a pheasant from the large net, and then lightly and skillfully plucked out a wild boar's hind leg and threw it in the courtyard. "I've dipped into your luck today. Here's the promised meat for you. Have a good day, Brother Dachwang." "This is too much. I just followed you all the way and did nothing. I can't take these things." Jiang Jiubuan refused repeatedly. Kai Dachwang waved his hand in a very bold manner. "I'm just an old mother. My old mother and I simply can't finish all this meat. The sun won't work now, and the dried meat will go bad in the sun. So the ones that can't be eaten can only be taken to town for sale tomorrow before it's too late." "All right, I'm leaving. You guys hurry up and hide this meat, in case the village people see it. There's no guarantee that someone will come and rob you." Jiang Jiubuan's expression was aghast. The villagers in the original owner's memories were not good people. Coming over to snatch the meat was a real possibility, and with his own small physique now, they can't really fight if they come to rob him. Looking at Kai Dachwang's back as he entered the village, Jiang Jiubuan's heart grew in admiration. It's really rare that such a big and tough man didn't bully. Looking at the upper half of the wolf on the ground and the pheasant and boar hind legs, Wanwen Zioru. "Hide these in the jar and make chicken and rabbit soup for lunch today." The two little ones didn't say anything and cleaned up very neatly. The meat, he couldn't take it to town and sell it, and he couldn't take it to town and sell it. He's a bamboo stick right now, and he doesn't feel like he can beat anyone without engaging in a sneak attack. Take the meat to town and sell it. I guess before we get to town, we can rob ourselves if we meet a black-hearted one on the road, rather than risk being robbed. It would be better to eat it first to replenish the health of himself and his 2 young wives. Only when you get well can you take your time to think about other things. What's the use of having a head full of knowledge when you can't even get your body right? This is not a world of reasoning with you. This world is all about who has the biggest fist. Walking into the kitchen, he put down the battered hair in his arms, picked up a burning stick and pounded the ash on the stove top to start the fire. Husband, you should get up quickly. Zioru will just come and boil the pot." Nai Zioru, who had just packed up half of the wolf's body and the boar's leg, trotted over. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and reached out to pull him to his side to touch his forehead. Nai Zioru was too nervous to move. Her big eyes blinking in a somewhat adorable way. "Well, it's much better than yesterday. It seems like that Fang Langzhang's herbs are quite genuine," Jiang Jiubuan said, and let go of Nai Zioru. "Fire up the pot. Get a pot of boiling water out first." Jiang Jiuxuan didn't refuse Nai Zioru's request to burn the pot, because he had more important things to do. Picking up the hair on the ground and placing it on the tablet, looking at the hair, Jiang Jiubuan took a deep breath and drew out the axe on his waist and chopped it hard. He had never even killed a chicken in his last life, so it was a bit difficult for him to kill a rabbit now. "But for the sake of myself and my 2 little wives, you have to kill even if you bite your teeth." The tablet thumped. Jiang Jiubuan only felt a coldness in his hand. Looking down and opening his eyes, it was rabbit blood. Not a cut to his hand. "Zioru, don't be afraid. Killing chickens and rabbits all have to be like this." Jiang Jiubuan spoke out of his mouth, seemingly comforting Nai Zioru, but in reality, he didn't know if he was hypnotizing himself. Nai Zioru, who was burning pots behind him, had a look of fear on her face. "Sister," Nai Zioan hurriedly ran over. "What's wrong, little sister?" Nai Zioru pointed at her husband. Nai Zioan was startled when she looked at it. "Husband, Why are you working again? Just let our sisters do this kind of work. No, butchering rabbits and chickens is the sort of thing you girls can't do." Behind her, Nizira's somewhat fearful voice came out. "Husband, just let sister do it. Sister is very powerful." "Right, husband, you'll just do it." Nizirawan, in order to prove that she could, directly grabbed the kitchen knife and picked up the chicken on the ground to cut the neck. Jiang Jiuxuan was a bit surprised when he saw Nizirawan without blinking her eyes, but soon he was even more shocked. Because Nizirawan found a wooden bowl to drop the chicken blood into. "Husband, chicken blood is also edible. When we were begging for food with the beggar grandfather, we worked in the back kitchen of the restaurant for a while. This chicken blood can be eaten when boiled with salt water. You guys have eaten?" Jiang Jiubian was a bit shocked. His memory only knew that the seasonings in this world were sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, nothing else. He had thought that the people of this world didn't know that blood could be eaten, but he hadn't expected his little wife to immediately snap his face. "No, we don't deserve to eat these things. Well, eat a little nest egg at most." Nizirawan said this naturally. As if they deserved that, Jiang Jiubian gripped the axe in his hand, but finally slowly put it down. "All right, then let you do the killing. All right." Nizirawan nodded, then flew through the pheasant and hare under Jiang Jiubian's shocked gaze. At first, Jiang Jiubian thought that Nizirawan wasn't afraid, but after looking for a while, he realized that Nizirawan's legs were trembling slightly, and because her head was lowered, she couldn't see the expression on her face either, looking at this disguised strength. Jiang Jiubian's heart ached. She wasn't unafraid. She was pretending she wasn't. Wanwen, Jiang Jiubian got up and spoke. "Put it down and let me come. Wan can do it." Not only did Nizirawan not put it down, but she even sped up. She thought it was because her husband thought she was too slow. Suddenly, a big warm hand grabbed her wrist. "This kind of thing, for my husband to come will do. You wash your hands. Go and boil medicine for your sister." "But husband," Nizirawan lowered her head, her voice choked a bit. "Is it that husband thinks that Wan is too slow?" "Wan, what silly things to say." Jiang Jiuxuan softly smiled and rubbed Nizirawan's messy hair. This was the first time he had gone to touch Nizirawan's head. Nizirawan's reaction was even more intense than her little sister's, only to see her directly kneel on the ground. In the past, the original owner raised her hand to beat her. Jiang Jiubian see this scene heart even more difficult. These two sisters have to suffer how much beatings can be scared into this now, bending down to pull up Nizirawan. Jiang Jiubian's voice was gentle. "In the future, for me, I won't beat you guys anymore, and you don't have to kneel down to me." Nizirawan still lowered her head, her little pearls snapping away. Husband, night, when he left at night. When all thought that husband didn't want us. Uo. Jiang Jiubian pursed his lips hard and took a deep breath before looking up and blinking. "You two are so good. How could my husband not want you any more? Behave yourself, be good. Go make your sister some medicine, and let's have a nice meal for lunch today." Both women were confused. They had never even thought that they would be able to eat meat as well. When they were at their foster mom's, the best they could do was to stick their nose in the door and sniff at pheasants and rabbits like this one. The foster mom's dog still gets a bone, and they're not even as good as the foster mom's dog, now that they heard their husband say, "Let's have a good meal." Their first reaction was that they couldn't believe their ears. Hurry up and burn the pot. "We still have a busy afternoon." Jiang Jiubian smiled and touched Nizirawan's meatless little face. After turning around, the convergence of the smile on Jiang Jiubian's face turned into heartache, so thin. Can live until now really all depends on life hard. After cleaning up the pheasants and hares, Jiang Jiubian realized that his pot couldn't stew at all. The hare was really fat. Even after skinning, it had to weigh 12 or 13 pounds. Pheasants are even 2.5 times bigger than a basketball and are covered in fat tendon meat. The pot may not seem small, but at best it holds a third of the pheasants and a third of the rabbits. But the 2/3 together must be about 8 or 9 pounds. It doesn't matter if you blanch the fresh meat in the pot or not, because fresh meat basically has very little froth. P.S. Cooking people do not know if, hey. Looking at the rest of this meat, Jiang Jiyubuan had some happy headaches because he had no place to put it. Putting it out to dry, he was afraid that people in the village would see it and grab it. Walked out of the kitchen to look at the chimney. And goodness gracious, the wind is just blowing towards the village. Whatever. Big deal. Jiang Jiyubuan cursed and directly placed the rest of the meat on the wooden table. Looking at the 4 walls of the family disciples, Jiang Jiyufen was speechless in his heart. The things to be purchased were just too much. But whatever you buy, it's going to cost money. His eyes fell on the half-built broken thatched roof, and he wasn't going to listen to Kai Dazhuang's idea of building a wooden house. If he wants to build, he has to build a green brick house like the village chief. Bricks he didn't know how they were sold in this world. And even if he knew how they were sold, he wouldn't buy them as a traveler. He knew exactly how to make bricks. Looking at Xiao Ru, who was burning the pot, and Xiao Wan, who was boiling the medicine, Jiang Jiufeng unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth slightly. How hard was it to fall in love in a previous life? Deeper in love is licking the dog. It's scum to not be deeply in love. Dogs don't even fall in love. Warmer row behind the dog. Now there are 2 well-behaved little wives straight away. Who wouldn't spoil this for? Who doesn't spoil? A man who can give everything to his wife, including going to war for her. But if it's a relationship, hey, they just want more ADM. You can fall in love, but don't think about getting married. Marriage only lowers the quality of life. Not married, there are 10 lick dog to others to spend money not cool well. Thinking about thinking far away, Jiang Jiyubuan shook his head to clear his thoughts with a thought. A blue-colored light screen appeared in front of him. On the interface, chance 60. Seal looking at these 60 points of hard. 1 chance. Jiang Jiyubuan only wanted to hammer this system to death. Earlier, he had guessed that chance points might be something in terms of luck. And guess what? Hey, it's still true. Only when one encountered a good thing would the chance points increase. And how much was added was completely randomized, without the slightest explanation or hint, including the 2 big seal words on the interface, now without any hints or explanations. Simply, completely, purely, allow yourself to figure it out. And most of these 60 points were obtained because of Kai Dakying. Otherwise, with a thought, the first seal word moved at once, seal word constantly trembling. Then a flash of light into fragments disappeared, the interface between the clouds, 4 big words into the eyes, chance store. With his eyes slightly raised, the original 60 points of chance became 50. I knew it would be a chance store. I'd like to see what chance there is, thinking of opening the chance store. Suddenly, the interface in front of me clouded for a moment. When the cloud dispersed, 10 icons divided into 2 rows of upper and lower appeared in front of me. Potatoes, refined iodized salt, black stockings, mineral water, cat litter box, 5 suns diffractive pills. 13 spices, MSG, chicken essence, lace triangle pants. Jiang Jiyubuan blinked his eyes. A lot of things in this chance store were needed now. But what the hell was a cat litter box? Litter box? What? Looking at refined iodized salt. This stuff is extremely expensive in this world. Even 1 tael of coarse salt costs 100 cents, and this 1 tael is 100 grams. While this bag of refined iodized salt is 500 grams, it would be a godsend to get rich if I could trade for this. The mind clicked, and suddenly 3D three-dimensional lace triangle pants zoomed in front of the eyes. Well, this design, really wonderful, Abba. Refined iodized salt. Iodized salt. the 3D lace triangle shrinks, followed by a delicate and elegant enlarged appearance. Look at the sale price next to it. 100 chances. Slipped and slipped and slipped today. He almost didn't die in the outermost outskirts of the 100. Zeros, 0 great mountains. And if it wasn't for Kai Dazhuang, he would have 10 points of chance at most by now. A bag of refined iodized salt sells for 100 chance points. Do you want to see the rest? Glancing at the 5 Suns diffractive pill, good lord, it was priced at 600 chances. SB system, SB store, Blanche, undying glances at lace. Asking price chance, I Blanche, that's not going to grab it. Is this a system unworthy to see? Jiang Jiubuan was already cursing furiously, because after looking around, there was absolutely nothing that he could afford to buy. The cheapest item turned out to be refined iodized salt. Just 100 chance, not 99 or 101, just 100. Look at the last 50 points of chance, and then look at the one below seal. Coquillette, give it to me. Open, the heart roared, the ceiling word shattered, the clouds were filled with mist. And the gates of heaven opened when the cloud disperses. Jiang Jiufan's eyes directly widen when he sees it. Blanche, only a few big hot gold words, random chance store, were displayed on the screen. Uncle Fried Chicken used to say never play with a small betting dog, because small betting dogs are unreliable, and small betting dogs will always be small betting dogs. Looking at the only 30 points of chance left, Jiang Jiubuan's heart was like ashes as he clicked on the random chance store. The cloud cleared, and there were 2 more columns of merchandise. Fine iodized salt, 20% off. Sweet potatoes, 20% off. Full price canned cat food, 20% off. Electric toothbrushes, 20% off. Cell phone holders, 13% off. Audio, 60% off. Konjac silk, not 60% off. Big spicy skin, 30% off. 9 spinning treasure record, 10% off. And potato chicken, 40% off. It was as if an Emotus thing had been mixed into a pile of decent things. Jiang Jiubuan's eyes flickered to stare at the golden, red book, and he directly tapped on it with a thought. 9 turns of treasure record phrase, golden feats, 1 level, priced at 1,000 chances, eyes flicked to the characters bouncing above, limited to 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Will it refresh itself when the time comes, or do I need to come and spend the chance to refresh it? Jiang Jiubuan mused in his heart, but the response to him was silence, looking at the 9 turns treasure record. A great longing flooded Jiang Jiubuan's heart. The original owner's elder brother said that he had no talent for cultivation and could only be a mortal for the rest of his life. But all traveled to this metaphysical world. He was a bit reluctant, unwilling to remain a mortal, putting away the screen. Jiang Jiubuan silently looked toward the 100 mountains, where could give himself a chance if you want to be strong. If you want to make sure that you and the people around you are not bullied, then you have to fight for it on your own. Go and fight desperately for the chance. At this moment, Jiang Jiufan seemed to have a more concrete understanding of chance. It's not a number. It's a real opportunity to make a difference. If the immortal God has no chance, the immortal God will be insignificant. If a mortal has enough chances, a mortal can also rise against the wind and stop being ordinary, seize the opportunity. Fight for the creation, break the mediocrity, and be the extraordinary one. Eyes fell on the 2 young wives, who were not born to serve others, and were not born to be doomed to mediocrity themselves, born to be me. Jiang Jiubuan looked at his hands clenched into fists, eyes gradually firming up. This time, I want to try what it's like to be happy with the spring breeze and the speed of the horse's hooves. And I want to know if the flowers of Chang'an can really be seen in one day. I think I want to. His tired body gained some extra energy out of nowhere. Jiang Jiufen stood up violently and looked towards the 100 mountains. If the chance is to be fought for, then let's fight for it. I don't believe I can't fight for a piece of heaven and earth that belongs to me. Husband, do you see the pot is ready? A weak voice interrupted Jiang Jiubuan's fervor. Wrapped up, for now the day goes on. Jiang Jiuxuan smiled and walked over. Let me take a look between the words. There seemed to be a little more confidence than usual. P.S. Kai Dakying, a real man's voice has to be big, walking into the kitchen and lifting the lid of the pot. A strong, slightly fishy aroma hit me across the street. Nai Ziaoan and Nai Zioru couldn't help but gulp when they smelled the fragrance. In the past, they had only been able to smell this aroma so clearly through the doorway, but now the fragrant broth and meat were right in front of their eyes. It's almost done. It shouldn't need to be overcooked. Jiang Jiubuan muttered to himself in his mind as he fished out the small salt pot from the hole in the corner. There should be 2 or 3 more taels of coarse salt in here, although coarse salt is very harmful when eaten. It is even more harmful when not eaten. Sprinkle some coarse salt to mention the flavor. Jiang Jiubuan secretly said in his heart that he must buy more coarse salt to refine the refined salt for himself when he has money. As for the refined iodized salt in the chance store, he wasn't considering it right now. After all, chance points could be too precious. And all that stuff had to be exchanged for lives. Let's stew it for another quarter of an hour, Jiang Jiubuan said and covered the pot. Wanwen, has Zioru's medicine been simmered? It'll take a little while, Nai Ziaoan said as she went back to watching the fire again. Jiang Jiubuan walked out of the kitchen to look at the village, then turned around and swept the courtyard. It's not a big yard now, and the sparse fence that surrounded it was all torn down yesterday by the old Shi family. If you rebuild the yard in the back, you'll have to get a bigger yard, not a smaller one, as for now. Get some sticks and branches and stick them in for now. You can't do this without a yard, if you don't have a yard. Everyone can see what you're doing at home a quarter of an hour later. The chicken and rabbit stew in the pot was considered thoroughly done. Hearing her husband say that there was no need to burn it, Nai Zioru nodded her head and then silently left the broken kitchen to squat next to her sister. The medicine on Nai Ziaoan's side was almost boiled. Jiang Jiubuan laughed at the sight. You two come over here. Nai Zioru looked up at her sister, and Nai Ziaoan also had a hesitant look on her face. What are you waiting for? Get over here. The two women pursed their lips and finally walked honestly next to Jiang Jiubuan. Wash your hands. The two girls obediently stretched out their skinny little hands as if they felt embarrassed. The two girls shrunk their little hands again. Jiang Jiuxuan noticed this small action, although his heart ached. It was useless to say anything now. How can your body grow back if you don't eat and drink well, if you miss the optimal development period? I am afraid that it is impossible to make up for it later. Thinking of this, Jiang Jiufen spoke softly. Wanwen, how old are you and your sister this year? Nai Ziaoan pondered for a while and weakly said, In the beginning it was Grandpa Beggar who picked us up, and Grandpa Beggar brought us for 7 years. After Grandpa Beggar was trampled to death by a big horse, a fat man tried to sell us and we stayed on the boat for months. The boat capsized and my sister and I spent a year in the wilderness. Right? Then someone said we were slaves and grabbed us to work for a big family for 5 years. When the big family caught fire and their family all died, my sister and I ran away and stayed out for over a year. Then we were captured again and sold to a family in the village of Harasan, who told us to call them foster parents. We stayed at our foster parents' house for over 5 years, I think, and then we were married to you. Husband by our foster parents, Jiang Jiubuan did some math, 7 plus 1 plus 5 plus 1 plus 5, plus a few months, about 20 years old. It had to be 19 at the very least. He was an adult in his own world, and an even earlier adult in this one. Looking at the two women thin and small, Jiang Jiubuan more heartache, he originally thought that the age of the two women. Wash it, wipe your hands, and get ready to eat the meat. Let's see if this pheasant and hare are delicious." Jiang Jiubuan squeezed out a smile. He was too heartbroken to smile at all right now. In the pot, the meat is all big. A large, extremely fatty chicken leg brin fell into the wooden bowl and almost fell out. This broken wooden bowl is as big as a pheasant leg. "Zoe, this bowl is yours, husband, not listening to me. I have to keep serving meat for my husband." Nizira's small hands shook a little as she picked up the wooden bowl. And after picking it up, her small hands shook even more. The only meat they ever ate, other than nesting, was the fish they caught in secret. At the moment, looking at such a large thigh of chicken, for a moment she was confused. "Wan, this big chicken leg is for you. Serve it quickly." Not long after, Jiang Jiubuan sat at the table looking at the two women squatting in the corner. Seeing both women are holding the bowl motionless, looking at themselves, without speaking, Jiang Jiufen picked up his own bowl and walked over to squat next to them. "Come, eat together," Nai Ziaoan whispered. "Husband, you're different from us." "We can't eat at the table, you can't squat with us." Jiang Jiufen looked at the two women and tenderly said, "You are my wives. If you don't come to the table, neither will my husband." A few moments later, the two young wives sat carefully on small stools, as their bowls were finally served for the first time. "Eat it's definitely not good when it's cold. Eat it while it's hot." Jiang Jiubuan looked at his two little wives with some anticipation. Nai Ziaoan couldn't help but gulp weakly. "We can't eat before husband eats. This is the rule. What kind of rules?" "Alas, just." Jiang Jiufen shook his head helplessly. He knew that saying it was not making sense. He could only change it slowly and subtly. Without using chopsticks, Jiang Jiubuan directly went up to his hands and grabbed the chicken breastbone and gnawed on it. 2 of the fattest chicken thighs went to his two young wives, and the 2 big wings were uncooked. So he didn't have much to eat without a chicken breast. Oh, and rabbit. The 2 hind legs of the rabbit were still in the pot. But the legs were usually the best, and he still planned to save them for his 2 little wives to make up for. While he himself needed to be replenished, his 2 young wives needed it more, both 20-year-old girls, one 55 and the other 55, as he ate. Jiang Jiufen suddenly realized that the 2 little wives' little pearls snapped off. "Why are you crying this? Not good or what? Is something wrong?" Jiang Jiubuan asked 3 times in one key. "Nai Zaoru, cute. My husband is too good to us. Woo-woo-wo, Nai Ziaoan, uo. Well, definitely work hard in the future to give our husband a good life." Jiang Jiufen sighed heartbrokenly. "Don't cry. Eat. Only when you're full can you work hard. Right? Hearing about working hard?" The 2 women's eyes instantly lit up. "My sister, elder sister, and I will work hard to repay my husband." Jiang Jiubuan's heart was also slightly lighter as he looked at the 2 women who were trying to eat up. He was now discovering the 2 women's blind spots. It's hard for you to change their mindset, but it's surprisingly easy if you change your perspective. The image of a family of 3 sitting in a small shabby house eating a meal is as cozy as it gets. Usually so cozy when, unsurprisingly, accidents come. How can a slime eat meat? Don't you know to be filial to your old man? Old Mai's voice sounded outside. The 2 women were dumbfounded, then both tensed up. Jiang Jiufen whispered, "You guys keep eating. You'll go out and take a look." After saying that, Jiang Jiufen copied the axe and saw the chicken blood on the table, reached out and grabbed some chicken blood to the face, and then pursed his lips and drummed his nose and walked out of the kitchen with a fierce look. "Damn it. You'll see what kind of ungrateful person dares to come to look for trouble," said Jiang Jiubuan, seeing the old man at the entrance of the broken courtyard. As soon as I saw this old man, a stream of memories surfaced directly. This old man village people called Pussy Bazzy. The pussy in pussy, but is a 3rd tone with an arc of inflection, and was bucket in this world means older pussy. Bad dog, shameless, etc. Pejorative term in general, all in all. This thing's reputation is even worse than the original owner's. At least the original owner won't be able to hobble the village people, but this guy dares to hobble even the village chief's house. Now he comes running over here and does nothing but screw up. Because this is the kind of guy he doesn't screw up, he doesn't come at all. Like before, when Jiang Jiubuan had nothing, did he come? He didn't even bother to look at it. We've just opened the pot of meat. And he smelled the smell and came here. What else could he be looking for if not trouble, at this moment? The coward Bazai took a look at Jiang Jiufen holding a bloody axe, and came out with a bloody face, immediately fell back in fear. Even rolled and crawled up. This cowardly Bazi trembling hand pointed at Jiang Jiufen and shouted, "Murdered." Jiang, rotten murderer, quickly come to the people. Jiang, rotten murderer. I have to say that this pussy Bazi, although old, but the voice is really big. Just a few breaths of time. The most favorite Melon Village people ran out quite a lot of look to this side. If it's not a busy farming season, the village is generally very idle, and talking about the east and the west and watching plays and eating melons is basically the biggest pastime. Sometimes the idleness is so great that a passing dog can get a couple of comments from them, let alone a human being. Murdered? What? Who killed someone? Did you report it to the police? I don't know. It seems like River Raggedy killed someone. I told you he was crazy. How about that? At the end of the village, Jiang Jiubuan rushed to Coward in 2 steps, grabbed Coward's chicken nest head with one hand, and shouted with an axe in the other, "Rumor against me. Say, who did I kill? Did I kill you with such a big commotion?" Naizayawan and Naizayoru naturally ran out. "Husband, let me help you," with hardly any hesitation. Naizayawan directly copied the kitchen knife and rushed up. Naizayoru, on the other hand, clenched her fists with a scared look on her face. "Sister, cheer up and save husband." "Stop, stop." Jiang Jiufen hurriedly shouted to stop his little wife. "I'm fine. I'm the one who caught him." "You put the knife back first." Naizayawan took a closer look, and only then did she realize that it was really her husband who had grabbed the old man. "Huh? Whose husband?" Wanwen didn't see it clearly. Wanwen will pay attention next time. Saying that, Naizayawan lowered her head and took 2 steps back. But she still didn't put down the kitchen knife, nor did she have any intention of returning to the kitchen. Jiang Jiubuan also guessed her thoughts when he saw this. At that moment, Jiang Jiubuan no longer thought much about it, but raised his axe to look at those watching in the village. What? Jiang Jiubuan shouted extremely loudly, "If you are allowed to eat meat, you are not allowed to allow me." Jiang Jiubuan, to eat meat, are you? I ran to the 100,000 mountains early in the morning to hunt, and someone is offended that I eat my own prey, want to blackmail me. Jiang Jiubuan, fine, come over if you have the guts. Saying this, Jiang Jiubuan kicked down the coward and said angrily, "Coward, today I'll give you a second chance. In the future, if you dare to come again, I'll cut off your dog's legs." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Jiubuan directly swung up the axe and chopped down. The coward Bazai ghost screamed and hit a roll to avoid it, and then he rolled and crawled towards the village, cursing as he ran. In reality, if he didn't dodge, Jiang Jiufen wouldn't be able to actually cut down. Jiang Jiufan's purpose was to shock the village people. He just wanted to take this opportunity to let the village people know that the current Jiang Jiufan was not to be messed with. Knock the mountain down and make an example of it, no matter what happens later. At least for a while no one should come looking for trouble because he has meat. When people are in decline, there are always a lot of people looking for trouble, and once they have power, they are surrounded by good people. Just you dare to go to the 100 mountains, bluffing a 3-year-old. The old Zai family directly opened their mouths in mockery. At the entrance of a wooden courtyard, Kai Dazhuang, who was leaning against the courtyard door and tearing shredded meat to eat, looked disdainfully at the old Zai family. "Folks, I, Kai Dazhuang, testify that this morning when I went hunting in the 100,000 mountains, This Jiang Jiubuan was carrying half a wolf carcass out of the 100,000 mountains. He took an axe to a wolf. And if you don't believe me, the carcass is probably still in his house. Speaking of which, Kai Dachuang sneered. He can even hack a wolf to death. You guys weigh yourselves. After saying that, Kai Dachuang swaggered and closed the door and closed the yard. The village people heard the words and looked at Jiang Jiubuan's eyes, suddenly more a shock. Kai Dachuang, but 10 miles 8 villages famous hunter. He was a man who didn't usually talk to the village, but not many people dared to disbelieve him when he spoke. Did this river slime really hack the head wolf to death in the 100,000 mountains? When did this river slime get so fierce? Isn't he a wimp? At the end of the village, Jiang Jiufen whispered, Wan Wan, you and Zoe drag out that half-wolf. Jiang Jiubuan could see that this was brother Dachuang helping himself, and it was a good time to establish his authority. Wouldn't it be a shame if he didn't catch such an assist? Soon, Nai Ziowen and Nai Zioru walked out with the half-broken wolf corpse on their frames. Jiang Jiubuan struggled to lift the wolf's head to face the village people and roared, If you want to find out what happened to me, Jiang Jiubuan, I, Jiang Jiubuan, am ready to accompany you at any time. I've got meat in the pot right now, and anyone who doesn't like me can come over and koki me right now. Old Zai family, Jiang Jiubuan roared, come back if you have the guts. Old man Zai shuddered, then cursed as the villagers looked on. I don't fight with crazy people. After saying that, old man Zai shouted as he walked toward the courtyard. Go home, I don't get involved with crazy people. Crazy diseases are contagious. This Jiang Jiubuan looks like he's really crazy. Son, let's hurry home. This Jiang Jiubuan is crazy. The corners of Jiang Jiufen's mouth curled up slightly at the sight. And he fought to carry the wolf corpse towards the courtyard. Now, it was estimated that no one would come over to make trouble for a long time. Even if they knew that he, Jiang Jiubuan, had meat in his house not long after sitting in the kitchen. The old village chief's laughter came. Brother Yuan, look at you hunting now. I'm sure you won't be short of money back there. Look at my 140 wen. Jiang Jiubuan looked at the old village chief, who walked to the kitchen door. So it's the old village chief. Come in and sit down. I'll give you a bowl of meat soup. The old village chief laughed. How embarrassing that would be. Before the words were finished, the hand behind his back stretched out. In his hand was a very large bowl. Just serve a bowl. My family's bowls are this big. Jiang Jiubuan smiled somewhat awkwardly, but still took the bowl and served a full bowl. Just this bowl. At least a small half of the pot was gone. But Jiang Jiufen didn't serve those 2 rabbit legs in it, even if his heart is not willing to give up. But the old village chief has also helped him a lot. People have brought the bowl. Do not give really cannot be said. The old village chief stood on tiptoe to look at it. Brother Yuan, is that a rabbit leg? Tisk. It's been a long time since I've eaten a rabbit leg. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. Tisk. The words don't say they want it, but the meaning can be too obvious. Seeing this appearance, Jiang Jiubuan heart some unhappy. The village head is to help him a favor, but he also did not let the village head white help 140 when money it. Borrowing medicine pots are not borrowing, can only buy his used. On the used medicine, pots are still selling their own 30 wen. You're still not satisfied with that big bowl. Still staring at those 2 rabbit legs. The spoon in Jiang Jiubuan's hand was directly thrown into the pot, followed by the lid. Old village chief. That rabbit leg is what I gave my wife to replenish her body. You try the one in this bowl. The one in this bowl is also good. The old village chief was a bit upset, and with a leathery smile, took the large sea bowl and tasted it. It's not bad, it's salty and light. That 140 when remember to return it, this soup is good. I'll leave first, said the old village chief without giving Jiang Jiubuan a chance to speak, directly turned around and left. Fearing that Jiang Jiubuan had shouted at him, This rabbit meat, sold in the town. A caddy will cost at least 12 or 13 wen. He's got a big bowl of it, and that's pretty much worth it. You know that a caddy of coarse flour is only 10 cents. And a caddy of coarse flour made into steamed bread to sell, at least can make 14 or 15 too. Husband, you gave Lord Village Chief a lot of meat. Naizayoru weakly spoke. Jiang Jiubuan smiled helplessly. The old village chief has helped us. We have to return the favor, eat, there's still meat, and we have to cook this meat in the afternoon. With the addition of wolf meat, they could probably eat meat purely for 3 or 4 days. Still, you have to make some noodles for dinner. Otherwise, you won't make up much on meat alone. After all, people need carbs after eating. Jiang Jifen instructed Zio Ru to remember to drink the medicine in 3/4 of an hour and sat at the kitchen door. Just eat a full meal plus the warmth of the midday sun. Not much time, the morning's fatigue surged. Just a few breaths Jiang Jiubuan directly slept over. Clean up the kitchen Nai Ziaoan out is to see the husband sleeping in the door, looking at the husband's face obviously tired. Tiptoeing around, she brought dry thatch to gently cover her husband. In her experience, it was easy to get sick when you fell asleep if you weren't covered with something. A few moments later, the two women continued to build the thatched roof, only they slowed down and moved very gently for fear of waking up their husband. It is not difficult to build a thatched hut because it is all thatched up in bundles, and this thatched hut is easy to fall and collapse. But compared to a sturdy wooden hut, a thatched hut really saves time and effort. In his sleep, Jiang Jiubuan felt like he was flying freely in the sky. And as he was flying, a snake from nowhere appeared on him. The snake kept wrapping and twisting around him. And finally the head of the snake looked into his eyes. F***ck, with a loud shout, Jiang Jiubuan directly jumped up. Squeak, squeak. A small mouse screamed as it fell out of Jiang Jiubuan's arms and fell to the ground. Followed by this small mouse whooshing into the kitchen. See, so it's a mouse. Jiang Jiubuan exhaled a long breath, his rapidly beating heart gradually easing down. Husband, you're awake. Naizayoru blinked her big eyes and immediately ran over after serving a bowl of water. Husband, you drink water. Jiang Jiuxuan fixed his mind and took the bowl and took a sip, then squeezed his thigh with his hand. Ouch, it really did seem like the dream had woken up and he wasn't dreaming now. Naizayoru raised her head. Husband, according to your instructions, we've cooked all the meat. Jiang Jiubuan looked at the sun with a shock in his heart. The sun was already setting at this moment. I actually slept for an afternoon. Jiang Jiubuan became more and more shocked. Perhaps he had slept too long, and he had a vague sense of being out of time, twisting his head in the direction of the thatched hut. He wondered when the two young wives had all given a hitch, shaking his head to shake his spirits. He then drank all the remaining water in the bowl. After drinking the water, Jiang Jiufen wiped his mouth and said, You guys didn't take a break this afternoon. Husband is too good to us. We don't work hard to apologize to husband. Naizayoru's voice was soft and less fearful than yesterday. Jiang Jiufen sighed. There's no need for you guys to be so desperate, seeing that there was still soup in the pot. Jiang Jiufen directly said, Not bad. Make a meat soup noodle for dinner tonight, looking at the only remaining 1 caddy or so of coarse noodles. Jiang Jiufen's heart slightly moved to pour them all out. Husband, let me make the noodles. Naizayoru followed Jiang Jiubuan's ass step by step. No need, it's faster for me to do it, Jiang Jiubuan said as he continued to make the noodles, but Zoe can't just stand here and watch. Jiang Jiubuan lifted his head and seemed to remember something. Right. Where are those 3 wild fruits from the morning? Did you guys eat them? No. Take it and eat it. Husband, eat. I have eaten for you. This fruit is watery and sweet. I am tired of eating it on the road, so hurry up and eat it. Naizayoru blinked her eyes and brought the wild fruit with some hesitation. Husband, eat it. We don't. Disobedient again. Zoe obeyed. Eat when you're told. Give one to your sister to go and come back to burn the pot when you're done." Hearing that she had to work, Naizayoru immediately ran off to share the wild fruits with her sister. Looking at the two well-behaved and understanding little wives outside the door, Jiang Jifan smiled and sighed. He was happy and heartbroken. The noodles were soon ready, and this time Jiang Jifan found two fairly large wooden bowls and served 2 bowls of noodles, followed by a mountain of chicken meat. After doing so, Jiang Jifan looked at the 2 girls with the noodles. "You guys eat first, for me to go out. No need to wait for me to come back for dinner," seemingly worried that the 2 girls wouldn't eat. Jiang Jifan emphasized again, "If I come back and find that you haven't finished eating, you'll be angry." The 2 young wives glanced at each other, and Nai Ziaoan weakly spoke, "Then we'll go out with husband." "No, you guys stay home. He'll be back soon. Then we'll wait for husband to come back before we eat." "No need to wait. You guys eat first." "Okay." The 2 women nodded. When Jiang Jiubuan left with the bowl, both women put down their chopsticks, which was almost a divine synchronization. They will never eat first until their husbands move their mouths first. As for Jiang Jiubuan, after he walked out of the broken courtyard, he trotted to Kai Dazhuang's door according to his memories from noon. Carrying 2 bowls in both hands, Jiang Jiubuan had to use his elbow to knock on the door. "Brother Dazhuang, are you home, Im Jiang Jiubuan, elder brother Jiang?" "Huh?" The courtyard door was pulled open, and then Kai Dazhuang's trademark loud voice rang out. "You came over and brought noodles. What are you up to?" Jiang Jiubuan smiled and squeezed in. "Brother Dazhuang, I am taking advantage of you today. I really couldn't get away at that noon meeting. I was thinking of coming over after lunch to thank you properly, but I ended up sleepy and full until now. That's why I watched it get dark and thought of making some chicken noodles to send over for you and Auntie to try. I know you're a hunter and your family eats well. I don't have much on my side, so when I make money later, you'll definitely treat Brother Dazhuang to a drink. So you have to take these 2 bowls of my thoughts." Kai Dazhuang laughed loudly and patted Jiang Jiubuan's shoulder, then closed the door. "Do readers like to talk at length? Come on, come inside and sit down. Brother will buy you a drink today. This is not too good. I am coming over." Jiang Jiubuan pushed back repeatedly, but where could he break away from Kai Dazhuang's hand for a bamboo pole physique? "Auntie, this is Jiang Jiubuan, the scholar." Kai Dazhuang's mother was strong and appeared younger than any of the older women in the village. Perhaps because life was a little better than theirs. "Zao Jiang, come and sit down. Auntie will fry a few dishes for you." Jiang Jiubuan hurriedly shrugged it off. "No, Auntie. I'm here to thank Brother Dazhuang. How can I be so kind?" "Hey, what's there to be embarrassed about? Sit down, come on," Dame Kai said and pulled out the chair. Jiang Jiubuan awkwardly shrugged it off again. "It can't be true. It can't be true. My reputation in the village is too bad, if I have to sit here with you for a while. I'm afraid that the word will spread in the village tonight." Kai Ding Ying grunted and stepped 1 foot on the chair with a big wave of her hand. "I'll see who dares to talk about old mother. Dajiang, go and leave the door open. I'd like to see who dares to say a word against my mother tonight." Kai Dazhuang smiled and pressed Jiang Jiubuan to sit down. "Older brother, I'll tell you, my father left early. My mother back then was the only one female hunter in this 10 miles and 8 villages. At that time, all 10 miles and 8 villages said that my mother was not, but my mother froze carrying an axe and kicking the door from house to house. And after a month, no one in 10 miles and 8 villages dared to say that my mother was not. Just sit back and relax. My mother doesn't care about all that stuff." Dame Kai also said, "That's right. I hate people who talk behind people's backs the most in my life. Zhao Jiang am straight-tempered, so don't be upset if I say so. I also thought you were a rotten person before. But this morning my son told me about you, and I didn't realize that you're not a bad kid by nature. Auntie likes your nature. In the future, be kind to your 2 poor little wives. If you run out of money, Auntie will lend it to you. Auntie is rich. Old Zai's family can't even compare. What's so great about 5 sons? Are 5 sons better than 1? A bunch of staggeringly powerful packs all day long. Bah, sit down. I'll go open the door and fry you some dishes. I'd like to see who dares to say one thing about my old lady. Dame Kai went out in a flurry of wind and pulled open the courtyard door. And then the same loud voice rang out, Zayo Jiang Ah, eat the meat well at Dame's house, eat more. After saying that, Dame Kai breezed into the kitchen. This is her real kitchen, just when Zhang Jiubian didn't know whether to cry or laugh. There was a sudden flash of blue light in front of him, and a line of numbers flashed by. Chance plus 50. Zhang Jiubian's eyes glazed over. He didn't expect this to be considered chance. In that case, this Kai Dazhuang family could really be their own great benefactors. Yo, you're not bad at this, but it's a far cry from my old lady, mainly because it's too bland. We eat heavy flavors. Kai Dakying sipped the noodles and said that he was really drinking them instead of eating them, his lanky stature of close to 2 meters. The wooden bowl Jiang Jifan served was not as big as half of his hand, with a wipe of his mouth. The bowl of noodles with meat went straight down the drain. It's okay, the flavor is okay, it's just bland salt. Jiang Jiubian let out a bitter smile, then next time. I'll definitely put in more salt. This is casual. In the future, you bring those 2 little wives of yours to my house to eat all right. Anyway, my house meat is perennial. Kai Dazhuang's words all show the strength of his family. However, people's family is strong as people take life to spell out. Dare all year round mixing 100 0 mountains. This is really not the average person can do. Jiang Jiubian looked at the lanky Kai Dazhuang. Brother Dazhuang, you're so powerful. Why don't you go become an immortal god? You still want to seek immortality. Kai Dakying froze for a moment. Jiang Jiubian blinked. It's all right. I'm just curious about you. Brother Dazhuang. Kai Dazhuang laughed and walked back with a jar of wine in one hand and 2 bowls cupped in the other. Pouring 2 bowls of wine, Kai Dakying directly bored a bowl of belly. Kai Dazhuang then wiped his mouth and laughed. The stream of immortals and gods. That is just the rumors of mortals. What immortals, what gods? In the end, they are all people who pursue the extreme martial way. Extreme martial Dao. It was really the first time Zhang Jiubian had heard this term. It wasn't even in the original owner's memories. Yes, the extreme martial way is, to put it bluntly, the extreme martial way. A blue light flashed in front of Zhang Jiubian's eyes. And this time, the chance points were directly increased by 100. Obviously, this message is the greater opportunity. Kai Dazhuang drank another bowl of wine. Those who have talent can use spiritual power techniques from the start, while those who don't have talent, the world says they can't cultivate. Yes, it's true that ordinary people in general have no way to cultivate because without talent, then they can only put in more effort with more resources to make progress. Jiang Jiubian was completely captivated and hurriedly got up to pour Kai Dazhuang a bowl of wine. Brother Dazhuang, you continue. Kai Dazhuang didn't drink a bowl directly this time, but took a sip. When ordinary people see some people who can fly and drive fire and wind, they subconsciously think that they are immortals. But if you go into the county and go to the city, although there are ordinary people there, the ordinary people there don't say that what is flying in the sky is an immortal or a god. The stream of immortals and gods are all rumors from our remote mountain village. They can cultivate straight away, but it's just that they have this talent. Their starting point is just higher than our ordinary people. I, Kai Dakying, have no talent either, but Kai Dazhuang didn't continue. Instead, he smiled and stared at Zhang Jiubian, and in the next second, A heart-stopping murderous aura enveloped Jiang Jiyubuan. Jiang Jiyubuan's heart and mind shook violently, and his entire body trembled with uncontrollable fear. But soon, that murderous aura disappeared without a trace. Jiang Jiyubuan's body was still trembling. Brother Da Zhuang, that's right, I'm a martial artist. A third-grade martial artist. Again, I don't have any talent, but I have tons of meat to eat. I hammer my body. And I bought the most basic martial arts techniques, if I can hammer my body to the realm of martial spirit. At that time, I can also absorb spiritual energy to release all kinds of arts. Older brother, would you say that I was an immortal at that time? Jiang Jiyubuan nodded repeatedly. Definitely. Kai Daqiang shook his head. No, not an immortal. It's still the same saying. There is no such thing as the stream of immortals and gods. There are only martial artists who pursue the limits of the martial way. After martial spirit, everything is the same, but they have the talent to cultivate 10 times faster than us ordinary people. They can strengthen their bodies without having to hammer their physical bodies and absorb spiritual energy. But we can't at first, and even if we break through the martial spirit, we won't be able to reach their kind of cultivation speed. Speaking here, Kai Dazhuang lowered his voice, so I guess it's not that your big brother doesn't want you to cultivate. He's afraid that you won't be able to eat the pain of hammering your body, the bitterness of hammering the body. That's really not something that ordinary people can endure. Look at that big millstone in my yard. Try holding a squat for 1,000 every morning, 1,000 at noon, and 1,000 at night. This is just one of the means of hammering the body. There are many means of hammering the body. This is considered the most comfortable. That's why, old brother, don't think about seeking immortality. There is no talent, and if you can't suffer greatly anymore, then really don't try. Jiang Jiyubuan pondered for a moment and slowly said, Big brother Dazhuang, you're saying you're not as powerful as my big brother. Kai Daqiang let out a laugh. Naturally no. Your big brother that's really powerful. I know him not a match when I look at him from afar. And how good do you think my big brother is? Kai Dazhuang frowned and whispered, Your big brother at the very least. He must be at the lowest level of a 7th or 8th grade martial master. And it's even possible that they're all martial spirit level powerhouses. Jiang Jiyubuan froze for a moment and hurriedly said, Then how is this divided? Kai Dazhuang snapped his fingers. The minimum is a martial apprentice, and after the breakthrough is a martial artist like me. Then after that comes martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial sovereign, martial emperor, martial zun, martial saint, and martial emperor. I heard that it changed after martial emperor. It seems to be called something like extreme intent, martial emperor. Behind the extreme intent martial emperor is the martial god, and behind the martial god is the extreme intent martial god. Right? Extreme intent martial god seems to be the strongest. Didn't see any realm stronger than extreme intent martial god in the Gongfu. I'm all reading the introduction on the Gongfu. I don't know exactly. Anyway, the Gongfu says that there are only 4 martial emperors in our Chuin Tian continent. And there aren't even any extreme intent martial emperors. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jiyubuan frowned and said in his heart, This realm, how is it like a novel in my world called Fighting Vault, but ordinary people without talent can also cultivate by hammering themselves. Then the 9 turns of the treasure book, which is worded gold in my random chance store, the dishes are here. They are all cooked meat, just stir, fry them casually, Zio Jiang, eat more, big mouthful of meat and big mouthful of wine. Kai Danyang's temper was truly heroic and straight. A thank you, Auntie. Jiang Jiyubuan was very polite. After eating some meat and drinking some wine, Jiang Jiyubuan was not so formal, and the sky was completely dark after chatting. Before leaving, Kai Dazhuang suddenly spoke up. Elder brother Jiang, I've been chasing a bear for the past few days. I've gotten a clear picture of the situation. I mustn't let it go tonight. Wolf meat I have to eat to replenish my body. Wild boar meat is useless to me and will spoil if I leave it. I killed this boar without moving it. And I have the wagon here. If you have nothing to do in the morning, come over at dawn and use my wagon to haul the boar meat to town for sale. This wild boar meat sells at different prices depending on the location. I'll sell the 5 flour meat for 14 wen a catty. I'll sell the small chops for 20, 4 wen a catty, and I'll sell the large chops for 18 wen a catty. And the rest of the places are all slightly cheaper. This is my selling price, and as to how much you sell it, that is your skill. But this wild boar is killed and estimated at 160 pounds, and I'll take it all at 10 cents a pound, and that's 1,600 cents, if you can sell them all tomorrow. You only need to give me 600 wen, and the overflow, all of it, goes to you. How's that? A flash of blue light flashed before Jiang Jiubuan's eyes. Chance plus 80. Brother Dazhuang, you are giving me money in disguise, ah. I ate your meat here tonight, and drank your wine here. And you still do this? Kai Dazhuang laughed out loud. Older brother, I knew you were different from before when you dared to go into the night to break into the 100,000 mountains. You kid, surely you want die of cultivation. There isn't a single martial arts practitioner in these 10 miles of villages other than me, and I have a feeling you're likely to be the second. I'm making a friend in advance, and since your big brother is so powerful, I don't lose out on making a friend. In the face of straight talk, Kai Dazhuang, Jiang Jiubuan heart more and more admiration. Good. Thanks to Dazhuang brother look up to, words I do not say more. Tomorrow morning at dawn I come, saying goodbye to Kai Dazhuang and Kai Danyang. Jiang Jiufen took his 2 wooden bowls and headed for home. After returning home, Jiang Jiufen suddenly realized that the 2 little wives were still sitting at the table waiting for themselves, and the noodles and meat on the table were cold or untouched. You guys, ugh. Jiang Jiubuan shook his head heartily. Heat it up, these noodles are mushy and not that tasty. The 2 little wives lowered their heads as if they had done something wrong and said, We can't eat until husband eats first. Jiang Jiubuan sighed lightly in his heart, watching the 2 women restart the fire and burn the pot. Wan Zio Ru. Tomorrow morning I'm going to make a trip to the town. You guys are going to eat meat in the morning. If I come back and find that the meat isn't missing, I'm going to be really angry, but that's the rule. We can't eat if husband doesn't eat first. Nai Zion's voice was weak, but her tone was firm. When you married my husband. My husband's rules were the rules, and now that the rules have changed, you will eat when my husband tells you to. Looking at the thin and docile, pathetic little wife, Jiang Jiufen really couldn't get up with a heavy tone. Warming up the noodles, Jiang Jiufen took a symbolic bite. Hurry up and eat. Zio Ru, you need to drink the medicine when you're done. Zoe nosed into the night, this time not in the kitchen but in the broken hayloft. The previously broken bed was also rearranged, and the bedding worn had been washed by the 2 little ones in the morning. Looking at the 2 little ones who entered the house and headed to the corner, Jiang Jiufen softly said, Still not coming here for me. The 2 little ones walked over with their heads down. A little expectant and a little nervous, Jiang Jiufen looked at the 2 little ones, if not for the fact that he couldn't hold them right now. He would have to hug them one by one on the bed, go inside and sleep. The bed is a little small for a squeeze. Pulling the 2 little ones into bed, Jiang Jiufen shook the broken quilt to cover the 3 of them on their own. The 2 little ones were nestled in the innermost part of the room, not daring to move, not daring to breathe. Jiang Jiufen looked at the 2 men sideways. His big hand gently patted one by one and softly said, Go to sleep. Tomorrow morning before dawn I have to go to the town. This trip to town is to make money. And things will definitely get better from here. This broken bed, broken straw house, When I have money in the future, I will definitely let you live in a big room with a big bed." Nizayon suddenly said softly, "But this is already very good now. Ah, Wan and her sister are already very content." "It's not good. It's not good right now." Jiang Jifan's voice was even gentler. "Sleep. Tomorrow morning, after you guys have eaten and Xiao Ru has drunk the medicine, you guys take the time to get some tree branches to fence the yard. Remember husband's words. It's to eat and drink well before working. Otherwise husband will be angry. Aha, we all listened to our husband as soon as work was mentioned." The two little ones were completely unopposed. Getting some branches to fence a yard is a chore anyway, and it's more secure for them to let them do it instead. If you really don't let them do anything, with their temperament, I'm afraid they can come up with 8 versions of themselves selling them in half a day. Time passes slowly, and the moon rises above the trees. Around the ugly hour, that is, a little after midnight, Jiang Jifan suddenly opened his eyes. He had slept all afternoon and had just squinted for close to 5 or 6 hours. And with the fact that he had something on his mind, he was incredibly awake at the moment. The book of 9 turns of treasure. I must get it. Chance, 100,000 mountains, Big Bear. Slowly he slipped out from under the broken covers, and just as he was putting on his straw shoes, the soft voice ghostly sounded again. "Are you going hunting again?" "Husband," it was still Nai Zaiwan's voice. She seemed to be the strongest, but in Jiang Jiubuan's heart, she was even more insecure than Xiao Ru. Zoe still had something to fall back on, and that was her sister. And Nai Xiaoan is completely without any dependence. If she is not strong, then the fate of their sisters. "Hush," Jiang Jiubuan spoke softly. "Sleep well. Wait for tomorrow noon for me will be back, good boy. For me will not abandon you. Don't worry, sleep." After whispering, Jiang Jifan touched the axe on the table and gently walked out the door. Nai Xiaoan looked at her departing husband with a hint of latent attachment in her dark eyes. She had long been afraid to hope for anyone, but now she only hoped that her husband would return safely, looking down at her little sister, if it wasn't for the fear that her little sister would be scared alone. She would have gotten up and gone to the 100,000 mountains with her husband in the kitchen. Jiang Jiubuan drank a few large mouthfuls of the cooled broth and took a large piece of cooked wolf meat that reeked of fishy odor and ate it in large mouthfuls. Wolf meat is fishy but very tonic. That's what Brother Dijeng said. What's more when you're so poor? So what if it's fishy as long as it's meat? Eating and living is the most important thing. After devouring a few mouthfuls of wolf meat, followed by a few large mouthfuls of soup, and having done so, he picked up his hoe in one hand and stepped out of the door of the broken courtyard with half a piece of wolf meat in the other, borrowing the moonlight to look at the rolling dark mountains. Jiang Jiubuan was fearless in his heart. Yesterday he was still a little scared, but today he just wanted to work hard to improve and then properly spoil his 2 understanding and well-behaved little wives. Perhaps it was the fact that he had been eating meat all day. He felt slightly better physically than yesterday. When he reached the entrance to the trail at the foot of the mountain, this time he didn't follow the trail, but learned from Kai Dazhuang, who generally scurried directly in the mountain range. Still, he was careful as he walked, for there were some places where traps had been laid by the big strong brother. Hunting was only secondary. He was more interested in taking his chances. Chance is entirely up to you to fight for it, and if you don't go for it, the chance points won't increase out of thin air. Wolves are pack animals, and those 2 wolves yesterday should have come to the outermost perimeter because they wanted to follow that giant wolf. That silver-haired maiden said not to come to the periphery, so I think it should be the giant wolves who are idle and disobedient to run amok. June, could it be in heat? Is that a male or female wolf, though? Didn't get a good look, with his mind wandering. Jiang Jifan soon encountered his first prey in the true sense of the word. It was a large boar over a meter long. and it looked about the same size as the one that Brother Dazhuang had caught. The boar was covered with black bristles that looked like spikes, and the long, thick, yellowish tusks at the corners of its mouth towered and curved upward, with such an arc. The anchorwoman was ecstatic. Shucks, where were you thinking? Jiang Jiubian crouched on the ground and stared at the boar dead in the face as he pondered how he could finish it off. There was only a hoe in his hand, and the hoe probably couldn't break this boar's defense, because he had seen how Brother Dazhuang had killed the boar in the morning. The boars in this world have extremely high defenses, and am afraid that the axe at their waist has limited killing power. And the boars in this world are fierce. 80% of them will attack people. After all, those two curved upward tusks are not specially long for female anchors. But savage rush. Ugh, what to think? Wild boar. Yeah, boar. Jiang Jiubian's brows were furrowed as he kept thinking. And after a moment, Jiang Jiubian moved. He was seen picking up a rock and smashing it hard into the boar. Pigott turned his head in shock and ran a few steps. After a few steps, Pigott realized no one was coming after him and turned back. Suddenly, it saw a skinny bamboo pole standing in the bushes not far away, and the thin bamboo pole was still making a demon at him with its teeth and claws. Piggy didn't want to dick that two-legged beast. He just wanted to keep arching the ground, wagging his tail to re-dry his meal. Suddenly, Piggy heard the two-legged beast give a ghostly grunt. Pig looked up only to see the two-legged beast erecting the hoof in the center of his front hoof, although he didn't know what it meant to put up this hoof. Pig felt insulted by a bamboo two-legged beast. Piggy was humiliated. Piggy is not happy, since it's not cool. Then Koki him, only to see Piggy wail and huff and unleash a savage charge. The anchorwoman was ecstatic. No, it was Jiang Jiubian who was ecstatic. Jiang Jiubian drew his legs and ran. The anchorwoman can resist the savage charge hard, but he is afraid of Ah. He does not want to be savagely stalked. Rushing to a big tree, Jiang Jiufen turned around and mumbled something under his breath. Just as Piggy was about to hit him, Jiang Jiubian fought to turn around, magnificently dodging this savage charge. The tree took the hit it was supposed to take instead of the anchorwoman. Two towering, thick yellow fangs plunged into the blackened bark. Yellowed bark, I guess. Jiang Jiubian let out a shout, then swung his axe with an onag. Pig wailed. Lifting the dirt with all four hooves, Piggy drew his tusks straight out of the blackened, frontal, yellowed bark and arched owlishly toward the man who had tried to slaughter him. Jiang Jiubian was so scared that he lost his 3 souls, but with his bamboo stick figure, he froze and dodged dangerously while being scraped by a large piece of fabric. Shit almost got a boar out of the middle. Piggy stomped on the brakes, then jerked his head around owling and crashing low and savagely. Jiang Jiubian turned around again, only to hear a thud. The innocent tree suffered 2 giant pig impacts instead of the hostess. Gulp, Jiang Jiubian gulped. It's scary, and this time Jiang Jiubian learnt his lesson. He directly leaned down and chopped at Piggy's hind legs. How can Piggy take the heat? So Pig's back leg was broken in 3 cuts, relying on the high sensitivity brought about by his bamboo stick figure. Jiang Jiufen froze and finished off a boar without injury at the cost of a large piece of fabric. This will be a historic moment. This moment represents a victory for humanity. This moment represents Thai cunning villains. The peerless mode exited. Jiang Jiubian leaned against a big tree and kept gasping for air, and only then did the sweat on his body rustle and flow wildly. A blue light flashes before your eyes, chance plus 300. Seeing this flashing number, Jiang Jiubian was instantly short of breath. He never thought that hunting a boar alone would result in 300 points of chance. After thinking about how risky it was, he felt that the chance was given less. If he hadn't been so smart, this boar could have really arched himself to death. The azure screen appeared with a thought. Looking at the above up to 5, 160 points of chance. Jiang Jiubuan finally smiled, wiping the sweat from his face. Jiang Jiubuan smiled brightly. He never seemed so happy. This chance, he fought for it with his life. The screen disappeared, and looking down at the boar, Jiang Jiubuan was flooded with happy sorrow again. This must be 160 or 70 pounds. Right. You don't even seem to be able to hold your little wife yourself. A boar that big, he didn't dare to follow the example of his big, strong brother and generally leave it here, because it was his first prey in the true sense of the word. He didn't know if there would be an accident in placing this. And he didn't have the capital to afford one. Looking at the boar, Jiang Jiubuan suddenly had a flash of light. I'm sorry for the anchorwoman in this chapter. I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry. I want dare in the future dog's head. Under the moonlight, Jiang Jiubuan jogged all the way panting to the door of Dame Kiss' house. At this time it was at most Chen, at least 1 hour short of the promised dawning time, thumping on the door. It wasn't long before Dame Kiss' voice came out of the house. Who, Auntie? This is Xiao Jiang. Help, a favor. What favor? A moment later, Dame Kai looked at Jiang Jiufen with some shock. You went to the 100,000 mountains in the middle of the night. Don't you want to die? What? You hunted a wild boar for your little body. Come on. Auntie will go with you to take a look. Danyang, Kai said as she copied the mountain opening axe that was slightly smaller than her son's, then led the carriage out the door. Driving the carriage, the two of them soon returned to the foot of the mountain. When he reached the foot of the hill, the horse was not in the least inclined to go any further. Dame Kai jumped off the carriage and tied her horse to a large tree and whispered, Take Dame to see the wild boar you hunted, and Dame will see just how big it is. Soon, Jiang Jiubuan brought Dame Kai to the place where he had killed the wild boar. Looking at the traces of the battle at the scene, Dame Kiss' eyes showed amazement. It's possible, Xiao Jiang. You're just as smart as Dame when she was young. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. A fluke. This is all a fluke for me. Dame Kai squatted down and grabbed the pig's hooves. There's no such thing as a fluke in hunting without real skill. A rabbit could stomp to death. Do I lift the hind hoof? Jiang Jiubuan said, going to grab towards the boar's hind hoof. Step aside, you little body, Kai Danyang said with a low gulp, violently lifting this boar. 170 to 80 pounds of wild boar crossed the top of his head and landed heavily on Kai Danyang's shoulder. Kai Danyang didn't move a muscle, then took big steps outside under Jiang Jiubuan's dumbfounded gaze. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Do you want Auntie to help you kill the pig later? Jiang Jiubuan gulped. Da, Auntie. You are also a martial artist. Is it strange? Dame Kai is fit as a fiddle. Halfway back to the village. Dame Kai smiled and spoke. Xiao Jiang, what are you going to do with this wild boar? Are you going to keep it for yourself or sell it? Jiang Jiubuan scratched his head. I'm going to keep one hind leg and sell all the rest. After all, a whole pig definitely can't be eaten. Then later on, Auntie will help you kill the pig with this body of yours. By the time you finish killing the pig, it will be dawn. Thank you, Mom. Then, thanks for nothing, a little something. The carriage didn't stop at Jiang Jiubuan's door, but directly returned to Dame Kiss' house. What neither Jiang Jiubuan nor Dame Kai realized was that, instead of sleeping, the two little ones were secretly working on the courtyard wall, and they were very quick to hide in the broken hayloft when they heard the horse's hooves. Dame Kai carried the boar and dropped it on the huge table, then carried a large wooden barrel and stabbed it into the neck. Wow, the boar was bleeding, and Dame Kai was chomping away with a whetstone in one hand and a sharp knife in the other. As Jiang Jiubuan watched in dumbfounded disbelief, Kai Danyang slashed the pig's neck in a circular arc, followed by the tip of the knife topping the brittle bone at the back of the pig's neck. The brittle bones broke off, and the huge boar's head was taken right off. One-handed, he rolled Piggy over and slashed him right across the front from chest to ass. Put down the knife and pull out with both hands. And all the pig's offal goes into the big pot below. Then Dame Kai ran her knife over the pig like a butcher's knife. I don't know if there is half a quarter of an hour. A pig was directly dismembered to complete, so fast and silky. Jiang Jiubuan grunted and swallowed saliva. Auntie, you this. Awesome. What is this? Dame Kai said as she lifted the meat onto the wagon. And then lifted her own wild boar meat up as well. It's almost time. You can go to town and sell it. It's better to do business sooner rather than later. If you go late, you won't have a place to set up, said Dame Kai as she washed her hands. Go on. What are you waiting for? Jiang Jiubuan nodded. Thank you. Auntie, he'll leave first then, driving the wagon towards the town. Did he feel like he was going a little too early? It was now 1:30 cinnabar, or 4 o'clock in the morning, and the wagons were much faster than the ox carts. 50 or 60 miles of road, even a little slower, could reach the town in 3/4 of an hour. The journey was safe. There were no robberies by mountain bandits. Obviously, those mountain bandits of Black Wind Walled City were very professional. When he was still less than 10 miles away from the town, Jiang Jiufen saw quite a number of ox carts were rushing towards the town. These were people who went to the town in the early hours of the morning to sell their goods, eyes moving slightly. He apologized for his earlier thoughts. Dame Kai was right. If this was a little late, there might not really be a place to sell pork. 10 miles of road quickly walked through. Far away from Jiang, Jiufen saw the signboard at the intersection of the town. As he passed by the notice board, Jiang Jiufen glanced over. Thousands of killers stealing my family's dogs. Don't let me catch you. Zhenin is opening a new tea house, so please show your support. Little Red from the greenhouse is a shameless vixen. My old man is now clamoring to repudiate me. My life is so bitter. My humble Wang Dahu, my son, has a strange disease. No one in the town can cure the bone. Setter, hope that all kinds of strange people have a way to help. I Wang Da, who will have a big thank you, few. Jiang Jiubuan strangled his horse and looked over carefully. Dado Wang, sounds rich, weird disease. Let's see what kind of weird disease it is. Jiang Jiubuan directly went over and uncovered the piece of paper. In his eyes, the medicine of this world was backward, as could be seen from Fang Langzhong. Blue words flashed before his eyes. Chance +10. Anyone who actively seeks it out counts as a chance, seeing that the day was still young. Jiang Jiubuan decided to go to Wang Dahe's house first to check the situation before saying anything. According to the address marked on the paper, soon Jiang Jiufen urged his horse to come to a high gate in front of the compound. Looking at the imposing gate as well as the brick courtyard wall, Jiang Jiufen was surprised and delighted. He was shocked that this Wang Da, who lived really well, the richer he was, the more oil and water he might be able to get. As for Wang Dado's son's illness, he didn't put it in his eyes for the time being, as the saying goes. A long illness makes a doctor, and in his previous life Head had and seen a lot of illnesses, big and small. So as long as they weren't too strange, he felt like Head be able to recognize them. Don't you know the rules? Go to the back door to sell vegetables. Don't go through the front door. The 2 guards at the door looked impatient. Jiang Jiufen pulled out the crumpled paper from his pocket. I'm here to treat the young master of your clan. The 2 guards froze. Then one of them looked Jiang Jiufen up and down. You're the bone, setter. Jiang Jiubuan shook his head. I'm kind of a strange person. I can tell at a glance the general illnesses, and I know how to cure them. The 2 guards laughed out loud. Just you, still a strange person, laughing my little master to death, ha. Jiang Jiufen frowned with his arms around his chest. Had you laughed enough? Ever been to the 100,000 mountains? Look closely, it's 2 boars. Come closer over here and take a look. The pig's blood on this is still fresh. This is what I hunted in the mountains in the middle of the night. Little master, if I don't count as a strange man. Do you 2 guards inform your master to go. The last sound Jiang Jiubuan raised by 8 degrees. directly shocking the two guards to take half a step back. Sure enough, big strong brother's words are just as good. P.S. A real man should have a loud voice. The two guards looked at each other. Neither one of them able to laugh. After a few breaths, one of the guards whispered, "Then you wait here for a while. I will go inform." Jiang Jiubian snorted coldly and sat down beside the carriage with a shake of the hem of his coat that was missing a large piece. He's revealing a large chunk of the missing hem on purpose. Wang Dado was woken up in his sleep, naturally with resentment. Bring him to meet me in the courtyard. If he's not capable of anything, I'll waste him. This master, you come with me. Our master told you to wait in the courtyard. The guard's attitude was a complete polar opposite. Jiang Jiubian held the carriage. The guard frowned and suddenly said, "This master, your carriage. If you want let me in, then I want treat you." "How big a deal is that? You please, entered the compound. Jiang Jiubian lamented that this is still only a town yard. The town yard are so elegant that the city should be more elegant, unbelievable. No wonder the original owner wanted to take the exam so badly. After standing in the courtyard and waiting for a few moments, a fat lord in brocade clothing walked over. Escorted by a group of guards, "Ho Tui," the voice came before the person arrived. "You mean the strange man who can treat my son?" Jiang Jiubian hurriedly arched his hand and nodded. "My name is Jiang Jiubian, and I am precisely here to treat your son." Jiang Jiubian, Dado Wang frowned slightly. "Never heard of it. Where are you from? The downstream village." "Oh, that's weird." Wang Dado finished, glancing contemptuously at the tattered robe on Jiang Jiubian. In his eyes, this Jiang Jiubian was like a beggar. "Ho Tui." Wang Dado spat out a thick spit and continued, "I heard that you are a hunter. These two wild boars are hunted by you into the 100,000 mountains. That's right. Would Master Wang like to buy some fresh wild boar meat to try? I guarantee it's fresh, just killed an hour ago." No need," Wang Dado said and covered his nose and took 2 steps back. This wild boar was really a bit fishy. "Ho Tui." Wang Dado spat out another thick spit, then said, "You said you are a strange man. Tell me what disease you can cure." Jiang Jiubian smiled. "Master Wang is trying to test my level." Wang Dahe's face showed impatience. "This is natural. You say you are a strange person. How do you prove that you are a strange person? Can't just say you are, and I'll believe it." A cough. "Ho Tui." Jiang Jiuxian's gaze moved slightly. "Master Wang, please open your mouth and let me take a look at your tongue." Wang Dado's face sank. "What do you want?" Jiang Jiubian laughed. "Don't you want to test my level? Can't I just show you directly?" Wang Dado's eyes rolled. "Okay," said the large mouth, opening to reveal the mossy white tongue inside. After Jiang Jiubian came close to look at it, he then circled around Wang Dado, and finally even reached out directly to touch Wang Dado's face. "Stop!" A group of guards directly drew their swords. Dado Wang also leaned back and glared at Jiang Jiufen. "What do you want?" Jiang Jiufen said in a faint voice. "Naturally, I'm giving you a medical treatment." "Forget it. I know without touching your face." "What do you know?" Wang Dado finished coughing and spitting a few more times. "Your tongue is white and greasy, your mouth is sticky or sweet, you feel heavy, and you like fattening and sweet foods." "Don't you?" Dado Wang was shocked. "Right?" Jiang Jiufen continued. "In addition, do you feel that your body is often sweaty and sticky? And occasionally you have chest tightness, and there is phlegm in your throat all the time. Right?" Dado Wang was even more astonished. "Right, so right." Jiang Jiubian smiled. "Your face is yellow. Your face is dull and lifeless. Your eyes are puffy all day long. And you feel sleepy even if you sleep long enough. Right." Wang Dado directly stretched out his hands and walked up to hold Jiang Jiufen's arm. "Strange man, ah. You are really strange man, ah. You can say so much after meeting me only once, the previous Fang Langzhong." Liu Langzhong, they said nothing as much as you did, and one of them prescribed me half a month's worth of medicine, which I drank to no avail. So what do you think I should do? This chance is on your face if you don't want it." At that moment, Zhang Jiubian let out a long sigh. "Master Wang, alas, how should I put it? It's that." "Alas, right, Wang De, who heard some fear, after all, there owned this problem for several years. The town of Liu Langzhong and Fang Langzhong are not able to cure themselves, and now came across a glance to see their own situation of the strange man. Jiang Kai, man, what's my situation? You tell me clearly. As long as you can save me, I will be grateful." Jiang Jiubuan said in a low voice after taking a long breath, "Master Wang, I'm not scaring you either. I've seen one just like you before. He's more serious than you. He was dying when I met him, but after a little bit of skill on my part, in less than a month, he's not only well but also alive and kicking." Dado Wang clutched even tighter. "Jiang Kai Ren, just tell me what to cure. I promise to listen to you. Really listen to me. Definitely listen." "In that case, then I guarantee that you'll see the first results in 3 days, be almost as good in half a month, be completely cured in a month, and in the future, as long as you do what I say, 99% won't come back." Dado Wang was pleasantly surprised. "You please speak." "No. You come with me to the seat. You have to be seated." Jiang Jiubuan smiled and nodded as he took 2 steps, and after 2 steps he suddenly paused to look up at the sky. "It's almost dawn. I have to go sell the wild boar meat. There's no place to sell it if I'm late. Master Wang, why don't I come back this afternoon to show you and your young master?" Wang De, who pulled Jiang Jiubuan and let out an ouch. "My goodness, selling pork is not as important as my illness. That butler Wang, quick, get the silver." "Jiang Kai, man, how many pounds of pork do you have here? I'll cover it." Blue words flashed before Jiang Jiubuan's eyes. "Chance plus 100. The heart is happy, but the tone is calm. That wild boar inside is about 160 pounds. Each part is different and sells for a different price." Dado Wang was so anxious that he directly interrupted Jiang Jiufen. "Jiang Kai Ren, you don't forget." "Butler Wang, how much does a pig normally cost?" Butler Wang thought for a moment. "If 200 pounds, it's about 2.5 silvers. I see that these 2 wild boars of Jiang Kaiern, one is probably only 140 or 50 pounds. Jiang Jiubuan was not happy to hear. "Nonsense. Inside the head of 160 or 70 pounds. I have a scale. Do not believe that we pull out to weigh. Egu, my old swan, ah." Wang Dado anxiously patted his thigh. "Jiang Kai Ren, ah. What time is it? You are still obsessed with pork. It's my illness that's the priority right now. Janky man." Big household Wang raised his hand tremblingly. "Don't say anything. 10 taels of silver. You'll pay 10 taels of silver." "Butler Wang, take out the money. Quickly take out the money." Jiang Jiubuan heart shocked, but waved his hand. "This 10 taels is too much. These pork is not worth this price. Jiang Jiubuan is an honest man. I only do honest things." Dado Wang grabbed Jiang Jiubuan's swinging hand and said seriously, "Jiang Kai Ren, just 10 taels, you're worth the price, quickly, please. Come inside and tell me how I can be saved." Being stuffed with 10 taels of silver, Jiang Jiubuan don't helplessly forced to accept it. In the living room, Jiang Jiufen picked up the fragrant tea that had just been served and took a sip. "Well, it was very good on the side." Dado Wang scratched his ears anxiously. "Jiang Kaiern, what do you think is the best way to cure me?" Jiang Jiufen smiled and put down his tea bowl. From today onwards, you instruct the cook to make you a winter melon soup every night. And from now on this will be your evening staple. As for the medicine, I didn't bring it with me when I came out, so I'll get it to you when I get back." Dado Wang wrinkled his brow in worry. "Jiang Kai Ren, are you sure you can cure me of this? I have a big family. I haven't had enough pleasure yet. I don't want to die." Jiang Jiubuan laughed. don't worry. Master Wang. If I can't cure you within a month, I'll bring my head to you. Data Wang leaned back, then a smile appeared on his face. If Jiang Kairen says so, then I'm 100% relieved. Jiang Jiaxuan smiled and said in a faint voice, Now that Master Wang doesn't suspect me, can I treat your young master now? Wang Dado slapped his head. Look at my big head. I forgot about my son. With that, Dado Wang turned his head. Butler Wang, call out my rebellious son. Jiang Jiubuan thought about ending it earlier and directly said, No, we can just go over there. Dado Wang quickly waved his hand. No, this won't do. My rebellious son can't let you go over and show him. To be honest, my rebellious son, I guess, went to the greenhouse too much. And now he can't get that thing hard, mainly because of this. Both Bone, Setter Fang and Bone, Setter Liu also prescribed medicine. But it didn't work at all, and now his broken thing is no different from being ruined. You said that I only have this one son, and he hasn't given me any grandchildren yet. If he can't give birth to a child, then won't my Wang family be extinct? My Wang family, a big family, 10 villages and 8 towns have to buy bricks from me. I don't say 10,000 kwans of family wealth, but also a small 10,000 kwans. If I am extinct here, what will happen to my big family business? Speaking of this, Wang Dado whispered, I won't hide it from you. I'm all for taking another concubine to work hard at it. Jiang Jiubuan's heart shook. Master Wang, did you just say that you sell all the bricks in these 10 villages and 8 towns? Wang Dado slapped his chest and laughed. This is natural. Cough, cough, ho tui. Look at this old disease of mine. It's killing me. Jiang Jiubuan was even more shocked in his heart. 10 villages and 8 towns, that is more than 10,000 pounds. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Jiubuan suddenly took out the 10 taels of silver and placed them on the table. Dado Wang froze at the sight. Jiang Kai-ren, what are you doing? Jiang Jiubuan whispered, Master Wang, I didn't know before that you were a great lord selling bricks. Since you're the Grand Master, I can be a little selfish. Dado Wang's eyes narrowed. Do you think I'm paying less? I can add more money. Jiang Jiufen smiled and lowered his voice. Master Wang, I can treat you until you are cured, if I can also let your son recover his manhood again. I don't know if these 2 articles in exchange for a qualification to sell bricks are enough. Seeing that Dado Wang pondered, Jiang Jiufen continued, I'm not trying to steal business from you. I'm just a small hunter from the downstream village. You say you have business in 10 villages and 8 towns. I don't want more than that. I only want 1 town's extent. 1/8 of yours, and you have been doing it for so many years. Those who can afford bricks have long since bought them. Those who can't afford them still can't afford them. And all year round there may only be a few sparse households who will buy bricks to build their houses. A town-wide brick business in exchange for your healed and healthy body and your son's revitalization, to give you some great-grandchildren to pass on to the next generation. You think about it. Of course, you can refuse, and I'll still treat you just the same. I don't play pussy about that. Dado Wang looked at Jiang Jiubuan, and after a moment suddenly said in a faint voice, Jiang Kairen, perhaps you have a knack for hunting, and a knack for healing, but doing business is dealing with people. And doing business isn't that simple. Even if I gave you a town-wide business, do you think you could do a good job? Jiang Jiubuan smiled. It's not good to do, so I'm following you, so you can also rest assured that I can't take away your business and connections? Wang Dado looked into Jiang Jiubuan's eyes and stared like that for a few minutes. 10 villages for a town. 10 towns for a county. I have business in 8 towns under my hand. I can give you the brick business in our White Stripes town. If you want to grow, you can expand as much as you want to Carp Town and Chub Town. I didn't get any business from those 2 towns. Dado Wang pushed the silver on the table and smiled lightly. Jiang Kairen has a lot of guts. He'll make you a friend, and hope that Jiang Kaiern won't let me down, entering the businessman state of Wang Dahuo with the previous completely different. At this moment he is old and spicy like a fox and like a tiger. Completely without the previous monkey, like anxiety, Jiang Jiubuan's eyes flashed with blue characters of chance plus 1080, 1,000 points of chance. Jiang Jiubuan's heart seemed like waves rolling over. It was hard to calm down. After the shock was ecstasy. Now not only can you buy cultivation techniques, but you've got a town's worth of bricks and mortar business. With this bricks and mortar business, will life be as hard as it is now? This time out is really a great opportunity. A great creation with a clasped fist. Jiang Jiubuan's face was a smile that couldn't be contained. Thank you, Master Wang. He'll still be hanging out with you from now on. If you can't handle 2 towns, where can I handle them? Wang Dado laughed and spat. I'm only doing this for my family's health. A town, there's no harm in letting you. In fact, Wang Dado no longer sees the development of the town. His family has been accumulating for generations, and he is ready to move to the county. And he also spent money to trust someone to buy the post of postman. Although it is not very useful, but how Wang postman is also better than Wang Da, who to say out. It was only now that the sealing name had not yet arrived. And he did not dare to refer to himself as Mr. Wang Jiang Kaiern. I agree if you want to take over a town's business. I can give you the technology, but I can't give you the manpower, and am not going to help you by building a brick kiln factory. You'll have to find and do all that yourself. Whenever you have a brick kiln factory built and the manpower recruited, I will teach you how to make bricks. It's not a discussion, it's a notice. Jiang Jiubuan nodded his head without hesitation. He himself knew the art of brick-making. All he needed was a qualification to make bricks and a way to sell them. If he doesn't have a backer to lean on, the day he burns the bricks will be the day he adds dirt to his grave. This is not a fictional fairy tale world. This is a living reality, in reality, if you don't have a backer. You can't do anything. There are too many rich and powerful than you. Even if they don't move you, they can force you to death. Father, why are you calling me up before dawn, still letting people sleep? The youth's voice came from outside the door with impatience, followed by the little white man in brocade clothes appearing in front of Jiang Jiubuan. Footsteps are weak. Eye circles are dull. The hull of the seal is devoid of light. The lips are unevenly red and white, and the eyeballs are dull and lifeless between turns. This look Jiang Jiubuan knew with a glance that it was more of a reward. And no, this guy is rich. He doesn't need a reward. He's perfectly capable of sharpening his gun's knightly sable and being a groom nightly. Asshole, you rebellious son, look at you. Wang Data was angry. Jiang Kairen, just call me Xiao Jiang. I still have to hang out with you. Well then, Xiao Jiang, what do you think of my rebellious son? Jiang Jiufan's face was solemn. This is a dangerous situation for him. Your son is in a dangerous situation. I need to get him looked at properly. Jiang Jiubuan very solemnly got up and went forward. This solemn appearance could shock Wang Dado. Under a rhetorical modification, Jiang Jiufan described his son's disease as extremely difficult to treat. But the good thing is that he has a cure. If Jiang Jiubuan acted relaxed, then 80% of Wang Dado's heart would feel a loss. Therefore, the more Jiang Jiufeng showed that it was not easy and difficult to cure, the more Wang Dado felt that Jiang Jiufeng had real skills and his son was really sick. This is a common human psychology. If something is done too easily, then this thing must not be taken seriously. As the sky brightened, Wang Dado strongly invited Jiang Jiufan to stay for dinner, but Jiang Jiufan politely refused, saying that their father's and son's illnesses were not curable, and that he needed to go and look for medicine to refine the medicine immediately, with such words. Before leaving, Data Wang sent Jiang Jiubuan another 10 taels of silver. No more chance points were gained this time, though. At the same time, Jiang Jiufan also agreed with him that he would definitely send medicine over 3 days later. After Jiang Jiubuan left, Wang Dado's son, Prince Kong, frowned and said, "Father, how does this man look like a con man running the jungle to me?" Wang Dahuo's smile tightened and grunted, "Adverse son, I see you look like you've been reincarnated to take revenge on my old man." In his eyes, Jiang Jiufan did things reasonably, although the line on his body is broken, but his words and behavior are permeated with proper etiquette. Only a large family like theirs, which had been passed down through generations, would pay attention to the details of etiquette, which was the most basic means of observing a person. A town's brick business really meant nothing to him. Their family wealth had been accumulated over generations, and he now wanted nothing more than to establish himself in the county during his lifetime, this small white stripes town. He is feeling for his family cannot play any development. Continue to stay here is just to keep the old capital. Jiang Jiubuan left this side and went straight to the town's old taste restaurant. Now that he had money, his first priority was to pay back the 500 wen that he owed to the restaurant. Boss, Jiang Jiuxuan placed the carriage and strided into the restaurant. The original owner's memory had suffered no small insult here, and he had come over this time not only to clear the original owner's shame, but also to do justice to his current self. "Yo, isn't this Jiang Wenren? What? Got money to pay back?" The shopkeeper's fat master put down his abacus with a smile on his face. "The store opens early in the morning, and there are not many customers yet, and he is relatively idle." Jiang Jiubuan raised his eyebrows. 2 taels of silver slapped directly on the table. "Return you 500 wen. The rest of the money wants the best wine in your store. The wagon is right outside, and it'll be waiting for your drink in it." After saying that, Jiang Jiufan turned around and left in large strides. "Boss, this kid has gotten rich right. He can take out 2 taels of silver." Xiao wiped his hands and trotted over. The shopkeeper's fat master smiled disdainfully. "He is a loser. His brother is a hunter." These 2 taels, presumably begged from his brother. Xiao was smart. "Should we add some water to the wine?" Master Fat's face turned cold. "If his brother comes to the door, y'all cover for me." Junior scratched his head awkwardly. "I'll carry the wine." This Old Taste restaurant's signature famous wine was called Old Taste, and they had made their fortune with this wine. And the jar of wine was 10 pounds. A pound can hold a jug as a signature drink. A jug sells for 20 wen. In other words, this jar of wine is worth 200 wen. Soon, 7 altars plus 5 jugs were carried to the carriage by the junior. Driving the carriage, Jiang Jiufan looked at the shopkeeper and said loudly, "Shopkeeper, your restaurant is in a really good location. Let's have a drink together sometime." The fat master smiled with a leathery smile, and when Jiang Jiubuan disappeared, the smile also disappeared straight away. "Bah, still want to drink with me? You are also worthy." As for Jiang Jiufan's comment about the restaurant being in a good location, he directly listened to it as if it was an earworm. Immediately after Jiang Jiubuan East Street to buy rice, noodles, fruits, salt and malt sugar. South Street buys clothes and fur coats plus bedding. West Street buys potteries, pots and pans, a few big ones. North Street is whole again with a bunch of brand new knife, axe, rope and saw locks. It was a great trip to buy. And the silver in his hand went from 18 taels to 7 taels and more than 200 wen. The most expensive of these were the clothes and bedding and a few pieces of iron. As for the rest, it really didn't cost much. Racking the wagon and rushing towards the village, the free wind of the mountains blew on his face, making him unable to hold back a smile. He now had silver in his hand, meat to eat at home, and a whole lot of necessities on his wagon. And these changes were made in just 2 or 3 days. Most importantly, it was his own effort. The system was not working at all. In addition to the spiritual incentive, ha 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 ha, Jang Jiubuan was in a happy mood and shouted into the wind, "Uo ha 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 ha." Tugging on the reins and standing on top of the carriage, Jiang Jiyufan let out a loud shout. The sordidness of the past is not enough to boast about. But the debauchery of the present day has no end. The spring breeze is so smooth that the horses' hooves are fast. And you can see all the flowers of Chang'an in one day. Ha ha ha. Brother Tono is sincere, laughing out loud. The sound of hooves fades away. Auntie Kai, this is the 2 taels of silver from the pig sale. Keep it. Lend me this wagon for a little while longer, and I'll unload it and promise to return it to you. Yeah. Dan Yin Kai looked at the cart with some shock. Where did you get so much money? 2 pigs wouldn't fetch that much. Would they? You're giving me 2 taels of silver. My Dazhuang can't sell that pig for 2 taels. Jiang Jifan smiled and spoke. I was lucky today. I showed someone a disease. Oh right, auntie. I really need to trouble you for a trip tomorrow. You still see patients. Who did you see? What's the trouble? 3 questions in 1 click. What kind of disease you don't care? Tomorrow morning, trouble auntie to help me go to the town, Fang Langzhong's, to buy some medicinal herbs back. Am not convenient to show my face. Auntie also better not to say that it is I who bought it. Dame Kai looked at Jiang Jiyufan with some surprise. All right. Dame will do you this favor, then I'll leave first. I'll unload these things at home first. Jiang Jiyubuan rushed towards home with a smile on his face. Because he lives at the end of the village, and at the moment, he is pulling a load of goods on a carriage, which is properly considered to be waving in the village. Plus, he went early and didn't delay much. At the moment, it's considered around 9 a.m. at best. P.S. Do you want the ancient time or the modern time? Ancient deduction 1, modern deduction 2. Jesus. Is this river rag getting rich? When did Jiang Raggedy get so rich? He must have stolen it from someone else. He even bought Old Taste. I recognize that wine jar. It's the signature of the Old Taste restaurant. A jar would cost 200 wen. The village people were talking about it, and the village chief was even looking at it with wide eyes. No, I have to go and see go. The old village chief shook his bushel fan and strutted toward the end of the village. If there's a good thing to do, it can't be left to him. The village chief, Wan Wan Zioru. Look what my husband has brought back for you. Maltos never had it. It's so sweet. And this, new clothes, 2 fur coats, and 2 sets of garments for each person. Take them. The 2 young wives were so dazzled that they didn't know what to do any more, seeing that both little wives were standing still. Jiang Jifan directly unwrapped the oil paper bag wrapped with malt candy, pinching a piece of malt candy and looking at Nai Zaiyaoan. Wanwen, open your mouth. Nai Zaiyaoan's small hands gripped the corners of her tattered clothes with a look of inaction. Good boy, do as you are told and open your mouth. Nai Zaiyaoan's panicked gaze dodged and finally closed her eyes tightly and opened her small mouth. A small piece of malt candy was tucked in. Zoe, open your mouth. Nai Zioru seemed to be more adaptable than her sister, and obediently opened her mouth without even closing her eyes. Uo, so sweet, so delicious. Thank you, husband. Husband is good, Nai Zioru muttered, her big eyes curving up. Jiang Jiyufan smiled and rubbed his little wife's head. Come, first move the things into the house. Hey, the old village chief, with jealousy under his eyes, pretended to smile and walked over. Brother Yuan, how many things did you buy here? You're not going to steal someone's money. Are you? Jiang Jiubuan sniffed a little, but on his lips he still said politely, How could I do stealing and robbing? This but last night into the mountains hunted a wild boar, which does not sell some money to buy some things. You see, I have nothing here. We have to have everything we need to make a living. The old village chief pinned his fan into his back belt, reaching for the wine jar. Is this the signature bar of the Old Taste restaurant? I haven't tasted the old flavors of wine in years. Tisk, that's a bit of a craving in my mouth. Jiang Jiyubuan didn't bother with the old village chief, but instead smiled and looked at the two girls. Wanwen, Zaoru, moved the stuff in first. The old village chief saw Jiang Jiyufan ignoring himself and directly lifted up 2 altars and laughed. "Brother Yuan, you've made a fortune here. It's not too much for me to dip my hands in the joy, no matter how I say it. I've also helped you. I don't want this wine from you. I want to taste something. I'm not in a hurry to get the money you owe me. You can pay me back when you have the money," said the old village chief, holding the wine altar and about to leave. Jiang Jiyubuan really couldn't hold back a bit when he saw this. 2 steps forward to stop the village head. "Village head, you want to taste it is not simple. You'll go to the house and get a bowl to pour you a bowl to taste. If you can't, I've got another jug here. You take one back." The old village head held the wine altar and did not let go. "It's okay. I'm going back to taste again. This is the same. And so drink up and then come to get it on the line. Oh yes. I see that you bought a lot of rice and noodles. Wait for me to come back to the whole point." Jiang Jiufan's brows wrinkled but quickly loosened, fumbling out a handful of copper coins from his pocket. "Old village chief, this is about 170 to 80 wen for me. You helped me buy medicine. I remember your goodness, but these 2 jars of wine to carry away, and want me to have rice and noodles, and want me to owe you money again is a bit too much, isn't it?" The old village chief had a thick skin. Only to see him pull down his face and say unhappily, "Brother Yuan, what are you talking about? Am I not thinking of you? You bought so many things, your hands must be nervous. I don't want you to return the money now, but it's just to take your altar of wine. And didn't ask for anything else. How can you be so petty, besides? Who knows if it's the money you made from hunting or stealing from others? The village head doesn't care how you got the money, now that you're rich. You can't forget how good the village head was to you. We have to be human beings who know how to return favors." Jiang Jiyubuan's face became more and more ugly. "Old village chief, this is all sort of like me repaying the kindness of a drop of water when it springs from the spring. Then, according to you, you'll have to come over and take some of whatever I have from now on, with the pretense that it's for my benefit. Earlier I needed a pot of medicine to make a potion, and you wouldn't even lend it. That medicine jar of yours is an old one that's been used for I don't know how many years. How many times did I brush it clean? I looked at it today, too. And that little pot of medicine lasted 20 wen. You're selling me for 30. I didn't look at Fang Langzhong's. I took a trip to Liu Langzhong's, and Fang Langzhong gave me herbs that lasted 60 wen to top it off. Are you taking me to kill me? You want me to pay 100 won? You mustn't forget the money for the ox cart." The old village chief's face sank and his tone clouded up. "Jiang Jiyubuan, are you playing rough with me? Who have I ever been afraid of in these 8 villages in 10 miles? You ask me." Jiang Jiyubuan sniffed and turned around and walked to the carriage, copying the newly purchased axe, and chopped it on the board with a bang. "Village chief, then you think I, Jiang Jiyubuan, am young and good at bullying here." Jiang Jiyubuan held out his left hand. 170-80 wen. "Here." Jiang Jiyubuan patted the axe. "You old man, pick one. Either put down my drink and take the money and go. Either." Jiang Jiyubuan drew his axe, being held down all the time wool, gathering anyone can not always endure. "To go on like this, then do not make money in the future, directly to the old village head as a dog to go." The old village chief saw Jiang Jiyubuan like this directly let go of his hand. The wine altar directly fell on the ground and rolled twice. Fortunately, this is a muddy ground. The rain 2 days ago now the ground is not completely dry. If the ground is dry and hard, it may have just broken the wine altar. Seeing that the wine altar was not broken, the old village chief's face shook as he grabbed the copper coins in Jiang Jiufan's hand and cursed. "Wolf-hearted thing, I shouldn't have helped you, huh?" Jiang Jiyubuan laughed in anger. He was truly exasperated. "Old village chief, why don't I go to your house and do you a favor? I'll do you a favor from now on. I'll eat, drink, and take free food in your house every day. You say yes or no. Heart of a wolf." The old village chief kept cursing under his breath as he walked back. If it wasn't for his fear of Jiang Jiubuan's big brother, he would have really dared to grab it openly just now. Back home, the old village chief was all still angry. The mayor's wife came over. "You didn't bring anything back." "Where's the money? Did you get it back?" The old village chief spoke with a grunt of anger. "This Jiang Jiubuan still dares to turn the tables on me." "Little brute," the village chief's mother-in-law's face also turned ugly. "I'll find him." The old village chief hurriedly reached out and pulled back. "Forget it. It earned him quite a bit anyway, when I see his big brother later. I'll secretly cheat his big brother out of some money. Anyway, it's not the first time he's cheated his big brother out of money like this. He knows the identity of Jiang Jiushan. But he still dares to be like this. He is relying on the fact that he has a village head identity. Jiang Jiushan dare not kill him. No matter how small the village chief was, that was still an official in his eyes. Anyone who killed someone had to pay for it. And he didn't believe that Jiang Jiushan would dare to make a move against him in the broken courtyard. The original good mood was pretty much destroyed by the old village chief's shamelessness. "Husband, you should also eat a piece of malt candy. You'll become happy after eating it." Naizoru came over holding an oil paper bag. Jiang Jiufen smiled as he ate the malt candy handed to him by his little wife. "So good. Did you eat and drink your medicine in the morning?" Naizoru tilted her head and said in a very cute way, "Surely I have eaten. Husband did not say that after eating to the yard to enclose a layer of fence well. You see me, and my sister have encircled half of it." Jiang Jiubuan looked towards the broken courtyard. The tree branch fence was weak, but it was at least like that. Reaching out to gather Xiao Ru into her arms. Xiao Ru's body stiffened then slowly softened, but her little head also lowered. "Wan Wan, come here." Coming husband, Xiao trotted over, and when she saw her husband holding her sister, she was first surprised for a moment before lowering her head. Jiang Jiubuan had a soft smile on his face as he swept Xiao into his arms as well. "Wanwen, Zioru, our future days will get better and better. You see, we're still just a broken hut and a broken yard. It won't be 2 months, and I'll make sure you live in a green brick house. Let's not live in a wooden house." "Let's live in a brick house." Naizaira's small hands gripped her own tattered clothes and weakly opened her mouth. "Then when will husband let our sisters give you? Then when will husband let us sisters give you children?" Jiang Jiuxuan froze for a moment at his words, then laughed. "Let's wait until you two grow up a bit more. You two are too skinny now." A cart of things moved into the broken straw house. Jiang Jiubuan also returned the carriage, which is not without some thanks. After returning, Jiang Jiubuan directly let Xiao Ru burn several buckets of hot water and poured it into the big bucket in the broken grass house. Seeing that the hot water was almost ready, Jiang Jiufen poured some more cool water in to neutralize it. After doing this, Jiang Jiufen looked at the two girls and said, "This is the towel. The red one will be Wanwen's later. The blue one will be Zaira's later, and the white one will be my husband's later. Got it? Here's a bucket of hot water for you two to use for a bath. And on the bed are furs and new clothes. I'll wait outside. You two take your time and wash the dust off your bodies and faces. Do you understand?" The two women looked at their husbands with reddened eyes and finally nodded fiercely. "I hear you." Jiang Jiubuan smiled and walked out the door, then closed the broken door, just pulling a small stool at the door to sit. Inside the house, the two women's little pearls snapped and fell, and as they did so, they took off their tattered, patch-filled beggars' short shirts. This little pearl can be full of happiness. It was a full half hour. Or an hour. Before Naizaowen's voice came out, "Husband, we're done washing." The drowsy Jiang Jiubuan stretched and stood up. A foot kicked away the small stool at his feet, followed by pulling open the broken door of the ramshackle hayloft. Into the eye were two little wives with the same clothes. After scrubbing, the hands of the two young wives were much whiter, but they still looked extremely rough, all traces of work. The two women's little bodies were still skinny, but they didn't look so skinny with their new clothes. "Raise your head, and let husband see if it's pretty." Jiang Jiufen laughed warmly. As the two women slowly raised their heads, Jiang Jiubuan froze slightly. Perhaps because their faces were too dirty before, their original appearance was covered. Only a 5-featured outline could be seen. Although looking at the outline of the features, Jiang Jiufen felt that the two women would not be ugly. But now, once washed clean, that hidden beauty is still revealed a little. If you can show some face value, even if you are so thin, wouldn't it be a scourge if you developed to the level of a normal 20-year-old? The two women's looks were at least 90% similar, but Nai Zaon's brows were faintly sad and heroic. Her eyes were more subdued and determined, and her previous chicken nest head had turned into shoulder-length hair. On the other hand, Nai Zaira's eyebrows were soft, and her eyes were more self-conscious, but her double pupils added a mysterious color. And instead of turning into long shoulder-length hair, her cocktail head turned into a slightly curly shape. Making it look even more adorable, Jiang Jiuxuan smiled. Wanwen and Xiao Ru can be really good-looking. Nai Xiaoan sniffed and directly lowered her head shyly, growing up so big, except for her beggar grandfather. It was the first time she heard someone praising her, and also treating her so well, and also buying fur coats and new clothes for her and her sister. Fur coats, new clothes, these are things that you would never have dreamed of before. Nai Zioru, on the other hand, walked towards Jiang Jiufen with a red face. "Husband, let's serve you a bath. In this regard, she is too much more active than her sister. Many things are her to start the head, while her sister's initiative is usually to help her husband fight." Before the face was full of dirty dust, Jiang Jiufen couldn't even see that his little wife would still blush. Reaching out to touch Zoe's little face, it felt so much better than before, for husband doesn't wash it now. "For husband will wash it at night," said Jiang Jiubuan, walked to the water bucket and laughed. "Come over and give me a hand." For husband can't hold it up right now, carrying the bucket out to pour it out. After doing this, Nai Zioru pinched the corner of her clothes and weakly said, "Husband, this is the first time Zioru and sister have worn new clothes. We've all been without new clothes to wear before, and these new clothes are so nice that they'll get dirty from working. Why don't my sister and I just change back into our old clothes?" Jiang Jiufen smiled and said, "What's wrong with wearing new clothes for work? Don't think that these clothes are good now. Wait for the future, for my husband to buy you a room full of good-looking clothes. We're going to make clothes out of the finest silks and beds out of the finest bedding from now on. By the way, the broken bed needs to be cleaned too. It can't dirty the new bedding. Let's go brush the bed." Nai Zioru ran straight to the house. Jiang Jiufen turned around and rubbed Nai Ziowen's head. "Wanwen, you and your sister go cook. It's almost noon. The sun is so nice. How can you let your little wife do such a thing as brush the bed?" Brushing the broken bed, Jiang Jiufen thought that sooner or later he would throw it for a new one. With a thought, the azure screen appeared directly in front of his eyes, looking at the up to 1,750 chances on it. Jiang Jiubuan's heartbeat accelerated. Without hesitation, he tapped on the random chance store, and then even more without hesitation. He spent 1,000 chances to purchase the first layer of the 9 turns treasure record. The 9 turns treasure record in the screen transformed into a 3D three-dimensional shape and enlarged. And then the book began to flip at an extremely high speed. In a few seconds, the pages of the book flipped over, And Jiang Jiubian didn't even see what was written inside. The shape of the book shattered, and then the pieces turned into golden points of light that surged into Jiang Jiubian's brow. The brush in his hand fell off, and Jiang Jiubian fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. Inside the kitchen, the panicked voices of the two young wives rang out. "Husband!" The two young wives scrambled out. "Husband, what's wrong with you? Husband, you don't scare Xiao Ru. Wu-wuo. Husband!" Nai Xiaoan kept pushing Jiang Jiufen, trying to wake up her husband. At the moment, in their eyes, their husband was staring at his eyes and not moving. Even his breathing had stopped. Nai Xiaoru's crying turned into a loud cry. "Ooh, wow! Husband is dead! Husband is dead! Xiaoru is really a calamity! Xiaoru is really a calamity! It's all because of my eyes! It must be all because of my eyes!" Nai Xiaoru's entire body trembled violently, her pupils constantly dilating and shrinking. Dilating and shrinking. "My eyes killed my husband. My eyes killed my husband. If husband is dead, Xiaoru want live. Poke it blind. Yeah, poke it blind and die with your husband," in the midst of crying out. Nai Xiaoru raised her hands and clawed at her eyes. She wanted to claw her pupils blind for as long as I can remember. It was because of her pupils, the red stripes on her sister's arms, that their beggar grandfather, who raised them, died tragically under the hooves of a horse. The people who tried to sell them were buried at the bottom of the river. The people who slaved them perished in the fire. And the only ones who are still okay are the foster parents. Now it's hard to marry and meet such a good husband. And now the husband is being grasped by himself. Both women are not motivated to live again for a while. Nai Xiaoan shed tears and twisted her head to not look at her sister. She now also didn't have the courage to live any more. If there is no hope, the despair that preceded it would not have been so unbearable. "Husband, my little sister and I will die with you." After the book page, fragments turned into points of light and surged into Jiang Jiubian's brow center. Jiang Jiubian could only feel a large amount of information flow, continuously washing over his mind. He couldn't move during this period, but his perception of everything in the outside world was still extremely clear. At this moment, seeing Xiao Ru trying to poke her own eyes out, Jiang Jiubian's heart was burning with anxiety. With a low roar in his heart, he desperately received that information and finally regained control of his body when Xiao Ru's hand was raised in front of his eyes, suddenly raising his hand to grab Xiao Ru's arm, followed by Jiang Jiubian's loud shout, "What's the point of dying? I'm not dead yet." The fraudulent situation makes the two women surprised and happy, have buried their heads and flung in the husband's arms. Wow. Gently patted the two women who were crying sadly. Jiang Jiufen opened his mouth with heartache. "I'm fine." "I'm not fine. You guys are making too much of a fuss. Come and show your husband. You see what a beautiful girl ah. Look at this, crying eyes are swollen. Good boy, do not cry oh," after coaxing them properly for a while. The two women were finally relieved of that energy, looking at the two daughters who went back to burning pots and cooking. Jiang Jiufen's heart was both happy and heartbroken. Happy that these two little wives are dependent on themselves, and heartbroken by their tragic experiences. Sighing slightly, Jiang Jiubian refocused his attention on the 9 Revolutions treasure record in his mind. This was only the first layer of the 9 Revolutions treasure record's cultivation technique. Martial disciple realm is divided into 9 grades. 1 grade the lowest, 9 grades the highest. 1 grade corresponds to 9 turns. Want to martial disciple perfect. That is, need 980. 1 turns can be. As for how difficult the first turn is, Jiang Jiubian didn't know yet. Carefully studying the cultivation technique, the bedboard is almost brushed out of the sparks. If not the two little wife over to say that the meal is ready, he can really continue to brush. "Is the meal ready that fast?" said he. Looked at the bedpan, which was brushed and scratched, entering the house to eat. Jiang Jiubian didn't study the cultivation technique anymore. After all, the sky is not as big as the biggest meal. Ru, your wind chill should be almost healed, right? A small soft voice rang out. I think it's getting better. There are still 4 doses left. Finish the medicine to consolidate and strengthen it. Now, for my husband is not that bad. Zioru listens to her husband. After eating, the 2 girls hurriedly went to brush the pots and wash the dishes. Even if Jiang Jifan didn't let them do it, they still had to do it, moving a small bench to sit under the sun against the broken hayloft. Jiang Jiyubuan was a little drowsy again, after going hunting in the middle of the night and working around all morning. My body was already exhausted. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his body, and Jiang Jiyubuan woke up with a jolt. Sleeping at this age, me, look at the broken yard, look at the broken house. What's the matter? You still want to sleep? Shake off his head and get up to the kitchen to scoop up a bowl of cool water to drink. A bowl of cool water down. The spirit suddenly up, the blue screen appeared in front of my eyes, and the first thing that stood out was the most conspicuous, chance 750, seemingly because he had purchased the cultivation technique. A pop-up window suddenly popped up Martial Apprentice, first grade Fierce Beast Essence. Discounted price, 160, limited to 6 days at 23.59. There's still a Krypton pop-up cheat. Jiang Jiyubuan's heart was startled. Tapping on the Martial Apprentice, first stage Fierce Beast Essence. A few lines of description surfaced, containing the entire cultivation of a Martial Apprentice, first stage Fierce Beast. After taking it, you can increase your cultivation accordingly based on your own refining. Good stuff. Jiang Jiyubuan chose to buy it without hesitation after reading it. The purchase was completed. The pop-up window disappeared, and this small icon slowly flew to the bottom left of the screen, followed by a flash of golden light on the bottom left, and the last backpack icon emerged, followed by the first order Fierce Beast Essence entering within the backpack. At the same time, a feeling surged in Jiang Jiyubuan's mind that if he wanted to take out a first-ranked Fierce Beast Essence, that Fierce Beast Essence would directly appear in his hand, the equivalent of storage space, with a thought. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. Take it back. The jade bottle was still in his hand. Take it back. I don't need it now. The jade bottle did not move. You can only take it out but not in. That outrageous. The bottles are kinda looking good, so I can save them later and still sell them. In his mind, he directly put the jade bottle into his bosom. As there seemed to be one more point of change on the screen, looking at the screen again, I saw that there was an additional icon cultivation store on it. With a thought, he tapped on the cultivation store, and with the clouds of mist, 5 items were placed in a row. Martial Arts Apprentice First Order Fierce Beast Essence. Martial Arts Apprentice Second Order Fierce Beast Inner Dan. Martial Arts Apprentice Third Order Fierce Beast Essence. Martial Arts Apprentice Fourth Order Fierce Beast Essence. Martial Arts Apprentice First Order Cultivation Elixir. Jiang Jiyubuan didn't look at anything else. He just stared dead on at the first Martial Apprentice First Stage Fierce Beast Essence. Just see that the asking price on this is 100 points of chance, 100 points taking out the jade bottle that I just put into my arms. I carefully compared it with the one in the screen, which, isn't it exactly the same? Didn't we say discount for a limited time? Fold on, wordplay, 160 coking points of chance. It's what I'd trade my life for. Jiang Jiyubuan clenched his fists. All he wanted to do now was to hit someone, gritting his teeth, his nose gasping for air. He looked at the screen carefully, making sure nothing else had changed, and then shutting it right down, looking at the jade bottle in his hand. The more Jiang Jiyubuan thought about it, the more angry he became. Well, I'd like to see how useful my 160-point purchase is. Mentally cursing, he pulled out the cork and poured it directly into his mouth, cool and sweet and sour. Before Jiang Jiyubuan could taste more, the essence in the jade bottle was directly all gone. Immediately after, the jade bottle turned into pieces and disappeared under Jiang Jiyufin's wrinkled brow. 160 points of chance, and not even a bottle left for me. Just when he was upset, his abdomen suddenly set off a burst of heat. Not waiting for Jiang Jiyubian to react, this heat surged more and more, and in an instant, Jiang Jiyubian's body was red all over. The heart was shocked, not daring to be careless anymore, and hurriedly followed the 9 revolutions treasure record to run this more and more terrifying fiery power. This force starts with the dantian as the starting point, and begins to circulate towards the left hand and left foot. The right hand and right foot, the heart, the liver, the spleen, the stomach, and the kidneys in a constant flushing cycle. These routes form a small cycle of their own. 9 routes converge on the head, and the head is connected in the dantian to form a large cycle of the human body. 9 cycles for a turn, and only after 9 turns can you break through the first grade. At this moment, Jiang Jiyubian is not only red all over the body, is more body trembling violently. But the good thing is that he is in the kitchen. The 2 little wife in the packing he bought things did not notice him. Otherwise, another coaxing is inevitable. A large amount of heat emanated from all the limbs and bones around his body, and all of those essence powers that he had failed to refine escaped from his pores. 10 minutes later, Jiang Jiyubian opened his eyes, and the fiery feeling in his body disappeared without a trace, and he only made 3 cycles, or 3 turns, theoretically. The cultivation provided by a first-order, ferocious beast essence could be directly imbued with a first-order product if it could be perfectly absorbed. Martial Disciple First Grade is the introduction. He drank the entire essence of the fierce beasts of the first stage of martial disciples, even failed to reach the introduction. This wasted, it's really a little too serious, feeling the powerful strength in his body that he had never possessed before. Jiang Jiyubian was overjoyed in his heart. Surprisingly, it really works, no longer hesitating. He spent another 100 points of chance to exchange a bottle out. Taking out a wooden bowl filled with broth, Jiang Jiyufen carefully dripped a drop of fierce beast essence onto his chopsticks. This time, he saw that the feral beast essence was bright red. The chopsticks stirred the broth, followed by taking out a wooden bowl and serving a small half-bowl out. The 2 bowls of broth kept mixing back and forth, eventually adding a bit of soup to turn it into 2 full bowls. Wan Wan, Zio Ru, come over and drink some meat soup. It's good for your health, husband. Didn't we just eat at noon? Nai Zioru ran over and looked up at her husband. Jiang Jiuxuan smiled and touched Nai Zioru's head. This is a bowl of broth. Drink more to grow your body. In his experience, this first-order fierce beast essence was able to provide massive amounts of energy. And even though he had only absorbed 30% of it, he felt an unprecedented comfort in his physical state. He didn't have any other cultivation techniques and didn't know how to teach his 2 young wives to practice martial arts. But a drop of fierce beast essence split into 2 bowls for his 2 little wives should not be a big problem. Husband, we're really full. Let's save these for the evening. Nai Ziaoan also spoke softly. They were starving and scared. They didn't dare to finish the food in one go. They were afraid that if they ate it all at once, they wouldn't have the next meal. And they think it's bad to eat so much without doing much work. Jiang Jiyufen wore a smile on his face. If I let you guys drink, I can still have silver in my hand. Look, said Jiang Jiyubian, taking out a cloth bag from his bosom. Inside was a whole 7 taels of silver. See, this is silver, 7 taels of silver. Even if we buy meat every day, we won't be able to eat it all. The 2 women were also looking at the 7 taels of silver with shocked faces. They had never seen so much money at all when they were growing up. See, we have money now, so we don't have to worry about eating the first meal without the next. Not to mention that we still have 30 to 40 pounds of wolf meat. Hurry up and drink, Looking at the bowl handed over by her husband, the two women pursed their lips and took it. Looking at the two women taking small bites of the broth, Jiang Jiyufan's smile grew wider. There is nothing like watching your little wife eat more. It seems that I really don't have much cultivation talent. A bottle of fierce beast essence I can only absorb a mere 30%. For martial, apprentice, first grade initiation, I would need at least 3 or 4 more bottles of fierce beast essence. Jiang Jiyubuan said in his heart, then looked at the chance point, 490. He was already frugal, but the chance points were still consumed too quickly. The reason why he saved more than 1,000 chance points so quickly this time was all thanks to Wang Dado. But Wang Dado's kind of situation was something that could be encountered casually. It's a long way to go to save your chances. With that in mind, the two young wives had already finished their broth. It's so hot. Naizayoru, who had finished drinking the broth, had a red face, and even her skinny little hands were filled with redness. Jiang Jiyufan softly said, "Maybe the broth is too tonic. It will be fine in a while." He didn't expect just one person and half a drop to have such a powerful effect, or that the bodies of the two little wives were just too bad. Nai Zayaon wiped the sweat rising from her forehead and spoke softly. "It's getting hotter and hotter." Jiang Jiyubuan saw the situation and thought of what Brother Dazhuang had said last night. "You guys should be fine with a few laps around the yard." Brother Dazhuang said that ordinary people who want to cultivate can only rely on hammering themselves. There are so many ways to hammer, and just about any exercise should be fine anyway. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Nai Zayaxio, who had her head lowered, spoke softly, but she suddenly felt her eyes were a bit blurry. Rubbing my eyes, the scene in front of me suddenly became near and far, under the fur coat of Nai Zayaoan's arms. The two skinny little arms also showed the slightest change. Only the red lines on his little arms seemed to move. But it only moved and then did not react again. And even Nai Zayaoan herself didn't notice any of this change. Without waiting for the two women to walk out of the kitchen, the sound of cooing and gurgling reached Jiang Jiyubuan's ears. Jiang Jiyubuan gazed and listened. It seemed to be coming from the two women's stomachs, and at this moment, the two women also covered their stomachs and hurriedly turned around and lowered their heads. "Husband, I were really full. This, looking at Nai Zayaoan, who didn't know how to make it up. Jiang Jiyufan lifted the lid on the barrel with a slight smile. "There are still 2 buckets of wolf meat here. I have money for my husband. Eat when you're hungry. Don't save it for my husband." Saying that, Jiang Jiyufan took out 2 large pieces of cooked wolf meat and stuffed them into the hands of the two women. "Husband, I'm really not hungry." Nai Zayaoan hadn't finished speaking when her stomach rumbled even more. And so did Zio Ru, who was beside her. "Hurry up and eat." Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and went to serve the soup. "For me, I'm not afraid of you eating. For me, I'm afraid of you not eating. The more you eat, the happier for me." The two women couldn't really resist looking at the wolf meat in their hands as they sniffed. "Sister." Zio Ru's pitiful eyes looked at her sister. Nai Zayaoan nodded, then took a big bite of the wolf meat. Nai Zaira's eyes lit up, and she also took a big bite. The two women kept gnawing on the wolf meat. A look like they hadn't eaten for 3 days. Soon, 2 large pieces of wolf meat were eaten clean by the two women. Jiang Jiyufan raised his eyebrows and handed over 2 bowls of soup. "Drink the soup." The two women took a half step back in some embarrassment. But the next second, their stomachs rumbled again. Jiang Jiyubuan was a bit shocked. Those 2 pieces of meat just now were not small. One was at least a pound. Husband, were really full. Nai Zayaoan was about to run after saying that. But Jiang Jiyufan were to give her a chance to run. "Stop. Continue to eat for my husband. You are my Jiang Jiyubuan's women. If my women can't even get enough to eat, what kind of man am I?" Saying this, Jiang Jiyubuan directly mentioned the 2 buckets with cooked wolf meat onto the table. Come on, eat. Today I'll watch you all eat your fill. No one leaves the kitchen until they're full. The two women looked at each other, neither of them moving. Jiang Jiufan's voice softened. How can you grow your bodies if you don't eat enough? How are you going to make babies for your husband later if you don't grow your bodies? If you want to make babies for your husband, then eat first. I want to give my husband a baby, Nai Zaioru directly shouted out. It was only then that the two girls ate again, and Jiang Jiufan looked at this scene with more and more surprise in his heart. Could it be that their bodies are so poor that they need to make up for too much energy? Thinking of this, Jiang Jiubuan turned around to serve the soup and actually lowered a drop of fierce beast essence into each of the wooden bowls. This time it's 1 drop per person. Have some soup. Don't choke. Thank you, husband X2, as the broth went down. The two women's faces reddened again, but this reddened state only lasted less than 10 seconds before fading again. Jiang Jiubuan's eyes glared, and his heart was secretly shocked. Not a bit of energy has escaped. It was all absorbed in less than 10 seconds. They are the ones who don't have cultivation techniques. This drop of fierce beast essence is equivalent to 1/10 of a martial apprentice first grade's cultivation. And all 10 seconds are absorbed perfectly. Could this kind be gifted in cultivation? Jiang Jiubuan gulped, took 2 bowls, and continued to serve the soup. This time a bowl with 3 drops each. He himself had only absorbed about 3 drops of cultivation. Hands shaking slightly, he placed the bowl on the table. Drink some soup, eat slowly, don't choke, husband is so good. Zaioru's eyes went straight to red, and she ate while shedding little pearls. Husband, Zaioru will only eat a little bit. Zaioru doesn't know why she's suddenly so hungry, so hungry. Eat when you're hungry, for husband is enough. Eat, it's just a little bit of meat. Don't cry, good boy. Jiang Jiubuan tenderly wiped away the small pearls on Nai Zaira's face. Have some soup smooth. The two women nodded their heads and picked up the bowl, gulping it down, looking at the two little wives, who each drank 3 drops of soup containing the essence of the ferocious beasts. Jiang Jiufan's eyes were filled with anticipation. He couldn't believe he couldn't fill it up this time. Soon, Jiang Jiubuan realized how wrong he was, and at the same time, his mouth opened in shock, only to see the 2 little wives still red in the face. This time lasted 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, the red color of the 2 women's faces subsided again. It was as if what had just happened was an illusion, as if nothing had just happened. Close to 20 pounds of wolf meat. At the moment, almost by the 2 little wife ate a clean. Just as Jiang Jiubuan gritted his teeth and wanted to spend another 100 chance to buy a bottle of martial apprentice first, order ferocious beast essence when the 2 young wives slumped down onto the table with a thud. Jiang Jiufan was startled, then went over and reached out to probe the nostrils of the 2 young wives. It's okay, there's gas. It should be asleep. He thought it was dead, looking down at the bones in the bucket. He twisted his head to look at the broken bedpan outside. Hand over hand, he carried the broken bedpan inside. And all he felt now was that his strength simply ran out. The bedpan that I couldn't pick up by myself before is now no strain at all. After spreading the bedding, Jiang Jiufan took out another towel and dipped it in water to return to the kitchen. Carefully, he first wiped the 2 young wives' faces with the oil that had rubbed off on their faces from eating the meat, followed by carefully wiping their hands. After doing this, the towel was temporarily placed on the small table. Bending down and holding Nai Zaioru to get up, this time it is very smooth, is to hold up. He still remembered the previous scene cannot hold at all. That scene was, indeed, a bit humiliating. Jiang Nai Zaioru put it on the bed in the broken house, and then touched his little wife's stomach in amazement. After all that food, your stomach is still flat. Where did it all go? Cannot think of things, no longer think more. Jiang Jiubuan shook his head, is to go to the Wan Wan also carried in. The day in mid to late June was not too cold and not too hot. Jiang Jiufen also only covered the two women's stomachs. Returning to the kitchen, he took out a towel and washed it, and it was at this time that Auntie Kiss' voice came over. Zio Jiang ah, those pig's blood and pig's jowl that were whole during the night, Auntie has cooked them. And these are the ones for you. Jiang Jiubuan hurriedly welcomed out. Auntie, you're too polite. Why are you still serving this over? Said Jiang Jiubuan as he rushed forward trying to catch the large basin. Who knows Kai Dan Ying, a turn around directly skimmed over. This big pot plus soup at least have more than 30 pounds. You this small body and move it. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and scratched his head. Auntie, you're letting me use your family's carriage and letting me pull your family's wild boar to sell it. To put it bluntly, you're giving me money in disguise. Dame Kai waved her hand in a very grandiose manner. What's the point of talking about this? Dazhuang said to just let you give us 600 wen, but you gave Dame 2 taels of silver. In the end, we took advantage of you. Dame Kai said as she headed out, you use the basin first. Return it to Dame when you're done. I got some chili in the afternoon. Come over for dinner in the evening. Jiang Jiubuan hurriedly said, No, Auntie, I can't take advantage of your family all the time. Tomorrow I'll cook and fry up some dishes for you and Brother Dazhuang to try. What kind of cooking will you, a child student, do? Forget it. Remember to come over and eat the food at night. Kai Danyang said, and had already entered the village. Jiang Jiubuan stood in the doorway and shook his head helplessly, feeling more and more that Kai Danyang's family had nothing to bend, and were true to their nature, looking back at the 2 young wives sleeping in the house. He turned around and found 2 longer sticks and stuck them into the ground in the broken yard, finding the rope I bought this morning. I made a simple clothesline in no time. Before that was no clothes. Now that I have clothes, how can I make it look decent? After the chores are done, looking at the little bit of first-order ferocious beast essence left, a few minutes later. Sure enough, I just don't have the talent. This absorption has surprisingly only absorbed 20%. I can't even reach the previous 30%. Why am I absorbing less and less? Sit in the sun by the door with your doubts. Not long ago Jiang Jiufan's eyes moved slightly. Before I that was too tired. My body was very tired. Now I don't feel tired. Does it mean? Thinking of this. Jiang Jiubuan looked towards the large pot of pig's blood and pig's offal that damsel Kai had sent, walking over and picking up the large tub. 30 pounds was still easy for him now, holding the large basin. Jiang Jiubuan walked to the courtyard to bask in the sun and started squatting. 1, 2, 3, 4, Roman 15, Roman 16. After just a dozen, Jiang Jiubuan's legs began to tremble, but even so Jiang Jiubuan was still squatting. A few moments later, Jiang Jiubuan's legs began to wobble and were already a bit out of control. Putting down the large basin, Jiang Jiubuan started doing push-ups with his hands on the ground. He was trembling. His legs were in severe pain, and he felt cramps in his lower back and abdomen under the profuse sweating. Jiang Jiubuan gritted his teeth and insisted. 30 weighted squats plus 50 push-ups as a set, with a 3-minute rest in between. After doing so repeatedly for 4 consecutive groups, Jiang Jiubuan was lying on the ground and couldn't move. In his current state, it was hard for him to even move his fingers, gritting his teeth and trembling. He propped himself up on the floor and limped with difficulty into the kitchen. 100 chances disappeared, and a bottle of first-order fierce beast essence arrived. Pulling the cork off the bottle, he drank it all in one go, then watched as the jade bottle turned into pieces in his hands and disappeared. The feeling of fiery heat swept through his body once again, and Jiang Jiubuan laid down on the pile of grass and ran his gongfu with all his might. This time, the time lasted up to 20 minutes, and only 50% of the power escaped. True enough. Absorption is only significant when the body is extremely tired. Looking at the fact that he was only one turn away from officially becoming a first-grade martial apprentice, Jiang Jiubuan's eyes were almost red, feeling the power and energy surging through his body, again, in such an afternoon. Jiang Jiufan bought 2 more bottles of first-order ferocious beast essences, relying on his body to constantly be on the verge of its limit to absorb the essence of the ferocious beasts. He finally broke through to a second-grade martial apprentice with a tremor in his body in the evening. And the chance points. Just the last 190 points left. I can't practice. Now my chance can only be exchanged for a bottle. This bottle has to be used for Wan Wan and Xiao Ru to replenish their bodies. With that in mind, he stood up and looked at his hands. Perhaps it was because he had broken through to a second-grade martial apprentice. His originally dry and thin hands had unexpectedly gained slightly more meat. This world pursued the extreme martial way, or the ultimate martial way, and the essence of practicing martial arts is refining the body. Jiang Jiubuan clasped his hands together, and he only felt an explosion of power in his body that he had never possessed before. Gollum, the times are calling, face-changed hands over the belly, followed by Jiang Jiubuan clamped legs rushed to the broken hayloft behind the simple thatched toilet inside. Boom, boom, snap. Tilde Jiang Jiubuan raised his head with a relieved face. Boom, boom, snap. Uo tilde tilde, the raised head, closed its eyes full of pleasure. After all, what else in the world is better than suddenly finding a toilet when you can't find one to hold in your diarrhea? Jiang Jiubuan's comment is no. Sublalala, lula lula la. Jiang Jiubuan pinched his nose. Lift your hand and pull out 2 large leaves from a nearby barrel. Damn random stores don't refresh me with a mention of toilet paper either. Cursing in his mind, he lifted up his torn pants and took 2 steps forward to put them on. Look back, never gone far crap, so much, it's outrageous. Jiang Jiubuan pinched his nose and walked out of the toilet while shoveling a shovel of soil to cover it. Then grimaced and shoveled twice to get Ollie to the ditch in the extreme distance, carrying a shovel. He happened to see a burly figure carrying a huge black bear coming from the side of the 100,000 mountains. A black bear? Hey, big strong brother, haha, elder brother Jiang, what are you doing with a shovel here? Quickly look at the martial artist level 3 fierce beast that I spent a night and a day catching. Kai Da Strong smiled and looked at Jiang Jiubuan, who trotted over. Bang, the black bear that was close to 5 meters big was directly thrown on the ground. Even though Jiang Jiubuan was 10 meters away at the moment, he felt the ground slightly shake. Martial artist, grade 3rd order fierce beast, Jiang Jiubuan's expression shook. Brother Da Zhuang is strong. He can even slaughter this. Kai Da Zhuang pulled up his clothes to reveal 3 scarred wounds on his chest, grinning. Small scene, don't panic. This beast is quite fierce. I only took a claw. This claw almost didn't take me out. Jiang Jiubuan was even more shocked looking at the hideous wounds. Brother Da Zhuang, or you bull, this kind of black bear. I'm afraid I can't even run away when I see it. Between words, Jiang Jiufeng surveyed the black bear on the ground. Looking at the black bear body black-gray, Jiang Jiu, Feng eyes slightly moved, squatting down and touched. Fingers stained with black ash, finger friction, too smelled the heart of the mind in disbelief. This is coal. Could there be coal mines in the 100,000 mountains? Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Jiubuan's heart began to race. If there really is a coal mine, that's a big deal. That stuff can be consumed a lot faster than bricks. Chance, this is great chance. This is definitely great chance, the more Jiang Jiubuan thought about it. The more excited he became, Kai Da Zhuang saw Jiang Jiubuan squatting in front of the black bear and touching it. Elder brother Jiang, this bear is at least 800 pounds. Turn around and cut you a few dozen pounds of meat and a few dozen pounds of bones. Jiang Jiubuan sniffed and quickly stood up. Don't. Brother Dazhuang, you're misunderstanding me. I have no idea about this prey of yours. This is your prey. Kai Dakying smiled boldly. It doesn't matter. Just a little meat. Jiang Jiubuan's face solemnized. Brother Dazhuang, this I really can't want. If I keep asking for your things, I become a shameless villain. Kai Dazhuang also raised his thick eyebrows when he saw how serious Jiang Jiubuan was. Some meat is just meat. It doesn't matter to me. The big deal is that Yao'll return it to me later. No, no, no. Jiang Jiubuan still shook his head. You and Damsel have already helped me a lot. I can't be that brazen. By the way, Brother Dazhuang, in which mountain range did you hunt this black bear? Do you still know where he haunted before? Kai Dazhuang spoke without thinking. The third mountain range, he has a hole. I've been observing him for 3 or 4 days. Even if I closed my eyes and smelled the odor, I could find it. Why are you asking this? It's hard to believe that your little body still wants to go to the third mountain range. The first mountain range is enough for you to drink a pot right now. Jiang Jiubuan smiled. Brother Dazhuang, you and Auntie are my Jiang Jiubuan's benefactors. I won't hide it from you. Although this black bear is precious, it is nothing compared to this on it. Kai Dazhuang became interested. What is it? Why didn't I find it? Could it be that you're talking about the inner pills of ferocious beasts? Jiang Jiubuan shook his head and stretched out his fingers stained with black ash. This black thing I call coal. Firewood burns, but firewood doesn't burn long, and the flame is not well controlled. And this coal not only burns, it lasts, and its temperature is even better controlled. If it's properly controlled, it's perfectly fine to burn even for a whole night. How is this possible? Kai Dazhuang shook his head back and forth. Apart from spirits, there's nothing that can burn for a whole night. That coal you're talking about isn't possible at all. And I've never even heard of what coal is. Jiang Jiubuan smiled. It's that no one knows. That's why this thing is valuable. This thing is smaller than firewood, but this thing is more resistant to burning than firewood. And if this thing can be sold on a large scale, don't you think the money will roll in? Kai Dazhuang's face became a bit startled, and after resurveying Jiang Jiufen, he spoke in a deep voice. Elder brother Jiang, you are worthy of being a scholar. You even recognize this thing. Jiang Jiubuan smiled bitterly and was speechless. This has nothing to do with reading or not. It is estimated that the world has never cared about what coal is. It's also possible that the world doesn't even know about coal. Come on, I'll take you to the cave where this black bear slept before, and you can see if that's the coal you're talking about. Jiang Jiubuan backed up and waved his hand. It's too late today. Not today. You can tell me what color the stone inside that cave is? Kai Dazhuang recalled. It's all black. And it doesn't seem to be sturdy. I collapsed a piece out when I fought with this beast. Jiang Jiubuan slapped his thigh. Come on, that's a coal mine. That's a coal mine. If we can sell it on a large scale, we'll be really rich. No, this matter must be reckoned with. This matter must be considered in the long run. This matter is too important. This is too important. Jiang Jiubuan walked around excitedly, his mouth constantly whispering something Kai Dazhuang couldn't understand. Although Kai Dazhuang couldn't understand, he felt that what Jiang Lieti muttered was really powerful. The words he knew, but he couldn't understand a single word when the words were formed into Jiang Lieti's mouth. Brother Dazhuang, this matter has to be considered in the long run. If this matter is done well, we will be 100% rich. If this matter is not done well, it is likely to lead to a murderous disaster. That bad, of course it's serious. You don't look at that coal mine as a rock. You look at it as a big mountain made of silver. The analogy was instantly understood by Kai Dakying. In just an instant, Kai Dazhuang's entire face turned red. Elder brother Jiang, you said seize the lesser. Jiang Jiubuan's face was also reddening. A silver mountain. A silver mountain. Kai Dazhuang clenched his fists and swung dozens of punches into the air, huffing and puffing. Don't get excited, Brother Dajong. This has to be considered in the long run. In the long run, yes. Think, long term. Kai Dazhuang took a deep breath and slowly calmed down when he looked at Jiang Jiyubuan again. Kai Dazhuang's face was solemn. Jiang, old brother, what do you say? Brother, all listen to your screw. It was getting late, and Kai Daqiang looked up at the sky. Elder brother Jiang, go to my house for food and drinks. Let's eat and talk, Kai Dazhuang said as he grabbed the 6-meter black bear and lifted it up to carry it on his shoulder. The impact of this scene was still a bit large, so much so that Jiang Jiyubuan took a step back. Let's go. Go to my house for food and drinks. Good. Jiang Jiyubuan's heart was also in a pang. His mind was in a mess right now. He had to calm down and sort it out properly. When he passed by his door, Jiang Jiyufen twisted his head to look at the house, only to realize that the 2 little wives were still sleeping. Seeing this situation, Jiang Jiyufen's mind suddenly cleared and stopped. Brother Dazhuang, I'm afraid that going to your house to eat food and drink won't work. These 2 little wives of mine are still asleep, and I can't stay away from home too long or too far. I'm going to your house, and I'm afraid of danger while they sleep. Kai Dazhuang raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. This is nothing. Turn back to the dishes are ready to serve over to eat is not on the line. Jiang Jiyufen smiled and spoke. Not really. I have some pig's blood and pig's jowl here. It's no problem to fry 2 dishes. That's right, Brother Dajong. I also bought the Old Flavor restaurant's signature wine today. He'll bring you 2 jars to try. 2 jars? You've sold out of that wild boar meat if you give me one. 600 wen and you have 200 wen left over. Where can you buy 2 jars of the Old Flavor? Haha. Brother Dajong, this you don't know. Later on. Old brother will brag about it with you. Okay, you'll see how you blow it. Kai Dazhuang really didn't believe it with this temper. As night fell, Kai Dazhuang sat in Jiang Jiyubuan's broken courtyard. The lanky figure sat on a small stool, which was a bit out of place. Go to the ball. Kai Daqiang got up and kicked away the small stool. Looked around, took a large piece of wood, and sat on it. Jiang Jiyufen, who had just come out of the house with a jar of wine in one hand, happened to see this scene. Ha! I'm sorry for aggravating Brother Big Strong. He'll be sure to change a few big chairs in the future. Kai Dazhuang smiled and looked over. The town's Chen carpenter craft is good. The price is also relatively fair. You want to do furniture or something to find him right. Carpenter Chen. Jiang Jiyubuan placed the wine altar on the ground. I'll make a note of it and look for him later, said Jiang Jiyubuan, opening the altar and pouring Kai Dazhuang a bowl of wine. Kai Dazhuang smiled at the aroma of the wine. Good, authentic Old Flavor. This wine is 180 wen a altar. In our White Stripes town, it is really a first-class good wine, 180 wen. Jiang Jiyubuan let out a bitter laugh. Then I still lost money. I bought it for 200 wen a jar. Kai Dazhuang slapped his head. I forgot to forget. He sold it to me for 180 wen, and my prey is usually pulled directly into his tavern. So it is, Jiang Jiyubuan said as he picked up another altar of wine and poured himself a bowl. Elder brother Jiang. What did your 2 little wives do? Why are they still sleeping? Kai Dazhuang pinched up a peanut and chewed. Jiang Jiyufen smiled. Nothing. I made a big meal at noon. They both ate and then went to sleep, said Jiang Jiyubuan sighed. Alas! These 2 little wives of mine are also pitiful enough. Dazhuang brother, I have to not say that my wife is already 20, can you see it? Kai Dazhuang froze smile convergence, that before the life is really miserable, said Kai Dazhuang, picked up the bowl of wine, now not married to Jiang, old brother you. I see you prodigal son return. Line, Jiang Jiyubuan also picked up his wine bowl. Nothing more to say. I just want to make up for both of them now. At the very least, they should be like normal 20-year-old girls. Don't panic in a small scene. Kai Dazhuang relaughed. Is it not simple to replenish the body? Eat more meat. Make up more, nourish it for a few months should be almost the same. Come on, dry up, bottoms up. Jiang Jiuxuan also drank from his bowl. Hiss tilde 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 ha. Kai Dazhuang licked the corner of his mouth. Good wine. Addictive. Jiang Jiubuan raised his eyebrows after drinking it. This wine was similar to the rice wine of his previous life in his mouth. Only it was slightly better than rice wine. Putting down the bowl, Jiang Jiufan continued to pour the wine. Brother Dazhuang, when I'm free later on, I'll brew some wine for you to taste. And when you've tasted that wine of mine, you won't say that this old flavor is good. You still know how to make wine. Kai Daqiang was a bit surprised. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. It'll be a bit. This will be said later when it's brewed. By the way, Brother Dajiang, you are related to the old taste restaurant in town. Kai Dazhuang grabbed a large pheasant leg and ate it. There's a F*C king relationship. I'm just buying prey for them. They take my hunts a little lower than the market, and I'm mostly just trying to make it easier. Why? Why do you ask, old boy? Jiang Jiubuan smiled and picked up his drink. Since Brother Dazhuang said so, then little brother will also speak straight. Jiang Jiuxuan slammed the wine bowl on the table with a fierce voice. I've been humiliated by this restaurant. I don't feel good about this restaurant. Just wait. It won't be long before I'm opening a restaurant in town that's better than theirs to steal all his business. The original owner's memory of being insulted was too miserable for Jiang Jiubuan to see. It is also by the old flavor of the tavern was severely beaten. Coupled with the original owner of the alcohol, after the rapid fire, this is a life. Jiang Jiubuan crossed over and inherited everything from the original owner. Then the original owner's humiliation was naturally inherited as well, after all, in everyone's eyes. He, Jiang Jiufan, was still Jiang Jiufan. This humiliation has to be avenged both in reason and conscience. Otherwise, in the future, even if he Jiang Jiubuan mixes well, those people in the old flavor restaurant will not treat him as a person. Older brother, opening a restaurant is not that easy. Kai Dazhuang became slightly solemn. A restaurant is not something that ordinary people can do. There are too many things to consider. Jiang Jiubuan smiled at his words and poured the wine. Brother Dazhuang, didn't you ask me how I could afford the old flavor wine? Kai Dazhuang immediately became interested. Yes. That's right. Don't you want to blow? Come on. I'll listen to you blow. Jiang Jiubuan pinched a peanut and hemmed and hawed. Do you know about our town's Wang Da Hu? Kai Dazhuang nodded. I know. His family has been a brick factory for generations. Selling bricks, one of the wealthy people in our town. I heard some time ago that he had spent a great deal of money on the post of a clerk. A position of little use, but good to talk about. I've even delivered meat to his gatehouse before. A very arrogant wealthy man, and I stopped delivering it afterward. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. This Wang De, who has a disease. Langzhong Fang and Langzhong Liu can't cure it, but I can. Kai Dazhuang's tiger eyes glared. You can still heal people. Jiang Jiubuan nodded. That's right. I can cure his illness, and I can cure his son's illness. After saying that, Jiang Jiufan took out the cloth bag from his bosom and unwrapped it. Look, I bought quite a few things and still have 7 taels of silver left. Kai Dazhuang just glanced at silver. Older brother, can you really cure their family? This is no joke. You'll be in big trouble if you can't cure them. Jiang Jiufan collected the silver and smiled. I can cure it 100%. And I've also used it to ask Data Wang for a business to do. What business? Data Wang's bricks supply 8 towns and 80 villages. And I want the bricks for sale in our Beijiao town and the 10 villages below it, when my brick factory is built. Whoever buys bricks on this side of White Stripes town will have to buy them from me in the future. Kai Dazhuang stood up directly in shock. Then Wang Dado, he agreed. Jiang Jiubuan lifted his head and smiled. Agreed, I guarantee to cure them healthy. The business of 10 villages in a town is not much for them. Kai Dashwang slowly sat down, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. The big hand gave a thumbs up. Okay, older brother you cow, worthy of being a scholar. It's really bull. No wonder so many people want their children to study. My son will have to study too. Readers are really powerful. A town of 8 villages in the brick business. Old brother, you are going to be rich. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. It's all thanks to you and Damsel. If it wasn't for you and Damsel, I wouldn't have been able to reap this benefit at all. If you hadn't sent me to town to sell pork, I wouldn't have seen this notice at all. And if I hadn't seen it, it would have had nothing to do with me. Kai Dashwang shook his head. No, you are a scholar. You are now a prodigal son. Even without this opportunity, I guess I can make a fortune. I can read people very accurately, said Kai Dejong, picking up his drink, and continued, when I arrived home. My old lady said that you went to the 100,000 mountains again last night and slaughtered 170 to 80-pound large wild boar by yourself. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and waved his hand. A fluke. That was all a fluke. Kai Dashwang took a sip of wine and laughed. There are no flukes in hunting, and wild boars are very aggressive. For you to single-handedly kill a big boar with your small body? That's because you have great skills, as I see it. You and your big brother are both born hunters, only you chose to read. Look, you don't study now. This small body can hunt big boars. When you become a martial artist in the future, then you mustn't be even more powerful than me. Jiang Jiubuan had no way to retort for a while, and could only smile and pick up the bowl. Come, brother Dashwang, dry up, Koki. Another bowl of wine went down, and Jiang Jiufen also took a piece of meat and gnawed on it. After nibbling a few bites, Jiang Jiufen whispered, I've got a bit of an idea about the coal mine. Let's go see if it's a coal mine or not tomorrow. And if it is, then we'll go according to my plan. You're a scholar. You're smarter than me. Just do what you say. Kai Dashwang was very barefaced, and he was indeed a barefaced man. If it's really a coal mine, then I'll wait until my brick factory is built first. And when my brick factory is built, I can burn bricks directly from coal. This brick burned the first batch, and when the second batch is burned, I'm going to ask Data Wang to come over and look at it. I want to show Data Wang the benefits of this coal. He has a lot of brick factories. He needs too much firewood. It would be perfect for us to sell him this coal. If we were to sell it ourselves, we don't have that many people, and it's a difficult question of who to sell it to. So, the source is still on Data Wang. Kai Dashwang raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Older brother, you're catching Wang Data's family in a death grip. Jiang Jiufen laughed out loud. Which one of me is death grip? I'm doing him a favor. Don't believe me? Wait for the coal to come out and y'all know. It's definitely in his favor. Okay, you're a scholar. You have a good brain. I'll listen to you. Kai Dashwang was still so honorable. In the two drinking and eating meat, the village pussy quietly looked at this side of the mouth cursing. This slime went what luck. Even with Kai Dashwang to mix together. Bah, the moon was over the trees. The meat on the table had been nibbled. And the wine was 3 jars down. Jiang Jiubuan was already dizzy after drinking only 1 altar, while Kai Dashwang didn't seem to be in any trouble at all. Helping the already dazed elder brother Jiang back into the broken straw hut, Kai Dashwang also packed up the table and returned to his own place. Inside the broken grass house, Jiang Jiufen lay on the broken bed and huffed and puffed, and inside on his side. The 2 little wives were still asleep. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the second half of the night. Jiang Jiuxuan slept even more, but the 2 sisters' bodies seemed to move. The only sounds in the silent night were the chirping and croaking of insects, and at some point the sound of grunts and grunts resounded inside the broken hayloft. A few moments later, the two sisters flushed red and panicked, pushed open the broken door and ran to the back thatch after a flurry of noise. Both sisters were standing in front of the outhouse with red faces. Sister Naizayoru whispered and looked towards Naizayawan. Under the moonlight, a shocked look appeared in Naizayaru's eyes. Sister you, what's wrong with sister? Naizayawan looked at her sister with some confusion. The next second, Zoe you, are you growing taller? Sister, you seem to have grown taller too. Zayoru's voice was full of shock. It was only then that the two women began to notice subtle changes in themselves, only to see that their originally dry and thin bodies had slightly more meat, and they seemed to have grown about 2 centimeters taller. Although there was more meat, the two women still looked extremely thin, not as impactful as growing a little taller. Couldn't figure out the change in their bodies, and the two women didn't bother to dwell on it because the thatch just stank too much from the poop. Naizayawan brought the only shovel and held her breath as she began to shovel. Naizayoru, on the other hand, stood by and pinched her nose as she watched her sister, shoveling black and black things out into the yard. Looking at her faraway sister, Naizayaru's pupils couldn't help but stretch up, and her back, which had already been blurred, instantly became clearer than ever. How strange. Naizayoru muttered to herself as she suddenly realized that there were so many little colorful dots of light in front of her eyes trying to fly into her eyes. Go, go, go. Naizayoru stepped back in some fear. Her pupils contracted, and the points of light in front of her instantly coalesced into 2 substantial rays of light that shot onto the ground that her eyes were looking at. A small crater was blown out of the ground, and Naizayoru crouched on the ground with a frightened scream covering her head. She didn't know what had just happened. She just felt so scared just now. On the other side, Naizayawan, who had just shaken off the thing in the shovel, heard her sister's screams, and her heart tightened. Zayoru, seemingly thinking that her sister was in danger, Naizayawan clutched the shovel and rushed back. 1 step, 2 steps, and in the next second, black flames ignited in his left arm, and golden flames emerged from his right arm. Snort, a snorting sound rang out, and the wooden handle of the shovel in his hand instantly turned into ashes, and the head of the shovel fell to the ground. Naizayawan realized that her body was on fire and flung her arms in horror. But the 2 smudges of flames followed her like shadows that she simply couldn't shake off. Terrified, Naizayawan only wanted to rush to extinguish the fire on her body as soon as this thought popped up. The 2 very different flames on both arms slowly dissipated and disappeared, looking at the gone flames. Naizayawan raised her arms, and she realized that the clothes on her arms were intact. It seemed like the flames just now were all her hallucinations. Looking down and searching for the shovel head by the light of the moon, the lone shovel head not far away indicated that he had never messed with anyone. Picking up the shovel head, Naizayawan, who was worried about her sister, scrambled back to the back of the broken courtyard. At this moment, Naizayoru squatted on the ground and raised her head with a helpless face. Her big fluttering eyes kept flowing with little pearls. Seeing her sister return, Naizayoru cried and jumped into her sister's arms, choking. Sister, I am a calamity. My eyes. Naizayawan associated herself with what she seemed to have guessed, and gently patted her sister's back. Zayoru, don't be afraid. There's sister. Sister is here. After a while of calming down her sister, Naizayawan whispered, Sister doesn't know what's wrong with your eyes, but you should be able to control them. Husband is so good to us. We can't bring disaster to husband. This matter can't be known to husband. We have to control it. Naizayoru nodded her little head. I will, sister. I will definitely not hurt my husband. For a long time, Naizayawan found a wooden stick and inserted it into the shovel. Shoveling out the rest of the afterward, both women were careful to return to the broken grass hut. Looking at their husbands, who were huffing and puffing in a drunken stupor, the 2 women did not go to bed, but renested themselves in the corner and snuggled with each other. They don't know what happened. All they know is that they were a plague, and that almost everyone who had contact with them ended up dead, with the exception of their adoptive parents' family. Nai Xiaoan looked at her husband, who was wide awake on the bed, and a faint sadness and dependence flowed from her eyes. Her husband had given them hope to survive. She didn't want to take her sister with her, and she didn't know where she could go after leaving him. She only prayed that the disaster in her body would not erupt again and harm her husband. The sleeping Jiang Jiyubuan didn't see the 2 splashes of blue numbers flash by. Chance plus 999. Chance plus 999. Early in the morning, the sunrise unfolds and everything wakes up. Jiang Jiyubuan, who had slept for half the night, slowly opened his eyes, and he only felt a vague pain in his head. I didn't think that not even rice wine's strength could make me drunk. Jiang Jiyubuan spat in his heart, then twisted his head to look at the inside of the bed. Jiang Jiyubuan, who didn't see anyone, sat up violently. Wan, Xiao Ru, husband, you're awake. Nai Xiao Ru's voice came from outside the broken grass hut, followed by Xiao Ru walking in with a water basin and towel. Husband, I will serve you to wash your face. Jiang Jiyufen reclined on the bed with a sigh of relief. Leave it, for me to wash myself later. For me thought you guys lost it. Nai Xiaoru lowered her head and said weakly, as long as husband doesn't lose us, well serve husband for the rest of our lives. Sister has already started cooking. Husband, you should be able to eat after you get up in a while. Good. He'll get up now. Jiang Jiyubuan propped up the bed and slowly sat up, his head still hurting a bit. Xiao Ru's big eyes moved. Xiao Ru serves husband to wash his face, said Zoe, and walked over. Jiang Jiyufen didn't have that problem, and immediately took the towel and softly said, I'll just wash it myself. Nai Xiaoru deflated her small mouth and seemed about to cry. Jiang Jiyufen immediately added as soon as he saw this scene, I've never washed my own face. I'm just not used to Xiao Ru's help in washing my face. It's not that I don't want Xiao Ru's help in washing my face. Saying that, Jiang Jiyufen suddenly frowned slightly, surveying this little wife. Xiao Ru, you seem to have grown a little taller. Is it my husband's illusion? No. It doesn't seem as dry as before. Jiang Jiyubuan secretly said in his heart with suspicion, could it be that it's made up of the essence of a martial apprentice level 1st, order ferocious beast? He couldn't think of anything else but that. It seems that this supplement is very effective, to be able to make up every day. Within a month, can definitely white and fat. Thinking about this, the desire for opportunity became more and more urgent. Only a great deal of chance can change himself and his 2 little wives. Nai Xiaoru lowered her head as she thought of last night's incident. Her voice a little lower. Xiaoru seems to have grown a little taller, and so has sister, just as she was saddened by the fact that she was calamity. A large warm hand gently covered her head. The big hand touched his hair very gently, followed by husband's gentle voice. It seems that for husband to make up for you guys is not bad. In the future, all of you have to eat more, and strive to all grow white and fat. Nai Xiaoru's head lifted with a face full of seriousness. And then we sisters give our husband babies. Jiang Jiyufen's tone stuttered, exhaling. Jiang Jiyufen said helplessly, yes, what Xiao Ru said is really right. After saying that, Jiang Jiyubuan got up and was about to wash his face. Bending down and looking down at his unkempt self in the water basin, Jiang Jiyufen sighed in his heart. This original owner is so frustrated, not half as handsome as me, mindful of washing his face with hot water. The wash water is muddy. Jiang Jiyubuan only felt some gray streaks on his face. Zoe, hold the towel for husband. Good. Nai Xiaoru's eyes lit up, as if she was happy to be able to help her husband, without a towel in his hand. Jiang Jiyubuan began to rub the dirty ash on his face hard. It was June 15th when he crossed over, and today was merely June 18th, which was only 3 days later. These 3 days, for the sake of life, for the chance he was busy feet, do not touch the ground, where there is time to wash his face to see what he looks like. I don't know, if it's because of the strong physique of a second-grade martial arts disciple or my own thick skin. Jiang Jiyufen didn't feel any pain at all when he rubbed, about half a quarter of an hour or 3 to 5 minutes. Jiang Jiyubuan finally felt that the rubbing was almost done, looking at the muddy water in the basin. Jiang Jiyubuan couldn't even look at it himself. Picking up the basin of water, he walked to the broken courtyard, and with one mighty effort exempted this basin of water beyond the single twiggy courtyard wall. He re-scooped a dipper of water and sloshed the basin. Before rewashing his face, Zoe, the towel, here, husband, taking the towel with his eyes closed, Jiang Jiyubuan towel dipped in water and wiped it vigorously on his face. Jiang Jiyubuan, who had washed his face a few moments later, raised his head. He now only felt that his face was fresh and clean, as if every pore was breathing freely. Yes, Nai Zayoru tilted her head and looked at her husband without blinking. Jiang Jiyufen smiled after noticing his little wife's eyes. "What are you looking at? Is it possible that your husband looks ugly?" Nai Zayoru hurriedly shook her head. "No, it's not. Husband is good-looking. Husband is good-looking." "Ha ha ha, what a sweet little mouth," Jiang Jiyubuan said as he looked at the water basin again, and was directly shocked after this look. The face in the water basin looked almost exactly like he had looked in his early 20s, almost unrecognizable except for the thinning of his cheeks. A startled look in his eyes, and then something like remembering pulled up the torn linen pants on his left calf. Bending down to look at the calf belly, only to see the calf belly that there is a palm-sized light red birthmark. Crap, Jiang Jiyubuan was completely shocked this time. Could this be myself in a parallel world? Same name. Same looks, same birthmark. What are you looking at? Husband, are your legs not feeling well? Zayoru will help you press it. No need, no need. Just now a darn mosquito stung for husband, Jiang Jiyubuan said and lowered his pants leg, tossing the towel onto the clothesline he made yesterday. He twisted around and headed for the kitchen. "Wanwen, what are you making for dinner this morning?" Nai Zayaoan, who was burning the pot, looked up. "Didn't husband buy the rice yesterday? I cooked some rice soup." Jiang Jiyubuan lifted the lid of the pot and realized that there was only a small handful of rice in the half pot of water. Looking at the water that is not yet hot, Jiang Jiyufen directly added a few bowls of water into it. "Breakfast is very important. This point is able to the three of us to eat. Zoe, go to the house and bring the rice bag." Nai Zayaoan lowered her head. "Husband, we ate too much yesterday. Well, just eat a little bit today." Jiang Jiyufen already knew how to coax, and immediately said directly, "You don't want to give your husband a baby?" "Want?" Nai Zayaoan spoke without hesitation. "How are you going to make babies for my husband if you don't grow until you're white and fat? If you really want to give your husband a baby, then eat as much as you can and hurry up to grow fat. We are not poor now. There are still 7 taels of silver in my husband's possession. Let go of the food and drink. It's enough for my husband." Half an hour later, a pot of rice congee was hot out of the pot with the aroma of rice. Nai Zayoru got wild vegetables in a wooden bowl. "Husband, these wild vegetables are quite tasty. Try them." Jiang Jiyubuan clamped a small piece and tasted it. The entrance is green and astringent, completely unrelated to delicious. After a little thought and pouring some fine salt and lard in, "Not bad. That's kind of flavorful. Come have some porridge with the wild greens." In the broken wooden house near the end of the village, the cowards were looking through the broken courtyard at the broken straw house on Jiang Jiyufen's side. They were only a few dozen meters apart. "How much food do you have when the chimney is smoking early in the morning?" Bah, after yucking it up, the pussy thought about going to wreak havoc on someone's house to get something to eat. Not yet out the door. The pussy will see Kai Dazhuang carrying a huge black hairy leg, more than half a meter, long toward the end of the village Jiang Jiyubuan home. With a twinkle in his eye, he sneaked after them and hid in a corner to take a sneaky look. "Buddy, look what I brought you." The iconic loud voice knew who was coming even without looking. Jiang Jiubuan put down the bowl of porridge and hurriedly walked out of the broken kitchen. "Brother Dazhuang, what are you doing?" Kai Dazhuang laughed and held up the bear's leg, half of a bear's front leg. "The meat is very tonic and tender. You can't eat too much with this small body. After all, it's the meat of a martial artist level 3 ferocious beast." "Brother Dazhuang, you this. Alas, I this. I can't take it. Cut the crap. Big brother gives it to you and you take it." Kai Dazhuang directly threw it on the wooden table in the broken courtyard without saying a word. "That big sibling and little sibling, you two have time in the morning to straighten up this bear's leg meat, so we can make it for my oldest brother to eat later in the evening." Jiang Jiubuan hurriedly stepped forward. But Kai Dazhuang directly reached out to stop. "What? Last night with Big Brother to worship, this morning with Big Brother to play this set." Jiang Jiubuan froze. "Worship?" Kai Daqiang frowned thickly. "Yeah, did you drink yourself out of it?" Jiang Jiubuan tried to recall, and after a moment slapped his head. "Wipe, I really can't remember." Small scene. Kai Dazhuang waved his hand and slapped it on Jiang Jiubuan's shoulder. One time slapping Jiang Jiubuan's shoulder ashort. "You call me Big Brother. I call you Little Brother. Your mother is my mother is your mother. Remember?" Jiang Jiubuan shook his head with a confused face. He is really forgetting how to worship with Kai Dazhuang. Kai Dazhuang's thick eyebrows raised. "It doesn't matter if you can't think of it. Big Brother just told you. This bear's leg. Don't be polite with Big Brother. If it weren't for the fact that you haven't cultivated yet, Big Brother wouldn't have given you just this little. Just this is enough to replenish your bodies for a week." Jiang Jiuxuan was still confused. Kai Dazhuang then said, "My mother has already gone to the town to buy medicine for you. I guess it won't take 2 hours to come back. Let's take a trip to the 100,000 mountains and check that shit out." This was said in a way that Jiang Jiufen understood. After all, the matter of getting medicine was asked of Dame Kai yesterday. And as for what herbs to buy, he had already taken the time to speak about it yesterday as well. "Good. When I finish this bowl of kanji, Brother Dazhuang will have a bowl as well." "No. I ate my fill long ago." "You just drink kanji this morning and don't fix some meat to eat. Is my younger sibling growing a little taller?" Jiang Jiubuan looked at the 2-meter-tall Kai Dazhuang as soon as he raised his head. "Brother Dazhuang, didn't you notice any changes in me?" Kai Dazhuang stared at Jiang Jiufen. "Older brother, you are not still like that." Jiang Jiufen pointed at his face. "Haven't I gotten any more handsome?" Kai Dazhuang laughed out loud at his words. "Not the same as before. Wash off the gray on your face and y'all be handsome. A real man has to be thick, browed like me." "Im real handsome, wan wan, Zio Ru. You guys look after this bear's leg, if you can't handle it well. Wait for my husband to come back to mess with it. Finish the porridge in the pot if you can, and make yourself something to eat at noon. Don't be reluctant to eat. Got it." Nai Zayan didn't say anything. Nai Zayoru nodded her head and adorably said, "Don't worry, husband, we'll definitely eat. We'll definitely grow fat as soon as possible, then give husband a baby." At the door, Kai Dazhuang looked at this side straight happy. I don't know what he is a single dog happy. "Husband, you must pay attention to safety when you go to the 100,000 mountains. My little sister and I will wait for you at home." Nai Zaoan looked at Jiang Jiufen, her voice filled with worry. "Yes, you must come back, husband." Nai Zayoru also spoke up. Jiang Jiufen smiled and pinched the two women's small faces. "Don't worry, for my husband will not be so stupid as to meet danger and not run. Not to mention that there is Brother Dazhuang. Basically, there will not be any danger." The two women nodded and stood in the doorway to watch their husband walk away with Kai Dazhuang. After she couldn't see her husband, Nai Zaoan withdrew her gaze and whispered, "Little sister, the kitchen looks like it's going to collapse. Let's reinforce the kitchen first." Nai Zayoru, "Yes." Nai Zaoan, fortify the kitchen, and well take care of the bear's legs again to make soup for husband. Nai Zayoru, so that husband can eat when he gets home. Nai Zayawan, the tree branch courtyard wall is too soft. Let's see if we can reinforce it again today. And this courtyard door. Husband bought a saw and a lock. Nai Zayoru tilted her head. But our courtyard wall doesn't work. There's a lock. People can kick the tree branch courtyard wall to come in. Nai Zayawan froze. Right-o, then for the time being, let's change the courtyard gate. Just then an anachronistic voice came. Hey, 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 still thinking of changing the door. Just what yard door can you change? The pussy. Boy with the axe stepped out of the corner. A sardonic look on his ugly face. Nai Zaira's large eyes revealed panic, and although Nai Zayawan was also scared, she still blocked in front of her sister without the slightest hesitation. Coward, what do you want? Nai Zayawan's voice went cold. The wuss played with the axe in his hand with a sardonic smile. You guys don't want your men to get hacked to death by me either, do you? If you don't want to, hand over the meat. Nai Zayawan and Nai Zayoru kept retreating. We don't have any meat. The wuss face became even more vicious. No, then what's on that table? You think him blind. Hurry up and hand it over. The pussy said and went to grab it. Nai Zayawan saw the situation in her heart, looked around and directly copied the shovel to stop in front of the coward Bazai. If you dare to come over again, he'll fight with you for my life. Fight for your life. The wimp gave a sardonic laugh. Don't you dare. After saying that, he swung his axe and pretended to chop Nai Zayawan. He didn't dare to really kill someone. After all, killing has to pay for life. But scaring, that was no problem. But he was wrong. Outrageously wrong. Because Nai Zayawan wouldn't play false with him. Only to see Nai Zayawan's expression calm down. The shovel in her hand directly slapped at the puss's head. I don't know if it was a height issue, but this time she only got a shot of the wuss arm. Pussy Bazzy Ghost screamed with an incredulous look at Nai Zayawan. You really dare. Without waiting for him to finish, Nai Zayawan again swung the shovel and slapped it up, this time still keeping a close eye on his head. Pussy Bazzy backed away in fear, but Nai Zayawan was in hot pursuit. Soon, the cowards exited Jiang Jiubuan's broken courtyard, and Nai Zayawan stood at the door with a shovel and shouted, If you dare to come again, I'll even fight you. Coward Bazai Mouth cursed a crazy woman heart reluctant to go to the village. He is the more he thinks the more reluctant. Within the mountain path, Kai Zhuang suddenly spoke. Older brother, your speed is too slow. Going to the third mountain range like this won't even make it back today. After saying that, Kai Dazhuang yanked Jiang Jiubuan, and with a deft force, he carried Jiang Jiubuan on his shoulders. Older brother, big brother will bring you to feel the speed of a third-grade martial artist. Hoo. Jiang Jiubuan only felt the sound of wind in his ears, and the scenery around him flew backwards. This feeling of being carried from side to side made him want to vomit. Brother Dazhuang, I want to vomit. The sound was torn into the wind. Kai Dakying Dekyu opened his mouth. Louder, I can't hear you. A real man's voice must be big. Are you saying it's not fast enough? This is the fastest speed of Big Brother. Slow down, gonna puke. You carry your brother. I spit out my porridge and wade through the mountains, carrying my brother on both shoulders. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning are rebuked, all the way to the end of the world. Ah, to the end of the world? Crosstalk, 1.5 hours later. In the third mountain range, Jiang Jiufen sat weakly on the ground with his back against a boulder. Vomit, brother Dazhuang, vomit, I said, vomit. Can you stop this when you go back? Kai Dazhuang smiled. Don't panic in a small scene, since old brother doesn't like this. Then when you go back, big brother will carry you on his back. Jiang Jiubuan nodded. Carrying is good. Oh, brother Dijang, do you have anything sour to eat? Yes. Wild fruit. Jiang Jiubuan directly picked a green, colored wild fruit from the side and threw it over. Jiang Jiubuan caught the wild fruit and took a bite. It was sour and astringent. Buddy, you can't swallow this. It's poisonous. Bah, Jiang Jiubuan directly spat out. Brother Dazhuang, are you helping me? Kai Dazhuang had a straight face. This is the only thing around here that's acidic. His poison isn't fatal. At most hell, just have diarrhea for a day. Jiang Jiubuan weakly looked up. You tried? Kai Dazhuang remained positive. That's for sure. How would I know if I haven't tried it? Saying this, Kai Dazhuang walked to the side of the cave. Older brother, this is the black bear's hole. Come over and see if this thing is the coal you're talking about. Jiang Jiubuan took a deep breath and reluctantly got up and walked in, forcing himself to endure the foul odor. Jiang Jiubuan saw the mine, as well as a line of small blue characters floating by in front of his eyes. Chance plus 6,000 for a long time. Jiang Jiubuan stood outside and breathed in the fresh air. There is no running. This is a big mine. As for how many coal mines, we do not dig, we are not clear, but looking at how big this mountain is, even if it's not half of it, it's got to be 3/10 of it. Even if it's 1/10, we're all rich. Kai Dazhuang looked at the cave in the distance. This is the third mountain range of the 100,000 great mountains. Ordinary people can't get in. With ordinary people's footwork, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours to get here, and this third mountain range is infested with ferocious beasts once in a while. Digging here, I feel like the average person can't dig. Jiang Jiubuan also suddenly thought of this when he heard this. Oh no, I didn't think of this. I only thought of the coal mine. What is the experience of having an empty mine? But looking at it and not being able to dig it, let's go back and think about this matter. Anyway, the mine can't run away with long legs. If we can't dig now, we can dig later. Kai Dazhuang nodded at his words. It was not easy to make a trip to the third mountain range. How can I go back empty-handed? Said Kai Dazhuang as he copied the mountain opening axe behind him. Go. Stroll around with Big Brother. Seeing this, Jiang Jiubuan also took out the axe at his waist in his heart. The third mountain range was simply not something he could come to now, and with Brother Dazhuang leading the way today, he shouldn't die even if he was in danger himself. If one should come across a chance, then one could make a bloody fortune. This just discovered mine is giving itself a whopping 6,000 chances. Thinking of this, Jiang Jiubuan chose to summon the azure screen. Yesterday I had 190 points of chance left. Now I should be, crap, what's up old man, it's okay Big Brother. Almost crooked my foot, walk carefully. This side I haven't been here before. This mountain range has complicated terrain. Some flowers and plants are also highly poisonous. You can't be. Kai Dazhuang lowly popularized the knowledge of hunting. But Jiang Jiubuan couldn't listen to it at all. Only the chance on the azure screen showed 8,688, 8,600 chances. Where'd you get that? Jiang Jiubuan's heart shook dramatically, discovering that the coal mine gave 6,000. Subtracting 6,000 still leaves 2,688. I only had 190 points left yesterday. Where did this 2,498 point chance come from? No records were obtained. Where the hell did these 2,000 plus chances come from? Could it be? Jiang Jiubuan had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that I'm really worshipping Brother Dazhuang? You can add so many chances by worshipping with Big Strong Brother. In fact, he did pay his respects to Kai Dakying, but that only increased 500 points. As for the extra one, 998 points of chance. Those are his 2 little wives. Given that he was in the dangerous third mountain range, Jiang Jiubuan decided not to shop for the time being to see what today's random store had swiped. Look, old brother, this is dried tiger dung. If you are not strong enough, you can collect more tiger dung. Tiger dung carries the scent of a tiger, and generally fierce or ferocious beasts don't quite dare to go against tigers. Brother Dijang is so insider, just a small scene. Kai Dazhuang smiled and continued. The first mountain range and the second mountain range basically won't be infested with tigers. This tiger thing is a natural-born king. It can go up trees. It can go down water. All the muscles and joints in its body are made for hunting. If you run into a tiger in the first mountain range, old brother, you don't have to panic. Jiang Jiyubuan laughed lightly. Brother Dazhuang is joking. You've said that the tiger is a natural-born king. How can I not panic? Kai Dazhuang was serious. There's no need to panic. Because it's useless for you to panic. The moment you see him is the moment he bites you to death. You can't even feel the pain. Jiang Jiyubuan. Kai Dazhuang didn't turn around not knowing Jiang Jiyubuan's speechlessness, only to see that he also continued. This tiger fortunately doesn't have wings. If he has wings, I guess there aren't many in the sky that can fight with it. Last year I ran into a tigress. That guy beat me up. My ribs were broken. Luckily I was lucky enough to escape. Or else my grave grass would have been taller. Jiang Jiyubuan whispered, Tigers don't climb trees. Kai Dazhuang's footsteps did not stop. Can't climb a tree, my ass. He's just lazy. I've said I can get up a tree. You think I'm just making it up. I tried it then. Jiang Jiyubuan. Then will we run into a tiger today? Brother Dazhuang, you just said that the first and second mountain ranges usually don't have them. Kai Dazhuang smiled. Older brother, you are Big Brother's lucky star. With you around, how could we possibly run into a tiger? That's good. Jiang Jiyubuan's heart was relieved. By the way, Brother Dazhuang, are there many ferocious beasts in this third mountain range? Not much. There are usually no ferocious beasts that come here. The ferocious beasts are basically in the sixth mountain range towards the back. Only ferocious beasts that can't get along will go towards the periphery, but they all can't afford to mingle. So they must all be less powerful beasts, like the big bear I hunted yesterday, older brother. Jiang Jiyubuan froze, and before he could react a large hand grabbed his leg. An irresistible, strong force came, and Jiang Jiyubuan also slid into a large hole in the grass with a shriek. Shrieks of shock filled the tunnel of the underground cave. And Jiang Jiyubuan cried out, Brother Dazhuang, what's going on here? I don't know. I got distracted talking and didn't realize there was a hole under my feet. Jiang Jiyubuan, why are we still sliding down? Will we die here? Kai Dazhuang's voice gradually calmed down. I feel that 80% is possible. Then why are you so calm? Jiang Jiyubuan shouted in shock. Big Brother doesn't want to die with his mouth open. Even if he dies, Big Brother wants to die in a decent way. Bang, bang, two sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground in quick succession. Older brother, we didn't die. Brother Dazhuang let out a loud laugh. You're really my lucky star. We're not even dead here. Jiang Jiyubuan bared his teeth in pain. He felt that the skin on his body was broken in many places when he just slid down. Big strong brother, here, with a sweep of his eyes, he only saw that the cave was not too dark with starlight. Not far in front of them, a humanoid stone statue stood immaculately. Woo, a milky whimper sounded from behind the two. Kai Dazhuang suddenly got up and turned around, and the mountain-opening axe in his hand directly chopped over. In the next second, the whistling strong wind stopped, and Kai Dazhuang hesitantly withdrew his mountain-opening axe. What's wrong, Brother Dazhuang? Jiang Jiyubuan hurriedly climbed up and looked back. Just a bit forward of where they fell was a large, flower-spotted tiger, and at the moment that big tiger had 3 sharp stone spikes running through its body, and looking at those 3 stone spikes, the blood on them had already dried up and hardened. Despite this, the large tiger seemed to be alive and still looking at them with its eyes open. Brother Big Strong put away his mount, an opening axe, and whispered, She was the one who saved us. Jiang Jiyufeng looked down, and it turned out that the place where the 2 of them were resting their backs was the tiger's paw of this big tiger. Without the tiger's claws in the way, They would have been run through the head by the stone spikes if they hadn't moved forward even a little bit. The big tiger slowly retracted its claws and then gave a low whimper. After the sound rang out, 2 small tiger heads slowly emerged from behind the big tiger's neck. She's a mother. Jiang Jiyubuan was a bit shocked. Kai Dazhuang spoke faintly, but she will die soon, and her cubs will die here as well. Big Tiger's eyes flooded with water, and he let out a hard, low growl. The 2 weak little guys looked at Jiang Jiyuan and Kai Dazhuang warily. And after a moment, one of the slightly larger tigers trembled and crawled to Kai Dazhuang's feet. Jiang Jiyubuan was even more shocked. Brother Dazhuang, she just entrusted you with her child. She wants you to take care of her child. Kai Dazhuang slowly squatted down and picked up the little tiger with one hand, which looked at less than 2 pounds of the little tiger eye to eye with Kai Dazhuang. Good. Kai Dazhuang suddenly looked at the dying female tiger. The feces up there should be yours. You should have lasted here for more than 10 days. Don't worry about leaving. Your child, I, Kai Dazhuang, will raise it for you. The mother tiger's eyes turned her head and gave another hard, low roar, and the other, smaller tiger cub kept stumbling and crawling towards Jiang Jiyuan's feet. Seeing this, Jiang Jiyuan hurriedly squatted down and held it tightly in his arms. I'll also raise it for you. The mother tiger's eyes blinked. Then she turned her head slightly to look in a direction to her right, and after doing so, the gleam in her eyes was completely lost. At the same time, the 2 little tigers whimpered, as they seemed to know that their mother was gone. Jiang Jiyuan slowly circled around behind the mother tiger, only to see that the 3 smaller cubs behind the mother tiger had already died. These 2 sort of lasted until the end, pursing his lips. Jiang Jiyuan was actually a bit moved, so much so that he didn't care about the 500 points of chance added. Kai Dazhuang said in a rare low voice, "This is a spirit beast. Exactly what realm now can only be seen by digging out the inner Dan. But for such a spirit beast, I, Kai Dazhuang, will not be able to dig up its inner elixir." After saying that, Kai Dazhuang put the little tiger aside, and then copied the mountain opening axe and chopped down diagonally. A piece of dirt flew up, another piece of dirt flew up, and in no time at all, the body of the mother tiger was buried in the dirt, along with the 3 dead cubs, letting out a long breath and putting down the mountain opening axe. Kai Dazhuang picked up the little milk tiger again. Now the heart is more comfortable. Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the earth bag and asked, "Brother Dazhuang, what's the difference between a ferocious beast and a spirit beast?" Kai Dazhuang teased the little milk tiger. "Fierce beasts eat people. Spirit beasts may kill people, but they definitely won't eat people, and unless you want to kill the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts won't actively attack you. That's the essential difference. So it is." Jiang Jiyubuan nodded his head and looked towards the humanoid stone sculpture over there. "Brother Dazhuang, I feel like there's a chance on that stone sculpture." Kai Dazhuang turned to look, only to see that the stone statue was raising his right hand, and on his right hand was a jade slip. Everyone says that there are endless opportunities in the 100 Great Mountains. This time it's finally our turn, said Kai Dazhuang, and walked over. The 2 had just stepped within 3 meters of the stone statue when its eyes moved. "Older brother, back off," without giving a chance to retreat. A layer of golden light shield directly enveloped the 2 and the stone sculpture. Immediately after the stone statue opened its mouth, its voice hoarse and gloomy, "Jai, Jai, 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 not in vain for 10,000 years." The old man finally waited for 2 fresh flesh. Kai Dazhuang's face changed drastically, and he raised the mountain opening axe with one hand and chopped over. With a flash of light, a golden silhouette was suddenly confined, and a single finger point was used to stop the mountain opening axe. This golden light silhouette was plump and handsome, with a little bit of vermilion red on his brow. His hair was bound and crowned, and 2 strands of long hair fell naturally in front of his forehead. A golden robe, without wind, automatically shows the floating incomparable. Even its outstretched hand are perfect abnormal. How come such a handsome voice is so hard to hear? Jiang Jiubian opened his mouth with some shock. The golden light silhouette sniffed and looked at Jiang Jiufan, followed by a thin lip curling up to reveal an evil smile. Youngster, quite the aesthetician. Jiang Jiubian took a step back because the voice was warm and moist like jade. Completely unlike the dark and hoarse one just now, the golden light silhouette floated up, followed by the golden throne manifesting and sitting on it. These days, where are so many evil demons? The evil demons and devils have all been suppressed by my big brother Yi. And you are, senior. Jiang Jiubian bravely opened his mouth. The golden, light figure smiled smugly. Youngster, listen up. This is the legendary Tai Chu Daopole's first profound love Chen patrol heaven. This is one of my names. This is another one of my names. That is the 100 Flowers Dao Zun. Kai Daqiang's eyes twitched. Never even heard of it. Jiang Jiubian's expression was also a bit awkward. The silhouette of golden light raised his hand and counted with his fingers. Yo-ho, it's been so many years. No wonder you guys haven't heard of my father's reputation. When my father was on a day patrol through this place, he saw that a sister was nice, so he had a wild fight here. My sister left with my father, but in keeping with the principle that geese leave their voices and people leave their names, my father left behind a stone sculpture and a chance. There's only one spot for my father's chance, so when any of you get my father's chance, you can ask my father to help you accomplish one thing when you ascend to Tao Extreme Heaven in the future. You want us brothers to kill each other. Kai de Zhuang spoke in a cold voice. The golden, light figure laughed. So what if it is? Jiang Jiubian sniffed and said directly, Brother Dazhuang, you've helped me so much. This chance should be yours. If you didn't help me, I still don't know what to do now. Not to mention that I want see such a great chance. Kai Dazhuang's thick eyebrows frowned. Older brother, big brother I can cultivate. You want to cultivate, the entrance is very difficult. This chance big brother let you. How can a mere chance make me betray my hands and feet? I, Kai Dazhuang, don't lack this one chance. The golden light figure shook his head with some boredom. It's boring, that's just it. Let this drop of ancient blood choose for itself. As the voice fell, the golden, light figure pointed at his brow, and a drop of golden blood was pulled out. I want say what this ancient blood is good for. Who told you guys to upset my father? With a flick of his fingertips, the golden blood fluttered spiritually. The golden blood first flew to Kai Dazhuang and hovered for a week. Then it flew to Jiang Jiubian and hovered in front of him. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, the golden, light figure laughed. This ancient blood is thinking. It seems like it likes you quite a bit. As soon as the words fell, the ancient blood instantly turned around and rushed into Kai Dazhuang's brow. The golden light silhouette looked at Jiang Jiubian with a stiff expression. It seems that both of you have poor physiques. This strong man is slightly stronger than you. You don't have a chance. After saying that, Jiang Jiubian only felt an invisible force pushing him out of the golden light shield. Looking at the big, strong brother inside, who was chosen by ancient blood, Jiang Jiubian wasn't jealous, but only felt slightly lost. Seeing that Jiang Jiubian was only slightly lost, the golden light silhouette suddenly became a bit curious. Youngster, you can still get the ancient blood if you kill him now. Jiang Jiubian smiled and retreated to sit on a stone aside. Brother Dazhuang is as gracious to me as a mountain. Am I not an ungrateful person? A chance is just a chance. The golden, light silhouette tisked twice, then pointed a finger above Kai Dazhuang's brow. Kai Dazhuang, right. This ancient blood is not something you can withstand. This honored one gives you 99% of the seal. And when you gradually become stronger, the more of this ancient blood will be unsealed. On the jade sketch is the corresponding technique. Cultivate it well, got the chance of this honored one. I hope you want die young. Before you, other continents got the chance of this honored one are all dead. What a bunch of wastes. A golden light continued to pour into Kai Dazhuang's body, and the power of the ancient blood was sealed at a rapid pace. After a few breaths, the golden light silhouette dissipated, and Kai Dakyang opened his eyes in just an instant. Kai Dazhuang's breath exploded up. 4th grade martial artist, 6th grade martial artist, 9th grade martial artist, 1st grade martial artist, second piece in the end. The breath was fixed at the ground of a 6th grade martial artist. Older brother, I feel like my power is about to explode right now. Kai Dazhuang roared lowly with a reddened face. Ah, Kai Dazhuang was roaring low, and as he did so, his lanky figure began to gradually adjust. The muscles that were explosive at first glance began to develop into a streamlined shape, and soon, the original 2-meter all figure evolved into 1 meter 9. All the original exploding muscles are also gone, and the whole person is much more handsome and in much better shape than before he was a mangina. And now, handsome and powerful, it's simply anticlimactic. Jiang Jiubuan swallowed his saliva. Brother Dazhuang, your chance is really heavenly. The lumpy meat you were so proud of is gone. Huh? Zidane looked at his arm. No, my muscles. Give me back my big muscles. That's a symbol of my pure manhood. God damn it. An exasperated Kai Dazhuang shattered the stone sculpture with one punch. Come out for me. I don't want this bullshit chance. I want my muscles. My muscles, ah, fool. A voice came out from the stone sculpture fragment, followed by the last bit of golden light gushing out. And then, after that, Kai Dakyang's perfect figure was gone. Ha ha ha. I've changed back. I've got these muscles. They are so good, beyond the endlessly distant universe. A bountiful and handsome Silo. Wet paused to tease the girl and cursed lowly. What a damn fool. What bad luck, Brother Dazhuang, the jade slip. This is the corresponding technique for that chance of yours. Jiang Jiubuan picked up the jade slip that flew to his feet. Kai Dakyang walked over. Let's see if you can cultivate later. Jiang Jiubuan smiled. That shouldn't be possible, and I don't need it, by the way. Did that stone sculpture just say something stupid? Kai Dakyang frowned. Have you? Didn't pay attention. Jiang Jiubuan's eyebrows twitched, thinking that he might have heard wrong. Stupid is not a word that people in this world would call. Just as he was thinking about it, a large hand clapped on his shoulder. This time Jiang Jiubuan almost did not get down. Big strong brother. You are now not before, my small body. Oh, forgot. Sorry, brother. Kai Dazhuang hurriedly pulled Jiang Jiubuan up. Older brother, you are truly a blessing for Big Brother. Big Brother should be off the hook now, just wait. Big Brother will definitely find you a great opportunity, even if you can't find it. Big Brother will cover you from now on. And whoever dares to touch you, I'll use my muscles to clip his head off. Jiang Jiubuan smiled at his words. That's a good feeling. I just like to lie down and win. But how are we going to get out now? Kai Dazhuang looked around and frowned. Jiang Jiubuan pointed to the ground not far away. Your little milk tiger. Yes, my little tiger. Kai Dazhuang rushed over and picked it up and put it in his arms. The two little guys are quite good. At least up to now did not scream. It may be hungry, no strength to scream. Older brother, this thing should still need milk now. Turn around and I'll see if I can catch a female goat. If we can't, we'll have to go to town and buy goat's milk. Jiang Jiubuan nodded, then looked in the direction that the mother tiger was looking at before she died. Brother Dazhuang, the mother tiger, was looking at this side of the grotto when she was dying. There should be a problem here. Kai Dazhuang picked up the mountain opening axe with one hand. This mountain opening axe of mine isn't working well anymore. It's too late now. Saying that, Kai Dazhuang directly threw out the mountain opening axe, only to hear a loud bang. and the grotto over there was directly smashed through. The two of them walked out of the grotto and realized that it was the mountain range gully between the third and second mountain ranges. I didn't expect to slide that far in the tunnel. Kai Dakying looked around. Jiang Jiyubuan suddenly laughed out loud. Brother Dajwang, this grotto is directly saving us a long way, and is this grotto safer than going over the mountains? Kai Dajwang's eyes moved slightly. You mean the coal mine? Yes. This cave entrance is only about 800 or 900 meters away from the coal mine. Jiang Jiufan's smile converged. But it can't be mined right now. This is something we have to think about. All right, think about it. We can't go back empty-handed anyway, Kai Dajwang said as his eyes looked towards the woods in the distance. Older brother, wait for me for a while. You'll be right there. After saying that, Kai Dajwang put down the little tiger in his arms, copied up the mountain axe, and rushed out of the gully with a leap of more than 10 meters. Followed by constantly rolling around to come within the mountain forest. Die, with a low shout. The male mountain deer that couldn't run away enough directly perished on the spot. And it is beside the female mountain deer shocked a leap of 8 or 9 meters away to escape at great speed. Kai Dakying looked at the female mountain deer. He could have gone after it, but didn't. He has his own principle, which is that it's okay to kill the males. But when the females are killed, they slowly run out of food. And this male mountain deer was just an ordinary beast. Kai Dajwang, during his third-grade martial artist period, could easily decapitate it. And now, Kai Dajwang was a sixth-grade martial artist. With this strength, I'm afraid that the bandit leader of Black Wind Walled City is not a match for Kai Dajwang. Carrying the mountain opening axe and carrying the 5-meter-large male mountain deer, Kai Dajwang ran back with a smile. Older brother, you have a blessing today. Inside the downstream village, it was already noon, and almost every household was eating. And the hungry pussies were a little too much for them all morning, after being scared away by Nai Xiaoan's ruthlessness in the morning. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, so much so that he didn't have the same shrewishness he had before when he was wreaking havoc on other people's homes later on. Sitting on the threshold of his house, the pussy chewed grass roots in his mouth, chewing and chewing. The coward got up and cursed, Mother Kokir, a little girl can still ride on my head. You have a shovel. I also have, cursing with his mouth. The coward lifted the rusty shovel and walked fiercely towards Jiang Jiufan's broken courtyard. Little bitches, if you don't bring out the meat for me, I'll break your legs. Little sister, stay inside and don't come out. In the kitchen, Nai Xiaoan carried a shovel and ran out to look at the cowardly Bazzi, who had already broken into the broken yard. Get out, this is my husband's yard. Out. The wuss let out a sardonic laugh. You can call this shithole a yard, said the shovel as he slapped it on the ground. Hurry up and bring me the meat. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Nai Xiaoan pursed her thin lips and swung the shovel without saying a word. The pussy howled and raised his shovel to meet him. Little girl, let's see if you dare to fight me. Saying that, he used all his strength to lift the shovel that Nai Xiaoan had slammed down to one side. I'll break your legs, with a fierce look on his face. The wimpy bastard swung the shovel and chipped it at Nai Xiaoan's leg. Even if the shovel was already rusty, if it was cut across the leg like this, the leg would 80% be broken in two without being chopped in half. Sister, Zhao Ru's terrified scream rang out, followed by an invisible force exploding on the pussy barrow shovel. But the blast was so weak that the wuss just felt the head of the shovel shake. The shudder didn't affect him, and he howled and continued to push. Phew. A black flame rose from Nai Xiaoan's left leg. The head of the shovel was instantly burned into white gas and dissipated into the air, while the wooden handle of the shovel was instantly turned into flying ash. Perhaps it was the quick reaction of the wimp. He dropped the shovel and backed away the moment the black flames appeared. Demonesses, demonesses, "Your demonesses!" Cowardly Bazzi ran towards the village, screaming and shouting, "Demoness kills people." "Demoness killed a man. Jiang Rotten Mud's wife is a demon." The commotion was so loud that some people in the village ran out to see what was going on. And some couldn't even put down their dishes before they ran out. "What did you say? Pussy, what's a witch?" Pussy Bazzi looked horrified and exclaimed, "I saw it, just huffing and puffing, that which was all on fire." "All on fire, demoness, demoness. The mother-in-law that Jiang Raggedy married is a demoness. Ha ha ha." "Still a witch, I think you was. Is her starving and crazy. You deserve it," the old Zai family mocked without mercy. His old Zai's family despised everyone, except for Kai Dajiang's family, which he couldn't beat, with so many sons. His old Zai family doesn't even care about the village chief. "I'm not lying, it's true. If you don't believe me, go and see. Give me a stinky fart in broad daylight. I want slap your mouth." Kai Danyang had a stern look on her face and rushed over with the sole of her shoe in her hand and grabbed the puss's collar. Pussy Bazzi's neck shrank. Kai girl, I've watched you grow up. According to seniority, you may still have to call me uncle." "You can't move me, old lady uncle, you big horse fork." Kai Danyang slapped the bottom of her shoe over, and the coward immediately wailed as the corners of his mouth bled. "Uncle Mammy your ass. Another soul. I'll let you make up your own rumor, still a shoehorn, 1. Click triple draw, Q hypes, flower delivery. And push for book drought pennies, casually throwing the pussy on the ground." Danyang Kai said loudly with her arms crossed. "Jiang Jiubuan, but he worshipped with my son Kai Dajwang. Now he, Jiang Jiubuan, is considered half my son, and his 2 wives are considered half my daughters. In-law, while Zhao Jiang was away. You went to bully my half-daughter, in-law. Didn't you, coward? I'll let you bully me. Ouch. I'll let you bully me. Ah, I'll give you face, my mouth." The pussy wailed, covering his face, and then Kai Danyang exhaled a long breath. "Still a demoness, still a witch. Still a demon. If those 2 bitches in Zhao Jiang could be witches, could they be that skinny? Anyone who thinks my 2 half-daughters in-law are demons come with me, and I'll show you whether they are or not," Kai Danyang said, picking up the pussy and walking directly toward the end of the village. As soon as she went there, a lot of people who were watching followed her. Inside Jiang Jiubuan's broken grass hut, Nai Zaira's eyes were red from crying. While Nai Ziaoan was much calmer, "My sister is fine, well be able to control it next time. Sister am so afraid I'll get my husband killed." "Fear not, it won't kill husband, none of us will." Nai Ziaoan hugged her sister, her eyes filled with determination. "We definitely won't get our husband killed," and at that moment, the village came in force. Wan Wan, Zio Ru. "Don't be afraid. Auntie will back you up." Auntie Kai threw the pussy on the ground with one hand. "Fathers and mothers. Look well. Do these 2 girls have the slightest hint of a demoness witch? How skinny are they and still demonic? This cowardly bastard is clearly determined to make trouble." After Kai Danyang finished speaking, the village people also talked. "Those 2 little girls I know. They were picked up by old Lai Tu in Pingshan village. If it wasn't for old Lai Tu, they would have been starved and frozen to death. Also, look at these 2 little girls, skinny, not enough for me to slap them. If this can be a demon, I'm an immortal god. Bullshit. You still want to be an immortal god. If you want to be an immortal god, I'll be the one to do it. Why can't I be you can be? You have 2 more eyes than me or 2 more arms. Want to fight, don't you? Come on, I'm afraid of you. Hey, Koki, I'll slap you in the mouth." The wind direction of the original spectacle suddenly changed to watching the 2 youths at the entrance beating each other up. Both of them are good at talking, but they are still half a caddy in a real fight. It tore from the doorway to the far grass, and then chased and fought its way from the grass to the village tree. Before the group of villagers slowly dispersed, as Dame Kai was leaving, She also urged Nai Xiaoan and Nai Xiaoru to look for her directly if they needed anything in the future. As everyone left, Nai Xiaoru hid in her sister's arms and whispered, "We're demons, we're calamities." Nai Xiaoan patted her sister's back. "Forget all this. Remember that we're just ordinary people. We're just husband's little wife. Forget, in the 100,000 mountains." Kai Dazhuang, who is carrying the male mountain deer, is light on his feet, and Jiang Jiubuan, who is holding the two little tigers, is even running with a gasp. "I say, Brother Dazhuang, why don't you keep that doe, and the deer milk can be given to the little tigers?" "Right," Kai Dakying froze. "Didn't I not think of that at the time? I usually don't hunt female beasts basically after I have a prey." Jiang Jiubuan rolled his eyes. "Then why do you still have two female rabbits hanging around your neck?" Kai Dazhuang laughed. "Rabbits are too capable of giving birth, and they give birth extremely quickly. And males of this thing are scarcer than females," said Kai Dazhuang as he looked at the sky. "Older brother. It's afternoon now, to walk back like this, at least until evening." Jiang Jiubuan froze alertly and took 2 steps back. "Brother Dazhuang, you're carrying the deer now. You can't carry me." "Ah!" Shouting sounds exploded among the mountain ranges, and a piece of flying birds rushed up to the sky in shock. "Slow down, Brother Dijang. Slow down, crap. I'm going to lose my grip. Big strong brother, little tiger, I'm going to fall. How about it?" "Is, isn't it much faster than before, outside the 100,000 mountains?" Kai Dazhuang had a smile on his face. Jiang Jiubuan squatted on the ground and lowered his head to keep dry. He didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. "Well, don't throw up. Just go back and have some wine." Jiang Jiubuan raised his head with a yellowish face. "Still drinking. Wouldn't drinking alcohol make you vomit even more?" "Don't panic about small scenes." The two men walked back one after the other, and it was still at least an hour and a half, or 3 hours, before evening. Soon, Jiang Jiubuan saw his broken courtyard. Kai Dazhuang smiled and said, "Go to Big Brother's place for dinner in the future. Your pot is too small. You can't even cook much if I send you meat." Going to Big Brother's place not only allows you to eat meat, but also to drink soup, which is a great tonic of essence. Also feel free to eat the meat, a bear and a deer. I'm afraid both of our families will die of exhaustion before this meat goes bad." "All right, then I won't be polite when the night comes." Jiang Jiubuan wasn't polite. After all, that chance in the mountain range the two of them could give up to each other. How can this point be considered a matter? Husband. The two young wives rushed out when they heard the talking. Kai Dazhuang laughed loudly. "I won't bother you. Look at how anxious my younger siblings are." Jiang Jiuxuan smiled, carrying 2 hares holding a small milk tiger into the courtyard gate. "Did Wan Wan and Xiao Ru behave themselves and eat today?" "Eat up, the 2 wives are getting cute. It's true that being loved is what makes you cute. Wow, husband. Are you a kitten?" Xiao Ru raised her head and looked at the little milk tiger in Jiang Jiubuan's arms. "This little tigress is too skinny, but skinny or not, as cubs they look pretty much like kittens. Yeah. A little kitten just like a little tiger." Jiang Jiubuan smiled and handed the little milk tiger to Nai Xiaoru. "Be careful, he's too skinny. When I saw him, his mother was already dying." Xiaoru's expression suddenly saddened, and she gently stroked the little tiger's head. "Little kitty, we all don't have a mom anymore," on the side. Wan Wan was also looking at the little milk tiger with some empathy. Jiang Jiubuan looked at Wan Wan. "Touch him, he's very good. He doesn't bite." Nai Xiaoan was a bit eager to try, and in the end, she really couldn't help but gently touch it. The 3 of them were still standing in the yard looking at the little tiger when Kai Danyang and Kai Dazhuang came over in a flurry of wind. "Xiao Jiang, here are the herbs you asked for. See sample 10 pounds. Danyang Kai raised her hand and placed a sack of herbs at the kitchen door. Jiang Jiubuan looked at the herbs and said joyfully, "Many thanks, damsel. This is really many thanks to you." Dame Kai waved her hand and clapped it on Jiang Jiubuan's shoulder, just like her son. "Zhao Jiang, you're my son's worship brother. You're counted as half of Dame's son, just now. My son said that you made him a great opportunity. The great mother's great favor is not appreciated." Jiang Jiubuan smiled. "This is nothing. All brothers well. Dazhuang brother also let me, but it is the chance to choose Dazhuang brother." Kai Dazhuang hurriedly opened his mouth. "That's because you, old brother, are my lucky star. I've been hunting for so many years. And I've made quite a few trips to the third mountain range, and I've yet to come across a chance." "Stop." Kai Danyang raised her hand and spoke in a very domineering manner. "Old auntie is angry right now and doesn't want to listen to you guys talk more." Saying that, Dame Kai looked at Jiang Jiubuan. "Zhao Jiang, today at noon the cowardly Bazai came to your house to make trouble, and also rumored in front of the whole village that your wife is a demoness witch. A demon, you say. What to do about it?" The smile on Jiang Jiubuan's face slowly disappeared. "Wanwen, Zhaoru, the pussy came to make a mess." Nai Zhaoan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Nai Zhaoru saw her sisters nod and then said directly, "The wusses came in the morning, but they were scared off by sister with a shovel. He came back at noon and had to break our legs. And my sister's legs were almost broken by him. Cackle." Jiang Jiubuan's fists clenched and cackled, and his eyes went straight to red. Looking around without something to take advantage of, he finally directly copied the axe at his waist and rushed out of the courtyard door, cursing. "Coward, I'm going to your horse. I'll waste you." The loud curses drew the attention of the nearby villagers, only to see Jiang Jiubuan kick open the door of the coward's yard with red eyes, followed by crackling sounds. A moment later, a loud and unmistakable wail spread across half the village. After wailing, Jiang Jiubuan, who had blood on his face, walked out carrying an axe. Before leaving, he looked at the yard door and kicked it down twice to carry it back. Looking at the villagers who had gathered around, Jiang Jiufen had a fierce face. "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll even beat you all together." The onlooker villagers didn't dare to say anything. They all took a few steps back to watch Jiang Jiufen return to the end of the village. "Pussy Bucks is going to be killed by him." "Is he? There's no sound in there. Murder pays for murder. Should I report it to the police? Let's go in first and take a look around." A few of the bold ones walked in, and within a short time the men came out staring. Onlookers' villagers suddenly more curious. How the inside? "Really dead." One of them shook his head and sighed. "That's tough. The face doesn't even look like a face anymore." Another nodded in agreement. "I see a broken arm and a broken leg." The last person also nodded. "That are folded into what kind of designated cure cannot be. This cowardly son without children, no daughter, no one to give him a mouth to feed. So he is like this. He will not be a few days to starve to death in the home, if I look at it. This Jiang Jiayuan is not killing him now. But the coward Bazai like this is not far from death. He scourged my family for so many years. It is impossible for me to give him a mouthful of food." At this remark, the onlookers scattered. "As for whether anyone will report it to the police, husband, the blood on your face." Nai Zhaoan copied the shovel. Jiang Jiubuan whispered, "Cowards, not mine. I'll fetch water for husband to wash his face." Zhao Ru hurriedly ran to fetch water. Dame Kai looked appreciative. "Zhao Jiang, what did you do to him?" Jiang Jiubuan stuck the axe back into his waist. "Nothing much. Broken arm and leg." Kai Danyang's face changed slightly. "There's no difference between you and killing him. Killing is paying for your life." Jiang Jiubuan calmed down at this time. Few moments of fear could not help but rise in his heart. After all, this was the first time that he had actually hit someone. And it was also a direct waste of someone's arms and legs. At the time, he just felt his brain filling with blood. And he wanted to kill that cowardly bastard with an axe. The calmer he was now, the more fearful he felt inside. Kai Dazhuang saw Jiang Jiubuan's mind and immediately laughed. Older brother, don't panic at the small scene. Big brother will fix it for you. Jiang Jiufen suddenly raised his head. No need. I have a way to set this matter right. As the fear of his first wasted arm and leg dissipated, his mind became clearer and clearer. Tomorrow. No, the day after that someone will clean up this pussy ass for me. Hu, Kai Dazhuang and Kai Danyang looked at each other. Jiang Jiubuan shook his head. Let's not talk about this. Bullying my woman. It'll make him feel better. After sending brother Dazhuang and Dame Kai away, Jiang Jiubuan calmed down completely, shaking his head to not think about it. He instead looked up at the baby tigress. The little guy hadn't eaten in I don't know how long, and he kept falling over even as he crawled towards himself in the morning. And that little titty tiger of brother Big Strong's looks to be in pretty good shape. After a brief moment of thought, a clear blue screen appeared in front of Jiang Jiubuan. I hope it gives me a randomized bag of powdered milk. The daily shop is still the same stuff, but with an additional prayer option. For a cost of 10 chances, you can wish for an item that will be refreshed the next day, and that item replaces the previous one as the resident item. Looking at the 10 items currently resident, potatoes, refined iodized salt, black stockings, mineral water, cat litter box, 5 Suns diffractive pills, 13 spices, MSG, chicken essence, lace triangle pants. A bag of salt costs 100 kai. A box of 5 Suns diffractive pills costs 600 kai, and if it's a can of powdered milk, it wouldn't require tens of thousands of kai. Taking a look at his 188 points of chance, Jiang Jiubuan decided that it was better not to pray for the time being, because if he did, he didn't know how much chance he would sell. Turning off the daily chance store and opening the random chance store. At the same time, Jiang Jiufen shouted, Wanwen, you burn a bit of porridge out for this little milk tiger to drink. Zhao Ru walked over with the little milk tiger in her arms. Husband, didn't you say this is a kitten? Jiang Jiufen smiled and stroked his little wife's head. Yeah, like a little tiger kitty. Zoe blinked her big eyes. Is that a little tiger or a little kitty? Little tiger, huh? A tiger that's small, yeah, so it's a little titty tiger. Jiang Jiubuan said, and closed the random chance store, because there was basically nothing good inside. They were all dead expensive and useless existences. There wasn't even a cultivation technique. He also wanted to give the 2 little wives 2 whole sets of cultivation techniques. Tapping on the last cultivation store, rows of commodities were immediately arranged, either Ferocious Beast Essence or Ferocious Beast Inner Pills. Ferocious Beast Inner Pills were quite a bit cheaper than essences, but Jiang Jiubuan felt that the inner pills were definitely far inferior to essences. When he directly purchased a bottle of Martial Apprentice grade First Order Fierce Beast Essence, the chance points were instantly reduced by 100 to 9,088. In 10 minutes or so, just a bowl of rice porridge is freshly cooked. Jiang Jiubuan chopped some pig's blood and some cooked bear meat into mince, and poured it into the rice porridge and stirred it well. After this is done, the rice porridge becomes lukewarm, seeing that both women were looking at the little milk tiger. Jiang Jiubuan dropped a drop of Fierce Beast Essence into it. The mother of this little milk tiger is a spirit beast. And as a spirit beast cub, 1/10 of a Martial Apprentice level First Order Ferocious Beast Essence shouldn't be a problem to eat. Well, it won't be a problem. I have no problem drinking a bottle straight from the bottle, and my 2 little wives have no problem drinking even more. This little guy, he's certainly not that fragile. Muttering in his heart, he walked over to the little milk tiger with the wooden bowl and squatted down in front of it. Come on, little poor thing. Taste the meat porridge that the master has made for you. This meat porridge can't be drunk by ordinary people. The little milk tiger stumbled and climbed over when he smelled the smell, and the whole little tiger face was slaughtered directly into the wooden bowl without standing still. But he didn't scream at all. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit and licked and gulped, by the looks of it. You should be crazy hungry. He eats so well. Naizuoru laughed happily. Jiang Jiubuan also smiled. Looking at the skinny little milk tiger, you guys keep an eye on him. I'm going to go tell Brother Dijang he can feed the meat porridge. Yes, the two women responded in unison. Jiang Jiubuan jogged to Brother Dazhuang's house, and before he could say anything, he saw Kai Dazhuang sitting at the door, and at his feet was a freshly plucked pheasant, and the tiger cub, slightly 2 sizes larger than his, was tearing into the pheasant, eating it with great gusto. Older brother, look how fierce my little tiger is. So young to eat meat, Jiang Jiubuan said with some worry, still too small. I gave my that one meat porridge. You'd better not give him meat. His teeth are all still milk teeth. Kai Daqiang thought briefly. Makes sense. Then I'll give him meat porridge too. After saying this, Kai Dazhuang directly snatched away the pheasant and whispered, Little thing, I'll give you meat porridge later. You can't eat this yet. By the way, Jiang, old brother, I have this yard hanging bears, and dear, you need to come over and cut directly. You have no place to put them. Wait for me to find some people to build you a wooden house in 2 days. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and shook his head. No need, Brother Dazhuang, don't forget the bricks. I'll jump directly over the wooden house. Kai Dazhuang laughed out loud. Good, good, back when you have enough bricks. I will find someone to help you build it. I have craftsmen I know in town. Okay, then I'll go ahead and I'll just say a quick word about the meat porridge. Good, come over for meat tonight. My wine doesn't get drunk. Jiang Jiufen let out a bitter smile. There is no wine that is not intoxicating. Re-entering his broken courtyard, the meat porridge in that wooden bowl had already been eaten by the little milk tiger. At the moment, the little milk tiger is lying in Naizuoru's arms, letting the two women touch it. Jiang Jiubuan smiled without saying anything and unlocked the sack at the kitchen door to bring out the bags of medicinal herbs inside. Husband, I'll come help you. The two women spoke in unison, and Naizuoru also put down the little tiger and ran over. Jiang Jiufen thought briefly. Zio Ryu, go and boil the pot. When you see if you can use firewood to build a few small square table-style platforms out. Yes, both women didn't ask what they were going to do, in their hearts no matter what they were doing. As long as they could work for their husband, then they would be happy. And what Jiang Jiubuan was going to do was to give the 5 Suns diffractive pill to Wang Dato's son. Prince Kong, you heard right, it's that 3,600 chances worth of 5 Suns diffusion pills in the daily shop. If he didn't know the formula of this 5 Suns diffractive pill, Jiang Jiufen really didn't dare to take this job. As for the case of Dato Wang, that is a very common affluent disease and a type of phlegm, dampness. All he needed in that case was more winter melon soup and more exercise, and he was perfectly cured. No medication at all. There were a lot of herbs bought in this sack, but the 5 Suns diffractive pill only needed 5 herbs. As to why he bought so many, that's for fish eyes, not letting the bone setter guess what the real prescription is. Regardless of whether it's this world or your own, it's always good to keep a hand in the game. Lyceum barbarum. Found it, the flavor is pretty decent. Jiang Jiubuan directly pinched a piece and tasted it, doddering. It should be true, raspberries, nice, Schizandra, it's okay, psyllium, hiss. This is going to have to make me bleed. Cuscuta should be fried. Schizandra should be steamed. And psyllium needs to be fried with salt. The coarse salt of this world cannot be used as the salt of psyllium frying at all. Because the coarse salt of this world has a subtle toxicity, eaten for a long time is easy to die fast. But do not eat the salt to die even faster. The psyllium was dealt with last, I think, forcing me to spend 100 wit to sell refined iodized salt. With everything ready, Jiang Jiufan started to get busy, the so-called 5 suns diffusion pill. That was to condense these 5 suns together to form a small ball. Jiang Jiubuan didn't intend to make it into a small ball because he didn't have that spare time and tools. He intended to make a post slice. 6 grams would be enough for a normal person, but Jiang Jiubuan intended to give 8 grams to the son of Data Wang. With his son's young constitution, the other kidney tonic is too harsh for that. Only this one is still not hurt itself. And for the final honey refining of the 5 suns diffractive sect, Jiang Jiufan decided to use melted maltose instead. To ask him such a genius at refining pills, high, and kidney tonic pills often required only the most rudimentary refining methods. And Master Jiang, who had been busy for an hour and a half, had already begun the drying process at this point. After doing everything, Jiang Jiubuan picked up the little milk tiger that was sleeping on its back in the haystack. Wanwen Zao Ru, go to Elder Mother's house to eat tonight. Huh? Nai Zaoru let out a light, somewhat alarmed. Nai Zaoan also said weakly, Husband go, where are these messy rules? Follow my husband and obey. Jiang Jiubuan put the little milk tiger into his chest clothes, then held up the 2 jars of wine and walked towards Dame Kiss House. Behind him, the little wife who had her head lowered and walked along weakly said, Husband, let's take the wine altar. No, just 2 jars of wine. Soon, haha, elder brother Jiang, big sibling little sibling, come over for dinner and still bring wine. When big brother doesn't have wine, wash your hands and sit down. The food is ready, in the spacious hall. The table was large, with 4 large pots on it, all filled with very large pieces of bone and meat. We don't use chopsticks much in our family. My mother and I use our hands directly. It's more energizing. Kai Dazhuang laughed, holding 4 jars of wine over. Come, old brother, here's one for you. Mother, this one for you. And you drink less. What do you care about your mother? Dame Kai went straight up and grabbed her ears. Pour it for Mother, hey. Kai Dazhuang was honest as a son. As soon as Auntie Kai turned her head, her voice gentled. Wan Zio Ru, feel free to eat. Auntie here has bear deer bone soup. It's very tonic, just right for the 2 of you. Thank you, Mom. My sister and I will just eat a little bit. Danyang Kiss brows were filled with heartache. What less food? Give Danyang more food. Look at the bear and deer in the yard. If you can't eat it all in a week, that meat can go bad, and when it goes bad, you have to throw it away. Do you want to see such good meat thrown away for nothing? Huh? Nizirus already large eyes widened. That's such a waste. Auntie Kai smiled and touched Nizirus' head. So eat more, eat as much as you can. Auntie, this is enough. There's at least 4 big pots in the pot. Nizioan and Nizioru looked at the 4 pots that were so large and became more and more dumbfounded. Eat all of you, Zio Jiang, you're welcome too. Jiang Jiubuan smiled. Am not polite. Auntie Wanwen. Zio Ru, eat, Only when they heard their husbands speak did the 2 young wives dare to extend their hands. Kai Dazhuang tugged at a piece of bone and gnawed on the meat indistinctly. Older brother, where do you plan to build a brick factory? Turn around and I'll go to town to find you a craftsman. Jiang Jiubuan also pulled on the meat and nibbled. I'll look at the place again tomorrow when I'm free. The location definitely needs to be found. Dame Kai drank a mouthful of soup and spoke slowly. If you want to build a brick house, y'all have to put that money from burning bricks into it yourself. The little silver you have on hand should not be nearly enough. Auntie's side is more generous. You count me as half a son. The money for this brick house, Auntie will cover it for you. Jiang Jiubuan sniffed and quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth. Auntie, this can't be done. I'll take care of this myself. I don't need your help. Dame Kai smiled. My son is just an ordinary man. If it wasn't for the fact that I used to desperately save up a bit to let him eat and drink, well, he wouldn't have become such a strong hunter. Big Strong's limit is, at best, a ninth-grade martial artist, and now with that great opportunity and great creation. His future is too great for damsel to imagine. In the future, the money your big strong brother earns will only be more and more. Now this amount of money you don't need to put on your mind. Besides, if it wasn't because of you, how could Big Strong get this big chance? Jiang Jiubian smiled helplessly. This is what Brother Dazhuang deserves, even without me. Kai Dazhuang, put down the big bones, look serious. Older brother, you said wrong. A little earlier, that is my own fall into the hole. A little earlier to fall in, I only have a dead end. Fall in a little later, and without the mother tiger's claws to hold me up. I'm still dead. It's because I wanted to take you for a long ride that we were able to fall in so coincidentally. And if I hadn't been distracted talking to you, there's no way a hole like that would have made me fall. Either way, the chance will have nothing to do with me. You're my lucky star. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to get this chance 100%. Come, old brother, from now on. Big brother will cover you. Jiang Jiufan picked up his wine bowl and laughed. This sounds a bit familiar. My dear big brother seems to have said it as well. Kai Dazhuang and Kai Dane Ying both laughed out loud. Kai Dazhuang said loudly, "You have a pro-big brother, and now you have me as your big brother, with two big brothers covering you. Y'all have no problem walking sideways in the future." Jiang Jiuxuan laughed and joked. Then I'll really walk sideways from now on. Okay, if something happens, Big Brother will take the blame for you. A bowl of wine down, Jiang Jiufan wiped his mouth or said, "The money for building the house, or I'll pay for it myself." Dame Kai frowned. "Xiao Jiang, don't treat us as outsiders here." Jiang Jiubian shook his head and smiled. "No, no. How could I treat Dane Yang and Brother Dazhuang as outsiders?" "I have my own concerns," said Jiang Jiubian, recalling the original master's memories. "I'm not from this downstream village, as you all know. I had a fit of nerves after failing to get a meritocracy and ran here on my own brain. To put it bluntly, I'm just embarrassed that I don't have the face for it." Jiang Jiufan looked at the original main memory more and more empathetic, I'm not easy to have a little success now. I want to rely on me to build a house. I'd like to have something to hold on to. 2. I know my own big brother was good to me, but my old pride couldn't take it. I was too rebellious. Do not steam buns to fight. I want to make some appearance to let people all see that I, Jiang Jiufan, is not useless after failing the examination of merit. I, Jiang Jiubian, am still a human being. I was disgraced in the town before. The face I lost in the upstream village. The face I lost in the downstream village will all be brought back. I just want to take back what I once lost step by step. I want people to look envious and jealous when they talk about me. Jiang Jiubian, I want people to stop saying I'm Jiang Jiushan's brother when they talk about me. I am me. I am Jiang Jiubian. After a few words were spoken, both Kai Dane Ying and Kai Dazhuang froze. The two little wives suddenly spoke up. "Well, accompany husband, well work for him, and give him back his face." Jiang Jiufan looked at the two girls and smiled gently. "I don't want to let you two work. Eat quickly." Bang! Kai Dane Ying suddenly slammed the table to startle a few people. I only saw Dan Yang Kai raise her bowl of wine and exclaimed, "Good Xiao Jiang, worthy of being a scholar." What a nice thing for a reader to say. It really speaks to the heart of a great lady. Back then, those dog baskets all said that Auntie smacked. And Auntie kicked the door from house to house to get her face back. We live in the world. We give ourselves face. Auntie supports you. Dazhuang, you need to learn how to speak well from Xiao Jiang. Look at your stupid mouth. You haven't gotten a daughter-in-law back until now. Kai Dazhuang, the 2-meter lanky body, was immediately aggrieved. I that can't get it back. Do you see any village flower in 10 miles of villages that doesn't want to marry me? That's because I don't want it. I'm a martial artist at least. I can't be stuck in this downstream village for the rest of my life. I'm going to be a general from now on. I'm going to marry a great lady. I'm going to marry 1,000 ladies. Kai Danying's eyes with a smile but hummed, look at you like that. You can find a what kind of it is still do not know. But also the big girl. Drink. This time drinking Jiang Jiubuan not so unrestrained. Only drink half of the altar is not drink. This isn't as strong as rice wine, but it can still be intoxicating if you drink too much, drinking and eating meat and chatting until about 9 o'clock. Jiang Jiufan also brought his 2 little wives to bid farewell and leave. In the broken courtyard, Jiang Jiufan replaced his 2 broken courtyard doors with 2 courtyard doors that he had removed from the wussy bazzi. In any case, the Pussibut's yard door was a little sturdier than his. Wan Wan, Zio Ru, you 2 wash up and go to sleep first. I want to practice martial arts. Practicing martial arts. The 2 wives were a little unsure. Yes, it's practicing martial arts. Jiang Jiubuan said as he picked up the 40-pound boulder that he had carried from outside in the evening and began squatting, watching her husband constantly squatting up. A moment later, Nai Ziaoan softly said, "Husband, what's the point of practicing martial arts?" Jiang Jiubuan smiled with difficulty. It's definitely useful. Practicing martial arts can strengthen your body, and you can have more strength. Nai Ziaoan's gaze moved slightly. So practicing martial arts can catch fire on your body. Fire on your body. Wouldn't that still burn people to death? Jiang Jiubuan began to do push-ups. But the realm to the martial spirit level can release Kai and blood outwardly. The body on fire, this for me is not really clear. Oh, Nai Ziaoan's eyes were a little bleak, and Nai Ziaris' mood was also a little low. What's the point of asking this? Jiang Jiubuan suddenly said, nothing, just curious, it's getting late. It'll work out for a while for my husband, so you 2 can wash up first and sleep. You can cuddle the little milk tiger. Jiang Jiubuan finished speaking, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to exercising his body. The 2 wives silently washed their hands and feet, and sat on the bed, looking at the husband, who was madly exercising his body under the moonlight. For a long time, Nai Ziaoru softly opened her mouth. Sister, Nai Ziaoan whispered, go to sleep, it's fine. Half an hour later, Jiang Jiubuan felt that his body was on the verge of an extreme state, gritting his teeth and trembling. He held the boulder in his arms and forced himself to trot around the yard. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step. 2 steps, 1 step like claws and teeth, like the devil's pace, like the devil's pace. The sweat on his body was already hard to get out. And Jiang Jiubuan was trembling violently, as if his entire body could collapse at any moment. Even so, he still forced his trotting mind to roar. Dozens of seconds passed. Jiang Jiubuan felt like he was going to die. Just as his body shivered violently as his eyes went black, immediately afterward he seemed to hallucinate, for he heard the sound of something breaking inside him. A new surge of power emerged, and Jiang Jiubuan once again opened his eyes to see the dirt floor in front of him. I don't know when he fell to the ground. New power surged. Jiang Jiubuan surprised up and picked up the big stone to run hard again. But soon he noticed that it was not right. The pores on his body were spilling blood out, and in just these 10 short breaths. His body was already blood red. What is this situation? Jiang Jiubuan paused with some trepidation. Did the exercise hurt the roots? Not daring to delay any longer, he hastened to open the chamber's screen. He was now a 2nd-grade martial apprentice, and to have the strongest effect, he would have to use a minimum of martial apprentice level 3rd stage fierce beast essence. However, the selling price of the martial apprentice grade 3rd order fierce beast essence wasn't low. A bottle would cost 300 points of chance. There was no hesitation in exchanging 3 bottles directly. With his lack of cultivation talent, it was impossible to break through to the 3rd-grade martial apprentice without 3 bottles. And to break through with just 3 bottles, the prerequisite was that one had to be on the verge of their limit to absorb the ferocious beast essence, each time to make it possible. Uncorked the bottle and directly poured in a bottle. After doing this, Jiang Jiyufan directly stood in place and did not move. The cultivation technique of the 9 Revolutions treasure record did not have a fixed cultivation posture. Whether it was standing or lying down, squatting or sitting, it could be cultivated under the moonlight. Jiang Jiyubuan was covered in a large amount of white mist, a scene that the 2 young wives completely missed. After a day of fear and exhaustion, they were already sleepy. 10 or so minutes later, Jiang Jiyubuan opened his eyes. His aura, 3 or 4 points stronger again, carrying the stone over the branch yard wall. He didn't want to wake his 2 wives from their sleep. Dozens of meters outside the broken house, Jiang Jiyuan wailed and hammered his body. Half an hour later, a white mist emerged from the body, again, finally the 3rd grade, again, halfway through the night. Jiang Jiyubuan stood in the field with his bare upper body wearing shorts. As he breathed, the shallow muscles on his body expanded and contracted. At this moment, he was already a 5th grade martial apprentice, and was at least 2 times stronger than before. And he felt as if he had grown about 2 or 3 centimeters in height as well, as his pant legs were shorter than before. Originally 1.7 meters or so of the individual, now grow 2 or 3 centimeters or 1.7 meters or so. From 1.8 meters that still have to be almost strong, as the price for 3 consecutive breakthroughs. He had only 488 points of chance left. The martial apprentice grade 4th order fierce beast essence was priced at 400, and the 5th order was priced at 500, and he had to need 3 bottles each time to break through, which led to the use of chance points stopping like a trickle of water, looking at the tattered hemp shirt not far away. Jiang Jiyubuan ran toward the river without looking back. All he felt now was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. Came to the riverside and fought to leap. This leap directly jumped out of the distance of 8 meters. Ordinary people a leap hold up 3 meters out of the head. His 5th grade martial arts disciple is only 8 meters. Few, yes, emerging from the river water. Jiang Jiyubuan fought his way upstream, swimming for a while. A jolt into the water. A few breaths later, to show his head again, Jiang Jiyubuan grasping a fish in his hand. The fish was alive and kicking in Jiang Jiyuan's hands, but the next second it was used as a bath towel by Jiang Jiyuan and started to heave up. The dirt and grime that had been piled up on his body for an unknown period of time began to rub off. And the more Jiang Jiyuan rubbed, the more energized he became. He could smell the sour odor of his own body before. And if he hadn't been so busy, he would have gone down to the river to take a bath. Half an hour later, a dozen or so fish floated on the surface of the river and rushed downstream, and Jiang Jiyuan had already climbed up the bank, grabbing his previously torn pants to block his vitals. He kicked his straw shoes and ran for the broken house. Where would anyone look at a white ass in the dead of night? Returning to the broken house and looking at the sleeping little wives, Jiang Jiyuan gently picked up the new clothes he bought the day before and put them on. It's a very generic long pants and short shirt, and it looks good on you. After getting dressed, he pinched his previously torn pants and threw them right out. A goodbye to the old things that had passed. Coming to the bed, the little milk tiger raised its head and looked at Jiang Jiyuan without blinking. Jiang Jiyuan smiled, then made a shushing gesture and slowly laid down on the bed, after taking a bath and changing into new clothes. This is new bedding again. Sleeping is really just great. The little milk tiger stumbled and climbed out of Nai's Zyrus arms. And the 2 little wives were awakened. Seeing this, Jiang Jiyuan gently patted the 2 girls. It's fine. Good boy. Go to sleep. The 2 little wives' sleepy eyelids moved, and finally twisted their bodies to go back to sleep. While the little milk tiger climbed to lie on Jiang Jiyuan's chest, Jiang Jiyuan stroked the little milk tiger's head. And the little milk tiger rubbed Jiang Jiubian's hand pitifully, putting his hand on the little milk tiger. Jiang Jiufen whispered, "Sleep, little poor thing. It'll make you a delicious meal tomorrow." The next morning dawned slightly. Jiang Jiubian slowly opened his eyes and yawned. The little tigress was still lying on her chest, but there was an extra little hand on her chest. Turning his head, he saw that it was Zoe's. Zoe had fallen asleep facing him at some point, curled up under her arm, one arm still resting on her. Behind her was her sister, Nai Xiaowen, who was holding her. I wanted to carefully remove Nai Xiaowen's arm to get out of bed to pee, but I didn't expect the little milk tiger to wake up just as soon as I moved. Why, yeah, the little milk tiger's cry wasn't good. But it did manage to wake up the two women who had slept all night. Zoe was still a little confused when she opened her eyes, and after a short while she raised her head to see where she was. Upon seeing her husband's eyes filled with laughter, "Yeah, husband, Zayoru didn't mean to press your arm. Zayoru didn't know either. It's fine." Jiang Jiubian smiled and pinched Zayoru's little face, then pinched Wan Wan's little face. "Get up. It's time to eat dinner. Wanwan Zayoru will go cook this time," the two women said as they hurriedly climbed up, and Jiang Jiufen directly got out of bed and stretched. "And make meat porridge for dinner this morning with bear's leg meat, extra." "Okay." The two women were instantly in high spirits after hearing the command. They feel that their husbands are too good to them, and that they don't feel any security in their hearts unless they do some work. Their security comes from the fact that their husbands need them, and Jiang Jiubian also saw clearly that he didn't let them do anything. But they started to do it secretly as soon as he left. Instead of that, they should be given simple jobs to do. In the kitchen, Nai Xiaowen suddenly spoke. "Little sister, did you just notice that husband seems to have changed?" Zoe froze for a moment. "No, I didn't look closely." The two women twisted their heads to look at Jiang Jiufen, who was stretching his body in the courtyard. "Sister, little sister, husband has really changed, breaking through 3 small realms in a row. The physique and kai and blood were enhanced tremendously, and it was not normal for the changes to be small in turn, according to Jiang Jiubian's own projections. When he broke through to a first-grade martial artist, not only would the deficit in this body of his over the years be completely made up for, but he would even be able to use it to mold an even more perfect body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thumping in the extreme distance was getting closer and closer, and Jiang Jiubian twisted his head to look over, only to see the path leading to the 100,000 Mountains. Dajong brother is holding up a bleeding goat afoot a small pit running toward the village side. That speed it does fly. The goats are blowing out their big backs. Huh? Kai Dajwang stopped at the door of Jiang Jiufen's broken courtyard with a startled look on his face. "Older brother, we haven't seen each other for a night. Why have you changed like a person?" Jiang Jiubian laughed. "After a wave of crazy workouts last night, coupled with all the meat I ate, I got lucky with my cultivation initiation." Kai Dakying shook his head. No, this is not right for you. Yesterday, Big Brother hadn't felt the aura on you. Today you're a 5th-grade martial apprentice. Not only did you get started, but you also broke through 5 minor realms in one night. How is this possible? Jiang Jiubian was about to open his mouth, but Kai Dajwang directly laughed a few times. "You kid definitely didn't sleep well again last night. I told you that you were a blessing, and you really do have your own chance. Come to Big Brother's house for meat at noon. You have to cultivate quickly, when we join the army together in the future. We'll go to be great generals together." Jiang Jiubian smiled. "Brother Dajwang, am not interested in being an official. I feel pretty good now. I'll just live more comfortably when I have more money later on and save myself the trouble of hooking up with people. And hey, I'm just tired of rolling and don't want to." Kai de Zhuang froze for a moment. You don't want to be a great general? That great general can be majestic. Jiang Jiyufan does not say that he is familiar with history books, but he is also proficient in the three kingdoms, so how can he not know the pros and cons of being an official? Brother Dazhuang, I feel that there is nothing good about being an official. If you want to go and become a great general, I will support you. If you want to get tired in the future, my little brother will still be waiting for you to drink and eat meat in this downstream village. Kai Dezhuang laughed loudly. It's early. It's still a toss-up whether it can be or not. Come on, milk some goat's milk. Okay, Jiang Jiubuan said, and found a wooden bowl, milking the milk well, and letting Brother Dazhuang ride to town to help find some craftsmen. Jiang Jiubuan walked inside the broken straw house with a bowl of goat milk. The little milk tiger followed in at the smell, with his back to the door of the house. He bought a bottle of Martial Apprentice level First Order Fierce Beast Essence and put a drop into it in front of the little milk tiger. The red Ferocious Beast Essence entered the milky white milk, and soon the entire bowl turned blood red. The little milk tiger looked blearily at the bowl in Jiang Jiufan's hand. Look at you in a hurry. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and squatted down. Drink it, hurry up and drink it to grow your body. The little milk tiger Cusi licked up the milk and drank it with vigor. Soon the bowl of goat's milk was licked clean, and the little milk tiger was tired of lying there with its little tongue out. Jiang Jiubuan touched the little milk tiger, and the little milk tiger's nose moved and smelled the little jade bottle in Jiang Jiubuan's hand. He smelled something he really needed in the mouth of that little jade bottle. Wow-ah! The little milk tiger climbed up and rubbed against Jiang Jiufan's hand, looking straight at the jade bottle in his other hand. What? Jiang Jiufan's gaze moved slightly. You want to drink this. Can you carry it on your little body? Why, the little milk tiger was coming on strong. All right, let you try. Jiang Jiubuan pulled off the bottle cork and grabbed the little milk tiger, then carefully placed a drop in his mouth. The little milk tiger's tongue licked his lips and nose, and a wah sound came out of his mouth. Not enough, Jiang Jiubuan thought briefly, and then directly poured in all the rest. This time, the little milk tiger drink directly after lying down in the arms of Jiang Jiubuan fell asleep. Little fellow, your mother is at least a spirit beast. You should be able to withstand this lowest level of ferocious beast essence. If your mother hadn't died, her milk shouldn't have been much worse than this extract. Jiang Jiubuan was indeed right in thinking that as spirit beast cubs, they were highly resistant to building, and again, he and his brother had survived from 5 siblings to the end, which showed how resilient the 2 little tigers were. Jiang Jiayuan is still gentle. Kai Dazhuang's side are starting to feed up chopped ferocious beast meat with milk. The 2 have different personalities and do things differently. It is said that the pet's personality follows the owner's. And I don't know what these 2 little milk tigers will be like when they grow up. Husband, the meat porridge is ready. It's served for you. Little Softy's soft voice came over. Coming. Jiang Jiubuan placed the little milk tiger on the bed before turning toward the broken kitchen. It smells so good. So good. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and complimented the 2 girls, who both lowered their heads in some embarrassment. Sit down and eat. Why are you standing? Watching the 2 women sit down and start drinking kanji, Jiang Jiufan said as he ate. Later for my husband to go out for a trip. You guys watch the little milk tiger at home. Don't run around. Nai Zhaoan said softly. Is husband going on another adventure? Jiang Jiufan smiled. There's no time for adventures today. We have to make the medicine today, and tomorrow I'll take you guys to town. Then, what is husband going out to do later? Nai Zioru had a curious look on her face, about 700 or 800 meters from the downstream village. On the riverbank, this is an open field. This place was more than 200 meters away from the river, and 4 or 5 miles away it was the 100,000 mountains, Wan Wan, Xiaoru. This place will be our treasure pot from now on. Jiang Jiyufan was holding the sleeping little milk tiger in his arms and pointed to the distance. This place is wide and extremely appropriate for building a brick kiln. Close to the river, it's easy to get water, and 700 or 800 meters away is where we live. So it's quick to get to and from no matter what. Nai Xiaoan couldn't understand, but felt that what her husband was saying was very powerful. Nai Xiaoru directly asked, "Husband, what is the treasure pot?" Jiang Jiyubuan laughed. "This land is a treasure pot. Set up a brick kiln here to burn bricks. A brick can be sold for 2 cents. A small kiln can burn about 10 bricks at a time. A medium kiln about 30 and the big kilns all start at 50 bricks. Nai Xiaoan's face was shocked. So much? How long does it take to burn out? Jiang Jiyufan thought briefly, although the big kiln burns more at once. It takes too long to burn. It has to be about 25 days, so for my husband, I'm going to all build brick kilns that can burn more than 20 bricks. A wave of bricks burned down like that is about 13 days. Before burning bricks, you have to make brick blanks. 20 people go to make brick blanks, 1 person 400 a day, 20 people is 8,000 brick blanks. 7 days in a row to make brick blanks, 7, 8, 56, that's 7 days, 56,000 brick blanks. Throw in the possibility of failure or salvage, and a batch will come out in 20 days with about 50,000 green bricks. The 2 women didn't understand the number, but just thought it was impressive. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled again and did the math. He'll give 25 wen a day for 1 person. 20 people a day is 500 wen. A wave is 20 days, or wen money, which translates to 20 days costing 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver. Nai Xiaoan was shocked. That's a lot of money. Jiang Jiyubuan touched Wanwen's head, but 20 days can burn into more than 50,000 bricks. 1 brick 2 Wankian. 50,000 is 100,000 Wankian, converted to 100 taels of silver. For my husband, I only need to take 10 taels out of the 100 taels and send them out as labor costs, leaving 90 taels, minus the 2 or 3 taels that need to be spent on transportation. This will net me 87 taels. Or 20 days anyway, for more than 80 taels of silver. There are 360, 5 days in a year, minus farm time and New Year's Eve, and it's not a problem to burn a 17-wave brick. 1 wave earns more than 80 taels. 17 waves, at least more than 1,400 taels. Oh my God, this. Both women were so scared they didn't know what to say. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled as he looked ahead to the field. So, this is our treasure pot, but this treasure pot is too small. We can use it now, when we stabilize and make money in a few days. We're going to open a restaurant. We're going to make more money. Nai Xiaoan stared with wide eyes. Can you spend all the money you make? Jiang Jiyubuan laughed loudly. If we can't spend it all, we'll be the landlord. Eat what we want. Drink what we want. The 2 women couldn't consider that much at all. They only felt that their husband was too powerful. The adoptive parent's family earns at most 178 taels of silver a year, spends 13 or 14 taels a year, and is thankful to be able to save 4 or 5 taels at the end of the year, and husband just has to earn more than 0 taels of silver a year. How many years must this be equivalent to raising a family of parents? Nai Xiaoru drew vertical bars on the ground. And after drawing for a while, she looked up and shouted, "Sister, look how many vertical bars I've drawn here. How come I can't figure out how many adoptive mothers' families can compare to what husband earns in a year?" Jiang Jiyufan looked over. When the back is free, it'll teach you to read and write. Nai Xiaoan and Nai Xiaoru's eyes glowed at the sound of their words. They had long heard that reading and literacy was something that only people with great knowledge could do, and that people like them didn't deserve to learn it at all. Now that husband said he would teach them, it made their hearts leap with joy. Husband, are you really going to teach my sister and I to read and write? Nai Zaowen's face flushed a little. Her eyes filled with hope. Jiang Jiyufan nodded. Right, for my husband is also considered a man of letters. Isn't it simple to teach you to read and write? Just talking. Kai Dazhuang brought a large group of people to find over. Older brother. People I found for me are the old craftsmen. They also have been to the Wang family brick kiln. Wang Dado bought the official position, has arrived. Although there is no right, but the title of Dado is promoted to a member of the staff, it may not seem like much has changed. But reputation is extremely important in this world. Jiang Jiyubuan greeted him with a smile. Trouble brother Dazhuang. What are these people called? Kai Dazhuang reached out and said, This is Liu Ban Tu. Just tell him anything. Liu Ban Tu was a middle-aged man. His face was arrogant. You are the proprietor. Jiang Jiyubuan nodded. Exactly. Liu Ban Tu held his head high and arrogantly said, My brothers are all old craftsmen. Don't look at me 48 this year. I started playing with bricks to build a house when I was 8 years old. Don't you talk about building a brick kiln. I can build you whatever kind of house you want. We are this, said Liu Ban Tu with a thumbs up on his chest. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled. Yes, yes, Liu Ban Tu is awesome. Liu Ban Tu is very proud. Must. We are relying on craftsmanship to eat. Brick kiln we once to Wang built to you to build. That is a piece of cake, but let's be honest. I can guarantee that the brick kiln will be built exactly the same as Mr. Wang's, but this brick kiln is going to be torn down by Mr. Wang's men. You have to pay for our labor. Moreover, our wages are not low. 200 copper coins a day for each of us. I have 10 masters here, and as the head of the team, I get 350 coins a day. If you can give it, then well build it. If you can't, now make it clear. Jiang Jiuxuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This person with a craft asking for a different price. Smiling slightly, Liu Ban Tu, you can probably cover this in a few days. 2 days for the small kiln, 4 days for the medium kiln, 10 days for the large kiln. Quality and quantity guaranteed. And anytime something goes wrong within a year, it's going to smash my town's front door. Looking at Liu Ban Tu so confident. Jiang Jiyuan laughed loudly. Good, then I want 3 medium kilns. Finish them for me in 12 days. And I'll give you 29 taels of silver. Liu Ban Tu broke his fingers and counted. And after a while he looked up and said, Master, you've made a mistake in counting. 12 days. Our wages totaled 28 taels and 200 wen. Jiang Jiyuan put his hands behind his back and angled his head. That extra 800 wen is to see if you guys cover well. If you build it well, the extra 800 won is a reward. If you don't build it well, you don't get a penny of the 800 won. Liu Ban Tu laughed. The proprietor is powerful. See, the proprietor does not look like a man of letters na. This counting is actually so powerful. Admire. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled without explaining, directly waved his hand. Then when can you start? Liu Ban Tu clasped his fists. Tomorrow morning, the brothers will come over to work. 12 days later, to ensure that the proprietor will see 3 medium kilns. Right here, isn't it? Jiang Jiyuan nodded. You guys have more experience. You choose this piece. Liu Ban Tu nodded. Well, how much of a deposit do you give? Jiang Jiyubuan pulled out 5 taels of silver in his pocket. This is 5 taels. How about that? Liu Ban Tu smiled. Magnificent. I did not expect the downstream village and you such a proprietor, but let us remind the proprietor a sentence. You build this brick kiln. If you are known by the Wang, you don't have to worry about that. You just build it. And if anything goes wrong, it's all on me. The matter of erecting a brick kiln was settled, as well as the recruitment of workers. This matter, Jiang Jiubuan, is not very urgent. He wants to recruit workers, can only recruit the village people. After all, the village people are the closest to here, and the village people what you're in he knows very well. Most of them are money-minded lord. Now there are only 2 taels and 200 wen left in his pocket. And this amount of silver can't be used to recruit laborers. He is in dire need of a sum of silver in his accounts. Opening his mouth and asking Brother Big and Strong to borrow it. Brother Big and Strong would definitely not borrow it, but would just give it to himself. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to get some money on his own. A day passed quickly, and this whole day Jiang Jiufan was busy working on the 5 Suns diffusion pill. Into the night, looking at the large and small, close to 40 pounds of black medicinal blocks. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Jiubuan's mouth. With only maltose left to boil into juice, it took an hour to successfully mix 5 pounds of 5 Suns diffracting zong block. Take a knife and cut these pieces into small 2-centimeter slices the length of your pinky finger. This piece is about 10 grams, which is the amount for 1 time, and 2 slices for a day. 5 pounds is 2,500 grams, or 250 tablets, which a person can eat for 125 days, and at best he gave the remaining amount to Prince Kong, the son of Mr. Wang, for 20 days. He was going to sell it in front of the greenhouse in town. 1 tablet was sold for 30 wen. A day's supply would be 60 wen, and a course of 10 days would be 600 wen. The rest of these are sold at least can sell a 13 silver. This is only 5 pounds of medicine block. He still has 35 pounds here it. As for how to sell it as soon as possible, the next morning, Jiang Jiufan took his 2 young wives and borrowed the carriage of Dazhuang's family to go to the town. It was the first time the 2 young wives had been to White Stripes, and they were both horrified and intrigued by what they saw. The last time the 2 of them had been in a place with this many people was when they were sold. Jiang Jiuxuan didn't delay and headed directly to Elder Wang's house. When the guards at the door saw Jiang Jiufan, their faces were impatient at first, but when they recognized that it was Jiang Jiufan, they immediately became respectful. This is only the past 3 days. Jiang Jiufan's beggar clothes changed into a clean short shirt. The whole person is not so dry before. They did not recognize a face is normal. Entering the courtyard, Butler Wang invited these 3 to take a seat in the living room. Jiang Jiubuan walked in front. The 2 little wives followed behind in some shock. Everything here was very similar to the big house that had been burned by fire before. Wan Wan, Zio Ru. Don't be afraid. In the future our living won't be much worse than this. The 2 women looked at the brick floor under their feet, and thought in their hearts that this piece of brick was $2. 2 cents, that's 2 big buns. Entering the living room, it didn't take a few moments for the even more gorgeously dressed Wang Wenwang to walk in with his son. Jiang Kaiern, 3 days gone, you've changed so much. Prince Kong only gave a symbolic hug as a greeting. As for the 2 young wives beside Jiang Jiufan, Prince Kong just glanced at them and withdrew his gaze. He couldn't look at the village women, let alone the fact that Wan Wan and Zhao Ru were still dry and thin. It's only the big change that has occurred to Counselor Wang. I heard yesterday that you had become a counselor. And now you're not a big householder. Officer Wang laughed out loud. False names, they are all false names. He said so, but his mouth was grinning behind his ears. Jiang Kai Ren, just call me Zhao Jiang. Jiang. Is this your wife? Jiang Jiubuan nodded. It is precisely my insider. Elder Wang raised an eyebrow. Zhao Jiang. Listening to your use of words, you've even read a book. Jiang Jiufan smiled, skimmed a little, didn't get into the examination. Not worth mentioning. Officer Wang sighed. Merit is indeed difficult. By the way, what your wife is carrying in her arms is not like a cat. Jiang Jiufan looked at the little milk tiger, a young tiger, met in the 3rd mountain range of the 100,000 mountains. Brought it back home to raise. Mr. Wang was immediately a little surprised. The third mountain range. That can be dangerous very much. Jiang Kai-ren, are you a martial art? Jiang Jifen interrupted Elder Wang. This bit of strength of mine isn't worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. Elder Wang shook his head and said, This young tiger is so well behaved, so I think Jiang Kai-ren should have put in a lot of effort. This means of yours. Awesome. I see that this tiger cub fits my eyes. Why don't you let me have it? Jiang Kai-man, you'll pay $1,000 silver for it to guard my home. Tiger is an extremely fierce existence. If you can guard the house, it can be much more elegant than a big dog. And 1,000 silver to buy a tiger. How to calculate is Jiang Jiubuan loss. Jiang Jiubuan smiled. This tiger cub of mine recognizes people. It's better for Officer Wang to take back that statement, saying this. Jiang Jiufen took out his medicine bag and took out 10 days of medicine. This is the pill I refined for your son. 2 tablets a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, both before and after meals, but drink plenty of water after taking it. Said Jiang Jiubuan took out another bag of powder, which is actually also the powder of Wuzai diffractive zong. But this one didn't add sugar and was bitter. It was also meant to make a difference to the king's clerk's perception. Officer Wang, this is the medicine I refined for your condition. You this once a day, a small half-spoonful at a time. At such a low amount, there's basically no difference between eating and not eating. Mr. Wang's spirit was shaken. He did not continue to dwell on the tiger. Compared to the tiger, he valued his own life and his son's lifeblood more. Reaching out to receive the medicine bag, Prince Kong also couldn't help but walk over. Jiang Jiuxuan laughed. Young Master Wang, you can take a piece now. My medicine works quickly. Your condition is worse than before. Are your legs sore and weak now? Your limbs are weak, and your back is still sore and cold. Prince Kong was shocked. How do you know? Jiang Jiuxuan smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he pointed to the medicine bag. Take a pill, as I said, and within an hour, I guarantee you'll feel differently. Elder Wang turned his head to look at his son with a solemn expression. Still not listening to Jiang Kai-ren. Hurry up and take your medicine. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. Officer Wang, you can just call me Xiao Jiang. This doesn't dare. This doesn't dare. You've read books, and you're a man of martial arts. You can still raise a tiger, in time. I'm afraid you'll have to look up to your nose. This was not polite in the slightest from the Wang clerk. Those who could step into the martial arts path these days were not ordinary people. Once one stepped into the martial spirit realm, one could truly be completely distinguished from mortals. As for why they don't practice martial arts, simply no talent and no desire to eat the sin of hammering your body, Jiang Jiubuan was able to successfully step into the martial path, and that was thanks to the top Tier 9 turns treasure record technique, as well as the fact that it was the essence of a martial apprentice first, ranked ferocious beast at a time. These two are top, notch double, boosts, who could normally be like this for an ordinary person. They get the basic cultivation techniques, and then only through the hammering body to slowly martial arts apprenticeship initiation. This initiation process, but the pain is incomparable. Without great perseverance is very difficult to survive. This is why some rich people are ordinary people. But these cases are only predominant in villages, towns, and counties, and when they rise to the city. Rich people almost always cultivate. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The son of a mouse knows how to make holes. Those who can live in the city, then most of them are people of the martial arts. And how many of the children of these rich people of the martial arts don't have a talent for cultivation? Jiang Kai-ren, these medicines, how much silver? It's not expensive. 30 yen for 1 tablet. 2 tablets a day. Gizzy, this is a 10-day supply. 600 wen in your son's case. It should be taken for at least 20 days. But with a break of 2 or 3 days in between to slow it down, Jiang Jiyufen said suddenly, tone aggravated, "Remember, within these 10 days, must not do things in the room." Wang Wen, why looked at his son and snorted coldly. "I'm still happy if he can do it. He just can't do it anymore." Jiang Jiyufen smiled. "Elder Wang, you don't believe in the medicine I've refined. These medicines are the ones I went to the 6th mountain range of the 100,000 mountains to pick back. And one of them is deer gun, this deer spear of mine. It was chopped off a ferocious beast within 3 days. Your son will absolutely want to have intercourse in the room, and if he doesn't, I'll cut off my head and kick it for you as a ball." Elder Wang looked shocked, then pulled Jiang Jiyuben aside and whispered, inside, "Jiang Kai man, do you think I could have some of that pill too? I've been thinking about that a bit lately too, but I'm too old for that. I'm not able to do it. And you said that I even recruited a 6th concubine. So I can't let people do that. You know, silver, we are not a problem. I have nothing but money. I do not want to leave all the money to my rebellious son without enjoying it. I have to enjoy it." Jiang Jiyuben looked at the Wang clerk with a smile. "Clerk Wang, then you can't eat this stuff. It's for young people. If you want to target your situation, then I'll have to refine the medicine. Going into the mountains to collect, plus refining medicine, at least 3 days." Elder Wang grabbed Jiang Jiyufen's hand. 3 days then. How much silver you name your price?" Jiang Jiyufen raised his head to ponder how much money to blackmail. But Wang saw the situation, thought Jiang Jiyufen was not too willing to be willing to. Jiang Kai Ren. You come this way," Elder Wang said as he pulled Jiang Jiyuben to the parlor side hall. "What are you dragging me here for?" "Mr. Wang," Elder Wang shushed, then fished out a few silver tickets from his sleeve, taking the silver ticket. The Wang clerk looked serious and incomparable. "Jiang Kaiern, I'm not afraid of your joke. I haven't had that for 2 years. I took a new concubine just to bolster my face and make outsiders think that I'm not old enough to have a golden gun. Especially my few foxy friends. Here's a 52 silver ticket. Keep it. I just need a word from you." Blue words flashed before Jiang Jiyuben's eyes. "Chance plus 100. What's the word?" Officer Wang whispered. "You promise to revitalize me. Sure enough. As long as it's a man. No matter what era or world. As long as it's a kidney tonic." The guy who can revitalize his manhood is in short supply. Anyone who is even more stingy, when faced with this question. Don't doubt that they are generous, so generous that you will find it unbelievable. 200 cents of wine is expensive, not to be spared, but if 200 cents can be prolonged, good Lord, that all sells out. Less meals have to be bought. Seeing Jiang Jiyufen holding the silver ticket and not saying anything, Mr. Wang added, "If you can make me stone more up, I'll recommend those fox friends of mine to you. Chance plus 500. They are all big families, and they are all worth about as much as I am. I said I'll buy your medicine for 80 taels. Y'all split 10 taels with me then. How about you charge 70 taels?" Jiang Jiyuben's spirit was shaken, and he immediately felt that the person who sold to the greenhouse did not smell good. And this old boy's idea was even more bullish. It's a direct hit at the high end of the market. The original 30 cents a slice was blood money. This time to go back, not to do into a piece, a little effort to knead into a ball. And then the whole point of the yellow lotus water, smeared directly with the maltose mixture, of the distinction between the group of them. Where do they know that it is all the same thing? 30 text swings into the high end of the market and sells for 100 times the price straight away. Much faster money than burning bricks, but bricks still had to be burned. Coal mines still had to be worked. And just buying medicine, he felt, was no kingly way, after all. There will always be side effects when you take too much medicine. And you can't sell as much as they want, or else they will ironically find themselves when they eat bad health. Thinking of this, Jiang Jiubuan laughed. Good. I guarantee that I can revitalize you. But when the time comes to take the medicine, you have to follow what I say. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Plus, you have to do one more thing for me. Elder Wang was pleasantly surprised. No problem guaranteed. What is it, Jiang Kai Ren, you say? Jiang Jiubuan lowered his voice. I traveled downstream to the village, and there was an old man with a broken arm and leg in a broken wooden house at the end of the village. And this man was called Coward Bazzi. He won't live long enough for you to help me get rid of him, whether you bury him or sink him in the river. In any case, I don't want to see him again. Elder Wang's face stared, carefully sizing up Jiang Jiubuan. Jiang Kai-ren, you're trying to make me kill him. Jiang Jiubuan smiled. That's right. I'm the one who broke his arms and legs. It would be more troublesome for me to kill him, but I don't think it's too difficult for you to exterminate him unknowingly. You are now a magistrate and in our area, except for the magistrate who is thousands of miles away. You are the biggest. The two of them laughed and walked out from the side hall. Jiang Jiufan's heart slightly ached when he saw the two little wives at a loss for words. Twisting around and clasping his fists, Officer Wang, you must watch over your son for these 10 days and never have intercourse. Also, the 10 sets of exercises I asked you to do. You watch your son do 20 sets daily. You can do less at first, but after 5 days, it has to be 20 sets or hell have trouble getting his energy out. Officer Wang smiled and nodded. Jiang Kai-ren, don't worry about it. By the way, have you brick kiln factory built? You can't build it. I can't well teach you brick burning technology. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. It has already started. 12 days, and it will be done. The medicine for your son won't be charged this time. 3 days later, I will pay a visit again. I believe that after 3 days, your son will be much better than now. Want the janky stay for lunch? Jiang Jiufen shook his head. I still have a lot of things to do, so I'll eat when I'm free later. Sending Jiang Jiufen away, Elder Wang's face was filled with a smile of complacency in his eyes. Spending some silver to have a martial artist go to the 100,000 mountains to collect medicine and refine it for himself. Heh. Prince Kong frowned when he saw how happy his old man looked. Father, are you so happy? Elder Wang's face sank, and with a frown he slapped his face. Rebellious son, Pops, this is all for your sake. Prince Kong covered his head, only feel aggrieved. Inexplicable, what is again for their own on the carriage. Jiang Jiufen looked at the remaining bag of medicine. With some happy melancholy in his heart. Melancholy was careless last night, not realizing how things would turn out today. Receiving 50 taels of silver at once, this not only solved the urgent need, but also opened up the town's high-end market in disguise. In the early part of this can grip a wave of oil and water, and when the back of the brick factory up. Plus the money of these oil and water to rent a storefront should not be a problem when the time comes. Brew the liquor, make the secret seasonings, recruit a few cooking masters, and then teach the cuisine of your own world. Old Flavor Restaurant, I don't believe I can't mess you up. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Jiufen looked at his 2 young wives who had been silent. Wanwen Zioru, is there anything you're looking at? Tell me what you see, I'll buy it for you. We have money. Husband, we don't deserve to have you spend money for us like this, Nai Ziaoan whispered, looking around at the tension that filled her eyes. Jiang Jiufen's heart ached even more. Okay, stroll around and take a look. This stroll took me straight to the place where they sell sugar plums, 2 bunches of sugar plums. Let's master you take good. Jiang Jiubuan took the sugar gourd and handed it to Wanwen and Zio Ru. Try it. This stuff is delicious. The 2 little wives were a bit hesitant. Jiang Jiufen smiled and directly stuffed it into their hands. Not long after, Jiang Jiyufen brought the two women to the garment workshop again. Wan, do you like this color? Nai Xiaoan shook her head as she looked at the green-colored shirt. Where's Zoe? Nai Zioru also shook her head. Jiang Jiyubuan twisted his head to look at the boss. A dress of this color, one according to my wife's height. And then take a goose, yellow one. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. The two women saw the situation and wanted to say something. Jiang Jiyufen walked in the clothing workshop and spoke in a faint voice. Wanwen, Zioru, you guys are not the same as before. You are my Jiang Jiyubuan's wives. Wives are a man's face. The better you dress, the more face my husband will have. Understand, don't get it. The two women spoke in unison. Immediately after that, Nai Zhaoan added, Husband, it's just fine for us to have clothes to wear. You are too good to our sisters. Jiang Jiuxuan stopped walking and turned around to look at the two women. Voice lowered and spoke more and more gently. You are my husband's wives, so if I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Each of you will pick another set of your favorite clothes, and if you don't, I'll buy 3 more sets for each of you. Not 3 sets. It's a waste. Then pick a favorite set for yourself. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and pinched the two girls' little faces. After a long time, Nai Zhaoan picked an orange-red one, while Nai Zioru picked a light blue one, which was a color much like the sky. A morning passed. Jiang Jiyufen bought a bunch of snacks for the two girls before driving the carriage towards home. And after a morning of visual and monetary impact, there was a subtle change in the mindset of the two women. At least there was more than a light smile on his face on the way back, a cart full of things that the husband had bought for them. And any one of these is something you couldn't even dream of before, let alone think about. It was also the trip that made them realize that the world was so bright. In their former world, it seemed like everything was gray, looking at her husband who was driving the carriage. The two women couldn't hide the emotion in the bottom of their eyes. They had never expected to live like this before. They started out with the idea that 2 meals a day would be enough. But now this man not only let them eat all the time, but also buy them clothes and delicious food. And no more kennels, no more corners, no more. These past few days have been feeling like a dream to them. And they feel as if they are really like individuals in this dream. They didn't know if this was a beautiful dream before they starved to death on a rainy night. But if it was a dream, they wanted to die in it without pain. But now it's all real and not a dream. Nai Zhaoan looked at her husband's back for a long time, and for the first time, she gathered enough courage to take the initiative to come over and lean her head on her husband's arm. Husband, Nai Zioru suddenly spoke up when she saw this scene. I want to stick it to my husband too. She was too much more proactive than her sister. Or maybe she was so well protected by Nai Zhaoan that her heart wall wasn't as thick. Ha! Jiang Jiyubuan laughed as he wrapped his arms around his two little wives, and the little milk tiger in his arms raised its head uncertainly to look at its master. Whoa! He wondered why his master had suddenly stopped hugging him. Little paws clawed at his master's shirt. He was afraid of being bumped off the wagon. Whoa! Begs for a hug. A carriage of things entered the village, and a group of villagers were shocked and jealous as they looked at Jiang Jiyubuan's cart full of things. What the hell is this Jiang Jiyubuan doing? Why is he buying so many things again? Can you really make that much money hunting? That's a bit too much, isn't it? The old village chief's family was also looking full of envy. But now they had no reason to come to the door and take it the hard way. And not long after Jiang Jiyufen returned home, a few strong men dressed as mountain bandits rode into the downstream village. These few strong men were all masked in black cloth, and as soon as they entered the village, they ran towards the end of the village. The people in the village were so scared that they hid in the courtyard and didn't dare to come out. And soon the sound of the horses' hooves was far away, and the people in the village came out and talked about it. "What's going on here? Didn't we pay the monthly payment? That doesn't seem to be someone from the Black Wind Wall. I think I saw the puss is seemed to have been taken. Did you guys hear the pusses? Could it be that the pussybats can't afford the monthly payments?" "God damn it, and don't catch Jiang Rotten. All the good things are taken by Jiang Rotten." As he was discussing, he saw Jiang Jiyufan at the end of the village walk out in clean pants and a short shirt carrying a gong. Hang Seng Cheng, the sound of the gong attracted the attention of the villagers only at the end of the village. Jiang Jiyubuan's 2 wives carried out wooden tables and stools and placed them in the middle of the main road. Young and old in the village, today I, Jiang Jiyubuan, am recruiting laborers. Jiang Jiyubuan stood in front of the table and shouted, "I only need 20 people to work for me. 25 wen a day for one person, much more than I can earn from selling hard labor in town. The one who does the most work for me every day will be rewarded with an extra 5 cents. Places are limited. Sign up quickly. Hurry up." After saying that, Jiang Jiyufan took out 2 silver tickets and waved them in the sun. "See, this is a silver ticket. I can afford to pay the salary. Silver tickets." The old village chief's eyes glazed over. Silver bills started at a minimum of 10 taels, and that wasn't even something they could have. This damn Jiang Jiyubuan. Where the hell did he steal the silver ticket from? Work for him? What kind of work? Many people in the village gathered around, but the village head's family and Lao Zai's family, as well as a portion of the population, stood and watched without going over. Old man Zai squinted at Damsel Kai, standing at the far doorway. "Sister Kai, this Jiang Jiyubuan's silver ticket. It won't be from you, right, our village, except for my old Zai's family. It's your family that's the richest." Kai Danyang grunted, "But forget it. Can your family be as rich as mine? Just kidding." After saying that, Kai Danyang directly called out the sleeping Kai Dazhuang to walk towards the end of the village. Old man Zai was furious and jumped to his feet, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who made it so that all 5 of his sons couldn't beat one of Kai Danyang's sons, Auntie, Brother Dazhuang. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and got up from the stool. "Wanwen, Zayoru, bring a stool out for Auntie and Brother Dazhuang." "No, well, just stand." Dame Kai was dashing. Kai Dazhuang, on the other hand, was a bit sleepy, apparently having gone to the 100,000 mountains again last night. Jiang Rotten, Jiang Jiyubuan, an old lady's face was puzzled. "What kind of worker are you recruiting here to pay 25 cents a day?" Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the villagers who gathered over and said loudly, 12 days later, "You'll have to build the brick kiln factory. So from today onwards, I'm going to recruit laborers to make brick blanks for me, to prepare me for burning bricks." "A brick kiln factory, burning bricks, not afraid to die. Huh." A group of villagers exchanged words. Suddenly, a middle-aged man scoffed, "Jiang Jiyubuan, we don't know where you got some money, but if you want to burn bricks, have you gone through the consent of the town's Wang Dato, without the permission of Dato Wang? The brick kiln factory you build out is your grave bag." "Ha ha ha ha." Jiang Jiyufan looked over and said indifferently, "Whether or not I'll be beaten by Dato Wang, that's my business." "Now that's a word," said Jiang Jiyubuan, as he slapped a few taels of silver onto the table. "Work for me, and y'all get money. I only want 20 men, out of date, and if you don't want to do it, I'm afraid someone from the next village will be fighting to do it for me." The middle-aged man felt some face dropping, and immediately coldly grunted, "Then you go next door to find workers." Find, in our downstream village, before he could finish, a young man with a big green stature squeezed in. "Jiang Dongjia Jiang, 25 wen a day, right, I'll do it. Jiang Jiyufan looked at the youth, then picked up the pen on the table and said in a faint voice, "What's your name? You'll write a long labor contract." "Im Lai Dogden. I can't read and write, and I can't understand what you're writing in this contract. Can." Jiang Jiyufan wrote the contract without lifting his head. "If you can't write, you can press your handprint. We have to be reasonable and compliant in our work, so as not to get involved in the future. Lee Doggy. Who told you to sign up? You're not ashamed to work for him. The middle-aged man who had opened his mouth to taunt earlier came over and pulled Lie Dogguan back. Lie Dogman frowned and spoke directly. Spread out for me. Don't coaxing force me to slap you. What did you say? The middle-aged man was shocked, as if he had misheard. You dare to scold me? What's wrong with me cursing you? This Lie Dogden's few sentences contained an extremely high amount of mom. I'll beat you to death, you dare to curse me. The middle-aged man was about to hit someone with his upper hand. The next second, a huge shadow pressed in, followed by the middle-aged man looking up and realizing that his raised hand was grabbed by Kai Da Zhuang. Wang Leiasen, are you playing rough in front of my old brother? Kai Da Zhuang's voice was extremely loud. Shaking Wang Leiasen's head, no, 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 Wang Leiasen shrank his neck and instantly wimped out. Kai Da Zhuang snorted coldly and slowly raised his arm, while this Wang Leiasen was lifted up like a chicken. Doggy wants to work for my old man. That's Doggy's freedom. You get involved, my ass, if you mess up again. I'm going to throw you out of here, do you believe me? Believe. I believe. Wang Leiasen nodded his head with a terrified face. Kai Da Zhuang grunted and directly threw Wang Leiasen aside to fall on his face. Even so, Wang Leiasen didn't even dare to say anything before running towards his own yard. Dog Egg, don't be afraid of small scenes. Give my old brother a good job. My old brother won't treat you badly. Kai Da Zhuang patted Lai Dog Dan's shoulder. Lai Dogdan nodded his head repeatedly. Many thanks to Brother Da Zhuang for his help. Jiang Jiyufan also wrote the long labor contract at this time. Come on, press a handprint. There's a small plate on the table with rabbit blood in it. Lai Dog Egg, without the slightest hesitation, directly pressed the handprint. Pressed well, Lai Dog Egg point shy face to Jiang Jiyuan next to whispered, that, Jiang Dongjia, cannot first support my 2 days of money Jiang Jiyuan raised his eyebrows. What is it? Lai Dogden scratched his head. Just isn't my mother sick. Can't take medicine well anymore. Seeing that she's dying. She has to eat something good before she leaves. Jiang Jiyuan froze and carefully sized up Lai Dogden. He didn't expect this gangly guy to be a great filial son. Wait a minute, I'll go with you to the house later, Kai Da Zhuang said in a faint voice. My old brother can also look at diseases. So your mother's disease may be something my old brother can cure. Lai Dogden was shocked and delighted at his words. Is this really true? Then thank you very much. If you can cure my mother, I, Lai Dogden, will work with you from now on, said Lai Dogden, about to kneel down and kowtow. Jiang Jiyuan quickly reached out to stop it. I'm just taking a look. It's not like I can necessarily cure it. Alas, anyway, let's talk about it after we've seen it. After saying this, Jiang Jiyuan looked to the crowd of villagers in front of him. Sign up as soon as possible. There are still 19 places. When the quota is recruited, you won't get a chance to work for me later. The villagers were talking. Why don't we do it first? If he is going to be beaten by Dado Wang, it's not like we are going to be beaten. It's okay to do it. It's not a busy time for farming anyway, so I'll make some money if I can. That Jiang. The Jiang proprietor, count me in, I'm in. Jiang Jiyuan smiled. I don't want old men here, just young and strong. In less than an hour, 20 people were quickly recruited. Jiang Jiyuan took 20 long labor deeds. Wanwen Zaoru, move this pen, ink, and table to the courtyard first, for my husband to go to Lai Dogden's house, said Jiang Jiyuan as he stuffed the deed into his arms. Lai Dogden, where is your home? This way, please. Proprietor, Lai Dogden led the way in a panic. Seeing this, Kai Danying whispered, Let's go, Da Zhuang. Let's take a look too. When he arrived at Lai Dogden's house, Jiang Jiyuan realized that this Lai Dogden's house was also a house with 4 walls. Seeing this, Danying Kai spoke up. Dog Egg, where are those things from your home? Did you sell them all? Lai Dogden scratched his head. It can't be helped. Father left early. We have to cure Mother. Everything in the house is sold out. There's nothing to sell now. This disease. It's not getting better. When I entered the house, it was a very strong smell of tonics and old people. Jiang Jiubuan's expression remained unchanged as he followed Lai Dogden to the bed in the inner room, only to see Lai Danyang lying on the bed, the whole person withered and thin, incomparable, also black and yellow, black and yellow. Seeing this, Jiang Jiubuan frowned. How long has this been going on? What are the symptoms and reactions? Lai Dogden silently opened his mouth. Most of the ear, I think, is coughing up blood. The leg is still swollen. And there is no need to listen to the latter at all. Just by listening to these two, Jiang Jiufen knows that this disease is not an ordinary disease. Not to mention that the town's bone setter couldn't cure this disease, even if he went to buy the medicine in the chance store himself. He couldn't possibly cure it. Anyone coughing up blood, that's a major illness, plus a lump on the body. This is 80% some kind of cancer. After listening to Lai Dogden's account, Jiang Jiubuan turned around and walked out. In the courtyard, Kai Dajong whispered, "How is it, old brother? Can it be cured?" Jiang Jiubuan shook his head. "This can't be cured. This isn't an ordinary disease. This is a life-threatening disease, and as far as I know, with our mortal medicine, there is no cure. If it's a practitioner of the extreme martial way, I feel it's also difficult." Lai Dog Egg went out of the house and came to the courtyard. "Jiang Dongjia, my mother this." Jiang Jiufen didn't say anything, but took out 100 wen and handed it over. "This is 100 wen. It's considered my personal assistance. Continue to gather at my place in the afternoon, and remember to come to work tomorrow." After saying that, Jiang Jiufen turned around and left. Cancer, in his own world, was a terminal disease, and the probability of a cure was 1 in 10,000. And judging from the condition of Dame Lai, it's hard to say how many days this will last. Saying goodbye to Dame Kai and Brother Dazhuang, Jiang Jiubuan returned to his own courtyard. Wan Wan, Xiao Ru cooked dinner. It's almost noon, watching the two wives busy themselves. Jiang Jiufen found 2 larger stakes in the woodpile at the entrance. Taking out a saw, he quickly sawed 2 planks 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. Find the wood planing knife from the tools you bought and slowly smooth the 2 boards. Taking a curved knife from the toolbox, he cut a wavy semicircular groove in this board. The other board was made as it was, and when the 2 boards came together, they formed a small circular hole. Jiang Jiubuan then fetched yesterday's 5 Suns diffusion pill block. The block was removed and rolled into strips and placed on the board. And as another board was pressed up and pushed back and forth, a small pill was soon rolled out, smiling at the small pills. The remaining 30 pounds or so of the block were all made as they were. A bit of coarse flour was sprinkled with powdered yellow dock, after which the pills were broken up and exposed to the sun to ensure that these pills did not stick together. After doing so, the smile on Jiang Jiubuan's face grew even wider. "This is the 5 Suns diffractive pills. Is it? It's clearly a big chunk of money. The agreement was for 3 days, but in reality, it was not even half an hour. When thoroughly dried, simply wrap in greaseproof paper into individual sachets, 1 sachet being a single serving." "Husband, the meal is ready, coming," Jiang Jiubuan said and walked into the kitchen. Today's meal was rabbit stew. Very fragrant and oily. After eating and drinking, Jiang Jiufen reached into his arms, and when he took them out, 2 bottles of Martial Apprentice Level First Order Fierce Beast Essence had appeared in his hands. "Wan Wan, Xiao Ru, this is the good drink I bought for you. It's sweet and sour, try it." This feral beast essence was red. 1 drop was fine, more was too obvious. Thinking that they were all his wives, there was no harm in letting them see the jade bottle. So Jiang Jiubuan directly took it out for them to drink. The two women hadn't said anything about not being able to eat or drink or wear anything like that since they got back from town, because they realized that no matter what they said, they would still end up listening to their husbands, who always had a way of getting them to accept it. Thank you, husband X2. The two women looked curiously at the jade bottle, which was indeed good-looking. Hurry up and drink it. Jiang Jiuxuan had a doting face. Aha! Naiziroru directly pulled off the cork and poured it directly into her mouth after sniffing it. Pursing her lips, she looked up. Sweet, yummy. Seeing this, Nai Ziaoan also pulled off the cork and drank it, and the flavor was indeed sour and sweet. Jiang Jiyufen said in a faint voice, "You may feel hot later." But that's normal. As soon as the words fell, the two women's faces turned red, while the jade bottles in their hands turned into pieces and disappeared. Just as they were surprised, their little faces grew redder and redder. They didn't know how to cultivate. And Jiang Jiyufen didn't have any cultivation techniques, but given the previous experience, Jiang Jiyufen felt that it would be fine. Sure enough, both women fainted with their heads down, as a fifth-grade martial apprentice. Jiang Jiubuan picked up a small wife with one hand and walked into the broken grass hut and placed her on the bed. The little tigress was barking her ass off, as if to say, "Why don't you hug me? Gotta find a way to get some cultivation techniques." But Brother Dazhuang said that cultivation techniques are only sold in the county at the lowest level, and they are all disposable and can only be bought for one person at a time. One book is 100 tales. 2. Got to hurry up and make money. Wow. Squatting down and picking up the little milk tiger. Jiang Jiyufen directly bought a bottle of martial apprentice, level first order, fierce beast essence, and poured it into his mouth. A few breaths later, the licking lips of the little milk tiger stretched out half of its little pink tongue and fell asleep. Placing the little milk tiger by the bedside, Jiang Jiyufen walked out of the broken house. There are still 688 chance points left. This is using them up too quickly if I want to break through to the 6th grade as a 5th grade martial apprentice. I'll have to use up at least 800 chance points to purchase the 6th grade fierce beast essence. Shaking his head, Jiang Jiyufen copied the saw and decided to make a few large tables out first. The matter of hunting could not be left behind. After all, if one wanted to quickly obtain a chance, entering the 100 mountains was the fastest way. The power of a 5th grade martial apprentice saws wood extremely quickly, and working is also a form of hammering the body. So Jiang Jiubuan was extremely fast and extremely hard, and the saw was close to pulling out sparks. A plank is sawed out at speed, a sharp knife digs holes, and an axe splits a dowel. The wooden pegs were hammered into the holes by the back of the axe, and the extra ones were directly chopped off, and in half an hour, a big rough table was made. The table was made large because he was going to use it for hunting. For stability, the table has 10 legs. After making the table, the time was still early. Jiang Jiyufen started to make the big wooden basin again. Wooden pots are much more difficult to make than tables. Not only do they have to be nested together piece by piece, but they also have to be tightened with string at the end. He couldn't do the kind of craftsmanship that the town carpenters did, but a simple leak was still fine, and at best it wasn't very aesthetically pleasing. Awake, Jiang Jiyufen, who was strangling the wooden basin, suddenly spoke. Accidentally fell asleep. Wan Wan responded with some alarm. That, husband, I need to go to the outhouse. Go on, that's more to say to the husband. Immediately after, Jiang Jiyufen heard 2 small broken steps running toward the back of the house. Eyebrows slightly raised, waking up so quickly this time. It seems that the body is much better than before. When it had slept for half a day and night, not long after, the 2 women walked next to Jiang Jiubuan with some hesitation. Husband, husband, my sister and I seem to have grown taller again. Wanwen's voice was low, containing a hint of panic. Jiang Jifan got up and measured, growing 3 centimeters taller. Well, more meat than before, more and more good looking. It seems to make up very well. The 2 women lowered their heads and grabbed the corners of their clothes. And Nai Zaoru even directly choked and opened her mouth. Husband, my sister and I are demons. We're too abnormal. Jiang Jifan smiled and swept the 2 women into his arms. What demon? Who dares to say that my wife is a demon? What I gave you at noon was a great tonic medicine, specialized for growing the body. Otherwise, how could husband grow meat so fast? If you are demons, then wouldn't husband be even more of a demon? Nai Zaoru lowered her head and huffed. But the cowards said that we are magical girls, demon girls. Jiang Jiyubuan laughed out loud. You are demonesses and demon girls. Then I am the demon king, little lady. Why don't you pay your respects to your devil king husband? Ha ha ha. The 2 women were amused by Jiang Jiyuan, and the panic in their hearts lowered quite a bit. Nai Zaoan raised her head with a somewhat serious look. Husband, if my little sister and I are really magical girls, will you abandon us? What words? Jiang Jiyubuan's face straightened. So what if it's a witch? For me, I like magical girls. Quickly, little witch Wanwen, quickly show me your demonic skills. Nai Zaoan lowered her head and buried it into Jiang Jifan's embrace. Her voice as thin as a mosquito. No, Wanwen will get her husband killed. Jiang Jiyubuan laughed and patted the 2 girls on the back. All right, for my husband is covered in stinky sweat. Immediately smoked you 2 to death. Nai Zaoru chrysalis in Jiang Jifan's arms. It doesn't stink. It's your husband's odor. It's fragrant. Jiang Jiuxuan laughed out loud. You girl, you don't even blink when you tell a lie. Zoe didn't even open her eyes. Ha ha ha. You girl, Jiang Dongjia. A piece of shouting came. Jiang Jiyubuan twisted his head to look. It turned out to be the 20 workers recruited in the morning came. This time, without Jiang Jiyubuan having to say much, the 2 girls left their husband's embrace in a very understanding manner. Both turning around with red faces, in broad daylight, they blushed with shame. Jiang Jifan turned his head to look at the 2 women and whispered, See the pills over there, wrapped in small packets with the oil paper on the table. There is a small packet on the table wrapped for my husband. You will go and wrap it according to the amount of that small packet. You can wrap it less, but not more. Go and work. Aha. The 2 girls trotted over somewhat happily. They were happy to be able to work for their husband. Broken house bed. The little milk tiger opened its hazy eyes and slowly stood up, opened its big mouth and yawned. This little mouth is really long like a rascal snake. After a yawn, the little milk tiger's left front paw extended forward, and his entire body pulled back. The left paw was then withdrawn, and the right paw extended as it had been, stretched out. The little milk tiger was completely awake. Looking at the ground, crooked head jumped straight down, whimper. The little guy dropped to the ground and uttered. Then this little guy ran to his master with cute little steps, and his master, at this moment, is ordering someone to take his tools and head out. On the field, Jiang Jifan greeted Liu Ban Tu. Liu Ban Tu, I forgot to ask what you guys ate for lunch here. Liu Ban Tu pointed to the tents and fires not far away. These 12 days, these masters of ours will not leave. Day and night for you to do a good job, for food. We all bring our own dry rations. And for drink, this is not just river water. Boiled and ready to drink, we're asking for 200 wen a day. We'll never let you pay for nothing. Jiang Jiyubuan was a bit shocked. These people are really ruthless from this. It can be seen that this Liu Ban Tu can receive a lot of work seems to be. Or else it will not be so days and nights to catch up with the work. Liu Ban Tu looked at those village people behind Jiang Jiyuan. These are your workers. It looks okay. There are quite a few of them. Jiang Jiyuan smiled. Not bad. Just 20 people. Liu Ban Tu nodded. 20 people is quite a lot. If you can really do this, that's a lot of bricks to burn at one time. Enough talk, let's get to work. The shift leader has to work 2 till. Those people in the village saw this and looked at Jiang Jiyufan with a little more change in their eyes. They thought that Jiang Jiyufan was bragging. Did not expect this guy really want to burn bricks. This brick kiln plant really are building. Jiang Jiyubuan touched the head of the little milk tiger in his arms and turned around. Follow me. I'll teach you how to make brick blanks. Remember, I'm only going to teach this afternoon. And starting tomorrow, there's a minimum of 400 brick blanks a man. And if you can't do it, then you don't get paid. Dry out 400 brick blanks. That's 25 cents a day. I'll give an extra 5 cents to the one who produces the most bricks and mortar in a day. After saying that, Jiang Jiyufan led the crowd towards a fertile field. Watch and learn. I'll teach as I go. You guys learn from me. Jiang Jiyubuan put the little milk tiger aside. Dig a mound of dirt, water it. Walk barefoot on it. Walk back and forth in circles. Stomp this dirt until it's sticky to stop. And remember, it has to be sticky. This rectangular, 9-panel wooden frame is for clay, and the clay has to fill the frame to the brim and fill it flat, without leaving any gaps. When you've filled it in, scrape the adobe, and if it isn't a piece of wood, scrape it with a piece of wood. With that step done, 2 men stand and carefully snap the wooden frame back over. This time it's 9 brick blanks. Do a good job drying on the line. The other do not have to care much. If it rains and washed out, that are counted on me, but these days look at the rain are not rain. Turn back here to build some a shed out. Bricks and mortar you can do all you want. The minimum per person per day has to be $400. Got it. Some operation down seems to be very fast, but has passed an hour. Those in the village are smiling. Jiang Dongjia. This is the legendary burnt bricks. That's too easy. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled. This is just the simplest step. And who said this is burning bricks? Now this is making brick blanks. Firing the bricks is after the brick kiln is built. Really wait until you get to the brick burning step and you'll see. Come over tomorrow and do the work. And start counting the wages tomorrow. One man suddenly spoke up. Master East, we can do it today. Jiang Jiyufan looked over. Today's time is not good. Well, do it tomorrow. Go back and rest. Seeing this, the village people could only mutter and walk back with the tools Jiang Jiyubuan had given them. Looking at the departing village people, Jiang Jiyubuan touched the axe on his waist towards the 100,000 mountains. Not having much to do in the afternoon, he thought he'd go into the mountains and see if he could chance something. Scampering through the mountains until evening, Jiang Jiyufan only came out with a lack of interest, holding the little milk tiger in his arms. It seems that every time you go into the mountains, you don't always get something. P.S. March, victory and defeat are commonplace. Young warrior, please recharge and come back in the evening. Jiang Jiyufan and his 2 young wives were eating bear meat noodles in the courtyard, and there was also pig mixed soup cooking in the pot. On the table, the little tigers sniffed the master's food and ran over to sniff the 2 mistresses' food. The little pink tongue licked his lips from time to time, and it was a cute look. But this little guy is also head iron. Jiang Jiyufan put a bowl of goat milk, crushed bear meat for him he froze not to eat. Is the eye looking at the master bowl of? It's as if what's in his bowl is good, and what's in the master's bowl is absolutely delicious. Finished eating. You see, Jiang Jiyubuan put down the bowl and smiled as he stroked the tiger's head. The little milk tiger came up to the bowl and sniffed it, then wagged his tail to finally turn around to eat his own bowl of goat's milk broth. I don't know what's going on in his head. Soon a big pot of pork chowder was cooked, with a bit of coarse salt here and there, but not much. Just enough to get a little salt flavor, and then it has a lot of chili peppers in it. and it's more appetizing to drink with a light salt taste but spicier. Carrying a full 20 pounds of pig mash soup, Jiang Jiyufen walked out of the broken courtyard with his 2 young wives. Soon the 3 men and 1 tiger came to Liu Bantu's. Hey, Liu Bantu, eating. Liu Bantu looked up with a smile and said, "Good day, proprietor. What is this?" Jiang Jiyubuan laughed. "A little pig mash soup. Let the masters taste if it's good or not. This can't be allowed. We take your money to work for you. We can't eat this pig mash soup of yours. The town's pork soup can all still sell for 2 cents a bowl." Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and put down the big pot, saying that it was pig mash soup, but there was far more pig blood and pig mash inside than soup. Liu Bantu gulped at the sight, and those teachers all bit down hard on the dry rations in their hands and chewed on them. "Dongjia, if you were to serve 1 bowl out here, that would be more than 2 bowls of pork chowder in town." Jiang Jiyubuan laughed. "It's not bad. Wen, give me the spoon. Liu Bantu, all the masters. I don't have many bowls." "You should have bowls, husband. Wanwen will just serve the soup." Nai Ziaoan held the spoon without the intention of giving it over. "No way." Liu Bantu still shook his head. "This is not our rule. We can't eat the proprietor's food." Jiang Jiuxuan looked at the crowd. "I've cooked this soup. I can't just pour it out, can I? If you masters don't want to drink it, then I'll serve it and pour it into the big river over there." Liu Bantu swallowed his saliva, the hands of dry grain of tasteless, turned his head to look at the crowd. See, the crowd are looking at themselves, seeing this. Liu Bantu turned back and clenched his teeth. "Okay, master, we accept your favor this time. We, Liu Jia Ban Craftsman's Workshop, wish master a prosperous business." The crowd of masters were all smiling as they stood up and arched their hands and clasped their fists. "I wish the proprietor a prosperous business." Jiang Jiyubuan laughed. "Good. Thank you all. Come and serve a few bowls to taste. It's not that these artisans can't afford good food. After all, they are skilled laborers, and they are still very good at making money. But when you're working, you're basically on dry rations, so where are you going to eat the good stuff? So at this point in time, pork chowder that's good, Madame Proprietor, put the spoon down and well just serve it. This is not something you can do to serve us." Liu Bantu invited Nai Ziaoan and Nai Zioru away with extreme politeness and respect, and the 2 women returned to their husband's side somewhat at a loss for words, looking at the group of masters who were holding the pork mash soup. The 2 women's gazes moved slightly, and an unprecedented feeling flooded their hearts. I can't tell you what that feeling was. It was just amazing. Seems to be respected. They don't know what it's like to be respected growing up. It seemed like they were always more than the bottom of the barrel. Anyone can be verbally abusive, and anyone can be physically assaulted. And now, watch those masters eat with pleasure. The 2 women looked up at their husband, who dazzled them with the light smile on his face in the light night. This is the best husband in the world. The 2 women looked at each other and both reached out to take their husband's arm. The night was tantalizing, the insects were croaking, and a bare-chested figure was running across the field, hugging a boulder in a frantic leap. Not far away, Liu Bantu, who was rushing the work, whispered, "This dong is really ruthless, so desperate for martial arts training." Another person shook his head, "Too ruthless. This martial arts is not something we can generally practice." Dongjia practiced like this. He went back to not soak in the medicinal bath. Within a few days, the body will be ruined. Who says it isn't? Practicing martial arts burns too much money in the river water. Jiang Jiufeng rinsed the blood seeping out of his pores. Tonight, he had pushed the limits of his body again, with the experience of breaking through the limit once. This time, Jiang Jiyubuan carefully perceived the changes that instantly arose in his body when he broke through the limit. In his perception, the new power that suddenly appeared after breaking through the limb, it was not an external power, but his own internal power the moment the body was on the verge of its limit. Some of the cells in the body seemed to have exploded themselves, and the nutrients produced by the cell's self-immolation are devoured by the other dried-up cells at breakneck speed, which is the source and reason for the emergence of new power, although he possessed a new power for a short period of time. The damage to his body was extremely serious, and if Jiang Jiubuan could not provide external nutrients in time for his body to absorb and repair, then I'm afraid that when I wake up the next day, my whole body will be too sore to crawl. So when Jiang Jiubuan realized the reason for this layer, he also lamented in his heart about his missteps. He was of the opinion that he could absorb more when he went to absorb the fierce beast essence in his body's limit state. At least it wouldn't be so wasteful. It cost 1,800 points of chance to purchase 3 bottles of Martial Apprentice grade 6th order fierce beast essence. And it was these 3 bottles that would allow him to break through to the 6th grade Martial Apprentice realm. I really have no cultivation talent here. Jiang Jiubuan spat in his heart. He felt that if he were to replace someone with excellent talent, I'm afraid that 1 bottle would be able to break through a small realm, rinsing off the blood and sweat from his body. Jiang Jiubuan directly leaped out of the river onto the shore. His shorts were not off stride home. To the home changed into a pair of shorts, just bare shoulders lying on the bed. Breaking through the 6th grade martial arts disciple of his muscles, more and more obvious. Why, the little milk tiger was again crawling to Jiang Jiufan's chest to lie down, as if it was comfortable to sleep here. In the darkened room, Nai Xiaoan and Nai Zioru were both blinking their big buring eyes. They weren't tired today, so they weren't that sleepy, and Jiang Jiufan came back earlier today. It's only but 9 o'clock in the evening. In the darkness, Zioru's slightly hesitant yet very soft voice suddenly came to mind. Husband, Jiang Jiubuan gave a sharp hum in a dazed dream-like manner. After a hum, Jiang Jiubuan snored again. Zioru's big eyes blinked, and after a while, husband, as soon as the snoring stopped, Jiang Jiubuan rolled over. Whoa, the little milk tiger fell. This time Jiang Jiubuan woke up and reached out to lift the little one up. While the little guy learned, climbed Jiang Jiubuan armpit to sleep. He was afraid not to know what is the night. Husband, Zioru shouted again. This time Jiang Jiufan was sure he wasn't dreaming. This was his little wife really calling out to him. Turned over, the little milk tiger jumped into Nai Zairu's arms with adorable strides. He wanted to sleep now, but this master was just too much for Tiger. What's wrong, Zioru? Jiang Jiubuan said and pinched Zioru's little face. Nai Zioru pursed her lips and finally summoned up enough courage to say, Husband, how exactly is a child born? My sister and I both want to give husband a child. In the darkness, Jiang Jiufan seemed to be smiling. You guys are still early. Wait until you grow fatter. Oh, Nai Zioru let out an oh without moving. After a while, Nai Zioru somewhat unwillingly opened her mouth again. Husband, I see that people say that they are pregnant and pregnant. How in the world did they get pregnant? Jiang Jiufan really smiled this time. Zioru is so curious. Good, Jiang Jiufan said softly, and Nai Zioru suddenly felt her husband's finger hook her chin. Big Eyes wondered, husband, him, next to her. Nai Xiaoan's big eyes looking this way were unblinking. And under the dark night, her little face was red. Whoa, the little tiger said, you too are squeezing me. Unconsciously, Nai Zairu's hand grabbed her husband's arm. Fu, husband, Nai Zioru gasped for air. She had just held her breath and almost suffocated. Nai Zioru was trying to hold her breath. But suddenly her lips moved slightly, and her shell teeth opened up, next to her. Nai Xiaoan's big eyes blinked before she carefully sidestepped. She only felt her heart beating so hard and her face burning. After a long time, husband's voice sounded in the darkness. Go to sleep, Good boy, without any sound response. Naizayoru stared blankly at the thatched roof. She only felt dizzy and confused. She didn't know anything. Even before she fell asleep, she was still in a daze. In her dream, she felt as if her whole body was floating on a cloud, all the time floating and floating and floating. Why, in the silence of the night, from time to time, the little milk tiger is squeezed into. Around 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Jiang Jiubuan suddenly opened his eyes. Reaching his arms over his head, he stretched his body hard. Then carefully removed Zoe's arms from his body to get out of bed. "Husband, be safe." It was Wan Wan's voice. Jiang Jiubuan smiled. "Go to sleep. Remember to eat in the morning." Aha! Nai Ziaoan didn't say anything else. When her husband left, Nai Ziaoan changed her position to snuggle her sister and the little milk tiger and went back to sleep. She had always been a light sleeper, a habit she had acquired over the years, and she feared that danger in her sleep would not wake her sister in time to escape. As soon as he exited the door of the broken straw hut, Jiang Jifan's gaze moved slightly to look outside the broken courtyard, only to see a lanky back sitting on a boulder over there not far from the courtyard. Jiang Jiuxuan froze for a moment, then went into the kitchen and grabbed a large piece of meat and jumped out of the courtyard wall. He was now a 6th grade martial apprentice. And this small courtyard wall couldn't stop him. Brother Dazhuang. Jiang Jiubuan spoke in a low voice. The lanky back turned around. Kai Dakying laughed and was about to use his trademark loud voice when a piece of meat came face to face and blocked his mouth. "Brother Dakying, you keep your voice down. My wives are still sleeping." Kai Dazhuang grabbed the meat and ripped it off, chewing and swallowing the part in his mouth. "I knew you would definitely go to the 100,000 mountains in the middle of the night." Jiang Jiubuan smiled. "How long has Brother Dazhuang been here?" "Not long. A quarter of an hour." Kai Dakying counted the time and pulled out the gourd on his waist. "Have a bite." Jiang Jiubuan smiled and took the gourd and pulled off the gourd mouth and lifted it over his head and poured it down. "Wine in your throat and in your heart. Dashing, this wine isn't strong enough when I'm done with this. Brother, you'll have to make wine." Kai Dazhuang took the gourd and tied it around his waist. "Then I can wait for the wine brewed by old brother." "How many mountain ranges are we going to tonight?" Jiang Jiubuan asked in a low voice, and when he saw Brother Dazhuang's smirking look, he took a wary half-step back. Brother Dazhuang shouldn't. Kai Dazhuang laughed longitudinally and grabbed Jiang Jiubuan to the shoulder. "The 3rd mountain range." "Hold on tight compared to the previous 2 times. This time Jiang Jiubuan wasn't as vulnerable. At least his physique and kai and blood had been enhanced so much." "Vomit in the mountain range." Jiang Jiubuan spat out the remnants of food that hadn't been thoroughly digested yet. "Older brother, we're not fishing. Don't hit the nest." Kai Dazhuang smiled and joked. "Here's your wine. Just take a couple sips." "I'll believe the hell out of you." Jiang Jiubuan took the wine pot and rinsed his mouth. "Older brother, you are also a martial artist now. When you go back this time, think about what weapon to bring. Your little axe won't work. The 1st and 2nd mountain ranges shouldn't be much of a threat to you anymore, but it's safer to bring some weapons to this 3rd mountain range. And sometimes you have to use a blade to do it, like those venoms, poisonous plants and flowers. Some of them we can't even physically touch." Kai Dazhuang said and picked up a stone, then with a flick of his wrist, the stone shot out electrically, smashing a hare to death. Running over and picking up the hare, he then drew the short knife at his waist and directly gutted it and hung it on a tree trunk. Letting the rabbit's blood drip down, Jiang Jiubuan's gaze moved slightly, and without waiting for Kai Dazhuang to open his mouth to explain, he got up and said, "I understand, hiding and waiting for the prey to come to the door." "Right," Kai Dazhuang nodded with a smile. "Worthy of being a scholar. I wasn't this smart back then." The 2 crouched by the boulder upwind, where the grass was thick, and crouching here was almost perfect concealment. Buzzing on a June day, mosquitoes quickly enveloped the pair. Jiang Jiyubuan shook from time to time to repel the mosquitoes, while Kai Dazhuang was motionless, and he didn't seem to be afraid of mosquito bites. After a long time, Jiang Jiyubuan finally couldn't hold back. His lips were swollen from the sting. Brother Dajang, aren't you afraid of mosquito bites? Shhh, Kai Dazhuang made a gesture before reaching out to Jiang Jiyubuan. Jiang Jiyubuan was uncertain. But soon the mosquito stung on Kai Dazhuang's hand. Kai Dazhuang palms are calluses. Mosquitoes simply cannot bite through. Some coiled down. These mosquitoes fell on the back of Kai Dazhuang hands. There are a lot of blood vessels here, and the skin is quite thin in comparison to the palms. Soon, several mosquitoes stuck out their mouth parts and stuck in, and as the mouthpiece pierced the skin, Jiang Jiyubuan saw that the skin on the back of Dazhuang brother's hand instantly contracted, and these mosquitoes couldn't fly away even if they spread their wings. Immediately after the subcutaneous Kai and blood shook, the force of vibration shattered the mosquito's mouth parts, and the remaining force directly exploded the mosquito. Jiang Jiyubuan's eyes rounded as he watched this scene and couldn't help but look at Brother Dazhuang with admiration. Kai Dazhuang smiled smugly. Extreme martial Dao, extreme martial Dao, extreme martial Dao, ultimate body, ultimate Kai and blood, ultimate soul, ultimate strength, ultimate speed, ultimate reaction, ultimate control. You need more practice, old boy. ASHH. Kai Dazhuang instantly closed his voice, slightly stretching his head to look at the hanging rabbit. And Jiang Jiyubuan also heard a low voice. Come out. These cubs want run. Kai Dazhuang spoke in a deep voice and directly copied the huge mountain opening axe and stood up. Jiang Jiyubuan also got up to look at what he heard, and his gaze fell to the opposite side, which was a pack of gray wolves. Yes, not one or a few, but a herd. His pupils shrunk, and he smelled death. But it's good to have a big, strong brother to lean on. The cubs, see me, Kai Dazhuang, still do not run. Kai Dazhuang shouted and opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder, startling the birds flying up in all directions. When we first met, Kai Dazhuang had said that he had driven all the wolves to the third mountain range. The pack took a slight half-step back, but the lead wolf king shrugged up his upper lip, saliva dripping from the tips of his teeth. This is the legendary teeth of infectious diseases. Mortals are bitten, that will be sick and die in a matter of days. Uo, the wolf king, let out a low growl in his throat, and the group of wolves behind him immediately scattered and hid into the grass, waiting for an opportunity to rush out and give Jiang Jiyubuan and Kai Dazhuang a hard time. Jiang Jiyubuan's palms holding the small axe were slightly sweaty. Staring at the surrounding grasses somewhat nervously, he wasn't sure that those wolves would come out from that place. Suddenly his body was lighter, and the voice of the big strong brother came, in this case, stand tall first. Feet on the ground, which is above the boulder. A gray wolf suddenly sprang up and opened its mouth to pounce directly on the back of Kai Dazhuang's neck. Brother Dijang crouched down, Kai Dazhuang roared, and the mountain opening axe in his hand swept straight across. Jiang Jiyubuan had just crouched down when he felt a strong wind whistling past his head. The wolf in midair suddenly twisted the wolf's waist in a weird way, and even completed the change of position in midair to avoid this axe. Obviously, it wasn't the first time that these wolves had fought Kai Dazhuang. Cubs, let's see which one of you gets eaten by me today. Kai Dazhuang laughed loudly and violently wielded his great axe to leap up and slash at the wolf king. The group of wolves sped to their aid, but there were still two wolves that had their eyes on Jiang Jiyubuan. Jiang Jiyubuan's heart raced as he locked eyes with the wolf. In this instant he remembered the silver-haired lowly from that night, as well as the giant wolf named Black Emperor. The two wolves came charging in unison. They didn't howl in demonstration, but this silent raid was even more oppressive. The grass tumbled, and the mountain breeze brushed his face. Jiang Jiyubuan's eyelids slightly narrowed as he looked left and right at both sides. The body crouched slightly with his weight lowered, and the small axe spun around in his hand. The wind whistled, and the two wolves jumped and pounced straight at the door. Jiang Jiubian drank lowly to bolster his courage. Bending his upper body sideways, his right hand wielded his axe to slash at one of the heads. Battles that are met sooner or later. Retreat, not forever. If you don't retreat, you fight. Only war, for the sake of my wife, for a better tomorrow. Haya, the axe slashed above the wolf's head, and the short shirt on his arm was shredded by the wolf's claws. Fortunately, he twisted so much that he was not hurt by the blow. The twin wolves re-dropped into the grass, and the grass around them shifted at great speed. Jiang Jiubian held his axe and stared dead center at the swaying grass below, his eyes following the direction of the swaying grass as he kept turning. At this moment, he finally understood the words of the big strong brother. If at this time the weapon in the hand is not this small axe, but a big guy. Looking at the two divided to the two ends of the grass, Jiang Jiufen jumped down the boulder in the hands of the axe rotation. Grass leaves flying, the wolf's head appeared at first glance. The axe blade only forced the gray wolf's face. The gray wolf twisted its head and rolled to avoid the axe blade, but at the same time it was sent flying by the sweeping kick that followed it. The big toe should be broken. Jiang Jiubian's face was grim as he knew in his heart. The axe in his hand was raised and turned violently to slash behind him, chopping above the wolf's head with a resounding thud. Left hand on the axe force, pressure wolf head pressed to the ground. Gray wolf, two claws struggling to grab. Jiang Jiufen eyes change axe, turned to sweep to swing to the wolf claws. One wolf's head blossomed, the other's abdomen was heavily wounded, and the two wolves stared at Jiang Jiufen dead in the face before finally twisting their heads and disappearing into the grass. Jiang Jiubian didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly climbed up the boulder to look over at big strong brother's side, only to see more than 10 meters away, the big strong brother alone to fight the group of wolves. Every time it swings the axe, those wolves have to dodge, simply do not dare to hard touch with it. Suddenly, Kai Dazhuang swept over a gray wolf with a kick, followed by the mountain opening axe flinging over after him. The gray wolf was chopped to death on the ground, and the rest of the wolves howled even more fiercely at the sight, as if Kai Dazhuang, who was unarmed, was a little better to fight, but soon they realized that something was wrong. Because this lanky man was simply an interpersonal weapon. The fists were unorganized, but the powerful wind whistling was in no way less damaging than an axe. The Wolf King seemed to frown and with a low growl twisted and disappeared into the jungle. The Wolf King retreated, and the wolves disappeared into the grass. Kai Dazhuang laughed maniacally and shouted, "Pup seed, thank you for the wolf meat." Ha 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 ha! Jiang Jiubian thought of that black emperor giant wolf. His body shivered and shouted, "Brother Dazhuang, don't shout, don't invite a ferocious beast that you can't fight." Kai Dazhuang laughed loudly. Impossible. The third mountain range definitely doesn't have any particularly powerful ferocious beasts. Is everything all right on your side? Jiang Jiubian let out a bitter smile, gave one wolf's head an opening. The other should have been injured by me. But I broke one of my toes. It's fine. It will be fine after 2 days of nurturing. It's normal for people who practice martial arts to bump and bruise. Kai Dazhuang lifted the gray wolf and laughed. Okay, you can go back. It's so annoying. There's still a big part of the deer and bears at home. This wolf should be around the strength of a second-grade martial artist. Bring it back half for one person. Turn around and you get some bear meat back. It's going to go bad if you don't finish eating it. Jiang Jiubian nodded his head without refusing. This was a brother. There was nothing to be embarrassed about between brothers, and I'm sure he'll share some of the goodies out when I get up later. The mood relaxes, taking the time to summon the Azure screen and glance at it. Chance 3, 988, with only 100 more points than when they arrived. It's clear that the chances they ran into this time were not worth it. daylight breaks, Jinjiang County. Magistrate's Mansion, Master. Today is the day that my subordinate goes home to visit his family. The speaker's tone was cold, and his voice was like iron. Even if he was facing the current county master of Jinjiang County. Just washed, the county master did not even lift his eyelids and said, "Find the housekeeper to take a 10 taels of silver to go back. A monthly salary is already a gift." The prefectural master remained unperturbed. "If you are told to go and get it." "You go and get it. Where do you get off talking so much?" The man in the room was silent for a moment. Yes, after saying that, the man left with a big stride with a clasped fist. His demeanor was sharp and clean and decisive. It was only after this man left that the prefect looked up and smiled faintly. This little ginger, still so full of character after more than a year. That's right, this person was Jiang Jiubuan's own brother, Jiang Juoshan. A year ago he was still a servant guard of the county master's courtyard. But when an assassin attacked, he killed the assassin instantly with a clean slash, and got the appreciation of the county master. Since then, he has jumped to become the head of the personal guards, and has become the target of many rich merchants and colleagues. But he has always been cold and silent. More than a year, there has never been anyone really flattered on him. And this year, no matter where the master of the county travel, he must hold a knife to protect. Almost do not give outsiders close to the master of the county body of the opportunity. These 2 points combined made the prefect appreciate him even more, so much so that he treated him far better than he did the other guards. After all, it was too hard to get a loyal and capable personal guard who didn't cross the line these days. Not long ago, a not strong and not thin Syl, wet dressed in black with a bucket hat on his head, rode a horse from the back door of the county magistrate's residence to leave. Jinjiang County is thousands of miles away from Beijiao town, and although this horse is not a BMW, it is not difficult to travel thousands of miles in a day. The sun rose completely, and Jiang Juoshan's face was still not very visible. Under the bucket hat, one could only feel the cold chilling one's heart, just like the 9-ringed great sword wrapped in linen behind him. With his chin slightly lifted to look in the direction of White Stripes town, 1,000 miles away. A hint of worry flashed underneath Jiang Juoshan's icy cold eyes. He wasn't worried about his eldest uncle and his own wife. He was worried about his own sibling, Jiang Jiufen, after leaving the county and crossing 100 miles. A group of mountain bandits intercepted the road. Jiang Juoshan strangled his black horse, his head not raised. The leader of the bandits laughed 3 times wildly. "This mountain is my open. This tree is my plant. Want to pass by from here, stay." The blade Kai flashed by. This leading mountain bandit was still opening his mouth. But he was shocked to find that he was able to see his own back. Bang! The head hits the ground and rolls 3 times. Bang! The body fell to the ground. The rest of the bandits were shocked and drew their swords while backing up while looking at the man on the black horse who hadn't moved a muscle. Jiang Juoshan raised his head slightly, his icy eyes emotionless. Make way, or else die, obviously. The slightest breath had not been released. The slightest pressure had not been put out. But those mountain bandits several meters away were all pale and sweating. "Aye, we are." This mountain bandit still wanted to say that they were from Na, but the next second he also saw his back. Withdraw, brothers, quickly. Swords in air. Geese pass by without a sound, and human shadows and black horses tread on blood. Jen saddle, the horse that shines the night, sewing, like a shooting star. The line of sight returned to the downstream village. At this time, on the path between the village, a couple was walking tightly and slowly towards the downstream village. They were the adoptive parents of Nai Xiaoan and Nai Zioru. I said, "Can you walk faster? You're a big old man who's being a pain in the ass." Like what? The sharp-faced woman looked at her man with a look of impatience. The man had a triangular eye. And at this time, he sniffed and was also upset. "What's the use of you walking fast? What time is it?" "Is it noon yet? The downstream village is just ahead." Aren't you just a quarter of an hour faster? It's a quarter of an hour that could kill you, isn't it? The sharp-faced woman cursed. What married you have 8 lifetimes of bad luck, when I should listen to the family to marry whoever. The two quarreled, and soon came to the entrance of the downstream village. The man looked at the downstream village, skimmed his lips, and said, "This downstream village is just like that. And what is the difference between our Pingshan village?" "Do not look similar," the sharp-faced woman taunted. "Almost didn't see you have any ability. Hurry up and go to Jiang Rotten Mud's house." The two cursed their way through the village to the end of the village, and greeted acquaintances they encountered along the way. The downstream village is only about 10 miles away from Pingshan village, and it's normal to have acquaintances in the 8 villages in the 10 miles. Not long after, the two of them finally arrived at the entrance of Jiang Jiubuan's broken courtyard. Looking at the twiggy yard wall, then at the broken yard door, he stretched his head and looked again at the broken hayloft inside. The sharp-faced woman frowned. "Children's father, how do I feel cheated? All said Jiang Jiufan got rich. This rich still live in such a broken straw house. I wouldn't take this shitty hayloft for a pigsty. Our kennels are all wood." The man also frowned. "But people say that Jiang Jiubuan has gotten rich. This should not be false. And his big brother is 1 or 2 silver once he pulls out. I get it. What is this called? What wealth?" "Wealth not that." In the broken hayloft, the 2 sisters who had finally wrapped all the pills in greaseproof paper stood up and stretched. Just then the sharp-faced woman saw their outstretched arms. At that moment, the sharp-faced woman ordered in a shrill voice, "Ziyao and Zioru, when you see your mother, don't hurry to come out and open the door." "What opened the door? This courtyard wall is a kick down," the man said, and kicked directly to the courtyard wall and walked in. When he came in, the man headed straight for the kitchen. "Hey, 2 buckets of meat. What a day!" As he spoke, the man grabbed a piece of meat and ate it, and carried the bucket over to his mother-in-law. "Try it. It's salty and spicy. It smells so good. We don't always open our meat once a month, and the feeling is that they eat meat here every day." As they were talking, the two saw the 2 women trotting out. When seeing the clean and bright clothes on the 2 women, the 2 eyes directly widened. These clothes can be seriously incompatible with the broken straw house. "That's not the point. The point is it's only been 2 weeks since you got married. In just 2 weeks, the 2 women had changed so much they almost didn't recognize them. In their impression, the 2 women were short and thin, practically 2 little beggars. The current Nai Ziaoan and Nai Zioru were 6 centimeters taller than before. And not only were they not as dark and skinny as before, instead, there was a bit of meat on their faces. And their skin was white with a slight reddish tint. It's a clear sign of eating too well." The sharp-faced woman nibbled on the meat in one hand as she rushed up to tug on Nai Ziaoan's clothes while cursing under her breath. "What kind of status can you have to wear such clothes? Your brother and sister don't even have such nice clothes to wear. How do you have the face to wear them? Take them off quickly, and eating meat, you 2 little disasters. You eat meat every day, don't you?" Saying that, the sharp-faced woman grabbed Nai Ziaoan's ear and scolded. "Hey, look at the child's father. There's meat on his face. Look at how good the food is." "Don't bully my sister," Nai Zioru shouted with reddened eyes and clenched fists. "And you." The sharp-faced woman let go of Nai Ziaoan and went straight to tug on Nai Zioru's clothes. "You little calamity. You've grown meat too, haven't you? And you've grown in ability just because you've grown meat. How dare you yell at mother?" "See if she doesn't whip you to death," said the pointy-faced woman as she took off her shoes and prepared to hit the man. The 2 women, unclothed and hugging each other in fear, looked at their adoptive mother, who didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Nai Ziaoan gritted her teeth and whispered, "Mother, that meat is all husband's. You can't eat it." The man smiled disdainfully. "Can't eat it? Who dares to say I can't eat? He'll marry you off to him. then I'll count myself as half a father to him. It's never been the case that only the father bullies the son. Where is it the case that the son bullies the father? Hurry up and take off your clothes and go boil some water. Your father and your mother are tired after traveling all the way. Boil water and wash our feet. The two couples didn't consider themselves outsiders at all, and went straight into the broken hayloft and sat down on the brand new bedding. Such good bedding, this Jiang Jiyubuan is really rich. The man looked contemptuous. What's wrong with being rich? We're half his parents, so he has to honor us, he said, and wiped the dust from his hands with the bedding. Wow, the little milk tiger scurried out from under the bed and let out a threatening wow at the two. But the next second the little milk tiger was kicked out by the sharp-faced woman. Where did the wild cat come from? What the hell is the ghost screaming about? Nai Ziaoan couldn't stand it anymore and copied the kitchen knife and rushed into the grass house. You guys come down. The two couples looked at each other, and the man directly chopped his hand and snatched the kitchen knife and chopped it on the table. While later slapping Nai Ziaoan to the ground, Mama, you've grown up. You dare to point a knife at me. Hurry up and boil water for me to wash my feet. Mama, what are you looking at? Don't go yet, leaning against the river's field. Liu Ban too smiled and looked toward the distant path. Dongjia, when did you go to the 100 mountains? Which again hunted a wolf so big really great. The village elders who were originally making brick blanks were also full of shock when they saw it. And Lai Dogden was even more in awe. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and responded, Where? This isn't what I hunted. This is what my big strong brother hunted. All-powerful. Liu Ban too laughed out loud. I'll be back with some broth for you guys. So you guys do your side and I'll go home. The proprietor is too kind. There's no need to make us a whole broth. We'd be embarrassed to do it again. Jiang Jifan smiled and looked at the 20 long laborers not far away. You guys do a good job. If you dry out 400 brick blanks today, y'all be able to collect your money. Jiang Jiuxuan walked with a smile on his face. When he walked more than 200 meters and saw that the iconic courtyard gate of his own house fell down 500 meters away, his heart snapped. Brother Dazhuang, you're in a high realm. Can you see if the door to my courtyard has fallen down? Am I looking at it wrong or what? Jiang Jiyubuan said and rubbed his eyes. Kai Dazhuang looked up with the gray wolf on his shoulder and frowned. Which one of your yard gates has fallen down? The tree branches in front of your house and the courtyard wall have all collapsed. After saying that, Kai Dazhuang's face changed slightly. Damn, your two wives are so capable of working. How could they let the courtyard gate fall down and not care? Before he could finish his words, Jiang Jiyubuan had already drawn the axe at his waist and ran over with all his might. At this moment, a broken toe couldn't stop him. If something happens to both wives, Bantu, what's the matter with the proprietor looking so flustered? Liu Ban too looked up, then drew his machete for defense. The Dongjia family is good, and Hunter Kai treats us well. We can't just watch. Let's go. Liu Ban too and the others put down the work at hand and drew their swords and ran over. Once these people working in the village saw this situation, they were also a bit curious to follow. They weren't trying to help, they were purely trying to watch. As for help, who's going to help if you don't have the money? Outside the broken courtyard, Jiang Jiufan's speed slowed down instead. Kai Dazhuang also followed, older brother. Not charging in, Jiang Jiuxuan didn't say anything, just stepped slowly on the door panel and walked in. In the grass hut, you can only see two middle-aged couples you don't know whipping their two young wives with the soles of their shoes. While the little milk tiger collapses outside the hut in a dying state, husband the two women. Their clothes torn, cried and struggled to get up and run out. One clung to one husband's arm and cried pitifully. "I'm sorry, husband, Wan. Wan Wan didn't manage to save the meat in the bucket, and Zio, who is also about to be killed by mother. The horrors of their adoptive parents have long been embedded in their bones, and they are too afraid to resist them in any way. The moment Nai Zioan resisted with the knife was all the courage she had. Jiang Jiubuan's face was icy cold as he looked at the two people in the room dead on. Seeing this, the sharp-faced woman put down the soles of her shoes and put them on, then revealed a smile and cordially shouted, "Yo, isn't this my eldest son-in-law, big son-in-law? You're really rich here, with new clothes and meat. It's not bad your father-in-law and I won't be leaving these days. What good food and drink do you have here? Hurry up and bring it out for us to taste. Whenever we want to leave, you can just give us some random silver." Jiang Jiubuan's hands were shaking a little with anger. It was the first time he wanted to kill someone that much. The pussybats before, they didn't even let him kill them like that. "Bullying my wife, huh?" Jiang Jiubuan's voice was slightly hoarse. The sharp-faced woman's face was solemn. "What?" "I adopted them and I can't beat them. Mind your status. A son-in-law dares to talk to his mother-in-law like that." Pa, Jiang Jiubuan slapped the sharp-faced woman directly to the ground. This shocked both women, who didn't dare to cry any more. In their eyes, adoptive parents are the worst, and now the husband has slapped their adoptive mother and knocked her down. "You dare to hit my mother-in-law, you've turned the tables." The man cursed and walked out carrying a bucket of meat. Pop, another slap, and the man was slapped to the ground as well, spilling all the meat in the bucket. Jiang Jiubuan craned his neck, then copied the axe and walked to the two men, raising his foot to step on the woman's head. Seeing the woman trying to make a move to grab his leg, Jiang Jiubuan raised his foot and kicked it straight out. With a wail, the woman spilled blood directly from the corner of her mouth. "Dongai, what's wrong with this? Dongai want to fight, Donger. A group of machete-wielding masters rushed into the courtyard under the leadership of Liu Ban II. Jiang Jiubuan shook his head. "I don't need your help. I can handle it myself." Now the two couples on the ground were completely flustered. Where had they ever seen such a battle? Didn't you say Jiang Jiubuan was a mess? Why does this look so much like a bandit's den? "Wanwen, go to the house and help my husband take out the rope. Zioru, go see how Zio is doing." The two girls had been stunned. They had never seen their adoptive parents show such horror. The two women didn't move, and Nai Zioan even spoke directly and tremblingly. Husband, you can't fight. They'll beat me and my little sister to death." Jiang Jiubuan's heart jerked at the words, and for a moment it was a little hard to breathe, pursed her lips and deadened her teeth. The pain in his heart slowed down. Jiang Jiubuan slowly squatted down to hold the two girls in his arms. "Wanwen, Zioru, my husband is telling you, from today onwards, no one will want to bully you any more. Wanwan, go get the rope. Good boy, Zioru. Don't you like Little Tiger the most? Go see Little Tiger." Behind him, the stout Kai Dazhuang sullenly looked at the two couples, did not say a word, but it's a moment to squint, a moment to clench fists really let Liu Bantu and other people's heart jump. They could have known Kai Dazhuang for a long time, and they had never seen Kai Dazhuang so serious. "Jiang son-in-law, you cannot do it to us, we are at least shut up." Jiang Jiubuan bellowed, "Did I tell you to speak?" The two men chilled in fear, then both shut their mouths. A few breaths later, Wanwen came out with the rope. Jiang Jiubuan took the rope and directly tied up the sharp-faced woman, and then tugged on the rope and froze, dragging it out of the broken courtyard. Not far outside the broken courtyard is the crooked neck tree. Jiang Jiubuan directly dragged it under the tree, and then the rope was thrown over the trunk, hanging it a meter off the ground. The sharp-faced woman shouted in horror, but Jiang Jiubuan didn't pay the slightest bit of attention. Turning into the courtyard, he dragged the triangular-eyed man out with another rope tied to him. Liu Ban II and the others felt nothing, but the 20 long laborers in the village were a bit flustered. hanging both of them from the tree. Jiang Jiubuan turned around and went back to the broken courtyard to cut a 2-meter rope. One end of the rope was tied to a wooden stick. Wanwen, Zioru, come out with husband. After saying that, Jiang Jiubuan walked out with a simple whip. Kai Dazhuang looked at the simple whip and said in a deep voice, "Older brother, you are not hitting people that hard with this whip. Wait for brother to go get my real leather whip." Jiang Jiubuan nodded. Many thanks to brother Dazhuang. Kai Dazhuang was very fast. Not only did he take out his whip, Kai Dan Ying all followed with a sullen face. "This whip of mine is wolf skin. I rubbed it out idly earlier. An average bull, thick tree can be broken with one whip from my power." Jiang Jiuxuan took the whip, while then looked up at the sharp-faced woman in the triangular eyes. Son-in-law, this can't be. We didn't what? Pow, son-in-law. Triangle eyes also spoke in horror. Pop ouch slapped a series of non-stop beatings, the two men's clothes broken, blood flowing non-stop wailing. Nai Xiaoan and Nai Zioru watched the scene in horror, and in their ears were Kai Danyang's shouts of approval. "A good beating, you have to beat them hard." Jiang Jiuxuan walked towards Nai Xiaoan with the whip and handed it over. "Wanwen, no one will bully you in the future." Nai Xiaoan raised her head, fear still in her eyes. She wasn't afraid of her husband. She was afraid of her adoptive parents. Those who sold them they weren't that afraid of. The only ones they were afraid of, and the ones they feared the most, were their adoptive parents. And the most Jiang Jiufen has heard them say is foster mom said. Seeing Wan Wan's body trembling, Jiang Jiufen softly said, "Doesn't she like to talk about her identity? Take the whip and see if her identity is hard. See if her mouth is hard. Husband, husband." Nai Xiaoan shook her head. Although she was ruthless in her bones, she still didn't dare to face the biggest shadow in this life. She was just too scared. Her past memories were tearing her apart and making her afraid to even look directly at the man who had abused their sisters. "Wanwen, look at husband's eyes." Jiang Jiubuan squatted down. Nai Xiaoan's voice trembled. "Husband." Jiang Jiuxuan didn't say anything. He just looked at Nai Xiaoan, his eyes filled with heartache and encouragement, looking into her husband's eyes for a long time. Nai Xiaoan took the whip, then tremblingly walked towards their sister's Nightmare. At this moment, Nightmare was begging for mercy with a face full of begging. "Little disaster, Nai Xiaoan, let mother go." "Let mother go." Okay, Nai Xiaoan didn't say anything and swung her whip hard to whip over. Snap. I don't know if it's the sound of a whip or the shattering of fear and nightmares. Snap. The wailing had attracted the whole village. "Zio Ru, go take your sister's whip." Jiang Jiubuan suddenly spoke. Nai Zioru took 2 steps back and shook her head, her face covered in tears, without letting Jiang Jiubuan open his mouth again. Nai Xiaoan suddenly turned around and walked over to her sister to hand over the whip. "Little sister. Sister believes in you. Give little tiger to sister." Nai Zioru looked at her sister and finally slowly handed out the dying Zio, who... Jiang Jiuxuan stepped forward and picked up little tiger in his arms. The little milk tiger has lost its previous vigor, but it still can't help but open its mouth when it sees its master. Jiang Jiubuan didn't say anything. A vial appeared at the bottom of his hand, stuck in the crowd's field of vision. Then the ferocious beast essence in the vial was poured into the mouth of the little milk tiger. When the ferocious beast essence was used up, the bottle directly turned into pieces and disappeared, stuck in the field of view for a short period of time, coupled with the fact that everyone was looking at Nai Zioru. No one paid any attention to him at all. Ferocious beast essence was Jiang Jiubuan's last resort. The ferocious beast essence was able to make up for his damaged body when he broke through the limit. He believed that it would also be able to make up for little milk tiger's injured body, under the silent gaze of the crowd. Nai Zioru walked towards their sister's worst nightmare with a leather whip. She wasn't as mentally strong as her sister. And as she looked at their demonically abusive foster parents, no one noticed that Nai's pupils began to shrink and dilate. Seemingly a special connection between twins, Naizaoan suddenly spoke. Little sister, Naizaoru snapped out of it. And the changes in her pupils instantly came to a halt, looking at her adoptive parents, who made her fear even in her dreams. Naizaoru clenched her teeth and swung the whip. Snap, the wailing and begging got louder when Naizaoru finished venting her emotions. Jiang Jiubuan took the whip and gave it another hard whipping, and directly smoked the two people's skin and flesh miserably. Kai Dane, Ying Si then hit people will be killed, thought about going forward to pull Jiang Jiufan whispered, Zio Jiang. The whole village are watching it. You really want to beat them to death. Jiang Jiubuan's voice was a bit hoarse. Auntie, I know in my heart, after saying that, 2 more whips were cracked. He wouldn't really beat these 2 to death. It would be too cheap to beat them to death just like that. Wan Wan and Zio Ru are married to themselves. So they are all their own people. Just like that, they still dare to bully the door. Not only did he abuse his wife, but he almost kicked the spirit tiger cub to death. Tiger cubs were extremely precious, let alone a spirit tiger cub. Or a spirit tiger cub that could recognize its owner. Either way, these 2 already had a way of taking their lives. The spirit tiger cub's growth speed would definitely not be slow. Instead of killing them now, it would be better to let the little milk tiger go and exterminate them. Let them know what it means to be 3 months east of the river and 3 months west of the river. And don't bully the young tigers to be weak. The 2 were fainting and waking up and fainting again. And at this moment, they were completely unable to make a sound. Jiang Jiubuan took the whip and walked over to the tree to untie the rope. And instantly, the 2 men fell to the ground, looking at the 2 men with their skin and flesh split open. Jiang Jiufan's voice was cold and raspy. If you dare to come looking for trouble again, you won't want to go back alive. After saying that, he picked up the rope and turned towards the broken courtyard. Wanwen, Zioru, go home with my husband. The 2 women responded, taking one last look at their miserable and unimaginable adoptive parents before turning back to chase after their husbands. The village people see the situation is also scattered. What to do? Liu Ban, too, and other people are also, and Jiang Jifan greeted and went back to set up a brick kiln. Kai Danyang looked at a family not far away that wanted to leave and suddenly spoke. Uncle Zhang, these 2 people should be your relatives. Right? Aren't you going to pull your relatives away and send them back? Old Zhang too looked over with some reluctance, and finally raised his hand to let his son push the crate to send the 2 back. As for getting revenge for these 2 distant relatives, they are not stupid. They are not going to force their hand. After all, it's just a poor relative from afar. At the entrance of the broken courtyard, Kai Dazhuang helped Jiang Jiubuan to re-establish the broken courtyard door, and then corrected the fallen tree branches and courtyard wall. Older brother, first look for Wang Wen. Why, to buy some bricks. Now you can't even count this courtyard wall as a courtyard wall. Brother Kaian Dakying will cover it for you. Jiang Jiubuan shook his head. No need. In a month tops, my first batch of bricks will be burnt. Bottomed out at 50,000 bricks. Enough for me to cover it. Kai Dazhuang sighed. All right then. Let's do it your way. There's still a few months until winter anyway. You'll go back to this wolf and take care of it. So come to my place for lunch. Good. Jiang Jiubuan didn't push back any further. Sending Brother Dazhuang and Dame Kai away, Jiang Jiubuan returned to the broken grass hut. Husband, it's Wanwen who is too useless. It's Wanwen who didn't protect the food. It's none of my little sister's business. If you want to hit, just hit Wanwen. Looking at the torn clothes on the 2 women, Jiang Jiufan softly said, Is there that injury on your body? Is there any place that hurts? The 2 women froze for a moment a little unsure of how to answer in their impression. Doing wrong should be punished, seeing that the two women didn't say anything. Jiang Jiufan reached out and put the two women in his arms and whispered, "It's okay that the clothes are broken. We can buy them again if you guys are hurt. Tell your husband and he'll cure you." "Husband," Nai Zheyan's voice was low. "Won't you punish us? We didn't insure. Silly girls, you are my husband's wives." "I can't wait to spoil you. How could I spare to punish you? A little dirty meat is dirty. No big deal. It's most important that you guys are okay," Jiang Jiuxuan said and touched the two girls' hair. "This time is the last time. In the future, I won't let anyone bully you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll kill him for you. The current forebearer is not powerful enough. When forebearer goes out to hunt or do something else in the future, you guys will go to Dame Kiss house to take refuge. When little tiger grows up, you won't have to go to Dame Kiss house anymore, and little tiger will be able to protect you at home for me." Saying that, Jiang Jiubuan felt a little wet in his arms. Lowering their heads, the two women were dropping little pearls. "Why are you crying, good boy? Don't cry. I promise you that this will never happen again. Come, let me see how good-looking Wen Wen is. Look at these big eyes that are red from crying. Zhao Ru, you don't look as good crying as you do when you're smiling. Come on, stop crying, although not too straight." Jiang Jiufan wasn't very good at coaxing little girls either. When the two girls heard their husband say this, they immediately cried even harder, both burying their little faces tightly into their husband's arms. Zhao Ru must serve husband well with sister in the future. Zhao Ru will give husband many babies after a big cry to release their emotions. Both women were also asleep. There were so many emotional ups and downs in the morning, and it was a bit exhausting to let go of the tense nerves. For lunch, Jiang Jiufan didn't go to Brother Dazhong's house, but Brother Dazhong brought a big pot of meat and 2 jars of wine to eat on his side. Drinking his wine, Jiang Jiubuan suddenly spoke. "Brother Dazhong, what do you think is a better weapon for me to use?" Kai Dazhong laughed. "A mountain-opening axe, big and domineering." Jiang Jiubuan shook his head. "I don't really like big axes. They feel a bit too bulky." Kai Dazhong thought for a while. "What about the big knife? Your own brother is using a big knife." "The big knife is also very good." Hearing this, Jiang Jiubuan was a bit impressed. "Sounds good. I don't know if it's suitable for me." Kai Dazhong slapped his thigh. "Right? The most important thing is to suit yourself. You ask me, I don't know what's suitable for you. Anyway, I like the big axe. How to use it, how to feel comfortable. Okay." Jiang Jiubuan picked up his wine bowl. "Wait until I turn around and think about it. This little axe is really not working right now. It's too short." Black Wind Mountain, Black Wind Cottage, Walled City Lord. There is something strange. The lord of the fortress was a big bladdered, bearded, strong man who was currently drinking wine and eating meat, hearing the report from his men. The walled city lord raised his eyelids. "Something strange, tell me. Do you remember the river Rot in the downstream village?" The walled city lord tore a mouthful of meat and said vaguely, "You're talking about Jiang Jiuxuan, the younger brother of Hunter Jiang Jiuxuan." Yeah, that's him. What's wrong with this Jiang Jiubuan? Where is the strange thing? He got rich." This henchman stared. It's been spreading in several nearby villages, saying that Jiang Jiufan got rich somehow. He's burning bricks and building factories and going to town every day to buy things. And he and his little beggar mother-in-law are now wearing new clothes and eating meat every day to say yes. The walled city lord frowned. "There are such strange things, yes. It's that strange." The henchman rubbed his hands together to reveal a smile. "Walled city lord, it's okay if he didn't pay the monthly payment before, but now that he's developed, if he doesn't take back the previous monthly payment, the 10 miles of villages won't be able to convince us. You're right." The walled city lord slammed the table. "Take 10 good men and go and take back the monthly payment for these years. If he doesn't pay up, beat him to death." "Yes, With nothing to do in the afternoon, Kai Dazhuang and Jiang Jiyubuan sat in the broken courtyard and used saws to saw out the shapes of various weapons. First up is the longsword, the so-called sword as a gentleman, playing well indeed dashing, but to the mouth of Kai Dazhuang. No, 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 this sword looks good, but without crushing strength, it's simply scraping the bottom of the barrel. But if they all have crushing strength now, the sword can't be used at all. It's nice to carry it on your body as a pendant. Jiang Jiyubuan nodded slightly, looking at the wooden sword in his hand. It is indeed a little less suitable for me. With that, 2 blue letters flashed before his eyes, chance plus 9,999. Looking at the huge amount of chance that suddenly flashed by, Jiang Jiyubuan was shocked as he looked at the wooden sword in his hand. Is there something special about this thing? Why did you somehow add close to 20? 0, 0, 0 chance points. At this time Kai Dazhuang laughed and threw in a long, handled large knife that had just been sawed out of shape. Interrupting his doubts, try this. This one is powerful. Jiang Jiyubuan took it and danced for a bit. It was indeed a bit cool, but in his heart, he still felt that it was almost interesting at the same time. He was still wondering about the chance. It doesn't feel like much. It still doesn't feel right. Try something else. Jiang Jiyubuan broke the long, handled dagger's knife, and now only has a wooden stick left in his hand. Juggling the stick, Jiang Jiyubuan smiled. This stick is quite a handful, but it doesn't feel very lethal. Kai Dazhuang thought briefly, wouldn't you be a lance if you picked up a spearhead up there? The lance kills fiercely. Jiang Jiyubuan took the stick and stabbed it twice, then said, it doesn't feel as good as the stick there. Kai Dazhuang got up and laughed. You fit the long-handled spiked sledgehammer. That thing definitely has the feel of a hand. And the killing power is still horrible. That hammer of spikes. Take a hit and die straight away. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and was about to open his mouth, when out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw the 2 wives walk out of the broken straw house. Wan Wan, Zio Ru, there is meat in the pot, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. You slept for a whole noon. Now you are hungry, the 2 women answered, and in a rare case. They didn't say anything and directly washed their hands to eat. Jiang Jiyubuan felt a bit strange at the sight, because according to the past, the 2 young wives would definitely talk about a bunch of rules and regulations. Older brother, big brother has gone back to sleep. You should also take an early rest session. Kai Dazhuang yawned as he finished speaking. Jiang Jiyubuan was also a bit tired. His toes were still hurt right now, although last night it was broken, positively connected. But the pain is really painful. Big strong brother, slow walk. Kai Dazhuang waved his hand without looking back, stretching his lazy waist as he slowly wandered towards his home. Jiang Jiyubuan washed his hands, thinking about the chance point, washed his face, and walked towards the kitchen. How is it? This wolf meat made by my husband is not that fishy, right? Nai Zioan raised her head. Her eyes filled with determination. Husband, my little sister and I have talked and thought about it. We've decided to only listen to you, husband, before. Liu K-Flower taught our sisters the rules, and we all disobeyed them. Liu K-Flower? Jiang Jiyubuan froze for a moment. It's those 2 brutes in the morning. Nai Zioru nodded her head and spoke very seriously. Right, seeing Zioru so cute. Jiang Jiyubuan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her little face. You shouldn't have listened to them a long time ago. What kind of lousy rules are those? For me, there aren't that many rules here. You are women, and Auntie Kai is also a woman. You see how dashing Auntie Kai is. You should eat and drink. The rules for my husband are just no rules. Nizira's small face was still full of seriousness. I've talked to my sister. Not only do we have to serve our husband well, we also have to protect him. Jiang Jiyubuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Fine, fine. Then I will be protected by Wanwen and Zio Ru. Eat quickly. Nai Xiaoan saw that her husband seemed to be unbelieving, and immediately spoke seriously. "Husband, we're serious. My sister and I can really protect you. We sisters are calamities. We can bring disaster. Whoever bull is husband, well, let him die in disaster." Jiang Jiyufen saw this and put away his smile to match the two wives' seriousness. "Okay, I know. You guys hurry up and eat. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a nap." The two women nodded and spoke in unison. "Husband, rest. Well, eat a good meal and pinch your legs for you. No need for me to go to bed." Jiang Jiyubuan yawned, then picked up the recovered little milk tiger and walked into the broken grass house in the kitchen. Nai Zaoru took small bites of wolf meat, and silk, arcane patterns flickered between her pupils' rotations. In their midday slumber, they dreamed again of their horrible, vicious foster parents. But this time, instead of hiding in the corners of their dreams and crying, the two women were brave enough to face their heart, felt nightmares head-on for the first time. As the nightmare was shattered and bright sunlight poured over them, in a trance, they seemed to see their husbands in the field that night. His husband's smile was so gentle that one couldn't help but want the corners of his mouth to turn up as well. In the dream, the husband was always there, and when the dream was about to wake up, a message originating from the depths of the soul tumbled out. When Nai Xiaoan woke up, all she knew was that there was more knowledge about the 9 mysteries of the Xuan Ling in her mind. This knowledge told her how to absorb the power of heaven and earth to strengthen her fleshly body and soul, as well as some information about the way to control the tattoo. While Nai Zaoru woke up, she had some extra knowledge about the 9 secrets of the pupil spirit in her head. This knowledge likewise told her how to cultivate and how to use her pupils. What shocked the two women the most was that their dreams were exactly the same. And they were even able to talk in their dreams. The two women didn't get up at the first opportunity, but instead lay on the bed and discussed in whispers for a while. And in the end, they agreed that this was the ominous power brought about by the red stripe and twin pupils, because they had never heard of any leaving fire twins and any temporal embracing spirit, after determining that they were the ominous. The two women discussed for a while, and finally united in their decision to use this ominous power to protect their husband and to control the disaster. And it was only after they decided to do so that Jiang Jiyubuan saw the opportunity flash before his eyes in blue. It was also because of this that during the meal, the two women whose minds had been transformed would say something like that to Jiang Jiyufen. It was just 2 simple words, but behind it was the reconciliation of the two sisters to their calamitous status for so many years. Before, they loathed and hated their otherness, but now they chose to use this ominousness to protect their husbands. "Little one, where are you still running? Quickly join your master in sleeping and sleeping. Why, The little milk tiger had obviously gotten enough sleep and was in high spirits at the moment. Looking at the little milk tiger that jumped off the bed, Jiang Jiyufen lay on the bed and said to himself, "What's a good name for you? Wanted, raffles, recruitment." No good. Too cheesy. Little yellow beans, hiss. That's a good name. Little yellow bean, little yellow bean. That's catchy. It's all yellow beans. Might as well go up market and call it golden beans. Jiang Jiyubuan revealed a smile and snapped his fingers. Little golden bean, very good. That's the name, saying that. He opened his eyes and turned sideways to look at the little milk tiger crouching by the threshold. "Hey, little golden bean, come and touch it here in the master's place." The little milk tiger twisted his head, and there seemed to be some dislike in his budding eyes, turned back, and leapt over the threshold to go after the white butterflies in the yard. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled, reclined and closed his eyes, and in his mind was the extremely eye-catching number of chance points on the azure screen. Where on earth did these 29,999 chances come from? Aren't there any hints? after looking through it carefully. There really wasn't any hints. Forget it. Anyway, this wave of massive karma is a solution to the urgent need. Otherwise, I'm afraid that at the end of tonight's cultivation, there won't even be many karma points left to replenish the bodies of Wan Wan and Xiao Ru. He was now a 6th grade martial apprentice, and he wanted to break through with at least 3 more bottles of martial apprentice grade 7th grade ferocious beast essence. And the selling price of a bottle of 7th order ferocious beast essence was a full 700 points of chance. Simply horrible. Between thinking left and right, snoring gradually sounded. He was a bit too tired for this day. About 2 hours later, the sound of gusting hooves woke up the sleeping Jiang Jiyufan, opening his eyes. He realized that he had been covered with a thin quilt in the broken courtyard. Xiao Wan and Xiao Ru looked at a group of high-headed horses galloping in the distance. The people on the horses, they still have the impression that they are the same bandits who came to collect the monthly payment not long ago. Jiang Jifan rolled out of bed and walked into the broken courtyard to pull the 2 women behind him. For my husband, there is no need to be afraid. Wan Wan is not afraid. Nai Xiaoan didn't have the slightest bit of fear on her face. Her eyes calmly looking at the speeding mountain bandits. Nai Xiaoru still had some shock on her face. But not much. Why are the bandits here again? Didn't we just make the monthly payment? Does this even let people live? How can you make 2 monthly payments in such a short period of time? They said so, but the villagers still scrambled back to their own yards and closed the gates tightly. The horses' hooves stopped at the end of the village, not coming towards it, on the wooden courtyard wall of old Zai's house. Zai Sanja's head popped up, and then shouted in a surprised whisper, "Father, the bandits are here to look for Jiang Rotten." They didn't enter the village. What? Quickly let me take a look. Old man Zai hurriedly asked his son to bring a stool and stood up himself. The other 4 brothers in the yard also hurriedly reached out with their stools to see. It was just their house that was like this. A lot of people were popping their heads over the yard wall to see what was going on. Even the village dog. "Jiang Raggedy, haven't seen you for a few days. I heard that your kid has gotten rich." At the head of the group was none other than the mountain bandit who had made the report. Jiang Jiubuan looked at this big bucktooth and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "Of course it's for the monthly payment." "Let me do the math. How much monthly payment do you owe our Black Wind walled city?" Big Bucktooth said. Breaking his hands and counting up, for a long time, Big Bucktooth laughed out loud. 49 months. 49 monthly payments. Jiang Jifan raised an eyebrow at his words. "How long have you been collecting monthly payments from the downstream village?" "Grandpa, I entered the fortress before I collected. I entered the fortress are 8 years, right?" Big Bucktooth said, and looked at his companion. "Have I been in the fortress for 8 years yet?" The companion shook his head. "Brother Bucktooth, I've only been in the fort for 3 years. How would I know about you?" Big Bucktooth coughed and looked at Jiang Jifan. "I've been in the fort for 8 years. That's 8 years." The corner of Jiang Jifan's mouth curled up a bit and added, "Then how many years have I lived in this downstream village?" Big Buck looked up with a low count and said, 3 years. Definitely 3 years. Jiang Jiubuan nodded. "All right then. Let's count by 3 years. 1 year and 12 months. 3 years is 312. 312 together is 36. How did you calculate 49 months? Big Bucktooth froze, then became irritated and said, "This master can charge 49 months if he wants to." "What do you care, you?" said Big Bucktooth, drawing his machete directly. "Hand over the outstanding monthly payments, or this master will chop you up." Jiang Jiubuan glanced at Big Knife and said indifferently, "Wait a minute. Don't we have to make it clear before collecting the monthly payment? My lord has made it clear enough. 49 months, not a month less. So is it the downstream village that you collect the monthly payments from?" "Definitely. the monthly payment of the downstream villages, including the neighboring villages of Ping Shan, Lai Shan, and Zun Shan. Also, wait. Jiang Jiubuan raised his hand and interrupted Big Bucktooth. You just said that you're collecting monthly payments from the downstream village.
Right? Big Bucktooth frowned. Haven't you asked everything? This grandpa is just collecting monthly payments from the downstream village.
Why do you have so much to do? Jiang Jiufan's smile converged and said faintly, not from the downstream village.
So what business is it of me, an outsider of the village, for you to collect the monthly payment from the downstream village?
Wan, Zio Ru, let's go. Saying that, Jiang Jiubuan pulled the two women towards the house. Both women were also a bit confused at the moment, and didn't seem to understand the logic of their husband's language. Big Bucktooth wrinkled his brows, and the companion beside him suddenly whispered, Brother Bucktooth, what this river rotten mud said seems to have a few points. It's true that he's not from the downstream village. His name isn't even on the downstream village's household books. Big Buckteeth brow wrinkled even more. His brain is now a muddle. Do not know 3 years is a few months. Who is the village of Koki? Big Bucktooth suddenly let out a low roar as he rolled over and dismounted his horse to slash at the courtyard door. Jiang Rotten Mud, you're talking to this master for nothing. I don't understand anyway. The big man is here today to collect the monthly payment. Jiang Jiubuan turned around and smiled. So how much is your monthly payment? Big Buck held out 5 fingers. Jiang Jiubuan frowned. 500 wen a month. 50 cents. Big Bucktooth had an arrogant face. Jiang Jiubuan slightly calculated. A month of 50 wen village people can indeed accept. This black wind wall band, it seemed to still have will count. Suddenly, the corners of Jiang Jiufan's mouth curled up as he asked, This master, you said 40, 9 months of monthly payments. 50 wen a month. So how much would you say I have to pay you? Name a number, so I can get you the money.
Big Buck retrieved his big knife, broke his hands and started counting. After counting for a while,
his brow furrowed as he slapped his thigh and cursed. Suddenly Big Bucktooth turned around. Which one of you knows how to count? Quickly calculate for me how much money I have to pay for this river. The river sucks. He was starting to stammer in his haste. On the big horse, a group of bandits, you look at me and I look at you. Finally, or that companion said,
Bucktooth brother, our brothers together can't read a word. You let us count. You're not asking for our lives. Hey, brothers of Black Wind Walled City, what are you doing in front of my old brother's house? A loud shout came,
followed by the stout mangy man holding a huge axe walking towards this group of big horses. These big horses were generally around 2 meters 2 or 3, and at this moment they were all uncontrollably backing up in succession in the face of the lanky mangaka, who was walking towards them.
Pay attention. The man in front of you is called Zio Shuwei. Bah! This man is called Kai Dazhuang, Brother Dazhuang.
Fine here were chatting well. Jiang Jiubuan smiled as he walked in, not looking nervous at all. Kai Dazhuang laughed. I thought there was a fight. This Black Wind Walled City's brethren can be martial arts apprentices at a minimum. Y'all lose out in a fight. The minimum are martial apprentices. Jiang Jiubuan froze for a moment. What? Still dare to look down on our Black Wind Walled City? Big Bucktooth's eyes glared, and he seemed to enjoy glaring. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and looked at Kai Dazhuang, then at the 100 mountains. Kai Dazhuang first froze. Then his eyes lit up. Older brother, you mean, Jiang Jiubuan whispered, what realm is their walled city lord?
Kai Dazhuang raised his voice. I think it's a 6th grade martial artist, just like me. Jiang Jiuxuan nodded once.
Good. What's good about it? Hurry up and pay the monthly payment. Big Bucktooth shouted angrily. Jiang Jiubuan raised his hand to signal him to shut up.
I'll pay the monthly payment, but not to you. Why? Because you can't count. You look down on me. I'll chop you.
Without waiting for him to make a move, Kai Dajwang's mount, an opening axe was raised. This big bucktooth took a look and silently put the machete back. Have the guts to fight one-on-one, Jiang Jiuxuan smiled. Take me to your Black Wind walled city, my monthly payment. I'll personally hand it over to your walled city lord. You still want to see our walled city lord. Big Bucktooth was about to taunt, but his voice weakened when he saw Kai Dajwang's raised mount, an opening axe next to him. Fine, then I'll let you see it. Jiang Jiufen turned around and softly said, Wanwen, Zaoru, you two go to the eldest mother's house to take shelter for a while. I'll return as soon as I go. Husband, it's too dangerous. Nai Zaowen pulled Jiang Jiubuan's arm. There's brother Dajong around. No danger, don't worry. Jiang Jiubuan finished rubbing the two girls' heads. Go to Damieng's house to take shelter for a while. Maybe he'll come back at night. Available, listen to your husband. Okay then. Big Bucktooth rolled over onto his horse and looked over at him with a cold face. Grind it out. Why don't you hurry up and come with us? Jiang Jiufeng turned back and said in a faint voice. We don't have any horses. You have to give us a horse to ride. Otherwise, when can we get to your Black Wind walled city? Big Bucktooth frowned, and Jiang Jiubuan saw this and said, Monthly payment. Big Buck turned his head to look behind him. You guys let out a horse for them to catch up on. Those bandits behind him were reluctant, but they let out a horse. Haha, old brother, let's go. Kai Dajwang laughed, grabbing Jiang Jiubuan's shoulder and leaping directly onto the horse's back. Jiang Jiubuan in the front, Kai Dajwang in the back. If you look from the back, it is impossible to imagine that there are two people sitting on this horse. Kai Dajwang's body is really too stout, so much so that Jiang Jiufen in front of him was not visible at all. Two big men riding a horse. Jiang Jiubuan really feel a little awkward, but there is no way. Who let him simply have not ridden a horse it? Brothers, return to the fort. Haya, hooves tumbled, rolling up the sand all the way west, in the evening under the setting sun. Let's live in style with brothers as companions, galloping horses to share the prosperity of the world, singing songs to wind to express the joy in our hearts, and grasping the youthful years with great vigor. In an hour and a half, Jiang Jiubuan saw Black Wind Mountain. Behind the back, Kai Dajwang's voice is very big. This Black Wind Mountain was not called Black Wind Mountain at the beginning. Only later, the Black Wind walled village set up camp here, and the 10 miles and 8 villages slowly said that this is Black Wind Mountain. Jiang Jiufen said in a faint voice, Then this Black Wind walled city has some years under its belt. Kai Dajwang laughed twice. Not bad. There must be a decade. To be able to occupy the mountain as king for 10 years and still not be annihilated. The Black Wind walled city lord is capable. The horses slowed down into the mountains, and in about 3/4 of an hour. Jiang Jiufen saw the gate of the cottage and the 2 sentry posts on either side of the gate. Just a whistle from the big buck in the lead, and a nod from the men on the sentry post. Then a turn to look into the fortress and wave their arms. A few moments later, the gate of the cottage was pulled open by 4 mountain bandits, entering the mountain fortress. Jiang Jiufen looked twice more at the huge wooden door, with a thickness of 1/2 meter, when he passed by the gate. Such a huge door, an average martial artist can't forcefully break through it. Right? Kai Dakying sniffed and looked away. Not necessarily. I feel like I can forcefully break through. Jiang Jiubuan's eyes glared slightly. Is a martial master that strong? Kai Dajwang nodded. Each realm is different. A 9th grade martial apprentice is 10 times stronger than the average person, I guess. And a 9th grade martial artist that's all 100 times stronger when you reach martial master. The boost is even more terrifying once one steps into the martial spirit realm. The power that one possesses is beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Just this gate, I feel like a 1st grade martial spirit could give it to pieces with one punch. Jiang Jiubuan was getting more and more alarmed. He was not having much of a concept of this. As they went deeper into the mountain fortress, those mountain bandits in the fortress all surrounded them with machetes and bayonets. When walking to the attic in the center of the cottage, the mountain bandits that surrounded them were already up to several hundred in number. "You guys wait here. I'll go talk to the walled city lord." After Big Bucktooth finished speaking, he busily ran inside the attic. Not long after, the big and burly Black-Wind walled city lord appeared at the entrance of the attic with a skinny old man. "Elder brother Dazhuang, why are you free to come to my Black-Wind walled city this time?" The Black-Wind walled city lord didn't care about Jiang Jiubuan, but instead directly walked towards Kai Dazhuang in large strides. Kai Dazhuang laughed, voice not only not false but bigger. "Today I am accompanying my Jiang old brother over. Black-Wind old brother days are getting better and better. Look at this big belly. Oil and water is very full ah." "You're not bad either." The Black-Wind walled city lord arrived in front of Kai Dazhuang and directly reached out and slapped his hand. Kai Dazhuang gripped the Black-Wind walled city lord's hand, and then the two of them jockeyed for position at almost the same time. As soon as the force was released, the Black-Wind walled city lord's face was slightly shocked. "When do you break through to a 6th grade martial artist?" "No, both are 6th grade martial artists. How come your strength is so much stronger than mine?" Of course, Kai Dazhuang wouldn't say that his physique and bloodline were different now. He just laughed and said, "Old brother Black-Wind, you're going to have to hammer your body more. Look at my lumpy flesh. That's where the strength is hidden." The Black-Wind walled city lord reappeared with a smile. "Dazhuang, come to brother's cottage. You're also a martial artist now. With you joining us, it won't be a problem for us to dominate the entire Jinjiang County's mountains." Kai Dazhuang shook his head. "No, I have to join the army in the future. I want to be the marshal of the world's soldiers and horses." The Black-Wind walled city lord laughed out loud. "Dazhuang, don't dream. There is no war at all now. The 4 great imperial dynasties are not fighting at all. It's useless for you to join the army if you don't fight. And even if you do you have a place to make war if you can't make a war record, even if you're a 10 or 20 years? You're still a minion. Wake up. This cottage of ours is reality. If you come to my mountain fortress, we will first claim the mountains of Jinjiang County, and then fight for the mountains of the entire Wangjiang city." "Isn't this also fighting?" Kai Dazhuang still shook his head. "No, this isn't honoring the ancestors. My old Kai family can't be bandits." "Okay, as you wish." Black-Wind walled city lord saw that he could not be persuaded, and also did not persuade. "Dazhuang, when did this Jiang Jiubuan become your oldest brother?" Kai Dazhuang Da laughed. "Fate. This is fate. My old brother is my lucky star." The Black-Wind walled city lord smiled faintly. "Since he is your oldest brother, he is also considered my little oldest brother. The district's monthly payment, when it comes to giving face to you." "Oldest brother Dazhuang." Kai Dazhuang clasped his fists. "Then am really thankful to old brother Black-Wind." Jiang Jiubuan see now. Black-Wind walled city lord still did not take care of their own meaning. Older brother Dazhuang. "Stay and drink and eat meat together at night, and we'll send you back when tomorrow comes," seeing that Black-Wind walled city was going to pull big strong brother away. Jiang Jiubuan hurriedly opened his mouth. Black-Wind walled city, The Black-Wind walled city lord turned to look over. "Little old brother, your monthly payment is waived. What else is going on?" Jiang Jiubuan directly opened the door. "It's not about the monthly payment. It's that I want to do business with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked to come over." You, the Black-Wind walled city lord, raised an eyebrow. "What kind of business can you do with me? A business that makes a lot of money?" Jiang Jiubuan looked at the Black-Wind walled city lord without being humble. The Black-Wind walled city lord looked at Jiang Jiubuan's eyes, then smiled and said, "All right, you tell me instead." Jiang Jiubuan looked around. "There are too many people here to tell. These are my brethren. No one will betray me." Jiang Jiuxuan didn't say anything. and just looked at the black-wind walled city lord. A moment later, the black-wind walled city lord turned around. Go inside and talk. It's for the sake of old brother Da Zhuang. Entering the attic, the black-wind walled city lord sat down on a chair with a big horse, and the bandits on the side hurriedly poured drinks. Go on, pour one for my big strong old brother too. This mountain bandit nodded his head, and then hurriedly went to pour wine for Kai Dazhuang. Not even looking at Jiang Jiyufan. Little old me, tell me what your business is, and if there's no money to be made. Jiang Jiyubuan saw that he was looked down upon and was not angry. He just smiled and said unhurriedly, Lord of the Black Wind Villa, how many villages do you collect monthly payments for this every month? The Black Wind walled city lord didn't say anything, but just looked at the thin monkey old man next to him. The skinny old man smiled, then spoke hoarsely, We, the walled city lord, collect the monthly payments from the 10 villages under White Stripes town. About 80 families in one village, and about 810. How about a household that has to pay 50 wen per month? And 800 households would be 40,000 wen, or 40 taels of silver. Jiang Jifeng nodded slightly, thinking that no wonder this thin monkey old man could be in the cottage, feeling that this guy was specialized in settling accounts. Then, Black Wind walled city master, how many brothers do you have in this mountain fortress? The Black Wind walled city lord didn't say anything. And the thin monkey old man added, 320, 7 brethren, Jiang Jiyubuan. How many when yuan of food does one person need to eat in a day? Skinny old man occasionally hunting, occasionally robbing, occasionally beating up people, occasionally taking murder commissions. On average, using less than silver per month can still be an extra 1 or 2 dozen taels to come. Jiang Jiyufan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect this mountain bandit to have quite a wide range of business. So you can save 50 or 60 taels of silver a month. Exactly, after the thin old man finished speaking, the Black Wind walled city lord took a slightly smug sip of wine. 50 or 60 taels of silver, that's really not a small amount in this place. Jiang Jiyubuan spoke faintly. Dare I ask what is your name? The skinny old man held his head high. Just call me Master Son. Jiang Jiuxuan smiled. Good, how about you help me with a calculation? Master Son, you say, I have a brick kiln factory with 20 workers, one of whom bottoms 400 brick blanks a day, and accumulates 7 days of uniform brick firing. After 13 days, the bricks come out of the kiln, and a green brick is sold for 2 wen. How much silver do you think I can sell in these 20 days? Sun Lao frowned, then pulled out a small abacus from his arms and snapped it. A moment later, Sun Lao's face was smug. Around 110 taels, but after the complacency, the old face slowly collapsed, and the Black Wind walled city lord was also devoid of the party's complacency. No, how dare you burn the bricks, not to mention how this brick goes to be burned, just to say that Mr. Wang allows you to burn. Sorry. Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and said lightly, I just can burn it or sell it. Now, do you think I'm qualified to talk business with you? Walled city lord. The Black Wind walled city lord coughed and looked at his men. Why don't you still pour wine for elder brother Jiang? No eyesight. Jiang Jiuxuan's smile remained unchanged as he picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The wine tasted extremely bad. He originally thought the old flavors didn't even have much flavor, but now he tasted this wine. Surely it's not for nothing that old flavors are so famous. Jiang Jiyufan put down his wine cup. Walled city lord, the business I'm talking about is even more lucrative than selling bricks, and it's a business with a huge profit. The thin monkey old man came to the side of the Black Wind walled city lord and whispered, Walled city lord, a book means $1 million. Rise and shine. Can I not know what that means? I'm uneducated and can't count. But I'm not stupid. The Black Wind Walled City Lord slapped the table. Elder brother Jiang, go on, as long as it's not arithmetic. I can hear you, Jiang Jiufan smiled. This business I'm talking about is selling coal. Coal, the Black Wind Walled City Lord froze. Then his face became a bit unsettled. Old son, what is coal? The skinny old man spread his hands. Walled City Lord. This I don't know. Jiang Jiubuan's smile remained unchanged. It's normal that you guys don't know about coal. Right now, basically, no one else knows about it, except for Brother Dazhuang and I. You should know about firewood. Yes, the wood chipper this walled city knows. You go on. Coal is much better than firewood, which takes at least a few pounds to burn overnight. Whereas a pound of coal will burn all night, and you don't even have to add it halfway through. It just burns right through the night. And the fire is even higher than firewood. How is it possible? The skinny old man stared. It's impossible. What could be so powerful? Even charcoal isn't this powerful. Jiang Jiubuan looked at the thin, monkey old man. Master son, if you don't understand, you don't understand. Don't pretend to understand. If the coal didn't have such a great effect, how would I have said it? The thin monkey old man looked at Jiang Jiufan, and after a moment his voice weakened. You'd better call me old son. This son master, I feel like him, going to be unable to bear it. But how much money can this coal make? The Black Wind Walled City Lord couldn't help but open his mouth. Jiang Jiubuan said directly, how much does a caddy of firewood cost? How big is it, Black Wind Walled City Master? 7 wen, starting at 50 pounds. How big? About this big. Jiang Jiubuan, a pound of coal is only 1/5 the size of a pound of firewood, which means that the volume that can hold 50 pounds of firewood can make 250 pounds when it is exchanged for coal. The Black Wind villager was a bit confused. How much can that be sold for? It's better than firewood. And I'm going to sell it for 10 cents at first, exclusively to the town's official, Mr. Wang, who needs a lot of firewood to burn his bricks. And coal saves a lot of labor and money over firewood. Black Wind villager, how is that possible? A caddy of firewood is 7 wen. And a caddy of coal is 10 wen for you. How can you calculate that coal is not as cost-effective as firewood? Jiang Jiubuan, but a caddy of coal burns at least 3 times as long as firewood. That is to say, a caddy of coal is equivalent to at least 3 caddy of firewood. So that calculation is coal expensive. Black Wind Walled City Lord, wait a minute, old son, which one do you think is better? The thin monkey old man spoke directly. Coal, Walled City Lord, you listen to me to calculate for you. Stop, the Black Wind Cottage Master raised his hand. I don't want to hear it now. I'm a bit messed up. It's just that coal is more profitable anyway, isn't it? Yes, that's right, good. The Black Wind Walled City Lord slapped the table. Well, do this business, how? Jiang Jiubuan and Kai Dazhuang glanced at each other. Then Kai Dazhuang spoke up. You guys put out people to be in charge of moving the coal, and elder brother Jiang and I will be in charge of selling it. Well, split the money from the sale 50-50. After Kai Dazhuang finished, Jiang Jiufan said, now it's still just opening up the market. When it comes later, this coal won't be sold for only 10 cents a caddy. Walled City Lord, cooperate with us. Y'all definitely make blood money in the future. Thousands of miles of Jinjiang River returned in a day. And Jiang Jiushan, who was riding a black horse, finally arrived at the upstream village. The downstream village was much farther to go. And although he was worried about his brother, he couldn't pass by the house without entering it. After all, there was still his wife at home. Moreover, the upstream village is only 50 to 60 miles away from the downstream village, and it will only take less than half an hour to go there. Embark, the green brick house outside the courtyard door. Jiang Jiushan knocked on the door, less coldness in his voice. A moment later, the courtyard door opened, and a silhouette pounced into Jiang Jiushan's arms. Husband, people miss you to death. Brainstorming about a cold, hearted young man and his sweet wife. Hugging his woman, Jiang Juoshen's face was rare and gentle for 3 minutes. This January, is the family okay? All good. Shen Ziyuho pulled her husband's arm and walked inside. I knew that husband would come back in the next 2 days. I've bought all the dishes and will make delicious food for husband tonight. Jiang Juoshen nodded slightly. How is eldest uncle? So is the eldest uncle, and so are the cousins. Jiang Juoshen med. What about Jiu Yuan? How is he? Shenzi, you stopped and hesitated. Your brother? Recently, there have been some rumors, said what developed, and so on. I always feel a little false. Jiang Juoshen's sword frowned. Tell me in detail. Husband, you sit down first. I'll pinch your shoulders. Shenzi, you ignored her husband's coldness and directly pulled and pressed him onto the chair. I heard about your brother from those older women in the village, said that somehow he got rich, and said that your brother also hunted, and went into the 100,000 mountains with the Kai hunters from their village. Still, the most spread rumor is that your brother got rich by stealing money from somewhere. Hearing about stealing money, Jiang Juoshen's entire aura suddenly went ice cold, and Shen Ziyuho, who was closest, took 2 steps back with a shiver. Husband, Jiang Juoshen's eyes moved slightly, and his icy aura instantly disappeared without a trace. Get up, get your knife, and take a big step. The next second Shen Zi, you hugged his waist from behind. Husband, you only come back 2 days a month. Do you know how much, Zi? You misses you, Zi. You knows that husband is very busy, and that husband is dangerous outside. But Zi, you is also sad that she can't see husband every day. Zi, you has been married to husband for 3 years. And for 3 years, Zi, you has failed to give husband a son or daughter. The people in the village have long been rumoring that Zi, you can't have a child, when husband was here. They were afraid and didn't dare to say anything. But once husband is gone, how can the eldest uncle's family keep their mouths shut? Husband, let's see, you give you a child, see, you want several children, saying that, Shen Ziyu, a mortal. Actually pulled Jiang Juoshen hard to the bedside. Husband, it's garrison time now, don't go tonight. Okay, your brother, he is in the downstream village. And without delaying this night, it is possible for the husband to go tomorrow morning. Husband, don't leave tonight. Okay, Jiang Juoshen looked at his wife's supplicating gaze and finally nodded slightly. Good. Shenzi, you instantly revealed a happy smile. Husband, sit down. I'll prepare food for you. At midnight. The moonlight is clear and ghostly. The Black Wind cottage was brightly lit and bustling. Come on, keep drinking. At the table, the Black Wind walled city lord laughed loudly. They had been eating and drinking for 2 hours. And it was now late at night. Another 3/4 of an hour passed. Jiang Jiyufen counted the time and frowned slightly. If he ate and drank like this again, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to return home tomorrow morning. It's only a matter of not coming home for the night. But if I can't go back tomorrow morning, I'm afraid my 2 wives will be worried sick. Thinking about it, Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and picked up his wineglass. Old brother Black Wind, we've had a good time drinking tonight. But aren't we going to go check out the coal mine to discuss how to mine and transport it, right? I almost forgot about this. The Black Wind walled city lord woke up with a start and hurriedly put down his wine cup. Jiang Jiyubuan's teeth hurt from watching. He was really surprised that this guy even drank and forgot. No wonder there's been no mention of going to the 100,000 mountains. Higher, outside the 100. 0 great mountains. The herd of horses galloped and finally stopped at the entrance of the foot of a certain mountain. This entrance was not the one on the downstream village's side, but the one closest to Black Wind Cottage. There were extremely many entrances to the 100,000 great mountains, and if one wanted to enter, one could do so from almost anywhere, and now. Jiang Jiyubuan and Kai Dazhuang were going to take the Black Wind walled city lord to take a look at that coal mine and discuss how to mine and transport it. Time passes, the moon turns like a wheel, and the light of day breaks. Early in the morning, the mountains and forests were shrouded in mist, and the sunlight scattered through the leaves, forming a dappled pillar of golden light. Auntie, husband has been going to Black Wind Walled City for a night. Husband want be in danger, right at Dame Kiss house. Xiaoan and Zayoru looked at Dame. What danger could there be? You two just relax. Dan Yang Kiss voice was loud. That Black Wind Walled City lord can't even beat my son right now. He didn't come back at night. I guess he's drinking over there. Wait and see. My son and your husband will be back by noon today at the latest. Okay. The two girls sulked, still looking worried little. The sun was up about 9 o'clock when the horse's hoofs sounded. At Kai Danyang's house, the two daughters immediately ran to the door to look through the doorway when they heard the sound of horses' hooves. One could only see a large black horse coming at breakneck speeds, and on the horse's back was a figure wearing a black power suit. Sister, is that our husband's brother? It seems so, but he's wearing a bucket hat, so it's hard to see. The two women muttered some disappointment as they watched the big black horse run towards the end of the village. They had just thought it was their husband coming back. At the entrance of the broken courtyard at the end of the village, Jiang Juoshan rode on the back of his horse and swept the broken courtyard. Not the same broken yard gate as before. The sparse fence replaced with a single, twiggy yard wall. 2 sticks with ropes attached to them were stuck in the broken yard to serve as a clothesline. With a sweep of his soul power, he found that there was no one at all inside the broken straw hut with the closed door and the broken kitchen. And his gaze grew cold. Levering up the reins, he turned the horse's head with a slight force from his legs. And then the black horse trotted towards the village headman's house. He just stopped in front of our house. He should be husband's brother. Zayoru blinked her big, cute eyes and spoke in a low voice. Nai Zaoan also took a closer look through the doorway. 80%. But what's he doing at the village chief's house again? The village chief is so bad. I don't know. The two women muttered in whispers while Dame Kai walked into the kitchen holding a large pot of underwolf water, and soon smoke rose from the chimney. In front of the village chief's house, Jiang Juoshan didn't open his mouth, but strangled the reins to make the big horse under his crotch chirp. Coming, inside the house. When the old village head heard the familiar way of summoning, he immediately put down the work in his hands and hurriedly ran out to open the door. The courtyard door opened, and the old village chief had a fawning smile on his face. Yo, Master Jiu Shan. You quickly please. Jiang Juoshan's face cold indifference rolled over and dismounted. The horse is not bolted directly stride into the village head courtyard. The old village chief looked around, then closed the courtyard gate and trotted back inside with a smile. Inside the house, Jiang Juoshan glanced at the village chief's mother-in-law who was still sewing clothes. The village chief's mother-in-law lowered her head and walked out of the door with her clothes in her arms without daring to breathe. Jiang Juoshan withdrew his gaze and slowly walked to the chair and sat down, while then coldly looking at the old village chief who had just entered the house. Still didn't open his mouth, but the old village chief spoke directly as if he understood. Master Jiu Shan. Your brother has been doing very well lately. He's rich now. He drinks and eats meat every day, and changes his new clothes one after another. Not only did he change, but both of his wives are wearing new clothes, and anyway, he's just as comfortable as he can be right now. Saying that, the old village chief smiled, but there is something I still need to tell you, seeing that Jiang Juoshan remained silent. The old village head continued. Didn't it rain heavily for 3 consecutive days the other day? His little wife was sick, and I was the one who took him to the town to find a bone setter. The old village chief had a straight face. Not only did I take him to the bone setter, I advanced all the money for his medicine. He didn't have a penny at the time. How much? Jiang Juoshan finally spoke. The old village chief was also relieved in the bottom of his heart, and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and laughed. The money I spent on pulling him to and from the village in an ox cart doesn't count. After all, we're all from the same village. It's only right to help each other, and as you know, as the village chief, I like to help others. The old village chief didn't blush when he opened his eyes. At this moment, it is even more brazen and full of nonsense. The money for grabbing medicine. The money for buying things and some miscellaneous things. It is about 900 or so wen, less than 1 or 2 silver. Jiang Juoshin didn't say anything, reached into his pocket and took out 1 or 2 silver pieces and threw them over. Thank you, Master Jiu Shan. The old village chief received the silver with a happy face. He knew that Jiang Juoshin wouldn't pursue the question in detail. So he wasn't afraid of making up any more nonsense. After all, it had been 1 or 2 years since they had dealt with each other, and he had barely seen Jiang Juoshin speak at all. The sentence just now was more or less. It should be the 11th sentence. The old village chief remembered it very well. After all, this was the 11th time he cheated, from cheating a few dozen wen in the beginning to cheating a few hundred wen in the middle. He now dares to cheat 1 or 2 silver ones directly. As for things falling apart, he didn't think it would be defeated, these 1 or 2 years down the line. He knew deep down that Jiang Jiubuan hated Jiang Juoshin as his brother. Even when they met, the 2 brothers wouldn't say more than 10 words. Master Jiu Shan, there's not much else, anyway. Your brother is doing quite well now, after saying that. The old village head looked at Jiang Juoshin. According to the past, at this time, Jiang Juoshin was directly getting up and leaving. But this time, Jiang Juoshin didn't move, but instead spoke again in an extremely rare manner. Rumor has it that my brother stole money. True or false? The old village chief smiled with a twinkle in his eye and said, This am not too sure about. Anyway, your brother suddenly just got rich and went to town to buy things that were hauled home in wagons and carts. He also bought old flavored wine and bought many jars of it, and salt, and rice and flour, and clothes. He says he hunts, but his weak little body, said the old village chief, suddenly stopped his mouth, and then continued with a smile. I don't mean anything else. It's someone else's speculation, after all. How many hunts go for that much money, right? I sure don't believe your brother stole the money. I always believed he was a good young man, inside the house. The temperature was getting cold, and the old village chief was feeling it. Immediately, the old village chief hurriedly said, Master Jiu Shan, I suddenly remembered something. Yesterday evening, the bandits from the Black Wind walled village took your younger brother away, and he hasn't returned yet. In the next instant, the old village chief's eyes glazed over as he saw the bowl of water on the table slowly freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pop, 1 or 2 silver pieces were slapped on the table, and then Jiang Juoshin got up and left in large strides. Looking at the departing Jiang Juoshin, the old village chief picked up the silver, silent, sinister smile. What a wonderful day today! The courtyard door was pulled open, and under the bucket hat, Jiang Juoshin's gaze moved slightly as he saw 2 girls standing beside his horse. It seems that he spent 1 or 2 silver from the village of Pingshan. Brother, Nai Ziaoan bravely opened her mouth, while Nai Zioru had already hid behind her sister and stretched her head to look at Jiang Juoshin. The sense of oppression brought about by this black, clothed man in front of them was too strong, and the 2 women were constantly trembling from inexplicable fear. For only a moment, the frightening sensation suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Jiang Juoshin opened his mouth in a low voice. His tone was not as cold as it was to the village chief. My brother, was he captured by the Black Wind walled city? Nai Ziaoan froze, then shook her head repeatedly, and was about to open her mouth when she suddenly saw the village chief walking this way. Yo, if it isn't Wan Wan and Zio Ru. A very obvious trace of disgust flashed under the eyes of the 2 women. Then Nai Ziaoan changed her words and said, Big brother, let's talk about it at home. Jiang Juoshin saw the disgust in the eyes of the 2 women and nodded thoughtfully. Go, Pulling up the reins, he strides toward the end of the village. Master Ju Shan, you walk slowly. The old village chief narrowed his eyes at the two women who followed Jiangju Shan towards the end of the village, a hint of worry flashing under his eyes. He was determined that Jiang Jiyubuan wouldn't say anything more to Jiang Juoshan. But he had forgotten that there were now two more girlies. Big brother, you sit down. Xiao Ru will pour you some water to drink. Nai Zioru finished speaking and put down the little milk tiger she was holding in her arms, before Nai Zioru hid behind her sister. Jiang Juoshan also did not see this little guy. At this moment, a look suddenly noticed that this is not an ordinary beast. Spirit Tiger, Jiang Juoshan's heart shook. Then he narrowed his eyes and released his soul power to inspect it. The little milk tiger seemed to have sensed something and directly whimpered on the ground, with none of the dominance of the king of the 100 beasts' cubs. With a slight movement of his eyes, Jiang Juoshan raised his hand. Then a piece of extremely fresh raw meat appeared out of thin air in his hand and threw it over. Seeing this, the little milk tiger was vigilant and kept retreating, and finally hid under the bed without coming out. Nai Xiaoan, who saw this strange scene, was shocked. She didn't know how that meat appeared in her husband's big brother's hands. Big brother, you drink water. Xiao Ru walked over with a bowl of water. Jiang Juoshan didn't say anything, took the water and drank it in one go, then put it on the table. Nai Zioru took a look and immediately picked up the bowl and went to serve another bowl of water. Big brother, you drink water. Jiang Juoshan looked at Nai Zioru, then took the bowl and placed it on the table. My younger brother, Jiang Juoshan still spared no words. Nai Zioan thought about it and hurriedly spoke. Husband didn't get captured by the bandits of the Black Wind Wall. It was husband who took the initiative to go to the Black Wind Wall. Jiang Juoshan frowned lightly, not knowing what he was thinking, and Nai Zioan continued, along with husband. There's also brother Dazhuang, who is the son of Dame Kai, and his husband's worshipful elder brother. Husband said that big strong brother is very powerful. And elder mother also said that with big strong brother around, husband will definitely be fine, and also said that he will be able to come back by noon today at the latest. Jiang Juoshan's eyes moved slightly. Rumor has it that my brother stole money, this time, before Nai Zioan could speak. Nai Zioru shouted out, "That's all eye candy for our husband. Our husband earned the money by his own skill. They just can't see him good before they spread it like that." Jiang Juoshan frowned, as if he was a bit unconvinced. After all, he knew very well what kind of his brother was. Nai Zioan continued, "Yes, little sister is right. Our husband knows how to see a doctor, and when he saw the town's Mr. Wang and his son, Mr. Wang gave him a lot of silver, and husband is building a brick kiln factory, saying that in a few days he will be able to burn bricks and sell them for money." Jiang Juoshan's eyebrows frowned even more when he heard this. He simply didn't believe that his own brother could see a doctor. And who was the Wang clerk? Could it be Dado Wang? Would Dado Wang let his brother build a brick kiln factory to burn bricks? Nai Zioru kept nodding her head. Yes, what sister said is true. Husband also said that when the bricks are burnt out, he will tear down the house and build a green brick house with a big yard. Nai Zioan also picked up the conversation. Also, husband also told us about what kind of business we're going to do and how much money we can make. Nai Zioru looked at her sister, and what's more, husband even said he wants to build a restaurant. Nai Zioan frowned. Did husband say that? Nai Zioru nodded her head, said maybe sister didn't hear it when she was working outside. It could be. Jiang Juoshan did not say anything, picked up the bowl on the table to drink a mouthful of water. The front he felt incredible. This back said business to build a restaurant. He is even more difficult to believe. As soon as Nai Zioru saw that the water in the bowl was finished, she reached out for another bowl. But before she could touch the bowl, Jiang Juoshan's cold voice rang out, you guys? Are you the two sisters from Pingshan village? The two women froze, then both nodded. Yes, wasn't it you? Big brother who brought us here. Jiang Juoshen's voice was still cold. Then the husband you just said is surely my Jiang Juoshen's younger brother. Jiang Jiuxuan, the two women were a bit confused. Yes, wasn't it you? Big brother who married us off to your brother. Jiang Juoshen was silent and speechless, although he was affirmed. He still found it hard to believe that this would be his own untalented younger brother, who was drunk all day long and seeking immortality. Right, big brother? Nai Xiaoan suddenly lowered her voice. Don't listen to the village chief. The one who bullies husband the most is the village chief. Jiang Juoshen's heart trembled at the words. He was the one who used the money to let the village chief take more care of his younger brother. When did this become the person who bullied his younger brother the most? Has the mayor been lying for the past 2 years? Where did he get the nerve? Nai Xiaoan whispered. The medicine that husband took for little sister. Husband said none of it was worth 60 wen, but it turned out that the village chief wanted 100 wen. We don't have a pot to decoct the medicine. The village headman takes the old pot and sells the husband for 30 wen. And the husband says the new one in town only costs 20 wen. Originally, all these husbands said that he didn't care. A little money doesn't matter. But then the village chief came running over to ask for food, and asked for half a pot at once. And the husband said that people have to know how to repay their kindnesses, and then, after the husband bought something back in town. The village chief saw it, and came directly over to rob it, and the husband was so angry that he took out an axe at that time. Jiang Juoshen's killing intent boiled in his heart, but his breath didn't show at all, and after that, Nai Xiaoru raised her head. After that, husband let the village chief choose whether to take 180 wen and leave, or to fight husband to the death in the end. The village chief took the money and left. He also cursed as he walked away and dropped the wine bought by his husband. Fortunately, the ground was wet and did not break. Otherwise, it would have been a big loss. That's it. Nai Xiaoan clenched her fists. He only lent husband 150 wen. In reality, husband only needed half of it. And the rest of the half was the village chief's way of screwing husband over. The village chief not only ate and robbed, but ended up taking 180 wen before he stopped. HMPH. My sister and I have discussed this. When we become powerful in the future, we will definitely take this out on our husband, since accepting their sisters as ominous plagues. The two women's state of mind metamorphosed faster and faster to them. Their husbands were the most important. And whoever dared to bully their husbands, they let those people die. It's not just talk. They really think so. How dare you? Especially Nai Xiaoan. Jiang Juoshen, who had heard everything, closed his eyes silently. And after a long time, his eyes opened, and points of coldness flashed by. Wanwen, Xiaoru, are you guys home? Dame Kiss' voice suddenly came from the distance. Nai Xiaoru hurriedly ran out. What's wrong? Auntie Kai? Harm, Auntie didn't find you guys after she burned the pots. She thought you went somewhere. It's okay, Auntie. We're going home with Big Brother. Big Brother? Kai Danyang froze for a moment. Which Big Brother? Big Brother Da Zhuang. No, it's our husband's own Big Brother. Hunter Jiang is here, Dame Kai said as she walked over. Jiang Juoshen slightly looked towards the courtyard door, only to see a strong woman walk in. After a little thought, Jiang Juoshen stood up. You're Hunter Jiang. Huh, I've heard my son Dazhuang talk about you. Danyang Kai was familiar with herself and came straight in to pat Jiang Juoshen on the shoulder. The big lad is so strong, just a bit thin. He's a hunter and still doesn't eat stronger, said Dame Kai. Seeing Jiang Juoshen's bucket hat, it's not raining and the sun isn't too high. So what kind of bucket hat is a big boy wearing in the house? Habit? Jiang Juoshen pressed the brim of his hat with both fingers. Yo, kinda high and mighty. Kai Danyang laughed. My son Kai Dajong worshipped your brother. Your brother counts as half a son of the damsel, and I heard that you live in the upper village in the future. If you have any difficulties, you can always look for Auntie. Auntie has nothing else, but has never lost a fight. And her hands are also generous, not bad money. Zhang Juish and some surprises. After all, his own brother has more than no talent he knows best. But now this, thanks a lot, so high and mighty. Dan Yang Kai looked around at Zhang Juishan. You're nothing like your brother. Zhang Juishan frowned and spoke. I, by nature, don't like to say much. My brother can speak well, okay. Dame Kai slapped Zhang Juishan's shoulder again. Come back to Dame's house for lunch, and y'all be full and have enough. Zhang Juishan didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. His nod was not agreement, just lazy bullshit. After Dame Kai left, Zhang Juishan sat down for a moment and stood up with his knife. Nai Zhaowen saw this. Where are you going? Big brother, aren't you waiting for our husband to return? Zhang Juishan didn't say anything, just walked to the entrance of the courtyard and stopped to look at the southern 100 mountains. A few breaths later, two blurry figures appeared in front of the two women's eyes. Nai Zhaowen opened her eyes wide to look. It was too far away for her to see. Little sister, do you see that's husband and brother Da Zhuang? Nai Zhaowen didn't even move her pupils before she spoke. It's husband saying that. He yelled and trotted to meet him. Husband tilde turned back to the coal shipped over. I will use it to burn bricks, shouting at the king to come and see. Such a good substitute for firewood. I do not believe it. Husband tilde a. Zhang Jiubuan interrupted himself and looked up in response. Egu for my husband's little wife. Zhang Jiubuan laughed as he lifted the running Zhao Ru in his arms. Nai Zaira's face flushed red as she said in a small whisper. Husband didn't even come back last night. My sister and I were worried sick about you. The village workers came at night to ask for money. And it was Dame who advanced it for us. Zhong Jiuxuan froze. I forgot about this. Turn around for my husband to pay back Auntie's money. Just a little copper money. No need to return it. Kai Dazhuang smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, his gaze condensed to look at the entrance of Zhang Jiufan's broken courtyard. And at this time, Nai Zioru also continued. By the way, husband, your brother is here, older brother. That black-clothed swordsman seems to be your elder brother. Zhang Jiubuan's heart shook as he gazed over. And in the distance, Zhang Juishan was also looking over to his side as he embraced his cloth-wrapped greatsword. Your big brother's aura is too strong. I can feel the danger even from here. Kai Dazhuang's rare face became grave. Zhang Jiubuan put down Zhao Ru's heart drumming. After all, the current Zhang Jiubuan is not the previous Zhang Jiubuan. Forcing himself to calm down, while giving a dry laugh, he said, Don't kid yourself, brother Dazhuang. This must be at least 100 meters. I don't even feel any danger. Your realm is too low. Kai Dazhuang didn't think twice. The higher the realm, the more you can sense the potential danger. I was too weak before. I thought your big brother was a martial artist. Now it seems, Kai Dazhuang's voice was even lower. Your big brother started as a minimum martial spirit. Martial spirit, Zhang Jiubuan's heart was beating wildly. This realm was really a bit distant for him. He didn't even know how many chances he would have to expend before he could break through to martial spirit. A memory flashed in his mind. It was the words of Zhang Juishan advising him at night. Big brother will cover you. Y'all have a trouble-free life. Zhang Jiayuan, a time-mouth, dry-tongue heart, secretly said, If he found me this Zhang Jiayuan, is not his that brother Zhang Jiayuan. Will I be cut in half with a knife? Stiffly he continued on, and how he wished at this moment that the path before him would be longer and longer. But there is always a time when the longest road is finished. Standing 3 meters away from Zhang Juishan, Zhang Jiubuan stopped in his tracks. 4 eyes met, and no one spoke. Zhang Jiubuan was panicking a batch at the moment, purely because he didn't know how to open his mouth. In case this is recognized, you've stepped into the Tao after all. Jiang Juoshin wasn't cold at the moment. He just spoke very plainly. It was a side of him that had never even faced his wife. Jiang Jiaxuan pursed his lips as he pondered what he should reply. After a few breaths, Jiang Juoshin spoke again. This path isn't as simple as you think. End it when you get to martial artist. Don't go any further. Jiang Jiubuan opened his mouth and finally said silently. Why, Jiang Juoshin didn't answer this question, but spoke calmly. I know you're still angry with Big Brother. But Yao'll understand later. Jiang Jiaxuan was uncertain, completely at a loss as to how to strike up a conversation. And his heart was even more flustered. I am happy for my brother that you are no longer disheveled. Hey, Brother Jiu Shan. Kai Dazhuang suddenly spoke. Jiang Juoshin swept his gaze over and did not speak. Kai Dazhuang laughed, his battle intent rising under his eyes. I want to spar with you to see just how big the gap between us is. Jiang Juoshin still didn't open his mouth. The original posture of holding the sword transformed into a swinging downward chop. The speed was so fast that it was almost instantaneous. Jiang Jiubuan didn't even see how the stance was changed. Much less the swinging of the sword. Kai Dazhuang froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at the boulder 3 or 4 meters away. The stone was large, about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and he had sat on it before to wait for Jiang Jiufen. The boulder was unchanged, and as the breeze blew, Kai Dazhuang's short shirt flicked. Brother Jiu Shan. What do you mean by this? Going to fight on the boulder? Sure, he'll do it. Jiang Juoshin retrieved the cloth, wrapped knife, and casually waved his hand. And suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the ground and blasted on top of the boulder, impacted by the gusts of wind. The boulder slowly appeared from the center of a thin slit, followed by the expansion of the thin slit, and finally separated from the roaring collapse of the two sides. Several people present were all shocked and backed up to look over, only to see that the separated boulders presented two smooth and incomparable plains, on which there wasn't even a single hair point. The mount, an opening axe in Kai Dazhuang's hand, shook. Then he stared at Jiang Juoshin with his tiger's eyes in disbelief. I'd better practice again. After saying that, Kai Dazhuang turned around and patted Jiang Jiubuan. Older brother, see, I told you that your big brother is strong. Jiang Jiubuan looked at the stone that was split in half. How to look like he was split in half lying there. Gulp. Jiang Jiubuan gulped as the knot in his throat moved. It's kind of violently unmanly. Brother Jiu Shan. Why don't you let your brother step into the extreme martial Tao? Although your brother doesn't have the talent, your brother has the chance. He reached the 6th grade martial apprentice realm in one night. Jiang Jiubuan's heart trembled, stiffly craning his neck to look at Brother Dazhuang. Were these words something that could be said? Even if you can say, was that one night? That's clearly 2 nights. Jiang Juoshin's starry eyes moved slightly, and Nai Zaiyaoan also spoke up. Yes, big brother. Husband can work hard. Husband is so tired that blood is coming out of his body. Jiang Jiaxuan looked at Nai Zaiyaoan in a daze. Wanwen, aren't you guys asleep? Nai Zaiyaoan said weakly with her head lowered. Wanwen sleeps shallowly. Chance. Jiang Juoshin's tone was indifferent. Everyone may get a chance, but chances come in all sizes. Brother, do you think your chances can support you to martial sect? If it can't support you, it's better to give up as early as possible. You are now, in my brother's opinion, quite well. Nai Zioru suddenly spoke in a budding voice. Brother, didn't you say you don't like to talk too much? Nai Zaiyaoan hastily glared at her little sister, and Nai Zioru realized that she said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered her mouth. Why is it that you can cultivate, but you alone won't let me cultivate? Jiang Jiubuan was shocked after his uncontrollable roar, and he could only feel a thick resentment flooding his mind. Immediately afterward, in an even more uncontrollable roar, you claim to be my big brother, and you claim to be doing it for my own good. Where you are good for me, Is it wrong that I want to seek immortality without making a name for myself? I don't think him at fault. I said I don't want to walk this earthly path. I can't go on. I want to seek the way of immortality. I want to ask for immortality. You don't want to. That's what you don't want to do. Don't you force your not wanting on me. You are you. I am me. I have my own quest. I have my own path. You're asking about my chances. Oh, let me tell you. It won't be long before I surpass you. After Jiang Jiyubuan roared these words, he fell straight back and fainted. Husband, Kai Dazhuang was quick to hold Jiang Jiyubuan directly. Older brother, how can you still make yourself dizzy? Jiang Jiyuan looked a bit bewildered and silently looked into the distance. Jiang Jiyuan didn't faint. He was sober, only his body fainted. Those words just now, they weren't even his yells, in the golden world. He saw Jiang Jiyubuan, who looked exactly like himself. Only this Jiang Jiyubuan was illusory, so illusory that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow it away. Hello, other me. The illusory Jiang Jiyubuan smiled and spoke. Jiang Jiyubuan froze. Aren't you the original owner of this body? The illusory Jiang Jiyubuan laughed. You've come up with parallel worlds. Can't you guess? We're wearing each other out. Mutually worn, Jiang Jiyubuan glared. Still playing like this? No. How can you know about parallel worlds? You're clearly in the ancient world of metaphysics. The illusory Jiang Jiyuan snapped his fingers. If you can absorb my memories. Can't I absorb yours, so far? I'm happy with your life in that world, even though you don't have a house, a car, savings, or a girlfriend. Jiang Jiyuan was speechless. But I'm at least a high school student. The illusory Jiang Jiyuan smiled. It's no use. You have a chance system, and so do I. All I can tell you right now is that I'm having a blast. And that world of yours is really not dangerous. The chance is too good to mess up. I have broken through to the 6th grade martial artist. The Special Forces King was beaten by me. Being the only cultivator in your world is really too good for me. This is actually my last grudge against my big brother that I didn't take away clean when I interpenetrated with you. After all this with you, we basically have no chance of seeing each other again, and I have a feeling that this is into parallel world. But another unknown harm it may or may not be. Maybe we'll see each other again in the future, or maybe we'll never see each other again. After all, we're both all exactly the same. Don't worry. My big brother will never be able to see it, much less suspect it. All right? The last trace of me in this world is going to disappear, so I wish you to be able to survive in my world. You don't have to wish me well. I already have 3 girls anyway. I'm cooler than you. Ha ha ha. Illusory Jiang Jiyubuan waved his hand, and finally said with his fingers together on his forehead, a little bit forward very dashingly, Bye-bye. Jiang Jiyubuan, he didn't say goodbye, just bye-bye. Jiang Jiyubuan watched the last trace of the original owner's resentment completely dissipate. And the knot in his heart was completely put down. Since it's an interpenetration, I'm relieved that you have the chance system as well. My parents are in your hands. After saying that, Jiang Jiyubuan was flabbergasted, and then laughed and shook his head. My parents, haha, they are your parents now, Jiang Jiyubuan, inside the broken straw hut. The 2 women stood guard over their unconscious husband. In the broken courtyard, Kai Dazhuang is saying something to Jiang Jiyuan. Brother Jiu Shan, I don't know what happened between you and your brother, but the misunderstanding should not be small. But no matter what, you guys are still blood brothers. I'm a stupid person. I don't know what to say. Anyway, when old brother Jiyubuan wakes up, you guys can have a good chat. Ugh, let's go. Kai Dazhuang sighed and shook his head as he left the broken courtyard. Jiang Jiyuan stood in the courtyard with his large sword in his arms without moving. Not knowing what he was thinking, inside the house on the bed, the little milk tiger came up to Jiang Jiyuan's face and sniffed, as if to see if the master was dead or alive, after realizing that his master was still breathing. The little milk tiger retracted its head and turned in a half circle to lean next to Jiang Jiubuan's face and licked up its little paw. It seemed to be a bit tickled by the tiger's fur. Jiang Jiufen woke up with a slight movement of his eyelids. "Husband is awake. What's wrong with you, husband?" Both women were worried beyond measure. Jiang Jiubuan sat up holding the little milk tiger. Fine. I should be sleepy from not sleeping all night. Husband, don't exercise tonight. Go to bed early. Nizira's voice was soft. It's okay. We'll talk about it when the time comes. My big brother. He was just about to say that he hadn't left when his eyes caught sight of Jiang Jiushin, who had walked into the house. Get up. Jiang Jiushin's voice was indifferent as he finished walking directly outside. Jiang Jiubuan still had some drums in his heart, but he could only put down the little milk tiger and follow up with a stiff upper lip. Husband, it's noon. You too can cook at home. I'll be back later. Jiang Jiufen finished in a low voice and touched the two girls' heads. The two women were still a little worried as they looked at their husbands who walked out. Sister, do you think husband will be beaten by big brother? I don't think so. They are blood brothers anyway. Also, Niziyoru thought for a moment. Sister wouldn't even hit me. So big brother shouldn't be able to hit husband either. Outside the broken courtyard, Jiang Jiushin held his sword and walked towards the river without saying a word. Jiang Jiubuan could only follow him when he saw this. Noon. No one on the river. Jiang Jiushin stood by the river holding his sword and looking at the calm river. Jiang Jiuxuan didn't follow him over, just stood behind him, about 5 or 6 meters away from Jiang Jiushin. After a long time, Jiang Jiushin suddenly opened his mouth, his voice still indifferent. Brother, don't you want to know as a brother why he doesn't want you to step into the martial arts path? Jiang Jiushin looked at the river, his voice calm. In the 3558th year of the Xuan Heavenly Third Calendar, the Northern Xuan Imperial Dynasty attacked our Southern Xuan Imperial Dynasty. The war lasted for 200 years, and in the end, our Southern Xuan overpowered Northern Xuan to occupy 1/6 of Northern Xuan's territory. 1/6 of the territory, that's hundreds of cities, Jiang Jiubuan whispered. But what does this have to do with us? Aren't we just little villagers? Jiang Jiushin looked at the river water. Kaifu Yitong Sensi, Tianbei, and Jiangnan Festival Minister. Zhenbei Gong Jiang Yutang led an army of 1 million men, and during the past 200 years, he solidly defended the border of Tianbei for 420, 3 times, repulsed the enemy's army 420, 3 times, and took the initiative to go out to the army for 770, 4 times. Afterward, he realized the way on the battlefield and entered the martial emperor realm, beheading the North Xuan Jin martial emperor to break through the Tianan realm, leading 100,000 troops to occupy 697 cities, and capturing 1/6 of North Xuan's territory. For such an unparalleled feat, the current Holy Emperor Rui Jinghuang hereby seals Jiang Yutang as the first word parallel king of Southern Xuan, the head of all the county kings, and the equal of the Holy Emperor. Jiang Jiubuan only felt his scalp go numb. That word parallel king with the Jiang surname. Jiang Jiushin's eyes were slightly red, not bad. It's our father, a flash of blue, chance plus. Jiang Jiufen's head was confused. The back won't be a meritocracy. And then it's Jiang Jiushin closed his eyes, his voice shaking slightly. In the 4345th year of the third calendar of Xuantian. You were just born while I was 1 year old. Father was summoned to the palace late at night, and that night the imperial city was on fire, coloring half the sky. Before dawn, the space band enveloped the Jiangwang mansion, and then the Zhenguo division killed its way into the royal residence, killing all of the old and young in the royal residence. Jiang Jiushin opened his eyes, his voice calm and indifferent. An elder brother is like a father. The matter of revenge should be borne by my brother, Y'all be fine as a normal person with my secret arrangements. That's why you want to know, now. Do you still insist on martial arts? His tone was never one of questioning, but of calm narration. Jiang Jiyubuan walked over and looked at the calm river. It can't be in vain. His parents in that world had that Jiang Jiayuan taking care of them. Can he do this world with a cold shoulder? Jiang Juishan looked over and hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out and patting Jiang Jiyubuan's shoulder. Jiang Jiyubuan sighed with his head bowed. Then with a smile, he raised his head and reached for Jiang Jiyusan's shoulder. Big brother, you'll share half of this burden. The blue letters flashed again. Chance plus 6,666. Jiang Juishan raised his sword brows and shook his head with a rare smile. Big brother, aren't you afraid that the walls will have ears for what you just said? This could all get your head killed. Jiang Juishan didn't say anything, and a 5-meter radius suddenly flashed with an icy blue light shield. Jiang Jiyubuan looked shocked. Is this the means of the martial spirit realm? Jiang Juishan didn't answer, but spoke indifferently. Kai Dazhuang said that you want a weapon while you're at it. What weapon do you want? Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the big knife wrapped in cloth that had been held by his big brother in his arms. Haven't tried a few. Try the knife. You can't hold it. It looks okay. Jiang Jiyubuan wasn't very convinced. Jiang Juishan didn't say anything and reached out to hand over the knife that was wrapped in a strip of cloth. Jiang Jiyubuan hemmed and hawed, reaching out to hold the hilt of the blade directly. Big brother, you let go. Jiang Juishan still didn't say anything, only slightly loosening his strength. In the next instant, Jiang Jiyubuan's eyes glazed over as he directly leaned forward. The hilt of the knife came off, and the man was pulled back. Jiang Jiyubuan touched his nose a bit awkwardly. It's a bit heavy, haha, sword. Jiang Juishan spared the word. The large sword in his arms disappeared. A long sword suddenly appeared, with a sword chop. The river in front of him snapped in two. Jiang Jiyubuan opened his mouth for a moment before he said in shock, Big brother, are you sure this is the martial spirit realm for you? A sword cutting across the river. This is the power a martial spirit can have. Jiang Juishan didn't say anything. He just reached out and handed over the sword. Jiang Jiyubuan waved his hand. Big brother, you're not fat, and not skinny. Using a sword is a good match. But I don't want to be like this. I'd like to get some more muscle on my body and see if I can grow a little taller. I'm more of the type to smash people with one punch. The longsword disappeared, followed by the appearance of a pair of hideous tiger-headed gloves. Jiang Jiyubuan touched the cold boxing gloves, and finally looked up and smiled. Brother, an inch is long and an inch is strong. This is too close. Change it. Jiang Juishan didn't say anything as his gloves disappeared into a long, spiked giant hammer. Jiang Jiyubuan reached out for it, and this one could barely hold it. Looking at the giant hammer beside his feet, Jiang Jiyubuan looked left and then looked again, and finally thought for a while. Big brother, it feels like this hammer doesn't match my temperament. I'm trying to train to be one of those tough and handsome tough guys. You know what a tough guy looks like. Right, tall and powerful, people are intimidated when they look at him. The hammer, it's a bit gangsta. Jiang Juishan's sword eyebrow frowned, but he still did not say anything, raised his hand and sucked the giant hammer in his brother's hand. After a little thought emerged in his hand, a black halberd appeared in Jiang Juishan's hand, holding the halberd in his hand. Jiang Juishan's gaze changed slightly, but he still didn't speak. Jiang Jiyubuan looked up with some surprise at the halberd that was much taller than himself. This Fang Tian painted halberd, Jiang Juishan frowned lightly and handed it over directly without explanation. Receiving the halberd, Jiang Jiyubuan's arm lowered but quickly raised it. This has to be 600 or 700 pounds. Right, he was now a 6th-grade martial apprentice, with at least 1,000 kilograms of strength in his body. And this halberd could make his arm sink. How could it not be heavy? Jiang Juishan didn't answer, just looked at his brother faintly. Swinging the halberd, The speed was not fast, but it could still induce a faint wind whistling. After playing 2 times, Jiang Jiubuan suddenly laughed. This square sky painting halberd is a good fit. I like it, but am not even 1 meter 8 now. This halberd has to be 2 meters 4, right? Jiang Jiushan spoke faintly. You said the square sky painting halberd for brother. Do not know why halberd. But this halberd, the name Cloud Phoenix Gilt halberd, the whole body of divine iron casting, extraordinary toughness, indestructible, nothing unbreakable, once contained within the martial Saint Ninth Stage Phoenix soul. Is for our father held in life, however, the Phoenix soul with the father fell, this halberd 6 seals. So the light convergence, the body black, the way to unseal it is to use the blood of the first line of our Jiang family to connect with the halberd. So is the method of resealing. After saying that, Jiang Jiushan slashed his palm extremely sharply, then raised his hand to suck in the Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd. Blood was poured, and in just a moment, the black color of the halberd faded, and the orange red light dazzled. Above the halberd's head, the 5 pointed 2-bladed blade flashed with cold light, and with a casual wave of his hand, the orange moon blade rose up to the sky. This strike can break the Kang Mountains. As the words fell, the orange light of the halberd body faded, and the black color crept back over it. And the 5 pointed 2-bladed blade at the head of the halberd was also dimmed and lost its color. If you can't imagine it, just imagine Lu Bus square halberd. It's probably so rough, this big muscle bully tough guy. Jiang Jiubuan is going to go to the end, raising his hand. He threw the Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd to Jiang Jiubuan. Our father is 2 meters too tall, and his sword and halberd are both excellent. For my brother's good sword, you are really good halberd. Blue letters flash again and again. Chance plus saying that. An extremely inconspicuous ring was thrown to Jiang Jiufen. This is a storage ring. Still precious, with 10 meters of space inside. You can pour in your soul power, no matter if you take out or put something in. It's all just a thought. Blue letters flash again and again. Chance plus 2,222. Jiang Jiayuan some surprise. But immediately after the big brother's voice came again. Breakthrough martial artist, before you can feel the power of your own soul. Now, it's really worthy of being a space ring. It really works well in the future. We won't need to carry it for half a day for hunting anymore. The Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd kept appearing in Jiang Jiubuan's hands, playing with a face of excitement. Jiang Jiushan raised his eyebrows lightly. Brother, it seems that your chance there is not small. Jiang Jiubuan froze for a moment. Yes, my chances are indeed not small. Jiang Jiushan reclasped his sword and looked towards the river. This halberd you can't execute right now, but you're of our Jiang family bloodline, and you're at least 2 meters in stature when you step into the martial arts path. As a transition, my brother passes you a sword for defense. After saying that, an ordinary 9 ringed greatsword and a jade slip appeared in Jiang Jiushan's hand. This move is called Raging Wave Breaks the Sea, and it is exactly the river-breaking slash that my brother Fang made. The Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd's halberd technique is also in it, so you should be able to comprehend it. Jiang Jiubuan took the large sword and jade slip and whispered, Big brother, your breath, not bad. My brother will probably be leaving for about 3 months' time. Remember, outside, you and I are not surnamed Jiang, we are surnamed Jiang, said Jiang Jiushan as a blood-colored Jiang character appeared in front of him. But doesn't everyone in the village know that our surname is Jiang? Jiang Jiubuan frowned lightly. Jiang Jiushan's voice was indifferent. Jiang. Can you hear the difference above the household book of the upstream village? You and I are both surnamed Jiang. And then check down, also surnamed Jiang. So where are you going this March time? Big brother, you don't need to know. Jiang Jiushan finished and turned to look deeply at his brother. See you in March. After speaking, Jiang Jiushan whistled. And at once, The black horse, at the entrance of the broken courtyard, galloped wildly toward the entrance of the village. "Big brother, you—" Before he finished speaking, he only saw Jiang Juoshan stepping into the air, followed by twisting his body in midair and swooping away. The sound of the horse's hooves was far away, and Jiang Jiufan was suddenly a bit frustrated. He didn't know why he felt that way. For a long time, Jiang Jiubuan exhaled a long breath. I didn't realize that this identity of mine wasn't simple, nah. The second son of a one, word parallel king, that status, wrong. Jiang Jiubuan did a silent math. The war started in 3558 in the third calendar of Xuantian, ended in 200 years, and the same year. He was sealed as the one-character side-by-side king. Wouldn't this be in 3758? It is now the 400370th year of the third calendar of Xuantian, and this father of mine has lived for a minimum of 800 years. To live this long before giving birth to a child, how long do the cultivators of this world actually live? Is it really possible to live forever in martial arts, but at 2 meters 2, I can grow to 2 meters? Jiang Jiubuan gulped, then pulled back the waist of his pants to look. When I grow to 2 meters, Wan Wan and Xiao Ru are going to still be 1 meter 5. No, almost 1 meter 6 now. That's a big height difference. Waving away the thoughts in his mind, Jiang Jiubuan's gaze moved slightly to put away the 9-ringed greatsword. Raising his hand, the Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd appeared in his hand. Looking at the Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd that is 2 meters 4. This thick feel and domineering appearance, carrying the gilt halberd, he shifted his palm over the dull lunar blade of the halberd's head. Thinking for a moment, he finally grimaced and cut his finger to wipe the blood on top of the halberd. Connect with the halberd. How do you figure it out? To think with your head, lifting the seals, thinking in his mind. Suddenly 6 golden seals flashed into his mind with a thought. All 6 seals were lifted. Bang! Jiang Jiubuan slumped to the ground with a loud bang. His palms were crushed by the gilt halberd and broken in the mud and sand. Not only that, the orange and red light above the halberd was dazzling, more than 10 times brighter than the one released by Jiang Juoshan. Seal, seal, seal. Jiang Jiubuan roared in his heart in pain. And the momentary gilt halberd dimmed, and the 6 seals resumed their positions, taking the Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd back into his storage ring. Jiang Jiufen held his broken palm and literally burst out in tears of pain. He really didn't think that this gilt halberd could be so awesome. He watched his big brother juggle so easily at first and thought it wouldn't be too much worse, but this turned out to be so bad that it broke his hand. No, I'm not done with my broken toe, and now my whole right hand is broken, and I have to drink medicine. Summoning the azure screen with a thought in mind, only to see that the chance on it had risen from a surge. Rounding up is close to 240. 0 points of chance. With so many opportunities, it shouldn't be difficult to break through to martial spirit. Right, surprised in his heart, he directly expended 2,100 points of chance to exchange 3 bottles of martial apprentice grade 7th order fierce beast essence. Without the slightest hesitation, directly drink a bottle. A moment of time the body is bursting out of the berserk force. And just as Jiang Juoshan stepped out of the downstream village on horseback, a cold voice suddenly came from the old village head's ears. Outside the village, the woods, the usual place, the old village chief's eyes rolled. The transmission was for him. So only he could hear it. With a hefty smile he got up and stretched. Wifey, I'm going out to the outhouse. What do you want to tell me about going to the bathroom? Go to hell. The old village headman hemmed and hawed and smiled as he walked out of the house. And in a short time he was out of the village, and within the woods that led to the town, deep in the woods. The old village chief smiled as he looked at the cold back 5 meters ahead. Master Ju Shan, what are your orders again? Don't worry, I will take good care of your brother. who doesn't know that I like to help others the most? Don't you think so? Jiang Juoshin did not turn around. A falling leaf suddenly changed the direction of movement. The moment cut through the air. Master Ju Shan, say what you command. You can't keep me guessing. As the old village chief spoke, he felt a slight tickle in his neck. After reaching down and scratching it suddenly, I grabbed something sticky, and it was getting itchy there on my neck. Grabbing hard twice, he looked down only to see his right hand covered in blood. This. The old village chief stared at his right hand with wide eyes. Somewhat unsure, a breeze brushed by. The old village chief stared with blood gushing out of his mouth. Struggling to reach out and look at Jiang Juoshin, and moments later, collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. On the wet grass, the old village chief's eyes were filled with incredulity as well as faint doubt. To his dying day, he didn't know why he was suddenly dead. The leaf that sliced through the air was also the one that sliced through his neck. The leaves fell, and Jiang Juoshin left in large strides, not saying a single word from the beginning to the end. Under the setting sun, on the path, the black, clothed angry horse, carrying the sword to step into the sky. Husband, at the entrance of the broken courtyard, Nai Xiaoan and Nai Xiaoru were both overjoyed to see their husband return. Went for so long, both of them are worried bad, afraid that husband by his brother to beat up. Why don't you sit in the house and run to the door to stand? Go back. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and rubbed the two girls' heads. Nai Xiaoru looked back, her husband. Where's big brother? Jiang Jiufan looked into the distance and said in a faint voice, Big brother went back. But will come back again. Go, cook. Nai Xiaoan suddenly spoke up. Husband, you seem to have grown a little bit stronger again. And your hands seem to have a little more meat on them than they did in the afternoon. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. This was all discovered by Wanwen. Wanwen is awesome. I'm a martial arts practitioner now. Practicing martial arts is all about strengthening your muscles and bones. You'll be stronger in the future. Nai Xiaoan was complimented and lowered her head a little embarrassed and whispered, Stronger is better. What? Jiang Jiubuan somewhat didn't catch it. Wan says it's better for husband to be stronger. Why Jiang Jiubuan was a bit curious as to why Nai Xiaoan thought this way, without Nai Xiaoan having to open her mouth. Nai Xiaoru directly said, The taller a person is, the more it means that the person is capable, and the less they will be bullied. Jiang Jiubuan laughed out loud. So you guys think like this. Tell me, what do you want to eat tonight? For me to make up for you guys, so that you also grow taller and fatter. At the mention of eating, the two women suddenly didn't say anything. Jiang Jiuxuan didn't pursue the question, but directly opened the pot to make wolf meat stew. But this time, he put 2 slices of Angelica dahurica in it. This Angelica dahurica he unintentionally saw in the pile of medicinal herbs. Probably because Kai Danyang bought an extra flavor when she helped herself to the medicine, and although Angelica dahurica is a medicinal herb, it also has the effect of deodorizing and adding flavor, with or without shenang in this world. Medicine is not developed, let alone developing other roles of herbs. Consuming close to an hour, a pot of wolf meat soup was suddenly stewed, because of the dahurica and ginger. This time, the soup smelled only a little bit fishy. This bit of fishy can't be smelled at all unless you smell it closely. It smells really good, Jiang Jiubuan said, and even the meat with the bones and soup were served into the big pot. This pot is too small. When we build a house in the future, the stove and pot must be big enough. Wanwen. Go and get a pot of wine for my husband. Today my husband is happy and will have a small drink. When Nai Xiaoan brought the wine, Jiang Jiufen had already cut up a green carrot. As night fell, the 3 men sat around a table in the broken courtyard. Jiang Jiubuan chucked a grain of the peanut rice he had bought earlier, chewed 2 mouthfuls, and chucked another piece of green carrot. The aroma of the peanut rice and the crunchy, Sweet and spicy green radish were extremely refreshing. At this point, a sip of a weaker, then rice, wine tipple goes down your throat. That's a real beauty not to talk about. When he was aroused, Jiang Jiubian let out a loud laugh, and then raised his right hand to chant in a pretentious manner. Yellow sands rolled, beacons, smoke roamed, and then my fangbang sat in Yinan. That day Binghong geese articulate Luo shirt An. Only to realize that, third sister you suffer from suffering, ah 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 ah. Naizayawan and Naizayoru blinked their big eyes. Although they didn't know what their husband was singing, they felt that the singing voice was very imposing and nice. Hey, Master Jiang, time to settle today's wages. Outside the broken courtyard, a group of people carrying hoes and shovels approached. Jiang Jiayuan took a sip of wine and got up with a big smile. 400 bricks dry today. Lai Dogden directly squeezed in front and opened his mouth. Back to the proprietor, it's all done. I've done the most. I've done 443 pieces. I've counted them 5 times indeed. Doggy did the most. Doggy did the most yesterday, too. A group of village elders whispered. But none of them took their eyes off Jiang Jiufan. Jiang Jiubuan also knew what was going on when he saw this. 25 wen for one person. Dog egg you're the most. You're 30 wen. Thank you. Proprietor, thank you. Proprietor, Lai Dogden's face was ecstatic. Jiang Jiubuan pulled out the copper coins. What about your mother now? Lai Dog egg smile a stiff gradually converge. Alas, that's it. Alas, Jiang Jiubuan handed over 30 pieces of money, and then patted Lai Dogden's shoulder. There's no need for the young man to work so hard. Stay with the old lady more often. Thank you, Dongjia. Lai Dogden took the money and thanked him, then ran directly toward his home. Jiang Jiubuan sighed in his heart. But he couldn't help much. That kind of disease. This world is basically a dead end when you get it. After dividing the money, Jiang Jiufan turned around and returned to the table to sit down, looking at the 2 women who didn't continue to eat the meat. Jiang Jiufan smiled and said, "Why don't you eat it? Isn't it delicious? Yummy?" Naizayoru blinked her big fluttering eyes. "It's just full. Had enough." Jiang Jiubuan looked at the wolf meat that was still half left. "One when you're also full." "Uh-huh." Naizayoan nodded her head as well. Seeing this, Jiang Jiufan took out 2 bottles of first order ferocious beast essence from his arms. "A small drink after meals. Drink it to grow your body." The 2 women didn't refuse and both took it and drank it straight down. Little Golden Bean, Jiang Jiubuan laughed at the little milk tiger that was playing after the small wooden blocks in the courtyard. The little milk tiger raised its head and cocked its little head, finally running over upside down. "Come. Master feeds you something good to drink," lifting the little milk tiger into his arms. A bottle of first order ferocious beast essence was poured directly into his mouth. After feeding the little milk tiger, Jiang Jiufan raised his head. "Wanwen, Zio Ru, if you're sleepy, go to bed. For me, I still have to exercise for a while." The 2 women blushed slightly, but just a few breaths the blush on their faces faded away. "Wanwen is not sleepy. Zoe isn't sleepy either." Jiang Jiuxuan raised his eyebrows. "Don't you guys have any feelings?" Naizayoru blinked her eyes. "Yes, there was a heat in my stomach. Then it was gone after a while." Jiang Jiubuan thought briefly and directly exchanged 2 bottles of martial apprentice grade, 2nd order, fierce beast essence, and handed them over. "Then you guys drink this and try it out. It's also for growing your body. 2 bottles of 2nd order ferocious beast essence went down." And both women's faces instantly turned red. Jiang Jiubuan slightly smiled in his heart. "I did not think that the first order ferocious beast essence are not much use to them. But according to reason, can not still be so thin, right? But there's no harm in it, now that there's enough chance." A bottle of 2nd order ferocious beast essence is at least enough for them to digest for 2 days. only to see that Nai Ziaoan and Nai Zioru still didn't have the slightest amount of power overflowing from their bodies. And this time, after a period of tea, the two women opened their eyes almost simultaneously. The red lines on Nai Zioan's arms flashed, while Nai Zioru's pupils turned slightly. Other than that, there were no other changes. Seeing this, Jiang Jiubuan's eyes widened slightly. You guys, didn't you feel any other changes? The two women frowned in thought. And a moment later, Nai Ziaoan spoke very seriously. The body is very hot, but soon it won't be. Gurgle. Suddenly the two women's stomachs rumbled. Husband, husband, I'm going to the outhouse. Both women opened their mouths with red faces. Without waiting for Jiang Jiufan to reply, both women were unable to resist running towards the back of the broken courtyard. Jiang Jiubuan smiled at the sight. This can be considered a bit of a reaction, if this is still no reaction. Then he is really shocked. Taking a sip of small wine, Jiang Jiubuan took off his shirt and threw it onto the clothesline, then walked out of the broken courtyard to the boulder that had been split in half by his big brother's sword. The previous stones were no longer enough to satisfy him, and now only this kind of 1,000-pound boulder could extremely quickly make him work out to his limit state. Both arms spread out with full force to pick up half of the boulder, which was more than 1,000 pounds. With one push, he was surprised he didn't pick it up. Seeing this, Jiang Jiubuan gritted his teeth and fought to continue. But this time, he only lifted half of it before he couldn't lift it anymore, constantly putting down and lifting up. Putting down and lifting up in a short time, sweat was pouring off my body. Husband, Wan Wan. Wan Wan, throw this into the ditch over there. At the entrance of the broken courtyard, Nai Ziaoan was holding a shovel with a red face. Jiang Jiufan's voice was dry and hoarse. Go on, exercise again for me. Saying that, he continued to grit his teeth and went to break through his body's limits. About 10 or so minutes, Jiang Jiufan's whole body pores bubbling with blood holding the boulder, a bottle of previously exchanged 7, Thorder ferocious beast essence down to the stomach. Again, with enough chances, we must at least break through to the first-grade martial artist realm tonight. The heart was fierce, and the entire person's gaze was resolute. The moon was on the top of the tree, and under the crooked neck tree, Jiang Jiubuan ran back and forth holding up the boulder. He had already spent 100 points of chance to exchange fierce beast essence to break through to the realm of a 9th-grade martial apprentice, and the boulders that could only be lifted halfway were already able to be carried and run. The originally dry and thin arms had extremely obvious muscles at this moment, and the whole person was not as dry as before, and there were even more obvious muscle lines on his body. The martial artist grade 1 fierce beast essence was priced at 100 points of chance, and with his talent, he would have to take at least 3 bottles to break through to first-grade martial artist, holding up the boulder. Jiang Jiubuan trotted towards the distance, after 300 to 400 meters from the broken courtyard. Jiang Jiubuan opened his mouth and roared lowly. His body trembled continuously during the low roar. As if he had reached his physical limit again, the boulder was thrown down with a thick thud, and Jiang Jiubuan shook it twice. Then hurriedly took out the fierce beast essence and poured it into his mouth, looking up at the moon and feeling the changes in the cells in his body. Every time he drank the fierce beast essence in his extreme state was the most enjoyable time for him. Every now and then, he could clearly feel that every cell in his body was frantically devouring the energy contained in the fierce beast essence. White mist emerged from his entire body, which was the essence of the power that had escaped. With this wall-breaking talent of mine, without a system of chance, what makes me able to step into the martial way? With that in mind, he suddenly saw several black dots in the sky, flying extremely towards the 100,000 great mountains. A bunch of martial spirits, so envious, Jiang Jiubuan watched the black dots go away, his eyes filled with envy. The ability to fly had to be possessed by a martial spirit at a minimum. Above the sky, several people sped along with their swords. And suddenly one of the women opened her mouth with a faint smile. "Senior brother, this downstream village has produced 2 people of martial arts is really rare. Should we give them a chance for the opening ceremony of the mountain in the next few days?" The man at the head laughed with his hands in the air. "It's too late. Our clan wants young talents. They are too much over their age. Even if they get into the clan by chance, they are of no use." Elder brother has a point. In the middle of the conversation, the people have already passed through several mountain ranges with their swords. Under the night, the still slightly thin figure was still running hard with the boulder raised, for a long time. The third bottle of martial artist grade 1 ferocious beast essence went down, and Jiang Jiubuan's face changed slightly to a gradual grimace. Accompanied by a low roar of pain, the bones in Jiang Jiubuan's body began to click and clack, while the beating of his heart became more and more powerful. Hot, fresh blood flowed from his heart, and with a low growl, the whole man began to change in a disembodied way. A martial apprentice could only be described as a first glimpse of the martial way, while a martial artist was the introduction to the martial way. The changes in his body lasted for a full quarter of an hour, and the process was extremely painful. So much so that Jiang Jiubuan almost didn't pass out from the pain. Do other people break through to martial artists with such pain? This martial way, it really is something that ordinary people can practice. Looking at the hand that was no longer dry and thin, Jiang Jiubuan clenched his fist. At this moment, he could feel the power and surging Kai and blood power stirring within his body. With a thought, the subconscious soul force spread out, which radiated for a distance of more than 10 meters. And within this circumference of 10 meters or so, he knew exactly what was going on in any wind. Is this the power of the soul? Jiang Jiubuan had a face of shocked ecstasy. He had never experienced this kind of power before. I seem to have grown quite a bit. I was 58 before, now I must be 52. I hope I can grow even longer, at least to 1.9 meters or so. That way holding the cloud phoenix gilt halberd won't be so awkward. Looking down at his chest, the muscles on his body were also noticeably fuller and fuller, pounding his chest. The feeling of power and muscle made him laugh, easily pick up the boulder, walk back to the door of the broken courtyard, gently put down the boulder, and jumped out more than 10 meters with a leap of faith. A few leaps to the riverside to fall into the water. Yes, the river rinsed his body, and suddenly his stomach growled, with a slight change of color. He looked around and jumped into the woods on the shore. Early the next morning, Nai Zaoan and Nai Zaoru were both looking incredulously at their husband, whose size had changed quite a bit. Even the little milk tiger was sniffing before he dared to believe that the man in front of him was his master. Looking at the 2 women's shocked expressions, Jiang Jiubuan lifted his arms to squeeze out his muscles. "How about it for me? I'm now a first-grade martial artist, husband." Nai Zaoru suddenly spoke. "Why are you getting better looking?" Jiang Jiubuan froze and laughed. Isn't my husband always very handsome? Hurry up to wash up and eat now. Today is the day for my husband to make an appointment with Mr. Wang. This time to go to the town. We have to buy a horse back by the way." After breakfast, Jiang Jiubuan brought along a bundle of long-backed 5 Suns diffractive pills, since he was thinking of buying a horse and coming back. He didn't bring the 2 girls with him, and he was going to head to the town on foot. A normal adult runs at about 5 kilometers in 20 minutes. 5 kilometers is 10 miles. The downstream village was only 50 or 60 miles from the town, which meant that a normal adult would only need about an hour and a half to get to the town. And with Jiang Jiubuan's current physique, it might only take 1 to 20 minutes to arrive at the town under full run. That's about as fast as the average horse, carrying his bag and striding into the village. He looked at a group of people gathered there under the big tree in the center of the village and didn't know what they were doing. As he got closer, he heard the village chief's mother and Law say that his old partner had disappeared. Skimming slightly, he kept his feet on the ground and headed for town. Huh? Is that River Raggedy? SHHH. How dare you yell at River Raggedy? Be careful of people beating you up. How did this Jiang Jiubuan change drastically? Even if he eats meat every day, it's impossible to grow so fast. Right? Really? I remember him being about my height before. Now he has to be a head taller than me. What's going on? Suddenly, someone said in a shocked voice, it's not possible that he really succeeded in his quest for immortality. Is it? Immortals seem to be like that. He really became an immortal. It can't be. Just like him, and you're still like that with him. Look how rich he is now with his brick kiln factory and hunting. He can't spend all his money. How many pennies he pays all those workers in the village every day. When the village chief's mother-in-law heard these comments, she immediately shouted at Jiang Jiufan with a gloomy face. Surname Jiang Jiaxuan didn't even return his head. Did you kidnap my old partner? Jiang Jiufan stopped and looked back. Sick in the head, I have nothing to do with tying up the old village head for what? Do I figure he's older, or do I figure he doesn't bathe? Nerve, after saying that, Jiang Jiubuan walked towards the village entrance without looking back. I say, Big sister Lai, how could someone else, Jiang Erlang, kidnap our village chief? You must be overthinking it. That's right, he Jiang Erlang is now rich and will soon have a kiln factory. How can he cause trouble when he's all fed and watered up? I have to say that this Jiang Erlang is indeed capable. Turn around and ask my girl to see if she can get married. You can pull that off. He's got 2 wives. One more isn't bad. Besides, my daughter is the village flower. Before, when Jiang Jiubuan was penniless and his family was surrounded by 4 walls, these people had a mouthful of Jiang slime and a mouthful of waste dregs. Now that Jiang Jiubuan was up, some people started calling Jiang Erlang again. Jiang Jiubuan is the second in line at home. Shouting Erlang is considered a title of respect. The village chief's mother-in-law's face twisted in anger, and she ran back home with a grim face in the courtyard. The village chief's son was drinking porridge and eating small dishes, and his mother-in-law was still lying in bed without getting up. The village chief's mother-in-law immediately became angry. How big is the sun, and still do not get up? Married you, our family is really bad luck. The village chief's son, Zhang Deitu, spoke impatiently. Mother, what are you talking about? What's wrong with Yulan staying in bed? Isn't it just that father didn't come back all night? Maybe father went to a greenhouse in town. What a fuss. Half an hour later, a sweaty Jiang Jiufan arrived at the entrance of the residence of the Wang clerk. Don't look, Jiang Jiubuan, here to find your master. Jiang Jiubuan wiped his sweat and spoke directly. The guards at the entrance, who were still sizing up Jiang Jiufan, immediately bent down and respectfully said, So, it's Master Jiang. Please come inside. Our master said that Master Jiang will definitely come today. The master said that there is no need to inform. Please go in directly, Master Jiang. Please. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and took a big step inside. Seeing Jiang Jiufan enter the door and walk away, only then did this few guards murmur with shocked faces, This Jiang Erlang is really a bull up. Was he skinny and dirty as a beggar the first time he came over? Look how many days it's been. This is a head taller than me. Look at his muscles. Holy shit, how can he grow so fast? The other guard pondered for a moment, and finally said mysteriously, I guess this should be Jiang Erlang's tactic. Master has said that this Jiang Erlang is a cultivator. Errant people who cultivate just immortals. Immortals can definitely control their bodies. At first, he must have pretended to be an ordinary person to test our master. Didn't you see how polite our master was to Jiang Erlang? Before the guard's face was solemn. Hey brother, what Jiang Erlang? That's Master Jiang, even if you don't shout Master Jiang. You have to shout a Jiang Erlang, right? Erlang, we are worthy of shouting. inside Elder Wang's living room. Butler Wang was standing next to him with a smile on his face, bending his head down. Master Jiang. You sit down for a while. Our master and young master will be here soon. Lan, why don't you hurry up and serve tea? Zio Lai, quickly pinch Master Jiang's shoulders. Little Flower, don't stand there either. Quickly pinch Master Jiang's leg. All these Jiang Jiubuan didn't refuse, just closed his eyes pillow leaning on the great circle, enjoying pinching shoulders and legs. A world has its rules, and in this world, it's time to enjoy, not long after. Loud laughter came from outside the door, and Jiang Jiufen opened his eyes to look over, only to see Elder Wang walking with a smile on his face. Behind him was his son, Prince Kong. Before the Prince Kong face dull yellow, eye circle green and black. But this is only 3 days past. Its face has more than some redness. Eye circle black and blue cannot be seen without looking carefully. Brother Jiang, wonderful hand na, ha 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 ha. Elder Wang laughed and waved away the crowd of maids. Prince Kong also took the initiative to clasp his fists respectfully and said, Brother Jiang's medicine is truly divine. After I took it, the fatigue on my body was alleviated by most of that night. Mr. Wang frowned. Calling out Uncle Jiang. I call out Brother Jiang, and you dare to call out Big Brother Jiang. Prince Kong raised his eyelids and finally retracted his gaze and continued to laugh. Big Brother Jiang, I really had the urge to perform intercourse in the past 2 days. This medicine of yours. It's really a miracle medicine. I serve you now without anyone. Right, Brother Jiang? Can you give me more of that medicine? I'm afraid these aren't enough. Jiang Jiufen slightly smiled and sipped his tea. You first finish these 10 days before you say it. Eat 10 days of medicine, at least stop for 3 or 4 days, and then eat 10 days to consolidate. You need to be able to get through this month of treatment properly. And after that, y'all be basically fine as long as you don't indulge too freely. And I guarantee that when you go back to intercourse in a month's time, y'all last at least 3 or 5 times longer than you did before. Prince Kong was greatly surprised and delighted. 3 to 5 times, doesn't that mean I can keep fighting for 3 to 5 minutes? Jiang Jiubuan frowned and whispered, You were a minute before. Prince Kong nodded, not afraid of Jiang Big Brother joke. I before the longest 2 minutes, usually 1 minute, you also know. This thing he sometimes really cannot help Jiang Jiubuan waved his hand, I don't know. For a minute you can still mess up your body. You're really talented. Then, still wrong. You can heal this month properly, and I guarantee y'all be able to work up to 15 minutes towards the top. Prince Kong's face instantly reddened, ignoring his own father directly kneeling on one knee and hugging Jiang Jiufen's thigh. Brother. No, righteous father, fruitful righteous father, if you can really let me fight for 15 minutes, y'all be my Prince Kong's regenerative parent. Il kowtow to my righteous father. Retrograde son, Mr. Wang kicked over with a black face. Retrograde son, you're going to piss me off, after kicking down his son. Mr. Wang revealed a smile and looked at Jiang Jiufen. That, Brother Jiang, what we discussed before. As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Wang suddenly looked at Butler Wang, dragged the young master out. I need to have a detailed chat with Brother Jiang. Yes, master. Young master, please. Butler Wang reached out and helped Prince Kong up. The prince dared to be angry and could only leave with a grunt. As he walked to the door, Prince Kong suddenly turned around and shouted, Brother Jiang, can I really get 15 minutes here? Jiang Jiubuan smiled. Do as I tell you. Absolutely. Oh, Kayla, righteous father. Prince Kong left with a big smile on his face, completely ignoring his own father. Elder Wang, who had a black face, Brother Jiang, my rebellious son has made you laugh. No harm done. Jiang Jiubuan waved his hand and unwrapped the bag to reveal the 20 packets of 5 Sun's diffractive pills packaged inside. This medicine has precious ingredients, but it's a bit bitter. 1 packet in the morning and 1 packet in the evening before meals. And drink plenty of water afterward.
Do you understand?" Mr. Wang looked at a small packet of divine medicine with a surprised face. "Brother Jiang, you're my life-saver with your medicine. What if I take a few more concubines?" Jiang Jifan said lightly. "It's best not to overindulge. This medicine of mine is to consolidate the root and strengthen the tendons and tonify the kidneys. If you want to indulge too hard, then the gods can't save you. Besides, I only ventured into the 7th mountain range of the 100,000 mountains because you have many friends." How treacherous the 7th mountain range is. Elder Wang naturally doesn't know without having been there. I risk so much without an equal benefit. Elder Wang smiled and slipped the bundle into his arms. "Brother Jiang, don't worry, this kind of medicine, it'll take as much as you have." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiyufan revealed a smile. "This medicine, a course of treatment, is 10 consecutive days. What I'm giving you here is 20 packets. Enough for you to eat a course of treatment." Mr. Wang froze. How many treatments would it take to get better? Jiang Jiyuan sipped his tea. "I'll sell you 70 taels for a course of treatment. And a course of treatment, a month, will guarantee that the golden gun will not age. As for how much you sell it to your foxy friends, I don't care about that." Mr. Wang's eyes moved slightly to calculate a month. To spend 70 taels for him is not much. And he can still sell to the fox friend. How much money is not his decision. He gave Jiang Jiyuan the business of 1 town. He still has the business of 7 towns and 70 villages. Such a big plate. 70 taels is nothing. Moreover, one would like to flatter those great lords of the county if there is a large amount of this medicine. Thinking of this, Mr. Wang's face straightened. "Brother Jiang, I can't take advantage of you. You risked so much. I had to give you a fair price for 1 treatment. I'll give you 80 taels. I'll take as much as you have." "How about that?" Jiang Jiaxuan raised his eyebrows at that. "What about when I have to tell you that I made 10 courses of medicine this time?" It was about 10 grams in a small greaseproof paper packet, but he had more than 30 pounds of medicine blocks before. And the packets came out to be 3,000 packets out, with 20 packs a session. That's a full 150 sessions. Enough to sell 150 times, 10 courses of medicine. Mr. Wang frowned lightly. That's a bit less. He thought how to have a few dozen courses of treatment. Just these 10 courses of treatment he bought, not even willing to sell. Jiang Jiyuan froze for a moment. "Officer Wang, this is a treatment. I have to charge you 800 taels of silver." Officer Wang waved his hand and sat on the chair. "A mere 800 taels, not as much as my monthly income. How many industries do I have in this town? I still have the brick kiln factory. Even if it's doubled, I will only frown and consider it wealthy. The medium is just rich and powerful." Jiang Jiyuan also didn't expect this Mr. Wang to be so rich and generous. Smiled Officer Wang. "This medicine is not easy to make. In this case, I will come back in 3 days. I should be able to make a few dozen packs in these 3 days." Really, Mr. Wang was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Jiang, go ahead and do it, as long as there's no problem with the efficacy of the medicine. It'll take as much as you can make." Saying this, Mr. Wang took out a bunch of silver bills from his cuffs, and then took out a small portion from this bunch of silver bills. "This is 800 taels. It'll take all of the 10 courses of medicine you mentioned." Jiang Jiaxuan took the silver ticket and laughed. "Officer Wang is really rich and generous, ha ha ha." Officer Wang laughed and patted the silver tickets. "Originally, these were intended to buy your medicine. Who knew Yao'd make so little, by the way? I'll send someone to get the rest of those 10 treatments, or—" Jiang Jiyuan smiled and waved his hand. But 200 packets of 5 Suns diffractive pills were extra on the table next to him. Elder Wang stood up in shock. "Jiang Kai-ren, you actually have a storage ring?" Jiang Jiyuan raised his eyebrows. "Mr. Wang is very knowledgeable.
What, Mr. Wang has seen it before. The shock on the face of Officer Wang converged. This, naturally, I've seen it before, after all. I'm also someone who has been to Wangjiang City. But to have seen a storage ring in our White Stripes village, this is really the first time. Brother Jiang, it seems that you are even more powerful than I imagined. Jiang Jiubuan smiled faintly and spoke. It's average. I'm not that powerful, only a little stronger than an ordinary person. All right, the goods and accounts are clear. Counselor Wang points, no need to order. I trust Brother Jiang. Mr. Wang had a smile on his face. Stay here and have a meal today. You've been here a few times. I can't stop myself from not inviting you to have a meal. Jiang Jiubuan cupped his fists and said, I will definitely do it next time. It's not necessary this time. I still have some things to take care of this time. Elder Wang sighed and laughed helplessly. Brother Jiang, you could have said the same thing last time. Yes, Jiang Jiubuan pretended to be dumb. Why don't I remember? Saying goodbye to Mr. Wang, Jiang Jiufen headed directly to the place where horses were bought and sold. In the residence of the Wang clerk, the Wang clerk looked at the medicine bag with a frown on his face. Completely lacking the relaxed look when Jiang Jiufen was there, this Jiang Jiubuan is from the upstream village. His brother says he's a hunter, but according to the intelligence, it seems he's the personal guard of the magistrate of Jinjiang. Big brother is a person of martial arts. This brother is also a person of martial arts. Even the precious and incomparable storage ring. It seems that his big brother is hanging out on the magistrate's side. Brothers twin heroes. If I can climb up to Jiang Jiufen. Won't this be a greater gain than if I move to the county? My Wang family has been burning bricks for generations. But burning bricks can only be dominant in this village and town. Into the county, my Wang family is still nothing. But apart from burning bricks, there's nothing else my Wang family can take. Such a golden gun does not grow old divine medicine. If I can, through my hand speculation, if I can let Jiang Jiubuan continue to form an industry. For a long time, Mr. Wang's eyes firmed up. This Jiang Jiubuan must be well browbeaten. He seems to have said he wanted to burn bricks to build a house. Butler Wang, here you are, master. Just in time for something I want to report to you. Officer Wang frowned lightly. What is it? Butler Wang spoke in a low voice. Two villagers came outside the door, saying they were second Master Jiang's father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mr. Wang's face was a bit puzzled. What are they looking for us for? Butler Wang smiled. Master. These two people said they were reporting that Master Jiang secretly built a factory to burn bricks, and also asked us to send someone to beat and kill Master Jiang. Mr. Wang was first stunned, then suddenly laughed. Good. 3 good words in a row. It's true that someone sends a pillow when sleep comes. Supervisor Wang, go tell them that I'll send someone to take Jiang Jiubuan first thing in the morning, and remember, don't say that it's my order. Supervisor Wang smiled and nodded. Master is wise. I understand. Master, this is the best horse farm in the entire White Stripes town. We can pick out any good horse you want. Jiang Jiufen smiled lightly at his words. I don't need a much better horse. I want a medium horse. Medium horse. The owner was not as enthusiastic as he had been when he smiled. I have a lot of medium horses here. 70 taels to start with for males, and 80 taels for females. So see if you want a male or a female. Quoted from Water, Margin, and Tongjun, Jiashi Benmian horse values. I want to see it before I say it. After all, where am I to know what kind of horse you're pulling for me if I just talk about it? The boss smiled and looked aside. Zhao Liu, take this gentleman to see the horse. Got it. Master, you come with me. A lean teenager immediately bent down in front to lead the way. Master, there are quite a few medium horses. You have to look at them one by one. Then at least you have to see the big noon. You have to trust the kid. The kid will give you a recommendation. Jiang Jiubuan looked at the kid. Your name is Xiao Liu, right? Yes. What do you want? Master, you pick me a good horse inside the medium, and after you buy it, I'll reward you with a silver or two. Xiao Liu was overjoyed to hear this. Sit down, master, I'll go and bring you a good horse. Jiang Jiubuan smiled and didn't say anything, waiting quietly for this guy to bring the horse. He did not know much about the merits of horses, good or bad, or how to recognize them. Instead of struggling to identify them, you can save yourself a lot of time by having a connoisseur look at them. And the teenager in front of me just looks so resourceful. Within a few moments, Xiao Liu brought a high horse over. Master, this stallion is 76 taels. You definitely want lose if you buy it. Jiang Jiubuan frowned slightly as he looked at the tall horse. In front of this horse is listless, at first glance is sickly-like. This kind of horse bought in case of death is not a blood loss. 76 taels. That's not 76 words to lose. These days a horse. The village people have to save up for at least 8 or 9 years before they can buy one. Looking at the sick horse, Jiang Jiubuan let out a cold smile, then walked to the horse and easily lifted it up with both hands. Before this horse became frightened, Jiang Jiufen gently put it down again, clapping his hands and looking at the dumbfounded Xiao Liu. Jiang Jiufen's voice was cold. Do you really think I don't know how to look at a horse? You think him easy to fool. Xiao Liu was trembling as he knelt down. Immortal master, the kid really didn't lie to you. This is not a medium horse. This is our very best horse here, capable of traveling 3,000 miles a day, no matter what. So, what if it's a superb horse? What would I want with a sick horse? If it could be cured, would you pull it out and sell it? Jiang Jiubuan's voice remained cold. Xiao Liu looked around and climbed up to Jiang Jiufen's side and spoke in a low voice. Master, when you came in, I could tell you were different from the other horse buyers. You are indeed the Grand Master of the Immortals. Kid has something to say directly. We have this stable boss. He forced my sister. I dream of screwing him. This horse is my hand. You take away. Normal give him to eat grass. Do not take 3 days he immediately alive and well nothing. If I didn't see that you're not ordinary, I really wouldn't have pulled this horse out. Before that, I've already messed up 3 superb horses. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Jiang Jiufen was a little surprised to hear this and looked at Xiao Liu. You kid is so ruthless. Xiao Liu smiled and backed up 2 steps. Master, we really do not lie to you. This horse you buy absolutely no loss. The boss is good. Jiang Jiubuan turned around, only to see the stable owner walking over. Master, do you have a crush on our horse? This is a superb horse I have here. Just a little diarrhea or something like that for the last 2 days. Just as a friend, I'll sell you this horse for 90 taels. Jiang Jiubuan looked at Xiao Liu, who secretly stretched out 4 fingers. Jiang Jiufen coughed lightly at the sight. No, this horse is faulty. I can only offer 40 taels. 40 taels? That dog isn't even for sale. Xiao Liu, pull this horse back. Xiao Liu hurriedly ran to the boss and whispered, Boss, this horse of ours is infected by the first few dead horses. 40 taels. It can be sold. The boss snorted coldly. Short of this silver. It's a matter of face. East walks the fine question. Who doesn't know that my boss ma is a dignified figure in White Stripes town? 40 taels to sell a horse. Want I be laughed to death if word gets out? I just slaughtered it, and there's no way I'm selling it. Jiang Jiufen smiled and said lightly, 50 taels or your words when making a friend, said Jiang Jiubuan, taking out 5 silver tickets given by Mr. Wang. Boss Ma was about to refuse. When he saw the tattooed seal on the silver ticket, his eyebrows raised slightly. The silver ticket from Mr. Wang's family. Okay, for Mr. Wang's sake. 50 taels is 50 taels. You know Mr. Wang. Boss Ma laughed. Uncle Wang is my father's friend. Tell me if I recognize him or not. If you didn't have a special silver ticket from Officer Wang. I wouldn't give this face at all. Jiang Jiyubuan looked over the silver ticket, and sure enough this was printed with a small king. Leading the horse out of the stable, Jiang Jiyufen bought a lot of grain and books to go back. Buy these. He wants to make wine, books, to teach both wives to read and write. Now there are tickets in the pocket. There is no shortage of meat in the house. The brick factory is being built. Brick blanks are even being made. And there is still coal for the Black Wind walled city to be mined and transported by the Black Wind walled city lord. It could be said that he would be very idle this latter half of the month, and since he was very idle, he might as well make the wine, as far as he knew. The clear, flavored white wine only needed 14 days, and the individual ones only needed 28 days, while the strong, flavored ones, that would take 2 months. So he is now aiming for the 40, 2 to 50, 2-degree clear liquor, leading the horse into the village. Many people in the village eyes directly red. The old Zai family is even more angry, directly closed the door. Many villagers came forward to congratulate, but also asked the brick factory recruitment for these. Jiang Jiyubuan are all smiles and all refused. Passing by the entrance of Kai Danyang's house, Jiang Jiyubuan frowned lightly. Since yesterday afternoon, Brother Dazhuang didn't seem to have appeared, and he didn't see entering the mountain last night. Going up and knocking on the door, "Auntie, it's me, Xiao Jiang." The door was quickly pulled open, and Dame Kai spoke in a low voice with a smile on her face. "Keep your voice down. My son is breaking through the 7th grade martial master. What are you looking for, Dame?" Jiang Jiyubuan smiled at his words. "I said, I haven't seen Brother Dazhuang for a day. I thought something had happened to Brother Dazhuang. Since Brother Dazhuang is going to make a breakthrough, then I won't bother." Dame Kai was all smiles. "You bought a new horse. Why does it look sickly?" Jiang Jiyubuan looked at the horse. "It's fine. It'll be fine in 2 days." "Then you go ahead and get busy. I'll go back first. Okay, come over for a meal to celebrate after Big Strong's breakthrough." "That's for sure. I'll be sure to bring 2 jars of good wine then." "Hey no, Xiao Jiang, are you making another breakthrough?" "Look at you, you've changed quite a bit." Danyang Kai sized up Jiang Jiyufen. She hadn't realized it at first. "Ha ha," Jiang Jiyubuan laughed and patted his chest. "By some fluke of chance. A 1st-grade martial artist now." Dame Kai nodded her head. "This is really a great thing. Let's see if Dazhuang can make a break through tonight. When that time comes, Dame will have to cook a few dishes for you to celebrate." Saying goodbye to Dame Kai, Jiang Jiyubuan led his horse back to his own broken courtyard. Husband is back. When Nai Zaoru saw Jiang Jiyubuan return, she hurriedly put down her work and ran over. The little golden pea didn't run over. He just cocked his head and looked around, then lunged and bit at the block again, touching Zaoru's head. Jiang Jiyufen laughed. "Where's your sister?" "Why are you alone at home? There's not much work in the house right now, and my sister's gone to catch fish." Without waiting for Jiang Jiyubuan to speak, Nai Zaoru was busy carrying the things her husband had bought into the house. Looking at the idol Zaoru, Jiang Jiyufen secretly said in his heart, "It's time to teach them to read and write." "Fortunately, I bought books today." Took the horse and tethered it to a crooked neck tree 20 to 30 meters away from the courtyard entrance. This place is lush with grass and trees. Tethering it here is not necessary to feed it with special grass. And this place, sitting in front of the door of the broken hayloft at a glance, there is no need to worry about being stolen. "Zaoru, go and call Wan Wan here. I have something to say." "Good." Nai Zaoru nodded her head, then trotted out the door and ran towards the river behind her. The little milk tiger seemed to be tired of playing, and ran upside down to Jiang Jiyubuan's feet, laying down against the back of his master's feet, his long tail still fluttering. open mouth, yawned, and licked the fur on his paws, squinting his eyes. Jiang Jiubuan organized the books looking fun, reached out and touched 2 tiger heads, the little golden pea, who was about to fall asleep, opened her eyes and went to clasp her master's hand with both paws. But Jiang Jiubuan directly withdrew his hand and smiled to meet his eyes. The little milk tiger cocked its head and pretended to lick its fur to go back to sleep. Jiang Jiubuan once again extended his hand. But this time the little golden bean directly hugged his master's hand and bit down with his open mouth. It was a symbolic bite, not hard. Jiang Jiubuan laughed. Little bad tiger, quickly let master touch it. Little golden bean made a roll not to be touched, but the next moment he was held in Jiang Jiubuan's arms. A little tigress has to be petted by her master, and if you don't let her be petted by her master, who will you let be petted by? Master is going to touch you to death. You little devil, look at this fur, how soft and gentle it is. Look at these little paws, how thick they are. Look at these big eyes. Jiang Jiuxuan's face was doting, and his voice was full of doting as well. Is there anything cuter than a little milk tiger, if anything? Its 2 wives holding the little milk tiger, Jiang Jiufen raised it to his face and sniffed it, then laughed. The little milk tiger's head is very fragrant. The little milk tiger's paw is 5 points of stench. And the little milk tiger's buttocks are very smelly. You little bad boy who doesn't wipe his buttocks. Touch your tiger's head and hey, it won't bite it. You can't bite it. Touch the tiger's head, touch the tiger's paw. Touch the ass, you can't bite it. Jiang Jiubuan played with the little golden beans and had fun, and the little guy also came to the spirit, jumping and scurrying around in Jiang Jiubuan's arms. Suddenly, a bottle of Martial Apprentice level 2nd stage Fierce Beast Essence appeared in Jiang Jiubuan's hand. One hand popped the cork, and the next hand was wrapped around the little tigress. The palm of his hand moved slightly, and the mouth of the bottle was pointed at the mouth of the little golden bean. Drink it, and grow taller and grow up. And in the future carry your master, and your master will take the Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd and bring you to fight for supremacy in the 8 directions. The thought of riding a little golden bean with a Cloud Phoenix gilt halberd in hand, Jiang Jiubuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Riding a tiger, that's so much more intimidating than riding a horse or something. The 2nd, ranked ferocious beast essence was really powerful, and after the little milk tiger drank it, it curled up into a ball and fell asleep in a daze, after putting the little milk tiger on the bed. Nai Zhaoan and Nai Zioru also came back with buckets. Husband, I caught a dozen fish today. Well, Wan is really great. Let's put it aside for now. There's still 1 hour left at noon for me to teach you how to read and write. The 2 women's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly walked inside the broken straw hut. These 2 books are identical, one for each of you, and now I will teach you from the very basics, before noon today. I hope you can learn Pinean. As long as you learn Pinean, it will be easier to recognize words later. Little sister and I will definitely learn well. Nai Zhaoan blinked her big eyes. Her eyes filled with the color of desire for knowledge. Jiang Jiufen smiled and picked up a branch and drew it on the ground. First of all this is, an hour passed quickly. Jiang Jiufen put down his books and walked out of the broken grass hut, letting the 2 daughters practice their Pinean and character recognition over and over again in the house. Standing in the broken courtyard, he stretched, then turned his head and walked over to the barrel to look at the dozen or so fish with their bellies pierced. Don't want fish soup. Eat some grilled fish whole. With that in mind, I quickly got a super easy grill going in the yard with a tree branch, grabbed a pile of dry thatch, followed by some wood scraps and small pieces of wood, light the thatch and throw in the wood slag, and soon the fire started. As the small pieces of wood burned thoroughly, Jiang Jiubuan put on another pile of firewood. And when the firewood was completely ignited, This first step was considered done, scraping the scales off the fish in the bucket and stringing them up. That's when the two women's voices came. Husband, let's do it. You two recognize words well. It's almost noon. Have you finished the homework that I assigned you? No, not yet. If you don't have it, go finish your homework. And when you do, come back and help my husband. All right then. The two girls retraced their steps back to the broken straw hut, and more seriously memorized their pinyin to recognize the words, looking at the serious two women. Jiang Jifan smiled slightly. This tactic did work well, moved a stool and dipped chopsticks in lard and dabbed it on the fish. Coarse salt he melted into a brine likewise dabbed on the fish, and as for the other seasonings, he did not have or exchange them in the chance store. A bag of seasoning in the chance store can be a minimum of 100 chance, although there are a lot of chance now. But he cannot afford to give up this chance. Firewood fires ferociously for a quarter of an hour. Wan. Xiao Ru, dinner is ready, 5 grilled fish per person. You must eat them all. Here's some chili powder. If you don't taste it, dip it in some chili powder and eat it, Jiang Jiubuan said while blowing on the grilled fish. Even though only lard and coarse brine were put in, the flavor was just fragrant, while the three were sitting in the courtyard nibbling on the grilled fish. The village was bustling with activity. Liu Cauliflower, are you telling the truth? You can't talk nonsense about this. Old man Zai stared at the sharp-faced woman, his face full of seriousness. Liu Cauliflower smiled smugly. If it's fake, I dare to say so. This morning I went with my man to Mr. Wang's house. Mr. Wang jumped out of his skin when he heard that someone had secretly built a factory to burn bricks, and immediately said that he had sent someone to beat and kill Jiang Jiyufan. If you don't believe me, you'll see. Mr. Wang will send someone to arrest Jiang Jiyufan in the morning and smash their brick kiln factory. I heard that there are still people from your village working under Jiang Jiufan's hands. He. Wait to be disposed of together by the Wang clerk. Old man, let's go. After Liu Cauliflower finished speaking, she drove the ox cart towards her home village of Pingshan. This downstream village she did not dare to stay longer, for fear of bumping into Jiang Jiayuan. Was Jiang Jiayuan once again hanged up to whip some? Yes, the seriousness on old man Zai's face disappeared, laughing out loud, looking around the village. Old man Zai said triumphantly, See, did you hear that? Counselor Wang is going to beat and kill River Rotten. Who said anything about Ijiro before? Who said he had it in him before? Sister Zhang, aren't you saying that your daughter is the village flower? Didn't you want your daughter to marry Jiang Rotten? Go ahead. Zhang Da's sister's face changed continuously, and finally said in a poo-poo manner, I won't talk nonsense with you. My old lady will go back to cook. Old man Zai was even more pleased. You have sons and men in your family who work under Jiang Rotten mud. Don't you? Good job. Wait for tomorrow. I'll watch your men get beaten up. My 5 children, let's go home and celebrate today with meat and meat. Ha. Old man Zai was so smug and arrogant. The village people were talking a lot, and finally some people started to run towards the end of the village. They didn't go to find Jiang Jiyufan, but went directly to find their family man. Soon the men who were still beating brick blanks exploded when they heard about it. It's okay for us to work for him, but it's not okay if it involves us. That's right. We are just a working man. If we are beaten up by Mr. Wang because of this, that would be too worthless. Hey, doggy, why are you still doing it? This instantly, Mr. Wang will send someone to beat and kill Jiang Rotten Mud. Lai Dogden wiped the sweat from his face. I don't care about all that. The proprietor gives me money. Then I'll work for him. You do not want to live. Mr. Wang is coming to beat and kill Jiang Rotten Mud. And you're still Dongjia. He, Jiang Jiubuan, is just like us. He deserves us to call him master. Lai Dogden glanced at the man. You just poo-poo it. Working for the proprietor. The proprietor at least pays me, who in the village has helped me. you can get 30 wen a day for going to town and doing hard labor.
Besides, how long it takes to get to town and back. Running there and back is exhausting. Do what you like. I just work anyway. No one can say anything. Another person taunted. You are really dead in the eyes of money. Brothers, let's go, quit, and look for Jiang Jiyufan to ask for our money for this morning's work. A group of people shouted in a group. And the guy leading the group suddenly looked at Liu Ban too, and the others who were still building a brick kiln in the distance. The man's eyes rolled as he led the crowd over. Liu Ban too, did you hear about what just happened? Jiang Rotten Mud is going to be beaten and killed by Mr. Wang. You guys still give him a job. Liu Ban too grinned. We're just getting paid to do our job, nothing more. So don't come and drum us out. There's no way we're going to go over there with you guys. The man hemmed and hawed. Liu Ban too, what's the saying? What's the big trouble flying separately? I am kindly helping you out for fear that you won't be able to get paid for your work back there. Seeing this, Liu Ban too raised his hand and made a gesture, only to see a group of teachers draw their knives. Liu Ban too looked at the man with a smile. Little brother, it's fine to be young, but don't be too exuberant. We old-timers, who have eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You come to lecture us, old men, in a word. Get the hell out of here, get out. Liu Ban too shouted angrily, immediately scaring the village's gang of youngsters into backing up. The man in the lead was a little embarrassed and left a sentence, if you can't get the money, you can't. He ran away, watching these people walk away. Liu Ban too withdrew his sword. A teacher who was building a brick kiln laughed disdainfully. Brother Liu, how did Jiang Dongjia see this group of people? What a bunch of short-sighted guys. Liu Ban too skimmed his mouth and took a sip of wine. Whatever. These people don't have much insight. The guy the proprietor is holding in his arms isn't a cat at all. It's a tiger, and whoever can hold a tiger can be a good person to mess with. Not to mention that Hunter Kai is his sworn brother. Just the identity of Jiang Dongjia's man of martial arts is not something that Elder Wang is willing to mess with. I reckon that if Jiang Dongjia wants to burn bricks, there's a relationship with Mr. Wang behind it. Mr. Wang even sent someone to kill Mr. Jiang Dongjia. Oh, what kind of person is he? Mr. Wang, how can he be a fool? Work, work, work. Don't care about them. Jiang Jiubuan, surname Jiang, pay us our wages. We're quitting. At the entrance to the broken courtyard, a group of people staggered and shouted. Jiang Jiubuan, who had just finished eating the roasted fish and was preparing to make wine, suddenly saw this group of people getting into trouble, somewhat confused. You guys, are you off your meds? Quit, just quit. Saying no means no. The leading youth spat on the ground. Give us the money we worked for in the morning, and we won't give you a hard time. Or else, the youth squeezed and snapped his fingers. Behind Jiang Jiubuan, Nai Zion had already picked up the spiked wooden stick for spearing fish. Scare me. Jiang Jiubuan looked at the youth and suddenly smiled. You're called that what's his name Kai Yuanda. Right, what's wrong? Kai Yuanda held his head high. Jiang Jiubuan laughed as he walked out of the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife. What's the use of scaring people and pinching their fingers? Here's your knife, cut me, Jiang Jiubuan said and handed the knife over. As soon as the villagers saw Jiang Jiubuan with a knife, they immediately took 2 steps back in fear. Kai Yuanda gulped. You think I don't dare, then take a knife and cut me. Jiang Jiubuan's face turned suddenly cold. Brother Kai, why don't we just forget it? It's just one morning, don't want it. This guy looks weird and scary. Kai, can you do it? Behind the back of the discussion, Kai Yuander's red face suddenly yelled and raised the hoe in his hand and rushed up. Give me the money, roared the hoe as it slammed down. Jiang Jiubuan let out a cold smile and caught the hoe with one hand, then pinched it off hard with the force of his palm. Wanwen, what do you want to do? Jiang Jiufan called out to his little wife. Nai Ziaoan turned around with a wooden stick. Husband,
He tried to beat you to death. I'll poke him to death." Jiang Jiubuan cried and laughed. "He is not my husband's opponent. You go back first. Good boy. Obedient." Nai Ziaoan coldly glanced at Kai Yuanda and finally slowly backed away with the wooden stick. Jiang Jiufen dropped the half-hoe in his hand and said in a cold voice, "At that time, you all signed the long labor contract. It's clearly written in the deed that my side has the right to break the deed at any time. But not yours, unless I'm not doing a good job of running the business. This deed is reasonable and legal. It's useless to sue the county. If you don't work for me and go on strike, that's triple compensation for me. So you can either work now or pay me back. Jiang Rotten, you're punking us to death. That's right, no money, no life." A group of people yelled and shouted, and the women in the village began to yell as well. Jiang Jiubuan cold face out of the courtyard. Hands picked up the half of the boulder thrown aside, scared a group of villagers back and forth, full of panic. That big rock, Jiang Jiubuan just hugged it and threw it aside. He, Jiang Jiubuan, had really become an immortal. Looking at the almost scared villagers, Jiang Jiufen spoke in a cold voice, "You want to break the contract. I won't pay a single cent for the money, but you're not going to keep working for me either. Well, break the long labor contract. And I won't ask you for compensation. If, on the other hand, I have to pay you compensation, then you can go to the county and sue me. Also, whoever dares to mess with me, I, Jiang Jiubuan, will definitely not let him go. Get out." These troublemakers warily backed away. But suddenly, Jiang Jiufen shouted again, "Wait, Kai Yuanda, why are you guys striking and quitting when you're doing a good job? Make this clear to me." Before Kai Yuanda opened his mouth, a woman shouted, "Jiang Rotten, be arrogant. Mr. Wang already knows about you secretly burning bricks to build the factory. When tomorrow morning comes, Mr. Wang will come over to beat and kill you. Just wait." Jiang Jiubuan frowned. "Elder Wang wants to beat and kill me." "Who said that?" Another person spoke up. "Liu Cauliflower chanting. She has reported you well. You just wait for death." With that, the man ran towards the village. When one person ran, the others couldn't stand it any more. Hooting and hollering, they all ran towards the village, afraid that if they were a step slow, they would be beaten up by Jiang Jiubuan. Jiang Jiubuan thought briefly and then smiled disdainfully. "Tomorrow morning, okay. Tomorrow morning I'll see if Mr. Wang comes to kill me," placing the boulder back in its original position. Jiang Jiufen clapped his hands and went back to the courtyard. The two women stepped forward with worried faces, and Nai Ziaoan directly said, "Husband, will it be all right?" Jiang Jiufen pinched Wanwan's small face. "What can there be? Don't worry. It's fine. The sun is shining, and it's time to eat and drink and take a nap. Husband, you go take a nap, and my little sister and I will see if we can recognize a few more words." "All right. You guys drink this first. Grow your bodies," Jiang Jiubuan said as he took out the martial apprentice, level 3rd stage fierce beast essence. The second, order ones hadn't been able to put them to sleep yesterday, and he didn't believe that the third, order ones wouldn't be able to do the same. The two women didn't refuse and directly took it and drank it, as the essence of the third, ranked ferocious beasts entered their throats. The two women's faces suddenly reddened after a few breaths. Seeing this, Jiang Jiufen used his soul power for the first time to observe his two little wives. This observation didn't matter, but the sight in front of him directly made him jump. It was because there was actually a fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth on his two wives. Not only that, the speed at which the two wives devoured the power of the surrounding heaven and earth was simply terrifyingly as fast as it was. It was important to realize that Jiang Jiubuan himself couldn't even absorb the power of the heavens and earth yet, and could only rely on eating things to transform them into essence blood to strengthen himself. If he wanted to absorb the power of the heavens and earth to strengthen himself, then he would at least have to break through to the martial spirit realm. Theoretically, Only martial cultivators who possessed a talent for cultivation could be called cultivators. Hammering oneself in this kind of acquired cultivation, without great chance, one might not be able to break through the martial spirit realm in one's lifetime. For example, Kai Dazhuang had previously said that his endpoint was a martial master, and it was also true that he could only hammer himself to a martial master, which was the ultimate realm for people without talent. But then Kai Dazhuang got a great chance to shed his bones. And now he is also able to absorb the power of heaven and earth. The future is, as Dame Kai said, unpredictable. This was the fundamental reason why Dame Kai was so surprised. Crap, these two wives of mine have real cultivation talent. They can devour the power of the heavens and earth without any gong methods. If this is to be placed inside a clan or a royal dynasty, isn't this properly a top-tier heavenly pride? Jiang Jiuxuan was shocked when the blush on the two women's faces had faded. Nai Xiaoan softly spoke. "Husband, what are you looking at?" Jiang Jiyufan came back to his senses. He finally knew why it was useless for the two young wives to drink the martial apprentice level 1. 2 or 3 step ferocious beast essence, feeling that their starting point was too high. The first 2 or 3 orders were just a small dessert after the meal for them, and they simply couldn't do anything that would allow them to replenish their own essence and blood. How can it promote physical development when it can't even replenish its own essence and blood? Apparently not. Looking at the two girls, Zhang Jiubuan was pleasantly surprised. Wanwen, Zaoru, you two have a true cultivation talent. You too can absorb the power of heaven and earth. Do you know what is the power of heaven and earth? It's the omnipresent power in this heaven and earth, which can be absorbed and transformed, releasing flames, releasing ice, releasing gusts of wind, and so on and so forth. The two women's bodies trembled as they both lowered their heads. "Hey, what are you guys doing with your heads down?" Jiang Jiubuan said and touched the two girls' heads. "This is a great thing. Shouldn't you be happy?" Crying. Jiang Jiubuan was a bit puzzled. "Yes, sorry, husband." Wanwen and little sister didn't mean to intentionally deceive husband. Wan said that our sisters are magical girls. "We are demons, we don't know how, but we're the plague." Jiang Jiubuan frowned. "Didn't my husband say not to mention the calamity again?" "You are my wives, you are demons, and my husband is still a demon king. What are you crying for? Don't cry. You are true cultivation geniuses. You can become cultivators, able to fly to the sky and enter the earth, climb mountains and enter the sea. No, husband, we really are calamities. We will bring disaster." Zhao Ru also cried. "Don't cry." Zhang Jiubuan wrapped the two girls in his arms. "Even if you're calamities, you're still my husband's wives. So I don't care about that much. Come on, don't cry. It doesn't look good when you cry. Didn't you guys say that you can bring disaster? Then give me a demonstration to see if it's a disaster for me." "No way, no." Both women shook their heads. Jiang Jiyufan gently patted the two girls on the back. "Do you intend to keep your husband from knowing all this time? I am your husband. You are my wives. If you have a problem, you can bring it up and solve it together. Wanwen, you're the older sister. You say, should we keep it hidden from our husband?" Nai Zaoan lowered her head and said pitifully, "No, I shouldn't, but there's no buts. Does my husband not want you all because of this? As I said, if you are magical girls, then I am a magical king. Come and let this demon king see how powerful your demoness powers are. Wanwen, you are the older sister. You go first." Nai Zaoan slowly raised her head with a pitiful face. "Husband, Don T, good boy, listen to my husband." Zhang Jiufan had a gentle face. He felt that there had always been a thorn in the hearts of the two women, and if this thorn was not pulled out, they might never be able to be as happy as normal people. "Come on, show your witch power for me," Zhang Jiuxuan said, pulling Nai Zaoru back 2 steps. "The place is big enough." "Right, let's see what kind of disaster I can bring." Nai Xiaowen's lips turned a little white, and at this moment, her heart was incomparably tormented. She didn't want to deceive her husband, but she was also afraid that he would not want her because she had displayed her magical girl powers. Looking at the gentle smile on her husband's face, Nai Xiaowen gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. The next moment, only a baking sound was heard, and only an incomparably bright golden flame of light rose from Nai Xiaowen's right arm. And in Jiang Jiubuan's stunned gaze, black flames that could almost devour light emerged from Nai Xiaowen's left arm. Brilliant Yang's ion flame, dark and bizarre Yin's ion flame, the two terrifying forces continued to rise. And in a moment's time, they enveloped Nai Xiaowen's entire body. In the midst of the black and gold flames, Nai Xiaowen's clothes were hunting, and her hair was constantly fluttering, and in her wide-open eyes there was still that familiar pitiful color. This, Jiang Jiubuan stuttered a bit. This is the disaster power you're talking about. This is clearly a super talent, for my husband wants to have yet. Jiang Jiubuan picked up a wooden stick and held it in his hand with an excited face. Wanwen, come, try to see if you can light this stick on fire. Nai Xiaowen blinked her eyes a little confused. She had originally thought that her husband would be angry after she had displayed her disaster power. But now it seemed that his reaction was so excited. Shaking her head, "No, it will burn husband," Jiang Jiufen whispered. "Wanwen, you look at for husband. You think about not burning for husband. Try to see if you can control the flames on you." While saying that, Jiang Jiufen walked towards Nai Xiaowen. Nai Xiaowen shook her head and kept backing away as Jiang Jiufen whispered, "Behind us is our thatched hut. You try to control this flame not to burn for your husband. For the record, I think you can definitely control this power of yours. It's your power, and if you don't want to hurt my husband, then you must not hurt my husband." Saying that, Jiang Jiubuan once again stepped forward and slowly reached out to touch the black and gold flame. The slightly trembling fingers showed how unsettled Jiang Jiubuan's heart was at the moment. But this was the perfect time to break Nai Xiaowen's inferiority complex. Well, at least a first-grade martial artist. Jiang Jiubuan's throat rolled. Even if I get burned, it shouldn't be a big deal. So many realms higher than Wanwen, Nai Xiaowen looked at her husband, who had reached over, and was terrified to the core. She was afraid she'd burn her husband. The mind constantly murmured, "Don't burn the husband. Don't burn the husband." Looking at her husband's outstretched hand, Nai Xiaowen's pupils contracted. Behind Jiang Jiubuan, Nai Xiaoru, whose hands were twisted together, had her heart in her throat. Wanwen, Jiang Jiuxuan's hand grabbed Nai Xiaowen's small arm. The golden flames passed over, but the strange thing was that even Jiang Jiubuan's hair couldn't burn. And his clothes were even more intact. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Jiubuan's eyes widened. Ha 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 ha. Wanwen, Xiaoru. See, you can control your power. Nai Xiaowen also had an incredulous look on her face. Husband. Jiang Jiubuan laughed out loud as he wrapped Nai Xiaowen in his arms. The black and gold flames were rising on both of them. But Jiang Jiubuan just couldn't feel the slightest bit of temperature, taking out the wooden stick wrapped in flames. "Wanwen, come on, light the wooden stick in my husband's hand alone, but it can't burn my husband yet." "Come on, try it." Nai Xiaowen's eyes brightened as she nodded heavily, as Nai Xiaowen's thoughts changed. In just a split second, the wooden stick in Jiang Jiubuan's hand burned into ashes and fell, but this time, Jiang Jiubuan felt hot. The eyes moved slightly in his heart. This shouldn't be Wanwen getting it. This should be the heat released by the instant burning of the wooden stick. Good thing my skin of a first-grade martial artist is thick enough, thinking in his heart but smiling on his mouth. "See, Wanwen, you are not a calamity. Your sister is not a calamity either. This power of yours is the power of the immortal God that I have always longed for. But I don't have this talent. I can only break through to martial spirit before I can gradually get in touch with this kind of power." But you have this gift, and you can use it to train from the beginning. You will be better than my husband in the future. Nai Zaoan blinked her eyes. Are you telling the truth, husband? My little sister and I really aren't calamities? Jiang Jiubuan smiled. What calamity? That's the bullshit of the ignorant. They just like to label things they don't understand. Nai Zaoan seemed to understand. Then, are we sisters magical girls? Jiang Jiubuan smiled and pinched Nai Zaoan's face. I still say, if you guys are magical girls, then I'm a great devil. It's just a shame you guys aren't magical girls. I'd kinda like to be a demon king for you. Nai Zaoan froze for a moment. Then Wan Wan and little sister are magical girls. Letting husband be the great demon king, Jiang Jiubuan laughed loudly. Okay, is this comfortable in your heart now? Not afraid, right? Nai Zaoan's face flushed, and the flames on her body instantly dissipated into thin air. Jiang Jiuxuan put his hands on Nai Zaoan's shoulders to look at Nai Zioru. Zioru, come and show me what you can do. Your sister, this is a flame. You can't be water. Nai Zioru was a bit shy. No, I'm not as powerful as my sister. And I don't know what I am. Then show it off and let me see if I know, without a knot in her heart. Nai Zioru did not hesitate and directly raised her head with both pupils turning. The double pupils of the 10,000 flowers rotated. 9 arcane runes appeared and disappeared, and suddenly 8 of them disappeared. And the remaining one appeared right in the center of the double pupils in just an instant. A strange force enveloped the 5 meters around Nai Zioru. Within 5 meters, everything slowed down. Nai Zioru's pupils contracted, and for a split second, everything seemed to hit the fast forward button. Pupils dilated and time slowed down again. Both pupils rotated inside and outside, and this time, Jiang Jiufen could see the colorful heaven and earth power converging at great speed, and with the reversal of both pupils inside and outside, the heaven and earth power converging over exploded. A handful of flowers of spiritual energy exploded directly between the three. Jiang Jiubuan was once again shocked. What is this? Time, space, spirit gathering, and a concentrated explosion. Nai Zioru shook her head and spoke weakly. I don't know anyway. The brain says this seems to be some kind of one secret times embracing spirit. Nai Zaoan sniffed and looked up at Jiang Jiubuan. Husband, mine is also a secret, but the one behind me isn't the same as my little sister's. Mine is a secret of the departure fire dual life. Jiang Jiuxuan really gulped. He was completely shocked by these 2 sisters. Based on his experience of reading novels and watching TV, anything with this kind of name, it was not ordinary, and it was likely to be an inherited method. No wonder the 2 women were able to absorb the power of heaven and earth. This was a superb chance, or it came with itself, with such heaven, defying talent and inheritance. The 2 women could still be bullied so hard. And you're worried you've lost them. Wrapping his arms around the 2 girls, Jiang Jiufen didn't know how to speak, and he didn't know how to express his current mood. Wan Zioru, in the future for my husband, I will rely on you to protect me. I would have been able to protect you all, but you are so much better than I am now. Come Wan, try to see if you can move that big stone at the entrance. Jiang Jiubuan said and ran to the door with the 2 women, with both arms exerting force. This thousands of pounds of boulders were directly picked up. After gently putting it down, Jiang Jiufen pointed at the boulder. Wanwen, you try. Nai Zaoan looked at the boulder and shook her head. Wan definitely can't hold it, said Nai Zaoan as she tried. But the boulder didn't even move. And do you know what realm you are in now? Nai Zioru shook her head. I don't know. I have a book in my head, but I can't read. But I just know how to use it. Nai Zaoan nodded her head as well. Yeah, me too. Jiang Jiufen smiled at his words. Good. Then y'all do your best to read and write. And I'll teach you well. When you guys are great in the future, I'll be waiting for your protection. Naizayoru blinked her big flashing eyes and spoke seriously.
Not only do we want to protect husband, we also want to give husband many, many children. Jung Jiubyun laughed.
Okay, let's talk about this later. There's no rush now. You guys are still too skinny, said Jung Jiubyun as his smile tightened. By the way, this kind of power of yours, don't show it in general. We're very close to the 100, 0 mountains. And every day, this day, there are people flying around above our heads. For now, I am no match for them. And if you are discovered by them, they will likely have evil thoughts. This one is a piker's sin, and it's just wrong to have strange abilities of your own when you don't have great power. The two women listened this time, and what their husband said was right anyway. You'll see if there's any way to disguise your scent. Or you'll have to be discovered sooner or later, Jiang Jiubyun said with a sudden frown. No, my big brother is so strong.
How come he didn't say anything about this? Could it be that he didn't find out? It shouldn't be, I can even find out. The words fell to release the soul power to sweep towards the two women. But this time, the two women were just like ordinary people, without any difference.
How come you can't see it anymore? Jiang Jiubyun was a bit surprised. With a slight movement in his heart, he directly purchased 2 bottles of Martial Apprentice grade 5th Order Fierce Beast Essence and handed them over. You guys drink this, grow your bodies fast. The two women didn't say anything and obediently took it and drank it. As the ferocious beast essence was drunk, a few breaths later, Jiang Jiufen once again saw the convergence of the power of heaven and earth around the two women through the power of his soul. I see, they can't be seen at all when they don't strengthen their bodies. What kind of inheritance is this that still comes with a hidden aura? The two women's faces flushed red, and Nai Zairan suddenly spoke. Husband, I am a bit sleepy, me too. Nai Zayoru said as her body began to shake. Jiang Jiubyun could tell through his soul power that they were completely fine. The only possibility was that this time the mending was a bit too much. One hand picked up the two women and went straight into the house and put them on the bed. At this time, the little milk tiger also woke up, looking at his master and mistress with big, dumbfounded eyes. He still doesn't know what's going on. Opening his little mouth, he let out a big yawn, stretching his front legs and back legs, then went to rub against Jiang Jifen's hand. Well, with nothing to do in the afternoon, Jiang Jifen chose to brew wine, and around 2 p.m., the two women woke up as well, because they had once again made up for the previous deficit of essence and blood. The two women were again slightly taller than before, and at the same time, they had gained a bit more flesh. Brewing is a technical job. Jiang Jiubyun did not let them help, but let them read and write. When it was evening, Kai Dazhuang came through the door with a smile. Older brother. Big brother is now a 7th grade martial master. Another big step closer to martial spirit. Congratulations. We must have 2 good drinks tonight to celebrate. Kai Dazhuang smiled and patted Jiang Jiubyun's shoulder. Let's rejoice together. You haven't also broken through to a 1st grade martial artist. Your breakthrough speed is really fast. By the way, old brother, why is it rumored in the village that Elder Wang wants to beat and kill you? Don't you have the support of Mr. Wang? Jiang Jiubyun smiled disdainfully. These are all rumors from the village. Wait and see tomorrow. Let's not talk about this. Let's go to my place to eat food and drink. We're happy today. We want to get drunk. Just at this time, carrying a shovel, Lai Dogden ran over from the brick factory side. Dongjia. I did 420 brick blanks today. You see the wages. Jiang Jiubyun looked at Lai Dogden with some surprise. They've all quit and you're still doing it. I thought you quit too. Lai Dogden scratched his head. How can this be? The proprietor opens for a day and pays for a day. Then I'll work for a day. I don't have much skill, and the town is too far away. Whoever I work for is not working. As long as the proprietor pays, I'll do it. Simple, pure. Jiang Jiubyun smiled and took out 30 texts and handed them over.
then patted Lai Dogden's shoulder. Do a good job. You won't be treated poorly in the future. Lai Dogden nodded and turned back after taking 2 steps. Dongjia, are you really going to be beaten and killed by Mr. Wang? Jiang Jiubuan smiled and didn't say anything. Just waved his hand for him to leave. Lai Dogden pursed his lips and finally ran towards his house carrying a shovel. Looking at Lai Dogden's figure, Jiang Jiubuan sighed. Filial son, Kai Dakiang nodded. It's kinda pragmatic. The 2 of them drank until late at night, and finally Jiang Jiufan was staggeringly helped out of Damsel Kiss house by his 2 wives. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Nai Zioru brought hot foot, washing water. Zeo Ru, for my husband can wash himself. You guys also wash up early and go to bed. Don't. Zioru just wants to serve husband. Nai Zioru was stubborn, which was useless no matter what Jiang Jiufan said, after serving her husband and washing her face and feet. The 2 women washed their own faces and feet outside before climbing into bed. This crappy bed is too small. When the brick house is converted in the back, you'll have to replace it with a 4-meter king size bed. In the dimly lit grass hut, Jiang Jiufan's voice suddenly rang out. He was a thin batch before, and the 2 women were even thinner. He was lying down, and the 2 women could still squeeze down on their sides, but now that he had broken through to martial artist, his body's essence and blood gradually filled up, and his entire body was much stronger. Both women have also gone from being skin and bones a week or so ago to being on the thin side of the scale. So much so that the shitty bed became more and more inadequate to lie on. Husband, it was Nai Zairus' voice. A 4-meter bed? How big does that room have to be? Jiang Jiubuan smiled. Is this not simple? Now we're too small here. When we build a brick house, well expanded 100 meters backward, 100 meters or so left and right, and then a few dozen meters forward, at that time we hole a hall, 2 sides of the side room, build 3 floors. We live on the 3rd floor. The main is a big. The yard would have to be at least 200 or 300 square feet, with a large kitchen and a stable and a utility room and so on. All around the courtyard wall should also use bricks. Get a 2-meter high, then the door must also be thick wooden door, a closed door. No one can not see what we are doing in the yard. Now this shitty yard, anyone in the village can see it. There's no privacy. It's not cool, that big. How many bricks does that take? Nai Zioru was a bit surprised. I don't know, anyway. Now we're not bad. We just build. Husband is awesome. Nai Zioru said as she moved her body to change to a more comfortable side-lying position. The sound in the grass hut gradually ceased. Not long Jiang Jiufan's light snoring is sounding, feeling the heat radiating from her husband's body. Nai Zioru couldn't sleep from side to side. Unconsciously, her little mind went back to that night when her husband had kissed her on her little mouth. It was a strange feeling, hot on her body and dizzy in her head, a strange feeling she had never experienced before. She was thin, but not much more than 20 years old. 20, the age of youth, as the essence and blood continued to make up for it. The hormones in the body were being awakened. Thinking about it, Nai Zioru suddenly raised her head to look at her husband's side face. In the darkness, a small blush slowly came over. Jiang Jiubuan HMMD in a half-asleep state. Realizing that his lips were pressed against them, opening his eyes, he was able to see the cute look of Zoe's closed eyes in the darkness. I don't know if it was the wine, but my heart swung and kissed back. Nai Zioru tightly closed her large eyes. Her small heart thumping rapidly. In the midst of her dizziness, she felt something against her. Jiang Jiubuan was now 1.8 meters or so, and it was impossible to hold it against his belly any longer. Nai Zioru subconsciously. Jiang Jiuxuan's body lifted his head with a shock.
And Naizayoru also spoke in a daze. Husband, why do you sleep with a stick at night? Jiang Jiyufan didn't know how to speak, and hurriedly got up and exhaled a long breath. I'll go to the outhouse for my husband, and in the meantime, I'll hammer and refine my body, so you guys have a good night's sleep. When husband left, Naizayoru rolled over and sniffed Naizayaon curiously. Sister, why do you think husband sleeps with a stick at night? Naizayaon analyzed with a serious face. Husband should have brought the stick because he was afraid of a sneak attack at night. Naizayoru nodded with conviction. It should be. After a while, Naizayoru spoke again. Sister, do you want to kiss your husband tomorrow? That feeling is so strange. Naizayaon blushed and didn't say anything. Outside the thatched toilet, behind the broken straw hut, Jiang Jiyufan flicked his little brother. Drinking like crazy, right? Any more until they develop to a normal level. What are you thinking about, you daily? After teaching his little old brother a lesson, Jiang Jiyubuan raised his head to release the water. The sound of crashing water interspersed with the faint sound of wind is a beautiful image, looking at the bright and boundless sky. Jiang Jiyufan sighed in his heart. This world without industrial pollution is truly beautiful. How many years have I not seen stars? Is lamenting, suddenly a blue light from the distance flying from the blue light. Blue light is followed by a yellow light in hot pursuit. Eyes fixed on those two rays of light, only to see the two rays of light stop in midair, followed by a point of light exploding in the sky. The same as fireworks. This is a martial arts cultivation fight. Hastily shaking his little old man to fasten the waistband of his pants, he casually wiped his right hand on his waist and jumped out of the broken courtyard, chasing after the point of light. Those 2 points of light flew towards the 100,000 mountains while fighting, and Jiang Jiyubuan ran on the ground in hot pursuit. A few breaths later, the 2 points of light collided with each other with a loud bang, followed by the 2 points of light falling towards a certain place in the 100,000 great mountains at great speed. As the saying goes, the rich and the famous, holy shit, it's a toss-up, chance, this is great chance. Jiang Jiyubuan's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. The 9-ringed steel blade appeared in his hand, and he rushed even harder towards the place where the point of light fell. There was no road in this 100 mountains. But Jiang Jiyubuan saved headlong into the dense forest and ran quickly in the direction of the light point's fall. At this moment, he was excited and nervous, rather like a man rushing to his death, after running for about a quarter of an hour. Finally, he saw 2 people within the jungle, in the extreme distance, facing each other with swords and knives. Jiang Jiyubuan's footsteps stopped the moment he saw them, and the moment he did, those 2 both turned their heads to look this way. A grim voice came across hundreds of meters. Little Zai, come over here and kill this sword, wielder for me, and I'll reward you with a chance at treasure. He's been poisoned by me, and the moment he moves, his kai and blood will reverse and explode. The righteous voice also came across hundreds of meters. Little brother, he was hit by my Wuji seal. He can't move if you help me kill him. I'll grant you the Xuan rank cultivation technique. The grim voice sneered. Sun Wu, at the end of your life, you still want to tempt people with a Xuan rank cultivation technique. Little Zai, if you kill him, I'll grant you the Xuan rank upper cultivation technique. He definitely doesn't have a Xuan rank upper cultivation technique. Jiang Jiyubuan's heart stirred at his words. You really can't move. Isn't it a lie? The 2 spoke in unison. How could I lie to you? Jiang Jiyubuan shouted. Then do you dare to take a poisonous oath? Dare? The 2 still didn't hesitate in the slightest. But the bottom of the eyes of the man with the shadowy face flashed with killing intent, thinking that he, Liu Shengyan, had always threatened to bully others. When had he ever been polite to a small Zai with such a low strength? Ha ha ha! Jiang Jiyubuan laughed loudly as he moved forward with his sword. I didn't expect The The legendary dog blood, 2 defeats, can be encountered by me.
You guys are really my big chance. In a dozen breaths, Jiang Jiubuan ran through hundreds of meters to less than 20 meters beside the two.
Instead of venturing forward, he picked up a large stone and smashed it towards Liu Shengyan. Liu Shengyan was stoned on the head, but still held his sword without moving.
Words of anger, little Zai, you dare to throw a stone at me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are.
Is it disrespectful to call me little Zai? Said Jiang Jiubuan, as he lifted another stone to hit Sun Wu.
Now Sun Wu was also angry. Little strong man, the stone can't hurt me. How in the world are you willing to help me kill him? Jiang Jiubuan laughed and walked up with complete relief. Walking around the two of them, Jiang Jiubuan looked at Liu Shengyan while holding his large sword.
You guys look too much like villains. Tell me how many bad things you've done. Have you killed innocent people? Not waiting for Liu Shengyan to speak, Sun Wu directly drank. This Liu Shengyan is an evil cultivator.
He uses the essence blood of martial artists as sustenance to cultivate. Everyone should be executed.
Liu Shengyan said angrily, You fart. I was cultivating with the essence blood of ferocious beasts. When did I ever cultivate with human essence blood? But I did kill a lot of people. Innocent, old man don't know. Sun Wu, you're full of benevolence and morality. But you're still not trying to rob me of the chance I just got. You are more hypocritical and shameless than I am. Sun Wu with a righteous face, I am for the people to get rid of harm, although I do not know what chance you got. But the chance in your hands will only be a scourge to the people. I am for the sake of the righteousness of the people. Jiang Jiubuan twisted his head to look. Sun Wu is it? Tell me if you have done bad things and killed. People, not waiting for Jiang Jiubuan to finish, Sun Wu directly said in a righteous manner, No, I, Sun Wu, have been bright and upright all my life, and will never do anything mean and nasty. Liu Shengyan sneered. Xiao Zai, I have a vial in my arms. There is truth Dan in the vial. After paying it down, it can make people say true words. You feed it to him. Jiang Jiubuan raised an eyebrow. What if it's poison? Wouldn't I have killed him then? Said Jiang Jiubuan directly on the hand to pull out. But reached halfway he stopped. No, you use poison. In case you have poison in your arms, I will not be hit. You're nice and cautious, but not so much. Jiang Jiubuan didn't believe it in the slightest, and directly used the knife to break his clothes to get that jade bottle. Little Zai, you're so insulting. Jiang Jiubuan picked up the jade bottle. For insurance, you take one first. After saying that, Jiang Jiubuan directly stuffed one into his mouth. After giving it to him, he waited for a few breaths and nothing happened at all. Jiang Jiubuan saw this and asked tentatively, What kind of lack of virtue have you done? Liu Shengyan had a struggling face, but still spoke. I stole my senior brother's secret book, and then framed my senior brother for killing my senior sister. I also, very well, you can die, Jiang Jiubuan said as he directly transported his strength and swung his sword at his neck. Only hearing a dang sound, Liu Shengyan was unharmed. Ha 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 ha. Liu Shengyan laughed wildly. Am a martial king. My fleshly defense. Is it not something you can break through? Jiang Jiubuan stuck the machete aside on the ground and applauded. Very good. I really didn't expect that, but your knife, it should be able to finish you off, right, saying that? Jiang Jiubuan broke Liu Shengyan's hand. Liu Shengyan, at this moment, is almost anxious to explode. He only needs less than a quarter of an hour to break through the boundaries of the limitless seal. But now, kid, if you spare me, I'll accept you as a close disciple. I'm a martial king. Jiang Jiuxuan smiled. Sorry you were able to harm your senior brother. Can you spare me? After saying that, Jiang Jiubuan walked behind him. I'm going to make my sword. Liu Shengyan hurriedly transported power to his back, and in the next second, the blade that flashed with blue light obliterated his neck. Liu Shengyan collapsed with a loud bang and died in peace. A flash of blue letters chants plus. Am only given 10, 0, 0 chances for a martial artist to take out a martial king. Jiang Jiubuan's brows wrinkled as he was very upset. Young stalwart, you've done a good job. The world will remember your good deeds. Sun Wu looked at Jiang Jiubuan with a kind smile on his face. Jiang Jiubuan shook off the blood on his knife and took a deep breath. Honestly, this is the first time I've killed someone, and to be honest, it's a bit disgusting, but I've always been good mentally. I've had too many big pies, and you're not as good as my previous boss when it comes to CUP and the world's life. What do I care? If there really is a day when this world will collapse, then it'll just slip away. I'm no savior, said Jiang Jiubuan as he poured out a truthfulness pill and stuffed it into Sun Wu's mouth. Tell me, what kind of unethical things have you done? Sun Wu's face was hideous, but he couldn't control his mouth. I stole my little sister's fur coat when I was a teenager, but after I used it, I framed my junior brother for the crime. And from that, my junior brother was expelled from the division with his cultivation wasted. I also used medicine to get sister. And now sister doesn't even dare to speak out. I've also slept with my brother's wife, and hey, I only used 100 spirit stones. I also, Humph, Jiang Jiubuan had a cold face. You really aren't a good bird, so I'll also send you a chop. Reincarnate as a chicken in your next life. You like to be bitchy so much. Sun Wu unloaded his disguise and laughed disdainfully. This knife can't hurt me. I'm a 9th grade martial arts king. This knife holds up to break through the defense of a 7th grade martial arts king. And it's also held by a martial arts king. Give me another half a quarter of an hour and I'll be able to dissolve this poison. And then it will be your time to die. Jiang Jiubuan laughed and kicked over. You're poisoned the moment you move. Yao's self, bang, looking at the sky of blood and flesh. Jiang Jiubuan covered his mouth and wanted to vomit, but still endured. This Liu Shengyan with what poison? So energetic, chance plus, the odds skyrocketed. Looking at the storage ring that fell on the stone, Jiang Jiubuan reached out and picked it up to wear it directly on his hand. Turning around, he touched Liu Shengyan all over and found a storage ring as well as 2 storage bags on his body. No blue characters flashed in front of his eyes. Jiang Jiubuan frowned lightly. Could it be that you have to get something inside to add the chance? The thought of soul power made contact. In the next second, not only was it the storage ring, but he couldn't even break the soul prohibition on the storage bag. It's worthy of being a martial king's item. Jiang Jiubuan tusked and stood up, looking at the large sword in his hand, and then looking at the long sword on the ground. A little thought all collected into their own storage ring. A flash of blue letters, chance plus 1,000. This sword is not an ordinary thing. How come it adds so little? Jiang Jiubuan's mood, which was still refreshing, was now directly upset. Sun Wu's body is gone, but Liu Shengyan's body is still there. Half an hour later, Jiang Jiubuan stood in the river water and took a bath, while Liu Shengyan's body had gone down with the waves not knowing where it would float to. Summoning the azure screen and looking at the above point of chance, Jiang Jiubuan was somewhat unhappy. To Koki up 2 martial kings and only add so many karma points. Then how big must it be to add a lot of karma points in the future? As he was thinking in his mind, he suddenly saw that the word seal had been added below the cultivation store. It froze and unsealed straight away. After the cloud, hidden scripture pavilion appeared on the screen. And there's a seal below the cache. Once again, the seal was lifted, and after the cloud, the martial arts stadium appeared in front of them. When was this extra? With some excitement in his heart, he clicked directly into the hidden scriptures. Clouds shrouded the screen, and when the clouds cleared, a 9-story pagoda appeared in front of them. Enlightenment, add 1 point per second, consume 1,000 points of enlightenment to comprehend once. 1 in 1,000 obtains a complete kung fu martial skill, and 999 in 1,000 obtains a kung fu martial skill remnant page. Feat remnants can refine feat's martial skills and unlock feat's martial skill phrases. Connotation of a certain message. Jiang Jiubuan frowned, realizing that things weren't simple. The first floor of the hidden scripture pavilion. Basic cultivation. Basic sword technique. Basic blade technique. Basic gun technique. Basic stick technique. Hidden Scripture Pavilion Level 2 can be explored in advance but not obtainable. Thrilling Wave Chop. Shadowless Sword, Chasing Star, Shattered Bones. Jiang Jiubuan sees this and pulls directly to the 9th floor. 9th floor of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion can be explored in advance but not obtainable. The Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly. Palm, taking Turing Void Steps. The Beast God's Berserk Fist. 10,000 Transformations of the Tongshan Skill. Buddha's Wrathful Golden Lotus. After reading it, here's what Jiang Jiubuan had to say. Forced composure. After all, he couldn't gain it now, looking at the enlightenment that went up a little bit a second. Jiang Jiubuan felt that it should be quick. Turn off the stash and then go watch the drill hall. As soon as I clicked in, my consciousness was pulled into the screen. It was a white space, and what appeared was 18 weapons. It seems to be allowing yourself to choose one. Looking at the halberd, Jiang Jiubuan directly took it in his hands. In the next second, a blue figure with a black halberd appeared in front of him. This blue figure kept rehearsing the basic moves of the halberd in front of his eyes. And after a set of strikes, the blue figure reached out and looked at himself. Jiang Jiubuan froze for a moment, then clumsily imitated it, stabbing forward. His speed was slightly slower than the blue figure by 1 point. In the next second, the blue figure chopped at him with a halberd, and Jiang Jiubuan only felt a tearing pain in his head. His own virtual shadow solidified once again, followed by the blue figure once again rehearsing the basic moves. Familiarly typed, familiarly reaching out to look at himself. This time, Jiang Jiubuan honest. Think carefully for a moment. The first move is considered to be completed. The second move, halberd, deflected a point, and was again killed by a blow. The brain is again torn pain for 3 seconds. Holy shit. This is mandatory learning. Exiting the martial arts arena. Jiang Jiubuan was angry and in love. This thing was worthy of being a martial arts arena, forcing himself to add combat experience. Is this the full power of the chance system? It seems a bit strong. Jumping out of the river, Jiang Jiubuan didn't go back, but hammered his body now that there are ample opportunities. How can we not seize the opportunity to enhance our strength? Talent is not enough. Then rely on chance to fill. A bottle of ferocious beast essence cannot then 2 bottles. 2 bottles cannot then 3 bottles. He still didn't believe that chance could lose out to his own talent. On average, 1 hour could raise a small realm, and at this time, there were at least 5 hours until dawn. Gritting his teeth, he fiercely beat his body, clanging and consuming chances to purchase fierce beast essence. Half the night time passed, the skylight broke. Jiang Jiubuan was mentally exhausted after taking a bath and laying down on the boulder in front of the broken courtyard. Now he was getting stronger and stronger, a far cry from a week or so ago, and he felt as if he had grown taller again. Now appearing to be almost 59, 31, 200, 31, 300, 31, 400, 31, 500. This midnight I am consuming points of chance, summoning the azure screen to take a look. Sure enough, what had been dots turned into dots. This chance is consuming really fast, but at this rate, I only need point of chance to break through to a 9th grade martial artist. With that in mind, he directly exchanged 3 bottles of martial artist grade 6th order, 7th order, 8th order, and 9th order ferocious beast essences each into his system backpack, looking at the chance points that had plummeted to 200. 000. Jiang Jiubuan's heart seemed to be dripping blood. This kind of spending chance was just too fast, so fast that he couldn't stand it. While the little milk tiger needed to drink fierce beast essence to grow its body, the two wives also needed fierce beast essence to make up for the body's previous deficits. Little milk tiger is not consuming much right now. One bottle lasts 1 or 2 bottles. But the two wives are different. They had only slept for less than an hour yesterday when they drank the martial apprentice level 5th order fierce beast essence. So by this reckoning, they would have to drink at least 6th order today before they could have any effect. Moreover, the 6th order was only effective in order for them to sleep to make up for the deficit in their body's essence and blood. They would have to drink at least the 7th order to be able to do so, shaking his head not to calculate the chances of needing. For his wife and the little golden beans, he is not likely to be stingy. After all, even more bitter cannot be bitter wife, is not it? Dragging his tired body up from the smooth stone while staggering back towards home, he is not physically tired. He is mentally too tired. After all, the body has the essence of the ferocious beast to make up for it, and the spirit only relies on sleep. After he fell asleep, the sun rose completely and everything came back to life. Mr. Wang also led a group of horses out of the residence. Husband is too desperate. Little sister, we must work harder too. At the door of the broken house, Nai Zion whispered something, after the two women whispered for a while. They both began to read and write with a determined look on their faces. They already know Pinean. So all they have to do now is to recognize the words according to Pinean and memorize them in their heads. I don't know what the reason was, but they found that they could recognize the words faster and faster. And sometimes they didn't even need to repeat them to memorize them in their heads. If Jiang Jiyubuan knew about this, he would definitely say it was unforgettable. Toward the foggy country lane, a group of men and horses opened the way, followed by 2 horses pulling a large sedan chair. Behind the big sedan chair, there seems to be something. The men and horses barged inside Pingshan village, and soon the chief of the escort guards grabbed a man and came over. Kneel down, and don't be quick to meet our Officer Wang. The man tremblingly knelt, opened his mouth, and shouted, Master Wang, I don't know anything, I just got up and took a shit. The sedan chair curtains were not drawn. And Elder Wang's lazy voice came out. I heard that Mr. and Mrs. Liu Kayflower are from your Pingshan village. Take my men and find her for 10 cents. Butler Wang hurriedly threw out 10 wenjuan in a low voice. Do you hear me? Take our master's men to find Mr. and Mrs. Liu Kayfua. The man was startled, then rejoiced. Officer Wang. Don't worry. I will definitely bring your men to find Liu Kayflower and her family. Cut the crap and lead the way. The sky is high, and the emperor is far away. I have to say that between the villages and towns, the power of Officer Wang is really quite the emperor of the land. Butler Wang, let's go and visit Brother Jiang in the downstream village. Let's go. Go. Butler Wang clamped his legs on the horse's belly and commanded the guards to lead the way. As for Liu Kayflower and the others, it's fine if they arrive slowly, in the sedan chair. Mr. Wang sat there with a bashful face, and beside him was his son, Prince Kong, who was somewhat idle. Dad, is all this fanfare necessary? Officer Wang smiled faintly. Son, this thing is an investment. You don't understand things like investments. Jiang Kai-ren, he's no ordinary hunter now, Prince Kong directly said. I know, he will refine the medicine well. Brother Jiang's medicine is really good. I every night before going to bed without jumping I cannot sleep. Officer Wang frowned. Listen to Dad finish his sentence. Prince Kong, father you say. Officer Wang grunted. You're looking at it too one-sidedly. Jiang Kai-ren contains a great deal of business opportunities. He's a martial arts cultivator. In a village full of blind people, he's an immortal god. Your father and I made such a big deal out of it to give Jiang Kai-ren a scene and a pie in the face. His medicine I was going to sell to those great lords of the county, and since Jiang Kai-ren sold me 80 taels, he'll sell at least 300 taels to those great lords of the county. Wang Zikong's eyes widened. Wouldn't this be a big profit? Elder Wang glanced at his son disdainfully. You still have to learn, if I really sell it. The relationship will be broken if the Zhangkai people find out about it later. That's why I can't sell this medicine. I have to find a way to get Jiang Kai Man to entrust us to sell it, so that he can provide us with a constant supply of this medicine. Moreover, this is the first layer. The second layer is to get on good terms with Jiang Kaiern, when Jiang Kaiern becomes powerful in the future. Then want we directly have a thigh. Your father and I want to get into the county because we want to find a big backer to keep us rooted in the county. Now Jiang Kaiern is the thigh of the future. He's going to get rich. Will he be willing to stay in this crappy mountain village? If he's good enough to enter the county, and if he's even better enough to enter the city, if we hold on to him, then the Wang family will take off. So, Zai Kong, you have to read and learn more. You can't wait for father to keep reminding you. Prince was confused, but I only want women. Am not interested in that. You, rebel son, pop. Pingshan village was only about 10 miles away from the downstream village, and the carriage and horses of Mr. Wang arrived very quickly. At this time is probably more than 9 o'clock. The village people are idle nothing. Plus yesterday Liu Cauliflower so said. Most of the village people are waiting at the village entrance to watch the play. When they saw the carriages and horses of Mr. Wang's family coming from afar, the village was abuzz. Mr. Wang is really here. I heard that Mr. Wang spent a few thousand taels to buy a post as an officer. And he is now an officer. Powerful, that's true. We're the only magistrate in these towns, so that must be something. Old Zai too looked excited. Aha, this river slime is going to have bloody bad luck. Sons, hurry up and find a good place to watch the show. This can't be missed. Lao Zai's family ran towards the end of the village, and the village people also ran when they saw this. They all wanted to watch Jiang Jiubuan being beaten and killed. In their eyes, Jiang Jiubuan was a mess. This slime they can't even look at on a regular basis, but who knew that in a few days, this mess turned over. Such a difference made them red-eyed and jealous, and they simply couldn't look at Jiang Jiufen living better than them. They just assumed that Jiang Jiayuan shouldn't be better than them, even if it gets better. It can't be more than them. Once it passes them, it's too much for them to handle at this moment, seeing that someone could cure Jiang Jiubuan. They were excited, ha ha ha, Jiang Raggedy. Elder Wang has sent someone to arrest you and make you arrogant. Jiang Rotten Mud, hurry up and get out to die, so that you can give me a cross yesterday. Kai Yuan yelled loudly. Jiang Rotten Mud, even if a fairy god came over today, it would be hard to save you. Mr. Wang is an official. An official? Officer Wang heard the shouts outside and lifted the side sedan chair curtains. Butler Wang, memorize the looks of these people and arrest them all at my command later. Are you an official? Yes and no. This is an official outside the official position. It is a loose position. In theory and rules, cannot be regarded as a real official. It can only be regarded as a name. But what do these blind people in the village know? The town doesn't even know what they are talking about. What the hell do they know? In their eyes, Mr. Wang is the official. In Mr. Wang's own eyes, he is the emperor of the land below this Jinjiang County. After all, who made him the first member of the several towns below? In front of Kai Danyang's house. Kai Dezhong stood there with his arms around his chest like a tower. Dijang, why don't we go over there and talk about it? Kai Dezhong smiled. Mother, let's just watch. Old brother. Behind him is this Wang Wen. Why? And if you look at Officer Wang's guards, do any of them have a murderous aura on them? None of them have a murderous aura. so how could they be looking for trouble? Danying Kai took a closer look, and then stood on her tiptoes and patted the back of her son's head. Okay. Son, you're as enlightened as a brain. Sure enough, hanging out with Xiao Jiang, the scholar, mixes smart. Kai Dazhuang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Mother, I can feel that I'm getting smarter. I'm not bragging. That chance of mine is too great. I feel like I'll be able to break through in less than 2 days, and I'll definitely be a great general in the future. All right, Mother will wait to enjoy the happiness. Dame Kai was all smiles. Go. Quickly follow them up and take a look. Where are your men? Hurry up and let your men roll out. Kai Yuanda shouted arrogantly and incomparably. But this time both women's faces were calm, as if they didn't have much feeling for such a title as witch anymore. Nai Xiaoan was even colder. Kai Yuanda, if you shout again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hey, you little bitch can of you. Come on, Kai Yuanda rolled up his sleeves with a savage face. Nai Xiaoan copied a wooden stick. Kai Yuanda looked around and also picked up a piece of wood. Little bitch, if I don't give you some color, you don't know how powerful I am. Nai Xiaoan didn't say ah, and rushed out of the yard with a wooden stick. Butler Wang was about to command the guards to help Nai Xiaoan when he saw this. But he saw that in the next second, Nai Xiaoan flew the stick in Kai Yuanda's hand, and then smacked a stick on Kai Yuanda's mouth. There was a click, and I'm not sure if it was the sound of a tooth falling out or a stick breaking. Kai Yuanda covered his mouth and wailed as he backed away, his face full of anger and horror, while Nai Xiaoan held half a wooden stick and looked at the crowd of villagers surrounding the outside of the courtyard. Come on, you want to come looking for trouble while my husband is sleeping, right? Come on, let's see who can beat who. A woman in charge, 10,000 men in retreat. The crowd of villagers were shocked by this aura and took 2 steps back. Suddenly Nai Xiaoan shouted, That who dares to touch my husband's horse, shouting. He raised the half-broken stick in his hand and threw it. If she was able to digest the martial apprentice, level 5th order fierce beast essence, then she had to be at least a 5th order martial apprentice. The stick was like an arrow, directly crashing into the man's small arm holding the horse rope. Ouch! My arm, my arm! An old man clutched his arm and rolled on the ground in pain, his mouth constantly wailing. Get lost and howl. Kai Dazhuang's burly figure brought an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Dare to steal my brother's horse. Don't blame me for being impolite, Kai Dazhuang said as he grabbed this old man's collar and lifted him up. Yo, Master Chen, your old hands and feet are still so unclean. Without waiting for Moncler Outlet Store Chen to speak, Kai Daqiang bent down and threw him out 12 meters against the ground. Clapping his hands, Kai Dazhuang looked at the crowd of villagers with his arms around his chest. I only hurt him. Isn't that merciful? The crowd of villagers didn't dare to say anything. They all retreated far away. The 2-meter, one Kai Dazhuang smiled disdainfully, then walked towards Nai Xiaoan with a big smile. Sister-in-law, good job, with brother Dazhuang backing you up. I'll see who dares to move. Stout, incomparable body plus tiger eyes and thick eyebrows. Kai Dazhuang really will be rough and fierce to the extreme. This look is worthy of a man who wants to be a great general. Thank you, brother Dazhuang. My husband practiced all night last night and is still sleeping. What are you thankful for? I can't even climb up without coming out that old man Chen. Kai Dazhuang laughed and looked towards the broken grass house, just in time to see Jiang Jiyufen, who was stretching out the door, looking at Jiang Leiati, who had grown to 1 meter 9. Kai Dazhuang was first stunned. He was shocked that this changed 1 day at a time, lowering his head over the lintel. He walked into the broken courtyard and spoke in shock. Elder brother Jiang, you're too ruthless, aren't you? Are you practicing to death, you 5th grade martial artist? How can you this be so fast? Jiang Jiyubuan lifted his head with a laugh. Brother Dazhuang, last night I went to the 100 mountains again. Chance is against the odds. I'll tell you later. Kai Dajwang raised his thick eyebrows. Good boy. I told you that you are a lucky star with your fortune against the heavens. I have to take a trip to the 100,000 mountains tonight to try my luck too. Together then, Jiang Jiubuan said as he scooped up a ladle of water and rinsed his mouth before slowly walking out. The village people are also a little alarmed by the changes in Jiang Jiubuan, but also sure that Jiang Jiubuan has succeeded in his search for immortality. Otherwise, how could it be possible to change one day at a time? At this time, Mr. Wang's carriage and horses were also arriving at the end of the village. The sedan chair curtains were pulled open, and the Wang clerk smiled as he got off the car, and was also shocked when he saw the one, meter 9 Jiang Jiufen. But he was an old fox after all, and instantly smiled broadly to dissolve his surprise. Jiang Erlang has been doing well lately. Here uninvited, forgive me, Jiang Jiubuan is the second in line at home, shouting Erlang, which is a respectful title. It was clear that Elder Wang was building up Jiang Jiubuan's momentum. Jiang Jiufen stretched his waist and said lightly, It's okay, eat well and sleep well. It's just that there are a lot of rumors. Mr. Wang does not explain the explanation. These people in the village could only stare with rounded eyes. They never expected such a scene. Old Zai too muttered, This, didn't Liu K-Flower say she came to fight and kill Jiang Rotten Mud? He had just finished speaking when his mouth was covered by his oldest son. Officer Wang looked around at the villagers with a frown. Jiang Erlang is my good friend. If he wants to build a brick factory, I agree 100%, and my friend is doing all the brick business in the 10 villages of this White Stripes town. Yesterday, someone slandered this officer, saying that this officer was going to beat and kill his best friend. So that my good friend doesn't get the wrong idea, I've come today, but when we arrived here, this officer even heard some people speak ill of my friend. Butler Wang, arrest all those who speak ill of the world and slap each one for 50. Many villagers directly kneeled down and shouted for mercy. But just none of them dared to run. After all, in their eyes, the Wang magistrate that was an official. Sir, if they dare to run, that's an added offense. Old Zai family, including Zai old man, including 6 men all ears, hit the corners of the mouth bleeding. Hit them froze and lowered his head, did not dare to say anything. Those people in the village, not to mention. Even the most horizontal old Zai's family did not say anything. Who would dare to scream? This wave of maneuvering by Elder Wang was close to grabbing the dog that was yelling at Jiang Jiubuan and slapping it twice. Is this satisfactory, Gyro? Jiang Jiufen looked at the crowd of villagers with their heads bowed and smiled. Satisfied, Officer Wang shook his head. No, I'm not satisfied. I don't think that's enough to make up for it. That's why I specifically arrested the rumor mongers, Mr. and Mrs. Liu K-Flower. In addition, I've hired the best master craftsman in town, the best master carpenter to come and build a new green brick house for you. Erlang, he'll pay for all the labor to build the house. And you don't have to spend a penny. Erlang, he'll pay for all the bricks, tiles, wood, stone, etc. for building the house. And you won't have to spend a penny. Erlang, don't refuse. This is my small little token of appreciation. If you don't accept it, I always feel bad in my heart. Jiang Jiubuan's gaze moved slightly, somewhat unable to understand what kind of medicine this Wang Wangsu was selling. Looking at the crowd of villagers dumbfounded, Jiang Jiufen shook his head and smiled. Mr. Wang, the green brick house I'm going to build isn't cheap. Now this broken yard, build another 100 meters back, 5 meters forward over that crooked tree, and expand it 20 meters left and right. The courtyard wall should be 2 meters high and 40 thick, and the gate should be large and of thick solid wood. A 3-story house with 2 rooms on the left, a large room on the right, and a gazebo at the top of the 3rd floor. Are you sure you want the whole package? Jiang Jiufen's smile remained unchanged. This is what I thought at the beginning.
and it's by no means a lion's share of the money.
So it's better for me to pay for the labor and the money for the bricks and mortar materials." Officer Wang looked around and held out his hand, and Butler Wang hurriedly handed over the abacus.